Greetings, fellow humans. Don't forget to like and subscribe before we begin. I hope you enjoy the show. The camera clicked on, capturing the rank hunter YouTuber Dokal as he greeted his audience on the news Ray channel, where he documents his dungeon clearing adventures. With a confident smile, Dokal announced that today's target was a 2-level monster, revealing the video's objective to be an intense confrontation with an Awakens. He pointed dramatically at the spiders, explaining that Awakens are arthropods that live in communal groups, much like ants. He paused to close his eyes, noting that they differed significantly from standard surface spiders. Specifically, these monsters avoided immediate attack in favor of spitting sticky webs first. However, this particular spider immediately decided to charge forward and strike. One of the Awakens lunged, attempting to sting Dokal, who blocked the blow and muttered under his breath that this wasn't going as planned and would require significant editing later. Mang Xiu, the cameraman and editor, watched in shock, declaring that this couldn't possibly be right. Xiu's mind raced, recalling his research that the Awakens' natural hunting technique wasn't a direct assault, but rather ensnaring their prey, which is why they spit webs first. They would then inject poison into the immobilized target, ensuring a slow, agonizing death. There was absolutely no precedent for them rushing in so recklessly. Dokal snarled with frustration. He dashed into the fray, shouting that he would settle things with the protagonist later. The YouTuber delivered a powerful blow. He quickly sliced another Awakens in half. 10. He dispatched yet another one. The hunter leaped into the air, preparing to strike a final monster, which he successfully cut completely in two. Dokal stood on a heap of dead spiders, scowling with irritation, wondering what exactly went wrong since Xiu's briefing promised webs first. Xiu's face was slick with sweat as he theorized that this direct assault must be an extreme, desperate measure for the Awakens, indicating they had nothing left to lose. Dokal grabbed Xiu by the shirt collar, asking if he planned to maintain his innocent facade. The YouTuber shoved him hard in the stomach, shouting that apologies were useless because his misinformation nearly got the entire squad killed. The main character fell backward, as the hunter warned him to gather more reliable intelligence next time. The YouTuber turned away, declaring that Xiu was completely worthless without useful abilities. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, lost in a thought process that confirmed to himself that he was indeed awakened. Xiu remembered compiling an enormous amount of data. He internally acknowledged that the ability he received upon awakening possessed no special attributes, making it utterly useless for a hunter's profession. Since he truly possessed no power, the protagonist stood there, phone in hand, continuously analyzing the monsters in real time. This meticulous data collection represented his chosen strategy for survival. Xiu pointed at a monster, and immediately identified its critical weak point. He performed this function to teach hunters how to strike creatures effectively. Dokal closed his eyes and muttered angrily that they almost died because of this imbecile, claiming that without his intervention, they all would have perished. The other squad members suddenly began to shake, pointing frantically behind Dokal. A colossal monster appeared directly behind the hunter. It lunged to attack, but Dokal managed to shift position just in time. The entire group ran screaming in terror, realizing it was a massive elite monster. The beast pursued them relentlessly, easily gaining ground on the slower humans. Dokal dropped his weapon, calculating that escape required a necessary diversion, or bait. He glanced back at the running protagonist, and declared that this insignificant person would serve as the diversion. Dokal then delivered a powerful kick to Xiu's face. Xiu screamed, eyes shut tight. The YouTuber spun around, explaining that Xiu's incorrect data was the root cause of the crisis. Therefore Xiu must accept responsibility. The protagonist lay on the ground, a furious grin twisting his lips. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer panic as a colossal monster materialized directly before him. He began trembling uncontrollably, utterly paralyzed by fear and confusion. Our hero spun about, realizing his clumsy limbs had officially filed for divorce from his brain. That beast roared like a vacuum on steroids, sending Shiva spiraling into a hospital flashback where his poor mom looked ready to drop a truth bomb. She lay there like a wilted lettuce leaf, while begging him to babysit little Soha forever, which made his eyeballs practically leap from his skull. Grabbing his blade, he decided dying was way too inconvenient for his busy schedule, especially with his sister to annoy back home. So as the creature lunged for snack, Shiva swung his trusty katana with the grace of a caffeinated squirrel while screaming about his survival streak. And a moment later, a massive blast turned him into a human projectile, tossing him back like a used gum wrapper. Glancing sideways, he stood there utterly flabbergasted. A lad sporting a crimson cape stood directly in his path. This fellow brushed away chin grace while some spicy energy swirled around his toes. Another blinding boom rocked the entire scenery. Noticing the chaos, the cape dude pivoted, just as a tattooed maniac with a gray flavored glow vowed to hunt him down like a clearance sale. This gray hair bruiser launched himself into the air while promising a fistful of justice to anyone who dared to keep running. Energy swirled around his knuckles like a localized hurricane, while the crimson guy prepped his own counter. Slat. They clashed with more drama than a reality show final, leaving our hero to wonder why these weirdos were rearranging the furniture with such violence. and a thunderous kaboom signaled the start of the next round. Shiva shielded his mod, pondering if he had accidentally walked into a pyrotechnics convention. The bad guy skidded backward. Red Cloak took a flight to the dirt too. While our lead realized these lunatics were the reason monsters needed their appy, those divine beings started zooming around faster than a microwave timer. Crimson Guy lunged, forcing Shiva to hide his face from the wind, while questioning their social security numbers. Grinning like a shark in a tuxedo, the antagonist prepared a nasty surprise, eventually shoving his rival into a boulder with enough force to cause a geologic crisis. Flames engulfed the area like a spicy soup, as the purple tinted meanie yelled for his foe to quit playing hide and seek. Wiping his forehead, the golden-haired chap remarked that this party was only getting started, then thrust his palm forward to cook up a magical fireball while the robe mirrored the gesture, and their beams met in the middle like two high-speed trains on one track. The villain grumbled that neither of them would walk away without a scratch, yet the blonde dude just grinned, declaring his total lack of concern for his own health insurance premiums. The voting toward our hero. The guy mentioned he had intentionally left the back door slightly ajar. Our lead stood there catching flies, stunned that the warrior actually apologized for bringing him to this disaster, while the grumpy antagonists started worrying that they were all about to kick the bucket together. Power levels kept rising, leading to a massive detonation that somehow made the blonde fellow quite cheerful. Conversely, the nasty antagonist shrieked like a stat. Amelia. Yet another blast rocked the floor. The bangs kept coming like a never-ending fireworks show, nearly turning our hero into dust, which made him gasp in terror before the blonde guy promised to leave him a little souvenir. A magical barrier popped up, ensuring Shiva didn't get turned into a toasted marshmallow. Darkness ruled the cavern, with only flickering embers providing a tiny bit of mood lighting. Still breathing, and mostly unbruised, the boy wondered if he had died and gone to a very boring basement, until he crunched something with his heel. Glancing down, he spotted a glowing cell phone and snatched it up while baffled by the presence of modern tech in a dungeon. A pop-up suddenly pinged, announcing his promotion to some kind of management role, followed by a loading bar that confirmed his brand new career path was now officially active. Our hero became enveloped in the spacey vibes of some mysterious spirits. With twinkling pupils, he watched the Jitty to bat Buddha, welcoming him as the shiny new boss of this digital circus. Beyond that stony cavern, sunlight drenched the landscape in gold. The squad collapsed onto the tile, puffing like they had just finished a marathon. Dokal hung his noggin, marveling at his rotten luck for bumping into a boss level freak in this Act Plus dungeon. The rest of the gang grinned, praising his genius for keeping them alive by using that nobody as a human shield, which they considered a masterstroke of tactical cowardice. The girl smirked, claiming he was definitely prepared, just as our hero materialized behind the jerk with eyes wide as dinner plates. A fist zoomed toward the villain's snout, but the hunter blocked it with a casual elbow before the girl delivered a stinging slap, reminding him that low-rank losers should stay in their lane. As blood dripped from his lip, Dokal muttered that the kid was lucky to be breathing, while the wicked influencer joked that finding a replacement editor would just be way too much paperwork. Shiva looked up at Dokal, asking if the hunter truly expected him to sign up as an employee for the person who had just tried to murder him. The hunter poked Shiva with his elbow, claiming that Shiva had actually begged and cried for money to buy his sister medicine, and Dokal had generously helped him out. Therefore, Dokal reasoned, Shiva was in debt to him and had no choice but to accept the offer. The protagonist slapped Dokal's hand away, picking up his camera, and stating he had footage of Dokal abandoning him to die, which would surely go viral online. The hunter closed his eyes dramatically and simply replied that he could just kill Shiva right here. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, and warned Dokal that even if he died, the hunter would still end up in jail, and lose his heart. Burned streaming channel. The hunter's eyes turned crimson with rage, declaring that if the video was ever posted, Shiva's sister would be saved. The YouTuber immediately turned away, exclaiming that he would find a new video editor instead. Shiva scowled, warning Dokal that he had absolutely no idea what kind of pain would be inflicted upon him if he attempted to harm Shiva's sister. After some time, the young man sat in his room examining the new phone he had recently acquired. He pressed a button, thinking it was odd there was a completely free platform where anyone could upload videos. However, among the numerous channels on the site, the hunter-related ones were strangely the most popular. He saw a video displaying a knight fighting Lucifer. He also spotted content featuring Thor battling the world serpent, along with channels belonging to various legendary personalities and mythological deities. He stared at the device, wondering if these figures truly controlled the entire platform. Shiva remembered the strange man who gave him the phone, and pondered his identity and motive. Shiva put down the device, completely perplexed by the confusing situation. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering the implications if this were real, wondering what would happen if gods actually ran channels similar to modern-day streaming sites. He smiled to himself, speculating that the divine beings probably started their new accounts with at least 1 million subscribers. Reaching for the phone again, he decided it didn't look so bad after all, so it was worth trying. He saw the channel of a Chinese sage, and the system notified him that in order to become a participant, he would have to watch a lecture. The lecture specifically covered this, plus rank for discernment traits. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when the system notified him that he had subscribed to the channel of Zhu Liang, a Chinese statesman and warlord from the Three Kingdoms era. A separate notification popped up, announcing that he had received plus rank insight. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, as he mused that plus was generally regarded only as a classification level, not a genuine rank. He remembered the 13 heroes who fought the Demon Lord, speculating they might have plus traits. The protagonist lowered his gaze to the phone, questioning if he truly received the rank simply by subscribing to the channel. He looked at his hand, reasoning that if it were true, he should feel a physical change, but he felt nothing different. The young man stroked his chin, concluding that he likely couldn't feel it because the rank improved observation and intelligence, making instant detection difficult. Then he saw Hercules offering free personal training, where he demonstrated how to lift the very house of Zeus. Shiva quickly clicked the subscribe button, and stated he would surely notice a change after getting this second power boost. The system immediately notified him that he had obtained Zeus rank superhuman strength. Shiva casually struck the table and accidentally broke it in half. His laptop was also destroyed in the process, leaving him wondering if he actually received the rank trait. Shiva crossed his arms, exclaiming in disbelief that he had acquired rank power merely by clicking a button. Holding his head in his hands, he began shouting in confusion, wondering what this whole Batu platform was all about. Suddenly, the system notified him that his discernment skill had slightly increased, citing diligent reflection as the cause. With progress currently at 1/10%, he glanced at the phone, wondering if he needed to reach 100 to fully master the new ability. He clicked on Hercules' personal training video, where a crowd excitedly watched the display. Hercules effortlessly yanked a massive column right out of the ground. He began doing squats while holding the column, shouting that this training method was truly amazing. His legs were ridiculously huge and pumped, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack under the strain. Hercules finally hoisted the enormous column above his head and roared. The protagonist's mouth fell open in utter astonishment. He immediately hit the unsubscribe button, remarking that he now understood why Hercules had only one follower. He knew he could never manage that kind of workout, but the system notified him that unsubscribing was impossible. Hercules, still on the screen, pointed directly at him, shouting that while he was free to come whenever he pleased, leaving wasn't nearly so easy. Shiva smirked slightly, wondering why exactly he was unable to unfollow Hercules. Suddenly, Dougal called. The young man looked down at the screen with disdain, asking aloud why this insignificant person kept bothering him. The hunter, seated on a chair, began by saying he assumed Shiva had blocked him after their recent little incident. The protagonist replied dryly that Dougal should just state what he wanted, but Dougal, with a nasty smile in his voice, stated he knew Shiva had nowhere else to turn for work. Shiva held the phone tight as Dougal mentioned he was calling regarding a new business opportunity. The hunter then told Shiva not to be so rude, reminding him they were still professional associates until very recently. Shiva glared at his phone as he angrily demanded that Dougal get straight to the point, stating he had no time for useless chit-chat. Dougal leaned back in his chair, explaining that Grouch had offered a joint streaming opportunity and wanted Shiva to join them. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. He mentally pictured the company building, and recognized Grouch as the #1 financial corporation in Korea. He also recalled that the director's granddaughter recently awakened as a hunter. Shiva silently lowered his head, guessing that Grouch was now involved in hunting as well. Dougal glanced aside, explaining that the company was expanding its business into new areas, so they were curious to see what this new venture would entail. The hunter smiled brightly, asking if Shiva agreed to join, but the young man immediately rejected the offer. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes nearly popped out of his head when Dougal announced he would pay him 50,001 per video. The hunter pressed him again, asking if Shiva now wanted to join the team. The young man smirked deviously and once again declined the offer. A bead of sweat rolled down Dougal's cheek as he stressed that 50,001 was 10 times more than he would typically pay, making this a great deal for them both. Dougal offered to consider whatever amount Shiva proposed instead. The main character smiled and named a figure of 50 million won. Dougal furiously yelled about Shiva being out of his mind. The hunter, however, also found himself wondering exactly how Shiva knew Grouch was paying him so much to begin with. The protagonist smirked, using his intuition to declare that he understood why Dougal was attempting to work with him instead of a higher-ranked hunter. The hunter, Dougal, laughed nervously, and immediately asked what exactly he meant by that. The protagonist mentioned Chairman Han Tae-dan, explaining that the chairman's granddaughter had recently acquired 2 rank traits, so Tae-san needed her to master the very basics first. The main character remembered Dougal's awful technique when cutting monsters, and therefore stated the simple fact that a hunter's foundation is, quite literally, hunting monsters. The main character recalled footage from their YouTube channel, stating that their success, which included over 200,000 subscribers and consistent revenue, was entirely due to Shiva's unique strategies. Shiva pointed at his own head, insisting that Doka received Chairman Tae San's offer because of Shiva's brain, not Doka's skills. Doka scowled, mentioning the 50 million won price tag. The protagonist's eyes widened frantically, demanding to know if Doka was actually going to refuse the money. The hunter grinned uneasily, then began to stammer and stutter. The main character threw the phone onto the table, suggesting the YouTuber try applying for a loan or financing. Shiva smiled menacingly, asserting that otherwise Doka would need to find a new partner. The next day, the two stood inside a rank dungeon, where the protagonist immediately asked when Doka planned to transfer the remaining funds. The hunter glanced at his phone, promising to send the money as soon as the raid ended. Both men turned as Hancharan, the granddaughter of the chairman, approached and announced her readiness to join the raid. The main character's eyes nearly bulged from surprise, as he internally exclaimed how stunningly beautiful she was. Charan quickly looked away, leading him to believe that approaching her socially would prove difficult. The whole team advanced, with Shiva focused purely on getting paid for his advice. They eventually spotted a huge monster with a purple aura, and stopped. The girl stood in front of everyone, identifying it as a black troll. Doka quickly began repeating the information Shiva had given him, specifically noting that this creature was exceedingly powerful because its regeneration bordered on immortality, meaning anyone who didn't understand how to fight it properly risked losing their lives. Doka visualized the troll's attack, claiming the basic strategy everyone knew involved tearing the monster's entire body apart. Doka raised a finger, explaining that they needed to destroy the heart and sever the head to prevent regeneration. The girl, however, simply drew her sword and rushed into the attack without hesitation. Her gaze held not even the slightest hint of fear or doubt. The girl leaped into the air and immediately struck directly at the monster's heart. Then she quickly pulled her sword out. A moment later, the huntress completely blew off the monster's head. Charan turned to the two bewildered men, nonchalantly stating that it was simple. Doka happily smiled, confessing he hadn't expected such flawless execution with minimal instruction, adding that rank hunters truly lived up to expectations. The girl shook the blood from her katana, insisting that Doka was flattering her. Shiva, however, noticed the unique black color of her sword. He pointed at it, asking about its value, mentioning he recognized the famous sword called Aurelian. Charan looked down at the blade, casually stating it cost approximately 20 billion won. Both guys opened their mouths in stunned silence. The huntress gestured to the passage ahead, suggesting they move on, pointing out there was no point in stopping after only dealing with one black troll. An hour later, they were still in the dungeon. A pool of blood spread under the huntress's feet as she casually remarked that she was finally starting to grasp the basics. Charan turned around, stating there were no more trolls, so they might as well end the hunt there. Doka bowed to her, praising her for a good job. The YouTuber internally panicked, realizing he hadn't done anything to help, ruining his chance to connect with the guild. He feared he would lose 50 million due to Shiva's influence. The protagonist smiled, realizing Doka was clearly having a meltdown. However, he suddenly spun around when he heard a tremendous, wild roar nearby. Charan looked up curiously, while Doka decided to seize the opportunity, confidently declaring that judging by its size, it was an elite monster. The protagonist also raised his head, and mentally corrected Doka, realizing this was no mere elite monster. A truly enormous troll then leaped down, landing directly in front of them. Its eyes glowed bright red, and its teeth were incredibly sharp, immediately identifying itself as the monster boss. That chap hoisted a knotted palm, readying a pummeling. The lady grimaced, organizing a charge. A metallic edge deflected the impact, while my offspring gaped like a baffled trout. Remaining teammates performed a hasty retreat. The giant adversary beamed while inspecting the group. That brute tossed Sherwin away so she tumbled, later chucking stones toward the party, injuring a couple of teammates. My spawn gasped for air out of sheer panic. The lad surged onward. Certain flight was necessary, continuing his dash to avoid a grim fate. Nonetheless, a freakish silhouette suddenly swallowed him, sparking absolute dread. That scouter tumbled near the giant's toes, glanced upward to remark he was basically a spirit. Though Karen parried the strike and protected him, the behemoth slammed the soil regardless. The fighter got launched into a stone structure, just as the beast prepared a secondary smack. That youngster blinked, concluding that avoiding the blow was vital. She climbed the monster's limb, dodging neatly, while Charan stayed stuck on the nape as she landed hits that chief pivoted 180 degrees instantly. The girl's size widened when the creature ignored her attempts at damage. The antagonist commenced his punch using a massive palm. His clenched fingers zipped through the atmosphere rapidly, but Charan performed several twitches before leaping away. The brute squeezed his digits together. Clouds of grime erupted after the thud. The maiden stalled the blow with steel, though it tested her limits. As the leader assumed defeat was certain, chewing his lip, he grasped that even if it was Karen with her pair of fancies, rank perks, the girl remained an unseasoned amateur in this brawl, lacking any real combat wisdom. The overlord delivered a sequence of rapid slaps. The freak cackled with glee during his persistent bombardment. The witness observed their struggle from the edge, pondering if deserting Charan was wise. fearful that remaining would result in a swift demise. His frame wobbled as perspiration poured, wondering if he could showcase that sheer skill on the tube. Out of nowhere, Jokul zipped directly past the fellow's snout. That offspring surged onward, her mouth wide in fright, as the main character observed. Flush Shadowhead gazed using swollen, desperate peepers, looking like a let-down father, while brain imagery concerning a blue, glowing, grinning Jokul surfaced, warning our protagonist about his animalistic stance besides the guilt he dumped upon the lady's poor data, given her obligation for the blunder. Whereas his eyes shrank to specks due to fright, digits grazing the dirt, while the warrior woman persisted in countering the blitz from that vile brute using her blade. Sweat beads trickled across the lead's face as he peered forward, certain of defeat and paralyzed by an urgent desire to disappear. So he remained motionless, thoughts scrambling for a hasty escape, before trying a lateral leap to prevent a fatality. Pondering if he should bolt or just perish right now, he spun around, eyes popping like a cartoon character, and let out a bellow that made the giant monster look up, staring down the enormous beast with a confident scowl. He figured his bank account and reputation weren't going to save him from this particular death. The creature responded by winding up its massive arm and unleashing a deafening, savage bellow. Karen gritted her teeth, clearly running on fumes, and held together by sheer stubbornness. Shavho wound up his own punch, his fist crackling with a brilliant sapphire glow. He committed to a full power strike against the enormous creature. He couldn't just bail. That would make him just as bad as the notorious villainous daughter, he thought. The monster's arm snapped back from the powerful impact, making the beast absolutely furious. The girl gasped, completely baffled as to how he managed to repel such a tremendous blow. She watched his back, shimmering with that bright energy, and wondered about his identity. A shimmering warrior image, apparently from the blue lines, materialized right behind the hero. Shiva lowered his gaze for a moment, steeling himself with a deep inhale. A brilliant light pulsed in his hand, while the spectral warrior remained vigilant at his back. The giant fist of the monster punched clean through the ceiling above them. Two figures stood directly beneath its enormous feet. The monster swung again with brutal force, but the hunter managed to fend off the blow with sheer power. A shockwave rippled out from the impact, while their foe glared down with bared fangs. The protagonist yelled at Chiron to move, continuing to block the assault. Hearing the call, Chiron spun around, leaped directly over the monster, and swung her katana. The monster stared, mouth agape in surprise. She touched down on its chest and drove the katana deep into its flesh. In a blur, she sprang upwards, executing graceful pirouettes in mid-air before landing perfectly on the monster's shoulder. With a sharp sprint, she raced toward its neck. She severed its head with a single, highly accurate stroke, landing behind the massive corpse. She and her partner looked on at their vanquished foe. The hero felt confident and mildly shocked that they'd actually finished off the monster. Just as a system notification popped up to announce his insight stat had increased, blood exploded from the severed neck, while Chiron mused about boss types, specifically how some variations undergo a second transformation, making this physical recovery process completely normal. The creature's head began reattaching itself, accompanied by extremely unsettling gurgles and snaps. The monster snatched the huntress in an instant, taking everyone by surprise. The huntress shrieked in agony, trying desperately to pry herself free, while the protagonist watched, realizing he couldn't do anything if she perished. The monster's eyes narrowed in genuine astonishment at something he saw. The male hunter started trying to peel the monster's fingers away to assist his partner, reflecting that the traits he learned from Gatube were real, even if weak. They were still all he had. Chiron grimaced in pain, squinting one eye as she told him to flee immediately. Chava shut his eyes tightly and yelled for her to target the heart immediately. She pressed her hands against the giant's fingers, trying to escape the vice. Like grit, she tumbled to the ground, but successfully broke free from the capture. Raising her head, she glared menacingly at the beast, and stated that she got the message. Grabbing her sword, she sprinted directly toward the monster. The protagonist, still grappling with the fingers, shouted with glowing eyes for her to trust him, and just attack. The monster snapped its head around as it heard footsteps. It attempted to move its hand forward, but found itself immobilized. It glanced to the side at the hand it couldn't move, seeing the other hunter still clinging to it, his fingers, completely immobilized. Shiva wrapped his finger around the massive digit, flashing a wide smile as he stared directly into the monster's eyes. The creature's jaw dropped as the huntress raced toward it with her katana. At a speed like lightning, she sliced its entire arm from shoulder to wrist. A faint blue streak trailed from her eyes as she leaped and plunged her blade into its heart. Shiva stared forward in silence, calculating that he could maintain his grip for perhaps another half-second, meaning he hadn't had time to properly explain the strategy to fight this ogre. With his eyes bulging, the protagonist yelled out the critical information, informing them that the ogre possessed two hearts. Chiron's mouth fell open in utter shock, as she had absolutely no idea about the dual heart situation. She evaded the monster's next strike with a backward dash, prompting the protagonist to speculate that she had probably figured out the problem thanks to her acute sixth sense. Her eyes seemed to contain an entire cosmos for a moment, and she fixed her gaze confidently forward, lunging directly at her foe. She swung her katana for a final, decisive blow. With her mouth wide open, she aimed her blade downwards, and, striking the other heart with a precise impact, she made the monster scream in agony. A blue aura began to coalesce around the protagonist's leg. He sprinted forward, enveloping himself in the energy, winding up his punch. He yelled at the monster to finally give up and die already. Leaping height toward the creature, he readied his strike as his comrade jumped down to safety. The monster's eyes reflected Shiva's incoming fist. The creature's head exploded into tiny fragments. Shiva's eyes flashed with brilliant blue lightning. His hand covered in blood, leaving a blue streak in his way. The hunter stood, dripping in blood. His head bowed low. He walked silently to the side, then suddenly collapsed a few steps later, falling right at his comrade's feet. She looked down, wondering just who exactly he was. Then, abruptly, he found himself in an entirely different room, where a television, clock, and cabinet hung on the wall. He climbed out of his bunk to see a man in black robe standing before him, offering an apology. Shireen herself was perched on the bed, having decided to pop in for a visit. He blushed profusely, opening his mouth in a mix of surprise and confusion, asking why she was there. The huntress pointed directly at his battered buddy, explaining that she had brought him to the hospital because he was severely injured. With muscles shredded and ribs broken into pieces, she looked at him intensely, sitting cross-legged, asking how he felt. He clenched his fists tightly in embarrassment, thinking to himself that she was much too close for comfort. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as she edged even nearer, making the entire situation exponentially more awkward. When she placed a hand on his hair, he felt his embarrassment level double from before. Their eyes met, and she still hadn't moved her hand from his head. She tilted her head slightly, staring at Shiva with genuine interest, and announced that he seemed to have a fever. He immediately pulled away from her, smiling broadly as steam practically poured from his head. Shireen decided to ask his name since they hadn't actually introduced themselves. With cheeks on fire, he wondered to himself why she didn't know his name already. Surely she found out his personal information when she admitted him to this room. The huntress looked away awkwardly, admitting that she had wanted to hear it from him personally. He leaned forward in surprise, realizing she had just read his mind, which must be part of her sixth sense, a key feature of her class trait. She turned fully to face him, noting that he probably wasn't thinking clearly right after waking up, but she still wanted to make him a proposal. He scooted closer to hear it, asking what kind of proposition she had in mind. Placing her hands on her knees, she asked if he would consider joining her team. The protagonist looked into her eyes, wondering if he was only being invited because he had fought an ogre. He nearly fell over as she announced a staggering annual salary of 1 billion won. A huge smile spread across his face when she added an equal split of monster spoils, but his grin faded as Shireen mentioned hearing about his younger sister's blood disease, offering to cover all the expenses, so he wouldn't have to worry about payment. His expression darkened, and he lowered his head silently. He lifted his gaze and asked what he had done to justify such a high cost. Leaning slightly closer, the huntress asked him to become her strategist. She finished with a confident look, explaining that she needed a solid plan for every monster she intended to hunt in the future. After a while, night fell outside, bringing complete silence to the ward. The main character lay back on his pillow, wondering if he should have refused her offer at all. He had a flashback to sitting in front of her, declining the proposal. She had looked surprised but said she understood completely, telling him to let her know if he changed his mind, as she still owed him for saving her life, and would pay that debt by covering his sister's medical bills. Images of strange abstract shapes appeared in his head as he decided to try out GodTube, a divine channel known for easily turning class hunters into simple extras. He turned his head to look at his sister, lying nearby with her eyes closed, knowing he shouldn't rush into accepting the offer right away, but for So's incurable illness, he had to find a cure no matter what. She lay motionless on her back while Shiva reflected on how she had been caught in an unexpected dungeon breakthrough long ago, now suffering from a blood disease. Modern medicine offered no cure for her terrible fate, only temporary symptom relief. He pictured various books and jars, realizing that with GodTube's help, he could definitely cure his sister by exploiting his new class traits. Mental images continued to appear, showing medical symbols alongside various blue crystals. He imagined a monster skull lying on a red cloth, and understood immediately that these crucial medicinal ingredients were incredibly expensive. Opening his laptop, he stated that he needed a vast amount of money, but first, he had to finish editing a 50 million won video. On the screen, Dokul watched Chiron fighting a monster. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise when the huntress examined her sword, and mentioned its value, 20 billion won. Rubbing his chin, he considered making equipment and selling it. He envisioned himself as a blacksmith, using superpowers to forge swords, realizing he could accumulate billions in the shortest time possible. Making a disgruntled face, and holding up his phone, he saw only one subscription remaining. To get another one, he would have to subscribe for 1 million won. The protagonist watched the god Hephaestus holding a hammer, Realizing that subscribing was the only way to learn metallurgy and weapon creation, he pressed his finger firmly onto the large subscribe button. He stared open, mouthed at his phone in shock. A window appeared on the screen informing him that subscribing to the channel had granted him cis-class metallurgy. In the forge of the god Hephaestus, a pile of ingots and ore lay scattered. The god's hand struck the anvil with a blacksmith's hammer. With fiery intensity, Hephaestus swung his hammer, shouting that one should never fear failure when upgrading a weapon. Sheva winced in fright as Hephaestus bellowed that modern people had no courage, warning them to be prepared for their weapons to be destroyed completely. Several system windows appeared before him, stating that he had corrected incorrect knowledge of metallurgy, thus slightly increasing his mastery level in divine metallurgy. The scene then jumped forward in time to a playground on the street. The protagonist grabbed the horizontal bar with one hand and began doing one-handed pull-ups. Two nurses glanced at each other, murmuring about how much better the patient's body had gotten. The main character looked away but listened closely as they said the doctor considered Sheva's recovery incredibly fast, even for a hunter, and he could be discharged tomorrow. He looked back, reflecting that this discharge was much sooner than anticipated. He had counted on needing extensive training before leaving. Sweat dripped down his face as new system notifications appeared, confirming his skills were improving. He tensed his muscle fibers, considering that if he kept relying on super strength, his arms would probably get torn up again like last time. Therefore, slacking off on training was simply not an option. Suddenly, his younger sister appeared behind him and called out his name, folding her hands behind her back. She leaned closer and told him she heard he would be discharged tomorrow. He laughed awkwardly, confirming the news. She then placed a hand on her chest and closed her eyes, explaining how worried she had been when he first arrived, thinking he was in very serious condition. With a small, sad look, she opened her eyes slightly and glanced away. She continued to look away, awkwardly mentioning that he should have stayed in the hospital for at least a month, not just 1 week. He smiled, closing his eyes, as he figured she was probably just disappointed because he was getting discharged first. Coming closer to her and placing his hand on her head, he told her not to skip treatment just because he wasn't around and not to worry about money here. She replied that she knew she was getting free treatment from Karen. He grimaced, rolled his eyes, and mangled Shireen's name, with a bright smile. So corrected him, saying Shireen Shiren asked to be called Manny, because she didn't have any younger siblings. Shava looked down, asking when exactly she had met the huntress in the hospital. He scratched his head awkwardly when his sister replied that Shireen visited them often. He wondered why he never saw her, then smiled with crossed arms as So mentioned that Shireen sometimes came by while he was training and asked how he was doing. The sister blushed, partially hiding her smile. Sheva thought it was strange for a high-level hunter to visit so frequently. She definitely just wanted to recruit him. His sister, however, suggested Shireen probably did it because she liked him. He turned his head and gave an awkward smile, saying he highly doubted that. While his sister added that he was so popular the nurses were always talking about him. She watched him turn away and told her to stop talking nonsense and hurry back to the hospital, as he needed to go somewhere. He clenched his fists in determination, looking up and declaring that he was going to make money. The fighter looked around, realizing this meant he was likely about to head out on his very first monster hunt. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man reminded himself to stay calm. Suddenly, his gaze snapped sideways as he realized the enemies were probably already right there. A large number of monsters appeared, and they immediately started throwing projectiles. The hero fled from the incoming projectiles, wearing a smug grin despite the danger. He knew these particular enemies typically hunted in packs, but honestly, this massive turnout was completely unnecessary and frankly quite rude. The opponents advanced with their weapons drawn, and the warrior ducked under the first clumsy swing before unleashing his own counterpunch. The goblin promptly turned into a two-piece set, cleanly bisected by the powerful stray. The young man blinked at the monster's sudden, messy explosion, genuinely taken aback by the sheer mess. The remaining enemy immediately froze, clearly having second thoughts about this whole confrontation. The protagonist started walking forward, offering a slight, theatrical bow as he approached. A mischievous grin spread across the protagonist's face as he urged them to finally make a move. The scene shifted to a workshop where monster corpses littered the ground, leaving the question of just how much salvage the master blacksmith could extract. A man next to the soldier loudly questioned what he was doing, because he specifically requested proper ingredients, not a pile of garbage. The blacksmith, frowning heavily, stated he would first teach him smelting, and ordered him to follow along. Swinging the hammer, the master bellowed for careful attention, emphasizing that the tool represented more than just raw power. He internally grumbled about dedicating his entire youth to metallurgy. The hammer struck the blade as he warned that good raw material didn't automatically guarantee it. Rank ores, rank equipment. The protagonist's eyes widened in astonishment. The blacksmith then extended the hammer, declaring he had demonstrated the proper method and now it was the younger man's turn. With arms crossed, the master recalled that this strange guy hadn't even asked for equipment, or to become an apprentice. He remembered their first meeting, where the protagonist hadn't sought guild membership or rent reduction. but simply asked to borrow the workshop out of sheer curiosity. The master, frowning at the memory, realized he needed to keep a close eye on this youngster wielding the hammer. Watching the hero swing the heavy tool, the master realized people these days assumed metallurgy was an easy game skill. It had taken him 20 grueling years to reach his current level. He also noted with irritation that the kid kept glancing at his phone, probably having watched too many videos, and thinking it would be simple. Looking at the results, Sosa realized he was profoundly mistaken about the protagonist's ability. The building remained the same from the street view. A girl with a brilliant, wide smile announced her long-awaited arrival. The master, lounging in his chair, asked if Soyeon had really shown up, to which she confirmed her identity, asking who else from the villages would brave this terribly smelly forge. The blacksmith retorted that she could easily delegate the trip to someone else, rather than making the journey every time. The woman placed her hand on her hip and insisted she had to personally handle business with Korea's best blacksmith, and he shot back that she was learning how to flatter like a true businesswoman. Soyeon smirked, clarifying that her company only represents premium-tier products. Pulling items from her backpack, she mentioned the ingredients the master had requested and brought up negotiating the price. Sosa replied that the blade in question was already carefully wrapped in cloth, its sharp edge needing thorough verification before a price could be determined. She raised her gaze and started explaining a new shipment, gritting her teeth slightly. The girl explained they were planning to supply equipment to the group for this delivery. Noticing the hero nearby, the representative abruptly snapped at him to keep silent, as a serious discussion was in progress. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl tried to figure out what exactly this man was doing. Taking the blade, she skeptically asked if the blacksmith truly considered this object a weapon. The master, standing behind her, asked what she meant, and Soyeon scoffed, claiming the blade was blunt and misshapen, completely useless to anyone. The blacksmith's jaw dropped as he sputtered, asking what she would say if that specific weapon was crafted from goblin and kobold skeletons. Her eyes immediately bulged wide in disbelief. Sosa, crossing his arms, explained that the material was in terrible condition and that the person responsible had only picked up a hammer for the very first time earlier today. Soyeon then asked if he had finally taken on an apprentice. The foreman frowned deeply, explaining that he had actually made such an offer. He recalled the protagonist's surprised expression, knowing the young man was far too skilled for it truly to be his first time ever holding a hammer. The memory of the tool in the hero's hand flashed through his mind, along with the image of the young man striking the blade with precise force. Arms folded in frustration, the blacksmith lamented that he had never encountered anyone who could craft a weapon from such shoddy materials. Yet this same person had flatly rejected his apprenticeship offer. Soyeon spun around instantly to face the hero, who was busy wiping sweat from his brow. Soyeon stared in his direction, deep in calculation. A finished black blade materialized. The protagonist picked up the new weapon, immediately receiving notifications that his COD metallurgy skill had increased by a minuscule fraction of a person. Smiling brightly, the fighter proudly stated he had successfully crafted a weapon, and immediately asked how to sell it for cash. The other man walked up behind him and skeptically asked if he truly intended to sell that particular blade, extending her hand in a businesslike manner. The girl formally introduced herself. The fighter looked over at her and realized he had heard of her company before, specializing in the hunting business with a reputation for unwavering trust and reliability. This woman was quite well known within the industry. Soyeon smirked, reiterating that they exclusively dealt with the highest quality products in Korea, so if he was considering selling the equipment, they would purchase it immediately. The guy closed his eyes and asked how much cash they could offer him, and the girl replied she could give him 1 million won for each weapon unit. The fighter kept pounding away with his hammer. The man also attacked a monster, and it was rumored that after striking a deal with Soyeon, the protagonist began manufacturing weapons at a furious, almost insane pace. The girl shook hands with someone as the smithy appeared again, beaming broadly. She declared the results simply magnificent. Looking directly at the young man, the representative announced that her company had officially secured a major contract with the group. The interlocutor pointed a finger, shouting that everything had changed completely, from meeting strict delivery deadlines to providing equipment of flawless quality. She added that without this particular person, they would have faced significant trouble, holding the item in her hands. She thanked him profusely, assuring him that if he needed anything at all, he just had to mention it, and they would go to extreme lengths to assist him. Soyeon pulled out her phone, and asked him to verify his bank account balance. The hero held his device up to his face, where a notification displayed an active balance of 200 million won. His eyes remained glued to the screen. As the man struggled to comprehend the numbers displayed before him, the girl's eyes widened further as she asked what he meant by 800. Urging him to recheck the account details, the protagonist carefully examined the account balance. An enormous smile instantly split his face, marking the precise moment the fighter was reborn as a devout slave to money. Sitting on a chair, the fighter stared at his phone, meticulously recalculating the value displayed on his screen. Raising his hand to cover his face, the hero realized he finally had enough money to purchase a subscription on the platform of the gods. Immediately following were notifications regarding a legendary doctor, an ancient legendary healer, and a different best doctor. Pictures of all 4 gods appeared, and the protagonist realized a subscription to all 3 channels cost 300 million won per month, meaning he could only afford one of these choices in his current situation. Immediately afterward, the man crossed his arms over his chest, deep in contemplation about this very important topic. His physical form started to give a little jiggle, covering his mug with his mitt. The fellow let out a yell of some sort. His digit smacked the follow button, and lo, the smithy popped into view. The chap, arms scoured, declared that nothing could be done since delicate stuff is a pain to smooth out, immediately suggesting they keep the buffing to a bare minimum. The last, sporting a grin, welcomed them just as the artisan lamented that even though super fine sheeting is possible despite the great fragility, the entire ordeal demands pinpoint accuracy. The gentleman, eyes taking a little nap, pondered why this visitor kept showing up, while the person conversing with him responded that her arrival was solely due to that heroic figure, the serviceman, heaving her at once. Wofor mentioned he was already anticipating her arrival, but she, clearly baffled, repeated her query. The dude, presenting her with a slip of paper, reminded her that last time she boasted about having the knack for sourcing everything he required, and this was just a rundown of the necessities. She squeezed her peepers shut and chirped an affirmative. Gazing down at the document, the young woman recited his shopping list, which contained things like incense from the mountains, silphion, saxifrage, he sang that's seen a century, 100-year-old glowing bloom, and sylphwood. The young buck, still focused on her, inquired if acquiring these treasures was a tough gig, and the visitor assured him she could manage it, albeit at a steep cost. His eyeballs nearly popped out when she declared the whole haul totaled around 300 million won, though she could graciously slice off 20 million for him. Head bowed low. The main character mused that these trinkets were vital for leveling up his godly healing craft skill, part of his membership perks, seeing as Head managed to enroll in that fancy course. But self-improvement was a real slog since they were botanical bits, and he hadn't a clue how to find them or even if they were for sale at all, concluding that without Soyeon's help, snagging them would be a pipe dream. His focus drifted sideways when someone asked if he planned on making the purchase, and the cheerful chap confirmed it. The main attraction, rubbing his pate, recalled getting 284 million from this lady, but Head also handed her 280 million, meaning his current 4 million would vanish by month's end, while the course fee was a hopping 100 million. So considering the upcoming bill, he desperately needed to rake in more duff pronto. Letting out a breath, the warrior wrestled with how to conjure hundreds of millions, even starting to crank out more gear, when his eyes suddenly lit up, recalling one of the online broadcasters and the site where this character dropped his clips. A rail car materialized from the ether. The male figure, peering intently at his screen, couldn't fathom that nothing interesting was popping up. Suddenly, a video featuring the hero's mug in the preview banner flashed onto the display. The young man jabbed at that video without a second thought. A colossal squadron of water-loving, bulky beasts were gliding through the water. A bloke clad in the identical outfit popped up, sporting specialized footwear too. His vision turned completely white. Grinning like a hyena, the chap quizzed the online crowd, asking if they realized that hippos are decidedly not equines. The chap glued to his phone couldn't quite process the weirdness of this monster. Hunter, the lead character, turning to address the massive creatures, explained the nomenclature for the beasts currently on display, noting that while they bear a striking resemblance to common hippos, the written symbol for horse is actually appended to their name. Stepping into the mock, the brawler added that such critters aren't related to the horse family whatsoever. The watcher, placing a hand on his cheek, pondered the import of that strange character's sign. The hero, holding up a pair of fingers, clarified that these things actually fall under the true hippopotamus lineage. Slipping a hand into his pocket, the gent started to mention that, to be pedantic, they were actually close to whales, but getting that deep would give the viewers a splitting headache. So he ought to wrap up there. A square of crimson fabric abruptly materialized in his grasp. Waving this scarlet square directly ahead, the fighter announced he was about to demonstrate the technique for cowing such a brute. The hero smirked, explaining that the initial step involves agitating them using the red rag. A sheen of perspiration coated the fellow's forehead because this hunter's words made zero sense. The main guy, swirling the fabric dramatically, started beckoning the massive water beasts. They all snapped their attention toward him instantly. Their eyes immediately glowed crimson, and the entire herd charged his position. A monstrous wave of bull. The hero, with a confident smirk, declared they would now shift gears to strategize their ultimate takedown. The viewer remained fixed on the device, absorbing the advice that they merely needed to whack and capture the creatures. Just like that, the fighter then sprinted straight toward the oncoming rush. A grin stretched across his features. The hippos instantly gaped wide. A blinding burst of light illuminated the entire marshy area, kicking up a massive cloud of detritus. Suddenly, a human silhouette became visible, giving a thumbs up signal. The fellow proclaimed that it was incredibly straightforward. The watcher's jaw hit the floor in astonishment. 2 more red. Aid behemoths materialized nearby. The guy lunged, yelling some gibberish about wheat noodles. Swiftly following, another impact landed on the foe. After that sequence, the man battered the beast towering over him. The spectator arched an eyebrow watching the unfolding chaos. The hero, beaming, requested likes and subscriptions if this tactical approach proved helpful. Immediately, a deluge of comments appeared, labeling him unhinged, and dissolving into laughter. The phone was clutched in someone's grip as notifications for new channel subscribers started flooding in. The protagonist, a wide smile spreading, affirmed that everything unfolded precisely as plotted. His video played on the studio set, and the man scrolled through the viewer feedback, peering at his device. The fighter noted that the antics from the prior upload must have truly resonated with the crowd, touching his face. The chap also suspected that this time the positive response was purely thanks to the algorithm's magic, and he couldn't keep dodging low-tier monsters forever. Grinning widely, the young man knew he needed to drop the next video while the momentum lasted. The fighter then engaged a goblin, accompanied by a comment that due to humanity's high power of adaptation, things need escalating intensity to maintain peak fascination. The chap had already finished forging implements when it was mentioned that this very task, analyzing the beasts, and devising fresh battle plans, was his specialty. The lady inspected the freshly shaped metal, while the fighter sat glued to his monitor, where it was noted that achieving 1 million subscribers wasn't just a fantasy, but he faced a singular hurdle. Crimson blood erupted onto his forearm, blowing like a spout from his nose, and abruptly, the hero's visual representation began to slightly waver, clutching his own face. The man declared he just needed to finish editing the footage, his eyes turning entirely white, and the young fellow immediately started to collapse. His head ricocketed off the edge of the table and then glanced off the chair, lying on the floor. The guy finally understood that he had pushed himself too far. His eyes snapped open, and staring blankly at the ceiling, the hero tried to figure out exactly where he was. Clasping his itching head, the protagonist remembered he had briefly lost consciousness, but thanks to his legendary Hercules-level strength, everything was fine. It was just a little nap. Grabbing his phone, the fighter realized he needed to quickly edit the video, and desperately tried to calculate how much time he had lost. The clock on his phone screen showed precisely 4 o'clock in the morning. His eyes widened significantly after he realized his impromptu nap had lasted an entire day. Crouching down, the young man determined that at this current pace, he would die from overwork long before he ever earned enough money. Looking out, the hero concluded he absolutely needed to hire a manager. The scene shifted to a nearby cafe, where the soldier sat waiting at a table, scrolling through applications on his phone. The young man found himself completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of applicants, and assumed this high volume was due entirely to the high salary. The job application here was apparently as exciting as listening to an idol perform. Smirking, the guy recalled the base salary of 3 million won monthly, plus generous incentives based on view counts. He realized money really was the best possible lure. Resting his hand on his face, the hero also considered that he needed to select the person who would bring in the largest profit. Pausing one of the videos, the protagonist noted that the sound effects were perfectly appropriate, and showed a good sense of humor. Plus the editing skills were far superior to his own. Immediately following this thought, the current time flashed across the screen. Groaning, the young man wondered why the candidate hadn't shown up at all. His eyes suddenly went wide as he remembered the editor's name was definitely Daki. The phone screen displayed an image showing they had agreed to meet at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The fighter imagined an older gentleman, assuming the name and speech style indicated a sufficiently mature person. Grinning, the guy typed a message asking where his candidate was, and immediately thought that, if the person really was an adult, it would be better since they would have much more experience. Looking at the message, the young man saw his interlocutor hadn't even read the text yet and assumed they must be rushing over. Crossing his arms tightly across his chest, the hero decided to wait for just a little longer. Bowing his head in resignation, jumping up from his seat, the protagonist muttered something under his breath. The door opened and someone immediately began apologizing for their tardiness. The fighter gritted his teeth as he heard a voice say they had an appointment here for an editor interview. A girl raised her hand hesitantly, asking if she had come to the right place. The hero, eyes bulging wide, simply couldn't believe it was actually her, sitting in front of her. The protagonist asked why she was late and hadn't even bothered reading his message. Daika explained that she had edited videos late into the night, then forgot to pack her younger brother's picnic lunchbox, and thus couldn't read the message while hurrying to get there. At the same time, the young man asked about the video. She, looking up, replied that this was the video attached to her application statement. The protagonist, staring forward, asked if she had truly managed to edit the video in just 1 day, while the new employee replied it had only taken her about 3 hours. Bowing his head in disbelief, the soldier asked again for clarification. She, opening her eyes even wider, tried to figure out what was happening to the strange man. Opening his mouth in shock, the hunter finally called her name. She suddenly closed her eyes, smiling. The protagonist asked when she could start working, and the girl asked again, confused. Looking ahead, the guy said that 2 videos a week was standard, as advertised, but occasionally they would need 3, in which case there would be extra pay. He realized a single video usually took him 8 hours to edit. The girl blushed as the interlocutor explained what would be under her supervision from now on. His eyes were closed. Daika banged her head on the table and shouted that she would work hard for him. Suddenly, they both looked out the window as people began screaming about a dungeon break. They ran through the streets, and an alert blared that ST rank dungeon had breached, requiring nearby residents to evacuate quickly. The girl raised both hands, shouting that she and her boss also needed to leave, but he asked if she could start working right now. Her eyes went wide again as she asked the question once more. The soldier turned around with a grin, handing her the phone. The hero told her to take it and follow him. The editor immediately asked where they were going. The leader raised his fist, replying they were going out to earn some money. They ran together in the opposite direction from the crowd, pointing forward. The protagonist shouted about getting the video ready. Daika immediately picked up the phone and began recording. The video displayed monsters emerging from the breached dungeon entrance while frantic screams could be heard all around. The orc stared ahead blankly as the guy sprinted toward it, shouting something about a large portion of rice noodles. The young man used the momentum of his attack to pass right through the monster, finishing it instantly. Baring his teeth, the hero reminded his subscribers to hit the like button and activate notifications, wiping monster blood from his face. The fighter knew that now he could start earning real money. Agents rushed toward people, yelling that staying outside was extremely dangerous, and everyone needed to evacuate to the building, warning they could easily get struck. Suddenly, the severed head of a monster flew over them. The people stared with wide eyes, trying to comprehend what was happening, while the hero continued to dispatch enemies pouring out of the gate. Soon after, the young man stood triumphantly on a pile of corpses, giving a thumbs up. The fighter asked viewers to like the video if they enjoyed the content. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting at a computer, reading the comments. The editor couldn't grasp why this person was popular in the slightest. After checking his channel, she realized she had already edited a video for him, but still didn't understand the appeal. Gritting her teeth, Doc had decided her boss was a certified psychopath. Resting her head in her hands, she tried to figure out if she could actually succeed. Her brother and sister, holding a piece of chicken, shouted that the food was delicious, and they were saving some for their big sister. The girl turned to them as they immediately started fighting and screaming over the remaining chicken. Smiling, the editor realized she needed to work hard, if only for their sake. The scene shifted to a smithy, where the young man stared at a sword. He realized he had crafted the equipment from orc loot obtained from the dungeon, and since it was made from class materials, he could probably demand a decent price for it. And immediately, notifications appeared about the increase in his divine metallurgy mastery, which had reached a whopping 4 pies. Looking at his phone, the young man also noticed a message stating he had created a weapon that was barely worth giving away for free. Smiling, the hero realized his skill percentage had grown significantly anyway, rapidly reaching an incredible new level. The girl, spreading her hands in astonishment, noted that his equipment quality was improving over time, and the master blacksmith wondered how this was even possible for someone who started less than a month ago. The fighter, smiling broadly, noted he still had a long way to go. The girl closed her eyes, asking if he planned to sell the item, and he immediately answered in the affirmative, telling her to set the price as high as possible. Smiling broadly, she also noticed that the apprentice looked much better, recalling his previous appearance. Soyen explained that his eye bags used to nearly reach his chin, making him resemble a zombie. The protagonist looked at his hand and realized that since Daika started editing, he truly had more time for sleep, although he still had plenty to do. Placing his hand on his head, the fighter remembered that after receiving his dangerous work salary last time, there wasn't much room left for personnel costs. However, assisting with shooting the video wasn't part of the editor's job description, so she definitely deserved compensation. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that Daika really was a piece of work. Smiling, the young man also admitted he had zero complaints about her editing skills, as she genuinely tried very hard. Looking at the guests, he then asked about the status of the medicines he requested last time. Taking the bag into her hand, she replied that she had received everything necessary, pointing out that this was his very first request after all. The soldier's eyes widened comically, expressing utter disbelief, as he questioned how on earth she had managed to procure all those items in such a ridiculously short amount of time. Soyen flashed a confident grin, touting her company's exclusively premium Korean merchandise. The hero accepted the items, then swallowed hard as he inquired about the cost. Learning the grand total was a staggering 212 million won, the young man closed his eyes in dismay, confirming it was an enormous sum. But Soyen quickly offered a special favor discount for him, knocking the final price down to a slightly less hard, stopping 200 million won. She covered her face in disbelief, questioning why anyone would need such a massive quantity of medicinal herbs. The guy, smiling widely, simply stated they were needed for clinical trials. A video then appeared, featuring a teacher droning on about herbal medicine as purified substances from animal, plant, or mineral sources, then listing forms like decoctions, powders, tablets, and creams. The protagonist stared at his phone, trying to make sense of the endless definitions, convinced he'd never master the divine art of medicine at this rate. Suddenly, he was flooded with notifications, confirming he had actually gained high-level knowledge, boosting both his skill and insight. Simply by watching the confusing lecture, he realized the video detailed the study of medicinal herbs for disease treatment and effect analysis. After understanding the complex definition, he got another notification that his divine medicine art level had increased by 0.5%, leading him to wonder why the teacher made simple concepts so convoluted. A message then announced he successfully prepared a beneficial decoction. In the kitchen, more notifications popped up, confirming another 0.5% boost to his medical arts mastery. He cautiously examined the mug, debating if something good for the body might actually be harmful. He figured he had to try it, rationalizing that the divine medicine art couldn't possibly create something lethal. Then, he immediately collapsed onto the floor. The hero's eyes snapped open, immediately shouting about the immense cost of those herbs. Then checking his phone, tears welled up as he saw the notification. His super strength mastery had increased by a minuscule 1/100%. Kneeling, he realized only 3 seconds had passed since he drank the potion and briefly considered licking the spilled remains. A swarm of bats appeared high above, making him think about these E-rank monsters. He recalled why he was here. First, to film a video debunking the bats, rat myth. Second, to collect vampire bats for gear. And third, to study bat diseases. Looking up, he observed that since they lived in huge colonies, diseases were certainly prevalent. Curiously, bats themselves are immune, and studying their resistance to blood diseases might offer clues for treating human blood disorders. He knew this research wouldn't be simple, but with his divine art of medicine, it felt possible. Spinning around, he thought he sensed something, but realized they weren't bats. They were footprints. He quickly crouched behind a boulder to avoid whatever made them. He saw 3 familiar faces, Tuchel's cronies, leaving him puzzled as to how they got here. Since a dungeon assignment usually restricts entry, he figured it must be a coincidence, or they were hunting him specifically because a low-level dungeon like this, isolated without internet access, was the perfect place to make someone disappear. Rising to his feet, he decided to stop overthinking it, and simply knock them out to gather information. The bats reappeared as someone asked if the hunter was here. Yuna turned, and confirmed he had seen him climb inside, and his accomplice agreed. Jiwoo looked around, asking why he couldn't see the target, then suggested maybe the target had simply perished. The hunter smirked, remarking that the guy was a completely useless awakened being, wondering what kind of hubris possessed him to enter this place by himself. One lackey threw up his hands, claiming he couldn't see anything, but was focused on a bat strategy, while his colleague retorted that relying on strategy was precisely what talentless people like the hero were forced to do. The hunter put a hand to his chin, admitting the target's video didn't make him seem like someone who relied solely on strategy. His colleague dismissed it, claiming anyone could fake a video with computer graphics or manipulation. Min Cheol smiled broadly, wondering if this dungeon was actually just a movie set. Suddenly, they all looked around nervously as a voice echoed through the cave. The hero placed a hand on one lackey's shoulder and calmly inquired about the daughter's location. The hunter spun around in shock, realizing he hadn't detected the hero's approach at all, while the hero noted he never expected a simple answer anyway. Standing right in front of them, the protagonist added that he actually preferred they kept quiet, but they immediately started yelling, demanding to know where he had materialized from and accusing him of seeking a fight. One lackey charged forward, screaming about how a useless idiot couldn't possibly do anything. The hero delivered a quick, hard punch, sending the opponent flying backward directly into the stone wall. The young man's body shivered slightly as he asked if they were truly interested in what he planned to do next. A terrifying grin spread across his face as he kicked the downed enemy, announcing that they were already down one person. The other 2 lackeys gaped in horror, yelling at him as they realized their first companion was already embedded in the wall. The remaining companion instantly turned to flee. He scrambled backward, pleading desperately for the hero to stop. The young man, cracking his knuckles, advanced steadily toward him while cold sweat poured down the terrified opponent's face. The hero widened his eyes, stating he generally didn't trust people whose limbs were still completely intact. Sitting beside the lackey, he asked if their leader had ordered them to teach him a lesson. Receiving an affirmative answer, the lackey raised his head and started shouting, but the hero cut in, demanding to know why Dokal was even interested in him, only to receive a reply that the lackey didn't know anything. Looking at the hero's clenched fist, he began screaming that he absolutely had no idea. The young man immediately removed his hand from the lackey, then asked if they knew the leader's location, but quickly retracted the question before receiving an answer. As the other opponents arrived on the scene, the man instructed the lackey to gather his friends and get out. Looking up, the interlocutor asked if his friends were actually dead. receiving a negative response from the young man. Turning away, the guy told the lackey to inform their leader that he would suffer the same fate next time. Grabbing the enemy by the face, the hero demanded to know if delivering the message was going to be too difficult. The cave walls vanished as a cry echoed out, suddenly finding the 3 lackeys outside. The hero hugged both lackeys, commenting it had been ages since they last met. The lackeys put their hands up, frantically shouting that it was all a big misunderstanding and they were merely obeying orders. The guy gave one of them a thumbs up, noting that his plan to lure the leader was working perfectly. Yuna threw his hands up, flaming he was set up, while the protagonist reminded him that the plan was to kill Dokal. At Yuna's request, immediately afterward, the terrified hunter ran away screaming. The remaining cronies also hastily fled the area. The guy stared directly at their leader, pointing out that he was now standing all by himself, shaking his head. The young man explained that leaders need to treat their subordinates well, or those same people will turn against them and want them dead. The interlocutor suddenly clenched his teeth in frustration, looking up in disbelief as he questioned how an A-rank hunter possessed such incredible power. The hero's eyes opened wide as he requested to ask a single question, demanding to know why the opponent was targeting him. Looking up, the opponent simply asked if he actually needed a reason to explain himself. The soldier smiled and replied no, then instantly charged forward, preparing his fist for a decisive blow. The opponent instantly swung his blade, clashing with the hero's attack. The hero, still wearing a disturbing grin, repeated his refusal to trust anyone with intact limbs. The hunter frowned, thinking this person seemed different despite having low-grade skills. The fighter dodged an attack and jumped back, hearing the opponent remark that his reaction time was better than expected. The hero smiled again, commenting on his opponent's cruelty while thinking that guy was secretly terrified. The young man knew even a good blow could break the sword, yet he figured he lacked the skill to block a B-rank hunter's sword and flew straight into the attack. He simultaneously remembered his past, when he worked as this man's video editor, recalling how he was treated like a dungeon slave and beaten for minor mistakes. The protagonist remembered capturing this hunter killing monsters countless times, watching the footage over and over. The enemy gritted his teeth, as the hero realized he had constantly analyzed the hunter's habits and behavior while editing the video. The blow landed directly on him, immediately triggering a notification that his insight skill had increased by 0.5%. A tremendous amount of energy flowed from his fist, and they continued exchanging blows at lightning speed. The young man dodged another attack, exhaling in disbelief that this person was reading all his moves. He immediately dismissed the thought, deciding it couldn't be true since his opponent was only A-rank and couldn't possess rank reading ability. The very next blow hit him in the face, causing the swordsman to slow down and tremble in confusion at what was happening. Frowning hard, the hunter recalled studying the enemy's strength from online videos, finding it impossible to reconcile with the unbelievable events unfolding now. Baring his teeth, the swordsman activated his aura sword, causing the blade to glow blue as he screamed a promise to kill the hero. The young man held out his hand, recognizing that his enemy was now going all out, grinning in response. The guy realized he had no choice but to reciprocate. A light blue aura began to appear around his own body. He slightly hunched over, feeling his muscles tear as he prepared for a move he couldn't maintain for long. Cracks appeared on the ground from his jump, and the protagonist found himself right in front of the enemy, his fist radiating immense power. A brilliant flash of light consumed the entire construction site, leaving everything around them in total ruins. A girl with a severe expression yelled that her subordinates had sealed off the area, and confirmed no one else was inside. 2 inspectors advanced, announcing they were from the inspection bureau. The guy immediately looked away as someone approached the agents. The girl turned to him, asking for his name. The fighter, still holding his blade, introduced himself, showing her ID. She identified herself as the commander of the inspection bureau's 4th detachment of guardsmen, and instructed him to accompany them. Sitting across from him, the inspector asked directly if the man had intended to kill his opponent. The young man calmly replied yes, explaining he had submitted the video footage as proof. Ning Tong, observing him closely, confirmed she had already verified the video but mentioned a subtle detail that was easy to overlook. The inspector then frowned, explaining that he would now be declared an awakener without traits. A symbol appeared on the screen, detailing that guardsmen function as police protecting hunters, but in essence, they also track down and arrest awakened criminals. The fighter lowered his head, recalling information that squad leaders were typically chosen from class hunters or higher, and this commander's aura surely felt like that of an assassin. Staring at her, the protagonist inquired if the trait rank wasn't connected to the hunter rank. She responded by confirming she knew his current rank was A. The protagonist then stared forward, questioning why he was being interrogated, since he was obviously the victim in this whole ordeal. She closed her eyes briefly, apologized, and explained that her work required her to be suspicious of everyone. She assured him that based on the videos he submitted from the dungeon and the construction site, they would handle the situation appropriately. Opening her eyes, the inspector added that Dokal would never see daylight again, concluded the investigation, and thanked him for his cooperation. opening the door. The guy replied that he was content to leave the entire situation in their hands. The door swung open once more. The subordinate entered the interrogation room, asking if the commander was present, because the suspect had just been released. But Minjong was still mentioning something strange. So Hwan moved closer, and asked again. At which point the inspector asked about her subordinate's rank. The employee smiled broadly, stating she had just recently earned a promotion to B rank. Suddenly, the assistant collapsed onto the floor, prompting the head to look over at her. Standing up, the leader commented that she couldn't tolerate the atmosphere in the room. The worker closed one eye, yelling that this was completely obvious, since the squad leader was clearly no ordinary guardsman, and rumors suggested she was destined for ins. Rank promotion. Her colleague glanced downward, explaining that Shifu hadn't sensed a thing. The interlocutor's eyes widened significantly as she asked if this person was a Renki hunter. The leader, already leaving, simply commented that he was strange, prompting the ward to ask why she would release him if that were the case. She glanced downward and responded that the man wasn't strange in the slightest, adding that he just smelled overwhelmingly like a regular human being. The ward, on her knees, tried to figure out what kind of strange situation this was. The hero bowed his head, believing the trouble was over for now, though he fretted that if his channel gained fame, his identity might become a target for criminal organizations. Peering at the phone, he recognized that at his current level, even Doka was a formidable foe. Without a synergistic understanding of this hunter's methods, he would certainly meet his end. Looking at the screen, the fighter realized super strength was the most vital stat for facing upcoming challenges. The protagonist raised his head, noticing this specific statistic wasn't rising at all. Immediately after, the hunter remembered the Hercules video, and the notification he had won a personal training session with him. Glancing at the screen, the fighter pondered why he still had only one subscriber. Smiling, the hero decided the potential victory was still worth pursuing. A basketball court materialized. The god, pointing his finger, questioned if the guest was human and how he managed to access the channel. The guy, looking back, asked if this train would actually work, and the teacher replied that if it succeeded, he would also gain the opportunity for a personal session. The young man, still holding the phone, asked if this meant he couldn't accept the offer. Hercules responded that this wasn't the case at all. Rather, he couldn't travel to the student's location, so face-to-face training was impossible. Frowning, the protagonist wondered how he connected to this system, since the blonde woman who gave him the smartphone, and the white-haired fighter he battled wouldn't answer his questions. Hercules, clenching his hand into a fist, assured him that even if he couldn't fix the student's posture in person, he could at least teach him how to correct it remotely, so he shouldn't fret, suggesting they start right away. Muscular individuals appeared, noting that the student's body balance was completely off, especially the back muscles. The hunter asked if he meant his posterior muscles. The god turned his head, clarifying that back muscles were all muscles located on the back of the body, and the back muscles were part of them. The young man's eyes went wide as the teacher added that the back also included the trapezius, triceps, and brachioradialis. Immediately afterward, a system notification flashed, stating he had learned about perfect muscles, increasing his super strength prowess by 0.03%. Hercules, hands on his hips, explained the existence of various back muscle types. As the student already realized, because they were located on the back, they were unseen, leading people to neglect their importance. Raising a leg, the teacher added that these muscles were extremely vital for overall body balance. His leg impact punched a hole in the ground. The wide-eyed young man asked what had just happened. Raising his hand, Hercules noted it was nothing special. He simply collected and systematized all fighting methods into one. Pointing with his finger, the teacher added that the back muscles were crucial for these techniques, and the lower body acted as a pillar supporting everything. The young man's eyes were still wide when the deity asked what happened if the pillars collapsed during construction. The protagonist immediately replied that the building would simply fall down. Stomping his foot again, the god shouted that the same logic applied to the body. The young man smiled, finally understanding that collapse occurs when the lower body gives way. Notifications immediately popped up, showing he mastered the physical science of super strength and increased his skill by 0.1%. Hercules then explained the exercise method tailored for him, instructing him to simply watch and repeat. The protagonist prepared for push-ups as the teacher explained basic breathing. Exhale when lifting off the ground. The teacher then noted the student wasn't focusing on breathing at all, sweating profusely. The fighter asked why this was important. The deity told him to look at himself before asking, saying it was crucial that an Ainkavi like his apprentice simply followed instructions without question. A training ground appeared, and the guy confirmed his understanding. Immediately after, many notifications announced an increase in super strength mastery to 1.5%. A message appeared on the monitor detailing video editing information. The girl closed her eyes, thinking her boss was a decent person but a little strange, wondering what unusual strategy he'd devise this time. A cave materialized. The protagonist grinned broadly, greeting his subscribers and declaring himself the world conqueror. He pointed out the vampire bats living in the cave behind him. The fighter explained he was there to show new content to everyone watching. The editor kept her gaze fixed on the monitor, contemplating her task, tilting her head slightly. The editor struggled to understand why he needed to film these particular monsters. They were numerous, and lived in harsh conditions with poor visibility, making filming difficult. She concluded this was exactly why it would attract attention. The hero took his phone, noting his research showed the current best record was 58 seconds, held by its rank hunter, Grinning. The fighter announced he would try to beat that record today with a world conqueror speedrun on vampire bats. The girl, watching the monitor, realized she needed to add a timer to the footage. Suddenly, the young man started shouting and raising his leg. His foot created a hole in the ground. Daika's eyes went white in shock, looking at the monitor. She tried to figure out if it was even possible for the dungeon to collapse like that. The fighter hit himself on the head, complaining that he needed ingredients. Yet the raid was already complete. The editor remained seated, trying to process what she had just witnessed. The protagonist noted that his channel statistics looked really promising. Wiping his head, the guy noticed that the fighter who held the world record had also left a comment. The reflection on his phone screen showed his wide smile as he realized she had panicked upon hearing her first place was stolen. Envisioning himself and her surrounded by money, the fighter realized her comment alone had generated a massive buzz. If they ever made a video together, 1 million viewers were practically guaranteed. The fighter bowed his head, deciding he needed to film even more provocative videos during these moments. Raising the phone, the protagonist checked his strength stat, receiving a notification that it now reached 2. Grinning, the fighter realized that after Hercule's personal training, his skills, which had previously stalled, had finally surpassed 2. Since he was already destroying difficult dungeons with this level, everything would surely improve in the future. A large group of monsters appeared, as someone asked the youth to teach him the divine arts. Sheva closed his eyes, beginning to explain what he would teach during individual training, but Hercules refused immediately. The main character lowered his jaw in bewilderment, noting that he had won. The creature countered that these were distinct things. Turning his head, one of the 13 heroes explained that individual training was one thing, and divine arts were completely different, possessing separate names. He added that an Ankavi like the hero had more problems than just muscle building. Turning his torso, the interlocutor explained divine arts were a method created to complement power and couldn't be used without the necessary superpower. Hercule's hair glowed turquoise around the edges, as the guy asked if he was currently using his superpower, pointing at the master's chest. One of the 13 heroes was surprised by the question. Hercules replied he was simply conducting individual training. Lowering his jaw, the unusual creature stated this was just a normal lesson, not meant for exploring his superpower. Looking down, the protagonist asked if he had studied superpowers. The assistant clenched his teeth, finding this unbelievable. The young man furrowed his brows, wondering if learning god-like powers online was impossible, or if his acquired skill wasn't truly a superpower. Suddenly, Sheva appeared alone on the bed. Behind him, a magical lion silhouette materialized, then immediately shattered into small pieces. Hercules abruptly grabbed the main character by the shoulders. A painting on the room wall came into view, and the unusual creature asked if this meant the hero had learned superpower by subscribing to his channel. The hero confirmed, asking if the same applied to other gods. Hercules tilted his head, asking if that wasn't strange. The interlocutor exclaimed it was ridiculous to gain divine power by subscribing to channels. The muscular man ground his teeth tightly when the guy noted it had worked for him. The protagonist held Hercules in his palms, deciding to think. Hercules asked how he connected to the internet, stating he clearly had no divinity. The superpower wielder pondered his words in confusion. A memory appeared of a blond man whose cloak fluttered in the wind, explaining the hero had discovered this opportunity on his own. The young man stepped on the phone with his shoes. Black boxes rested on top of the cabinet. The god thoughtfully stroked his chin, musing about the 2 guys he encountered. He suspected they were GodTube users, and questioned if they could visit, since he himself couldn't travel there. A message appeared asking for confirmation of a new manager. The unusual creature noted that, as Shiva said, their dimensions shouldn't interfere, then asked if it was truly the manager's account. Placing his hand on his hip, the god asked if one of the people he met was a manager, then asked if the hero knew who the GodTube manager was. The hero replied he knew several. Hercules, Daudra, explained that he couldn't possibly gain god power simply by subscribing to the manager's account. If that were true, the managers would become gods of the universe. The assistant insisted he was confident the hero had gained his superpower. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked to be accepted as an apprentice, but Hercules refused. The young man didn't understand the refusal. Hercules turned away and explained it was too much trouble. Holding the phone, Shiva stated he had already learned superpower, but the interlocutor countered that they were separate things. Folding his hands in displeasure, one of the 13 heroes said that individual training was already troublesome, and adding divine martial arts was out of the question. Skating, the main character asked to clarify one thing. Sitting on the bed, the owner of the superpower asked what subscribers meant on GodTube. The assistant replied that it could be understood as a form of divinity. The guy lowered the corners of his lips, wondering if more subscribers meant a higher divine status for a blogger. He didn't completely understand it, but generally, more was better. He concluded this was why the guy continued lessons despite annoyance, meaning subscribers were the only thing that interested him. Besides muscles, the unusual creature scratched his ear as his interlocutor abruptly made a proposal, grinning broadly. The protagonist suggested 100 subscribers, adding that if he gained 100 subscribers on the channel, the assistant must teach him divine martial arts. Hercules lifted his chin, clarifying how he would accomplish this, since he couldn't actually visit. Raising his thumb, the master asked why not trust him this time around. The screen of the phone displayed God's channel on the GodTube website. Bowing before the master, the creature exclaimed his presence, and declared that from this day forward, he would be a faithful servant. Grinning broadly, the young man promised interesting video content ideas in the future, but demanded the divine arts training in return. He clarified if this was true, shouting that the god couldn't dare refuse. Shiva asked what the number of followers truly meant. The assistant ran his hand through his hair, saying it represented a form of trust. Raising his palms, the partner explained their divine status was formed by the trust of others, making them stronger as more people recognize them. He continued a long explanation, pointing his eyes. The main character found it difficult to grasp, uncertain if he correctly understood that divine status grew with subscriber numbers. The hero's fist bumped. The owner of the superpower declared that his servant would teach him divine martial arts regardless. The servant replied he would teach him immediately, and the master noted he needed to speak calmly first. Smiling broadly, Hercules cried out in agreement, then began explaining the first step to learning divine martial arts. The protagonist abruptly looked down at the phone screen. The assistant explained the precise muscles he needed to train first. Standing in the middle of the forest, the man called them brain muscles, adding that a demonstration was better than an explanation. Closing his eyes, the young man began to scream from head pain. At that moment, God swung his fist. A shock wave swept through the air. The protagonist's pupils bulged in alarm. He couldn't see Hercules' movements in any frame and felt intense pressure. The master grabbed his hair. Suddenly, the system reported he had learned divine martial arts, and his superpower mastery had grown significantly. Holding the phone, Shiva noticed his super strength mastery increased by over 1. He was surprised to see the mastery, which had only increased by 1/10 of a percent previously, jump by another 0.1/10 of a percent, achieving his rank, causing his jaw to drop. Hercules remarked that since he clearly couldn't handle this yet, caution was necessary when discussing it. A man's silhouette appeared against broken glass. One of the 13 heroes commented that his soul level was still insufficient, warning that if he used divine martial arts in this state, his mind would be destroyed first. Cultivating brain muscles was essential. The young man furrowed his brows, muttering to himself that brain muscles was clearly code for soul level, or more accurately, mental strength. He concluded he needed a strong psyche to master divine martial arts. Tilting his head forward, the superpower wielder stated his assistant could have just told him that from the beginning. The assistant noted he didn't talk very much, and the student asked if he could still learn. The protagonist sat on the bed, doubting reality, as God revealed it would normally be impossible, but suggested it might work in his unique situation. The assistant pointed forward, stating it was because he could access their power. Furrowing his brows, the master sighed heavily, pondering what would happen if he could gain mental power from God specializing in psyche, which could support Hercules' extraordinary strength. Silhouettes of Zeus, Buddha, and Confucius appeared. Suddenly, the unusual creature recommended Master Confucius' channel. Looking down, the young man asked if he meant Confucius, and received confirmation. Shiva's pupils bulged in alarm, deciding this meant he had to subscribe and pay a crazy monthly fee. Sitting in a chair, the main character checked his account balance, wondering if he only had 153 million left. Holding his phone, the owner of the superpower recalled Waito's subscription cost 100 million, while Confucius demanded 1 billion per month. He realized this rate was absurdly unprofitable and wondered if he should really do it. Soyeon suddenly waved her hand, announcing her return, stretching the unusual object forward. The girl shouted that she had acquired the ogre tendon he desired. The god was indignant, claiming she said the cost would be 1 million. She closed her eyes and shouted back that it cost exactly 113 million. Lowering his eyelids, the protagonist thanked her, and she expressed gratitude for him using her products. Suddenly, the system reported his account balance was 40 million. The girl asked how he planned to use the tendon. He smirked slyly, stating he was going to make equipment this time. Raising his eyebrows contentedly, the master mused internally that the ogre was an A+ monster, unhuntable for now. Yet, divine martial arts required 1 billion, meaning he needed to use good materials to craft good equipment and sell it. He could also practice using the equipment for his own purposes first. Tears flowed from the young man's eyes. He wondered when he would make equipment for himself. Realizing money was his eternal enemy, Shiva decided to get to work. rolling up his sleeves. The man furrowed his brows in bewilderment, standing behind Soyeon. The blacksmith inquired about what brought her there. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened in surprise, and they began shouting loudly. Streams of flame hovered near the main character's body. A surge of magical energy filled the space. The superpower wielder smiled broadly, and the people behind him began to understand what it was, holding a metal glove. The guy thought that even though he gave it his all, it was still a disposable item. The system reported he had made a disposable product, and his divine metallurgy prowess significantly increased by 5. Running up from the side, the man asked how he managed to do it. Turning his head, the protagonist asked how much it could be sold for. Soyeon raised her eyebrows in bewilderment, asking if he wanted to sell it. She added that it was beyond her scope, as none of their customers could afford equipment of this caliber. Wrapping his fingers around the gear, the master realized making this glove was useless if he couldn't sell it. He pondered the expenses. Subscribing to Confucius, paying for Wada's subscription, and paying for Soyeon's medicine. Grinning broadly, the young man asked his interlocutor not to worry, and to sell it with him, since it was just a disposable product anyway. Closing her eyes, the girl agreed to do everything possible, as she had been entrusted with him. Stretching her palm forward, Soyeon, the company representative, asked Suva to trust her with the sale, then asked the blacksmith for his name. The lady explained she was thinking of putting it up for auction, and the main character's jaw dropped in surprise. In a spacious hall before the stage, a large audience sat, and the host announced the next lot. Holding the microphone, the girl exclaimed she would finally unveil equipment that even Master Pal 1 would admire. Turning to her colleague, the lady mentioned the master's name. A man from the front row asked if he was the blacksmith recognized as Orlean. Dropping her jaw, the auctioneer shouted that their next lot was a pair of high-quality gloves. Leaning against a box of gear, the lady revealed they were made of ogre tendons, ensuring extreme durability so buyers wouldn't worry about breakage, then asked the audience not to be surprised. Standing on the stage, the elicitator shouted that because they were made from rank monster body parts, the evaluation showed they enhanced the wearer's power. Suddenly, participants asked if this enhancement meant it was enchanted equipment, noting that only Master Aurelian could craft enchanted gear. Squeezing her eyes shut, the host apologized, confirming it was not enchanted equipment. She added the enhancement was small, only about 5. The lady lowered her chin, noting it still had a special effect, and her interlocutor confirmed the gloves were effective auxiliary equipment. Placing her elbow on the glass box, the girl said that based on their reactions, she could be killed if she delayed further, and offered to start bidding. She announced a starting price of 10 million, with subsequent increases of 5 million. Participants held numbered signs, offering 15, 20, 25, then 30 million. As the value increased, she changed the increment to 10 million. The ceiling light shined down as the presenter exclaimed the bid reached 100 million, increasing the increment to 50 million. People began bidding 150, 200, and 250 million. Turning her head from side to side, the girl noted the current price was 350 million. Wondering if there was no higher bid, the camera showed the stairs leading to the stage. Suddenly, someone was heard offering 2 billion. The auctioneers quickly snapped their heads back. Sitting in the chair, Karen held a number plate. The lady lowered her jaw in alarm, buttering the cost, then asked if there was a higher bid. Behind sat Ming Jong, a stern-faced girl offered 1 billion. The people around her didn't understand who she was. The boys looked back, and asked if it was the butcher. Lowering her eyebrows, the awakened woman offered 3 billion. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, the commander of the 4th detachment of guardsmen interrupted her headquarters. The huntress' pupils instantly shrank as she claimed to pay 4 billion. Turning her head side to side, the presenter asked if there was a higher offer. Raising her hand, the lady counted down and shouted that the gloves were sold for 4 billion. The talented swordswoman resolutely headed toward the exit. A look of satisfied triumph spread across her face. That 2-story building came into view, clasping her hands under her chin. Some admitted she never imagined anyone would pay such an absurd amount for her. Well, for whatever it was. Gearing at the phone screen, Shiva's jaw dropped at the account balance, thinking the whole thing was insane. The winning bid was 4 billion, but after subtracting the hefty 5% auction fees, taxes, and company service charges, a whopping 3,600 million remained. He wrapped the girl in a crushing hug, yelling "I love you," to which she gasped at. Wait a second. The assistant, squeezing one eye shut, managed to whisper that she couldn't actually breathe from his excessive grip. The lady, bracing her hands on the table, began to cough violently, while the superpower guy fretted that he had overreacted. He offered her compensation for his trouble, but she pressed her fist to her chest and refused. She countered that she had already been paid for her assistance, and besides, thanks to him, their company now held VIP status at the auction house, which was more than enough reward. The guy turned back to Mer, called one, who nonchalantly replied that he didn't care either way, having done nothing on his own. With a smirk, the protagonist decided to teach him the Allegro rhythm, recently learned by Hephaestus from a video, complete with a proper 4-beat structure. The master then grabbed his phone and subscribed to the Confucius channel for a hefty 1 billion a month, angrily clenching his jaw. The young man reasoned that if he wanted divine martial arts, he must pay up, deciding he couldn't afford to be stingy even though it cost a fortune. As Shiva nervously bit his lip, the system announced the successful subscription, causing his sister to stroke his shoulder and ask if this place was pricey. The girl raised an eyebrow sadly, saying she didn't need to eat here, but the main character insisted they must try something this luxurious at least once in their lives. Holding his cup, the superpower owner was shocked when the bill came out to 600 per person. However, he quickly rationalized that with 2,600,000,000 remaining, plus the new 1 billion Confucius subscription, and 100 million Wa subscription, the cost didn't really matter. Closing his eyes, Shiva commanded himself to stop worrying about money, so began shaking her head back and forth until her brother resolved to simply watch GedTube, until the point where when the victuals arrive, the main screen of the Confucius broadcast popped up, causing the protagonist to drop his jaw in sheer astonishment. 4,000 subscribers was quite the haul, making him wonder if every single pupil had signed up, implying even school networks were hopping on this platform. And while watching, Sis rank flash, making him recall Hercules mentioning brain muscles for divine arts, so Sis seemed fitting. Clutching his phone, the main fellow mused that since this wasn't strictly a fighting manual, this rank must signify something even loftier than the divine martial arts themselves. Tapping the screen, the sage reckoned improving skill levels necessitated a thorough viewing and comprehension of the instructional video first. While perched in a little wooden pavilion, the esteemed Confucius commenced to discourse on the concept of a proper gentleman, gently closing his eyes as he elucidated that such a person possesses genuine care and consideration for those in his orbit. The young man's eyes bugged out with sudden alarm as he inwardly admitted to feeling an overwhelming wave of tedium, only for the eye to chime in that he'd grasped Confucian basics, boosting his benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom just a smidge. A spectral image of Hercules materialized indoors, inquiring if the other chap meant he'd partially, but not entirely, conquered the master's mental fortitude, to which the protagonist affirmed, stressing the ongoing need to own his proficiency. The hero stroked his chin thoughtfully, noting that as previously stated, divine martial arts were beyond his current application level, yet struggling to articulate this. He then declared it was akin to rewriting universal laws rather than simply unleashing a massive superpower. A sudden influx of azure magical energy coursed through the man's anatomy, prompting one of the 13 legendary figures to advise drawing in mana and focusing it through the veins and pressure points, asserting that this life force was the essence of being, then adding that for more dynamic utilization, an augmenting organ was required to project intent and ease the manipulation of mana, which the deities of the East quite charmingly refer to as the chi center. Shiva's eyes ballooned wide with surprise when the helper inquired if it was true he found the lecture utterly tedious and questioned the very relevance of the material. Abruptly, the phone screen erupted in a blinding radiance, causing the central figure to jump back in fright. Hercules pointed emphatically at the superpower holder's cranium, exclaiming he only wanted instruction in divine martial arts, the acquisition of that might, not the dissection of these dense philosophical concepts. The odd creature sagged his jaw, asking if he dared, then admitting he likely couldn't deny it even if he wished, to which the hero agreed he was correct. Placing a hand on his hip, the deity exclaimed, as predicted, then continued that he'd devised a smoother path for mastering those divine techniques, and the key resided in his musculature. The servant grinned broadly, explaining that if his physique were substandard, his intellect would inevitably suffer. Thus he'd absorb complicated theories naturally while building bulk, leading the youngster to wonder if the causality ran in reverse. Flashing the biceps on his arm, Hercules advised shoving knowledge that merely induced headaches for his muscles. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the group displayed, and a voice murmured something about acquiring new gear this time around. Settling into a seat, Karen confirmed the truth of the matter with evident satisfaction. Grandpa cheerfully announced it was certainly worth 4 billion units, prompting the young woman to drop her chin and counter that it paled in comparison to Master Orlion's legendary blade. Gazing at the metal hand, covering, the newly awakened woman declared it superior auxiliary gear, adding that she already sensed an immediate elevation in her abilities just by donning the single item. Tick. San beamed contentedly, saying he was thrilled by her assessment and adding that she only needed to mention any future needs. The huntress nodded gratefully, offering thanks to her grandfather. The group chairperson scrunched his brows in irritation as his granddaughter politely suggested they could initiate proceedings, resting her palms on her knees. The exceptionally skilled swordswoman specified she meant an excursion into an ranked dungeon instance. The scene then shifted to reveal a dense thicket nestled before imposing mountain ranges, lying sprawled on the floor. Chavalet thought he couldn't keep pace, lamenting that he still hadn't properly grasped the intricacies of divine martial arts. Just then, the main character dramatically hoisted his phone directly into his face, rising up from the ground, The owner of immense power realized reaching that elevation seemed utterly impossible, making him doubt his capacity to achieve it at all. He posed the question of how one avoids defeat in a contest guaranteed to be lost, to which Confucius, eyes closed, replied there was a way, provided the contest itself was never brought to a conclusion. Clenching his fist with great force, the fellow let out a deep, wary exhalation, lowering his eyelids slightly. The protagonist pondered that Hercules was once mortal, now transformed into a hero who eclipsed even a deity in human form. But he couldn't help but wonder if neglecting effort or foregoing battle would ultimately lead to disillusionment. A spectral outline of a servant appeared behind him, and the protagonist mentally concluded that divine martial arts embodied a power that made one question if mere mortals could ever attain it, as it transcended mere combat techniques. Squeezing his eyes shut tight, the master resolved that lacking natural talent meant only one thing was necessary now: relentless, unending exertion. Suddenly, green foliage swirled wildly through the air. The young man sprang abruptly into a ready fighting posture. Shiva's brows furrowed just as the system broadcasted that an unbreakable spirit was suffusing his entire being, and his levels of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom experienced a minor statistical bump. Simultaneously, the lead character's pupils dilated with sudden shock. A colossal fissure split the earth before him, accompanied by a system alert confirming he had successfully internalized Hercules' divine martial art. The surrounding trees warped unnervingly under a massive kinetic shockwave. Clutching his hair, the superpower possessor observed his skill rating had soared, leading him to contemplate locating a private training facility and calculating the astronomical cost for repairing the resulting landscape damage. Placing a hand over her heart, Dole managed a shaky breath of relief upon reading her boss's instruction that the footage must be uploaded online and needed editing, immediately thinking it was another characteristically troublesome vampire video, much like the last one. It seemed as if the sorcerer had just unleashed a torrent of fire from his palm, reminding the girl of the time his flames had shattered her boss's previous channel record, thus reclaiming the coveted top spot. The editor's fingers flew across the keyboard as she contemplated the bafflingly fast 11-second record, noting the attack concluded almost instantly. Hovering her cursor over the download complete prompt, the lady reflected that he had created another video based on a strikingly similar premise. Dressed in his sorcerer costume, the protagonist waved his hand in greeting to the loyal audience of World Conqueror, proclaiming himself a man destined to dominate everything on this globe. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, the young man announced he'd heard of a fresh record being set on the Fire Witch channel quite recently, then loudly exclaimed that 11 seconds was undeniably an astounding benchmark. Dole's face might have soured in annoyance upon hearing Sheva express interest in challenging Hannah, declaring he would demonstrate the proper technique. The protagonist smirked slyly, remarking to the unseen audience that they must be wondering why he'd singled her out, then added that if he truly targeted her, he'd likely end up incinerated. Questioning whether he could manage such a feat without thorough preparation, dragging his foot across the lawn, the superpower wielder loudly declared he would now reveal a battle plan to overcome Hannah, the current reigning champion. Lifting his knee high, the guy yelled that the time for talking was over, and the action must commence. The protagonist's boot shot upward into the air. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of arcane light erupted nearby, leaving behind visible white fissures in the atmosphere. Dal, looking utterly perplexed, placed both hands flat on the table surface, wrapping her fingers around the computer mouse as she announced that 2 separate video files had just landed in her inbox. In the next instant, her pupils contracted sharply. A small clip of the recording appeared, showing the master raising his leg skyward, followed shortly by the young man tapping the soles of his shoes against the ground surface. Behind him, a shimmering magic gateway ripped open. The camera stand clattered dramatically to the floor as Sheva pondered if he should utilize the dungeon for impromptu training now that the thought had occurred to him. The editor's jaw dropped in disbelief, utterly confused by what she was witnessing. Trembling, she stabbed the playback button, deciding to check the video's runtime. With white, astonished eyes, the editor saw it was only 4 seconds long. Seated firmly, the main character noticed his post had amassed over 300,000 views and more than 11,000 new subscribers. Realizing that thanks to his divine martial art mastery, engagement metrics had skyrocketed, meaning earning hundreds of millions was no longer a distant fantasy. Swiping his finger across the phone's surface, the superpower holder mused whether this new level of strength was sufficient to challenge the dungeon where Chiron had previously failed. Holding the device, the guy pondered out loud that those reports were likely mere gossip, when he stumbled upon evidence confirming the rumors were true, complete with articles, leading others to immediately request the source link. Leaning his face close to the smartphone screen, the protagonist wondered about the veracity of the news. An image of a huntress wearing numerous microphones appeared beneath a headline speculating on the group's future after their disastrous rank dungeon attempt. A follow-up story detailed the raid's failure, though thankfully no fatalities, which resulted in the company forfeiting its chance to enter the lucrative hunting market, consequently causing a sharp drop in their stock value. Turning his head aside, the master silently noted that no one had actually blamed her for the failure. The young man tossed the phone onto the bed, thinking it had absolutely nothing to do with his current concerns. He didn't have the luxury of fretting over her troubles, as he was preoccupied with his own escalating tasks, and the huntress could certainly manage her own company's meltdown. The grand entrance doors to the group's executive suite on the top floor began a slow, deliberate swing open. Sharon tightly balled her hands into fists just as an acquaintance spotted her arrival, frowning sharply. The girl offered a curt greeting. Mina waved back cheerfully, noting it had been ages since she had last seen her niece. The group director tapped her chin thoughtfully, asking Chiron to look at her and inquiring if she was returning after her recent meeting with the chairperson. The awakened woman lowered her chin in assent, asking if her aunt had come specifically to see her, waving her hand dismissively. The manager explained that the head honcho had summoned an emergency gathering of directors, lamenting that the corporation was in complete disarray, suffering not only massive stock devaluation, but also widespread withdrawal of investments. Chiron grimaced, biting her lip in frustration, when Mina suddenly declared it wasn't her fault but rather the fault of those who harbored excessive expectations. Nudging her niece gently with her shoulder, the director suggested she move along before potentially running into her bothersome brothers. The girl stood alone in the vast, echoing corridor as sunbeams stretched across the polished floor, squeezing his eyes shut. Shiva murmured if the situation felt particularly painful, to which the younger sister replied that this was precisely what atonement looked like. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist considered himself fortunate that his divine martial arts proficiency was constantly climbing, when the system suddenly announced that his divine art of medicine had leveled up, making the resulting concoction noticeably more palatable than before. Gripping his phone, the super strength possessor realized that studying the gentleman's ethos had triggered improvements across all his attributes, encompassing not just divine martial arts, but also super strength, insight, and even divine metallurgy. Scrutinizing the screen displaying his stats, the guy observed that insight had seen the biggest gains, since it correlated positively with every other attribute, justifying its ranking. He simply wiped his tongue as his older brother noted internally that her complexion was indeed looking healthier. Smiling broadly, the protagonist realized the method was truly efficacious, and sustained practice of the divine art of medicine would surely eradicate her ailment. Simultaneously, a crushing financial burden of 1,100,000,000 seemed to drop like a lead weight onto the master's shoulders. Realizing his immediate crisis was fiscal, as current funds were woefully inadequate to cover the monthly subscription fees for Watto and Confucius. Looking at his face reflected in a nearby polished dish, the young man mused that selling this marvelous remedy would be ideal, but medications couldn't be peddled carelessly without proper governmental medical approval. The superpower wielder abruptly decided he needed to consult someone about this matter. Snapping his head toward the hallway end, the main character sharply asked for clarification on who Son was. At the far end of the corridor stood the entrance door, and a man beyond it apologized briefly, inquiring if this address belonged to Shiva's residence. From the shadows, the outline of a man's chin appeared as he stated, "A.M. Karen's personal aide, here to see you." Ing. Adopted his official, and not available for interruptions stance, placing his hands neatly where they wouldn't accidentally point at anyone. While perched at the kitchen table, the huntress aide relayed that the boss wanted another trip through the dangerous dungeon, confirming she needed his brains for a solid plan. Shiva, the man with the big powers, lowered his gaze and asked the truly burning question. What disaster had actually occurred inside the crypt the first time? Not just about the strategy. Main, slightly flustered, confessed he was completely in the dark about the specifics, having only been informed that his assistance was critically indispensable, which sounded rather dramatic. The secretary then mentioned the young miss was eager to visit him directly, but requested they look the other way for her entrance, citing an excessive number of busybodies who were constantly tracking her whereabouts. Sealing his lips, the hero pondered what intoxicating aroma was hitting him while the aide asked if he would at least grant the lady an audience. Simultaneously, a video update flashed, showing his shared rank dungeon escapade had exploded with views. A viral sensation. The young man practically licked the air, recognizing this glorious scent as the unmistakable perfume of sudden, overwhelming popularity. Inside the group headquarters gymnasium, the determined girl was fiercely swinging her sword, and Shiva quickly spotted the custom gloves he crafted on her hands, as Karen executed a sharp swing. Ming, Ja offered to call her over, but the hero quickly raised a hand, suggesting they patiently hold their horses. The super strong protagonist internally mused that she must be in a deep trance, noting that focused training like this could yield huge benefits. Recalling his own intense sessions, when the secretary tried to voice a complaint, the guy countered that a short delay might allow a rare opportunity to ripen for the young woman. Sweat dripped profusely from the exhausted girl's face. The protagonist stroked his chin, concluding that her technique was wildly inconsistent, likely just random, powerful arm movements, perhaps because his own mastery of insight and divine martial arts had recently skyrocketed, making her lack of formal training glaringly obvious. Although she possessed innate sword talent, he knew she hadn't learned how to use a blade correctly. Her brute strength overpowered her skill, utilizing raw power without systematic, disciplined application. Shava frowned, figuring that relying solely on talent would inevitably lead to a plateau. But if the young lady acquired the correct martial arts discipline, she would become exponentially stronger, meaning her only real path forward involved joining a martial arts sect, which was a huge hassle. The confused hero chuckled slightly, wondering why she would even attempt this ridiculous path, especially since the group would certainly vet the idea immediately. If she became a sect disciple, she'd be instantly fired from group, proving once again that a fantastic job history rarely translates into real freedom. Glancing down at his phone, the super-powered individual realized she could probably maintain some semblance of skill by religiously watching martial arts tutorials on God2. The screen displayed a video thumbnail where Lancelot was frantically grabbing his hair, completely unable to decide whether to choose the legendary Excalibur with the decidedly more skinless Queen Guinevere. A truly classic dilemma. Nearby was a dramatic image of Siegfried, the original Dragon Slayer, posting a caption that the demonic beast Fafnir was defeated in a blinding 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Another platform post showed Lubin clutching a microphone, with Shanyu reporting that had captured the singer and forced him to perform a ridiculous Han Dynasty tune. The guy scratched his head, briefly considering how great it would be if Chiron could use these nutty martial arts, only to remember the tragic truth. She couldn't actually access K2, rendering the entire plan useless. His eyes whitened in panic as he wondered if he could simply study the videos himself and then secretly coach her. He quickly calmed down, realizing he just needed her money for the subscription fees, since the huntress could clearly cover the cost. With a highly questionable, sly smirk, the master reasoned that 1 billion, or 10 billion meant absolutely nothing to the group chairman's spoiled granddaughter, practically guaranteeing him massive tuition checks. Joyfully, the young man's mouth watered, pondering if this entire arrangement was simply different due to her awakened superpower of being outrageously wealthy. The exhausted lady finally lowered her sword, and Shava quickly realized the biggest hurdle was convincing her to take instruction from a lowly D-rank hunter. Imagining overly muscular, flexing bodies, he nervously realized he could only relay the lessons he himself had just absorbed, unsure if he could effectively teach a divine martial art while simultaneously being a student of it. Shava firmly planted his fingers on his chin, deciding quitting now would be a ridiculous waste, just as Chiron scolded Main, stating he should have announced their guest earlier. Main quickly apologized to the young mistress, explaining the guest had specifically requested not to ruin her rigorous training session. As the girl dried her face with a towel, the possessor of super strength felt his cheeks flame bright red in a spasm of acute embarrassment. The hunter strode past him, announcing she needed a quick shower, while his only thought was how unfairly stunning she looked. Later, in the awakened woman's luxurious room, she noted he must have endured a horrible wait, sitting at her lavish table. The guy assured her the time passed quickly, adding cheerfully that he heard she desperately required his expertise. He got straight to business, asking what catastrophe actually unfolded within the dungeon. She lowered her eyes, admitting there were no standard monsters, which confused him greatly. Tilting her head, Chiron clarified that when her group first entered, the place was empty, but then they inexplicably ran straight into a single, terrifying creature. The master knitted his brows skeptically, checking if this implied the undead creatures were still actively lurking about. A suspicion she promptly confirmed with an affirmative nod. Her eyes widened like saucers in pure panic as she vividly recalled its menacing, bright red glare, insisting that while it resembled a wolf, calling it a mere monster seemed inadequate. She'd simply never encountered anything remotely similar. The young man pursed his lips, acknowledging the wide variety within the canine monster family, yet he firmly knew that a specimen matching her description had absolutely no business showing up in its rank dungeon. The awakened woman's hands started shaking uncontrollably as she admitted she was utterly useless against that particular foe. Sheva looked her dead in the eye, questioning if she actually managed to defeat it, receiving a shaky confirmation, which made him realize an rank hunter should never admit such weakness, even facing its rank threat. Glancing sideways, the hero muttered to himself that she hadn't even tackled this raid solo. She had a team of well-equipped, supremely talented crew members, yet they failed epically, suggesting the threat was far beyond their collective pay grade. Seated at the table, the super-powered expert concluded that the dungeon contained only one terrifying monster too strong for even her, only to suddenly recall that dungeon ranks are usually measured by the sheer total mana volume present inside the entire cave structure. A glimpse of a grass-covered rock confirmed his thought process. This was precisely why dungeons were almost never categorized based purely on the strength of a lone monster. However, he admitted, those incredibly rare instances where one terrifying creature decided the whole rank rating did occasionally pop up like an unwelcome tax bill. Staring straight ahead, Shava pondered the possibility of a freak monster mutation. After briefly picturing a massive, scary wolf, the protagonist mumbled that the only other option besides a simple mutation was a capo monster, that rare beast that somehow harnesses every ounce of mana available within the cave system. With sweat beading on his brow, he stated that if they truly bumped into one of those, Chiron's confession of helplessness made perfect sense. The guy separated his lips, stressing that a capo monster was already terrifying, and its rank variety was practically an apocalypse, declaring with high probability that they had indeed crashed into one. The girl lowered her eyebrows, admitting she had never heard the specialized term before. Looking directly at the distressed lady, the young man strongly suggested they cut their losses and permanently abandon this whole project, asking why she needed to re-enter, gently pointing out that money was worth her death. She simply replied that she had no choice. The superpower owner pressed her for the reason, whereupon the awakened woman, sitting stiffly on the chair, revealed the problem wasn't strictly hers alone. Biting his lip, the master realized that the fallout from Chiron's previous failure had slammed the group hard. It heard that articles detailing the failure instantly wiped hundreds of billions of won off their valuation in mere minutes. Clasping her hands tightly, the girl stated she absolutely had to correct the grievous situation. Shiva muttered that to stop the stock price from plummeting into oblivion, she needed a quick dungeon victory, accepting that trillions of won were definitely worth risking her life for, which was a terrible thought. Opening his mouth, the protagonist pointed out that its glass kappa monster was unprecedented, meaning formulating a successful battle plan would be excruciatingly difficult. And then, smiling sweetly, he announced his terms. The protagonist grinned, requesting permission to film their entire expedition. Staring ahead blankly, the lady asked him to repeat the demand, so the guy cheerfully clarified he also needed 10 billion currency, stating that amount was his absolute floor price for this suicidal undertaking. A little while later, the superpower owner checked his phone, noticing the single billion advance payment had already landed, instantly realizing he should have asked for 50, wondering how someone could agree to highway robbery so readily. Sitting back, the master scolded himself internally, ruling that he shouldn't be too greedy, since 10 billion was already a ridiculous sum of cash. Spinning his head abruptly, Shiva worried that since its rank kappa monster was an unknown entity, developing a battle plan was a huge gamble, and overcharging would only make him look like an idiot if he failed. He placed his nervous palms on the keyboard, muttering that his insight level was still a solid 24%, enough to ensure he could analyze the monster completely and succeed at any cost. The following day, the two hunters appeared inside the terrifying ranked dungeon entrance. Karen, sporting a severe frown, announced she would lead the way, reminding the protagonist that his participation was conditional upon her personal escort. The guy offered a forced smile, admitting how dangerous this was, and that he certainly wouldn't be here if he didn't desperately need to scope out the place to draft an appropriate strategy. Clenching his fist, the young man added that with his super strength and divine martial art mastery, he was absolutely guaranteed to survive, even if victory proved elusive. Turning to face the dark maw, the master confirmed the palpable atmosphere was vastly different from those lame, low-ranked dungeons. Shuffling her feet, the talented swordswoman declared they needed to press onward without delay. Under the ominous view of the black night sky, Karen was staring intently at her hand, so Shiva raised a questioning eyebrow, asking if the gloves weren't quite right for her, and she admitted they felt slightly off. The main character requested permission to quickly adjust them, prompting the girl to turn her gaze, and suspiciously ask him to repeat that bizarre offer. Touching the gleaming crystal ornament, the protagonist explained that since he hadn't known the end user, he sized them to his own hands, meaning they were probably very cumbersome despite being irremovable magic gear. The lady examined her hand with genuine astonishment. The guy gave a cheerful thumbs up, suggesting she consider this minor adjustment a free service. The awakened woman, completely baffled, asked how he even knew about the hidden function, and the young man scratched his head sheepishly, replying that he was the one who personally constructed them. The huntress started to ask if he was that legendary person whom Master Palwan had endorsed, but Shiva cut her off mid-sentence, claiming ignorance of any famous recognition, merely stating they had shared the same messy workshop. The two heroes were observed standing shoulder to shoulder in the eerie dimness. Instantly, cold sweat traced a nervous path down the superpower owner's cheek. Shiva clenched his fists, genuinely startled by the sudden wave of intensely unnatural energy washing over them. The main character snapped his head around abruptly. What was that noise? Two ominous red eyes materialized. Out of nowhere, a gargantuan monster paw slammed down. The protagonist's pupils shrank to pinpricks, instantly realizing this creature was entirely unlike anything he had encountered before. Gazing skyward, the young man realized this thing operated on an entirely separate plane of existence, while simultaneously the talented swordswoman barked orders for him to immediately retreat. Looming over the terrified hunters was a colossal beast. The guy internally confirmed this must be the infamous ranked kappa monster. Shiva glanced upward, deeply questioning if Chiron even stood a chance against the behemoth Black Wolf, or if he should jump in. He quickly concluded that they were nowhere near prepared for a full battle, having strictly arrived simply to identify the enemy. Clenching his fists tight, the protagonist desperately whispered that fighting this thing was absolutely not an option right now. The protagonist adopted a deeply serious frown, just as a powerful magical beam narrowly missed them. The guy urgently grasped the girl's shoulder, opening his mouth wide to scream that they must flee right now. A moment later, the two figures shot away from their location under the pale, bright moonlight. A swirling magical portal opened, and both the lady and the wielder of super strength plunged headlong through the shimmering passage. Leaning over to recover, Sheva estimated that he couldn't be certain without direct combat, but he figured it would take at least 5 tops class hunters to land any meaningful damage on that fiend. The awakened woman, casting next to the main character, immediately demanded to know what frightening force they had just escaped. Turning his gaze away, the protagonist questioned how she and her previous teammates possibly managed to return alive after encountering such a terrifying creature. Looking down sheepishly, the hunter admitted they were ridiculously lucky, prompting the guy to clarify if she was truly prepared to confront that monster once more. Raising her head stubbornly, the talented swordswoman reiterated that she absolutely had to go through with it. Looking firmly at her partner, Chaeyoung declared that if he produced a solid strategic battle plan, her dedicated team would execute it, no matter the difficulty. The young man narrowed his eyes in serious contemplation. The girl's lips drooped in distress. Turning around, the superpower wielder promised he would reach out the instant his analysis was complete. A video feed of the horrible monster was on his monitor. Staring at the screen, the hunter muttered that a kappa was merely a beefit, a iteration of a standard monster, meaning he just needed to find its original species classification. He furiously consulted old association reports and cross-referenced monster encyclopedias. Touching his chin in frustration, Sheva whispered that no matter how many search engines he tried, the creature's information was nowhere to be found online. Sitting dejected at his computer desk, the main character declared that even deploying his powerful insight skill failed to reveal a single meaningful clue. Wondering aloud exactly what monstrous being he was dealing with, the view changed to a clear daytime sky, and a voice declared that the difficult training session would conclude right there. The guy was sprawled flat on the ground, the system cheerfully reporting he had successfully finished the punishing Hercules exercises, resulting in a nice boost to his skill proficiency level. Hercules, arms crossed sternly, demanded to know why the hero was only now collapsing after finishing the work. A second later, the young man pulled out his phone. Leaning close, one of the 13 historical figures inquired about what engrossing content he was consuming. Looking at the screen, the superpower owner explained he was obsessively studying a dungeon monster he encountered recently. The man repeated his question, prompting the hunter to sigh and admit that this was already day 3, and he was still utterly baffled by the creature. Standing right behind the main character, the gentleman politely requested permission to take a quick peek at the perplexing image. Hercules lowered his massive, judging gaze. Sheva frantically turned around and asked if he possibly recognized the beast. Sweat dripped dramatically down the protagonist's cheek, and then, slowly, one of the 13 heroes casually wondered if that wasn't the mythical Fenrir. Introducing the terrifying creature, the man explained that Fenrir is a legendary, mythical beast torn straight from Norse mythology, whose cheerful nicknames include the demon wolf and the even catchier wolf of divine slaughter, adding that the explanation behind those titles is quite straightforward. He could distinctly see the monstrous snake unhinging its jaw, and the master continued his ominous explanation about that particular creature that actually succeeded in bringing about the total, catastrophic end of the known world was none other than Fenrir. The beast furiously swiped its giant paw. The man gripped his staff tightly as Hercules gave a truly epic and slightly terrifying rundown of Fenrir's resume. This wolf was so enormous that his top jaw scraped the heavens and his bottom jaw scraped the earth, leaving no room for negotiation in the middle. He swallowed the whole world as a light snack, and just to show off, finished by biting Odin, the big boss god of Norse mythology. The guy frowned and demanded to know what he was doing and how he arrived, but the other person immediately flipped the script, asking how he knew about this place and if it was even his world. Sweating profusely, the young man processed the fact that this stranger had handed him a smartphone full of divine content and information on Fenrir. Sitting on the floor, the hunter muttered that Hercules was probably the only person completely clueless about the current situation. Then double-checked if this monster really was Fenrir. One of the 13 heroes smugly stated that he had already fought Fenrir and won. The hunter then asked his master what would happen if he fought Fenrir, receiving a simple affirmation in return. Hercules, pointing a finger, declared he wasn't sure, but it wouldn't take a full second. Hercules added that Sheva would be torn to shreds, causing Sheva to narrow his eyes in disbelief. Touching the protagonist, one of the 13 heroes remarked that looking at him now, he couldn't recognize him, seeing only weakness and a physique more akin to a wolf cub. Groaning, the protagonist thought he was still the size of a small hill, but given the mythology of Fenrir, this was expected. Keeping his hands still, the man noticed Sheva was wearing unfamiliar jewelry. Pointing at the phone screen, the gentleman told him to look at the video, which showed an unusual artifact. Hercules suggested the item was suppressing Fenrir's immense power. The guy turned his head and asked about these handcuffs. Imagining the monster securely shackled, one of the heroes identified the restraints as Gleipnir, explaining that this legendary chain was completely indestructible by anything in existence. Hovering in the air, The man casually mentioned that he thought this Fenrir would take a whole minute to tear someone to pieces, a generous upgrade from his earlier prediction. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the young man pondered how and why the monster had appeared here, muttering that if this black wolf was truly Fenrir, then their chances of escape were practically zero. The gentleman smiled and asked if he could reveal Fenrir's weaknesses, to which the hunter offered a bargain: information in exchange for video content ideas for his hopping 200 subscribers. Suddenly, a magical aura shimmered as Hercules promised to organize the necessary materials and bring them immediately. Meanwhile, Chiron walked past a skeptical crowd questioning her resolve to raid the dungeon. The door creaked open. Standing before the hunters, the girl announced everyone seemed present and suggested they proceed. A warrior spotted a teenager holding a tripod and greeting subscribers of World Conqueror, demanding to know who he was. Smiling brightly, the young man replied he was a blogger, and his channel was Conqueror of the World. The warrior, turning away, doubted it was a famous channel and questioned why such a strange individual was present. The fighter closed his eyes, explaining that this blogger supposedly devised the dungeon strategy. His partner exclaimed disbelief, asking if he was the wolf in the strategy. Calling it absurd, the hunter clarified they had just heard about it too. Looking toward the protagonist, the warrior muttered about the unconventional choice of support members, and the pathetic blogger, concluding that team leader Chiron must be truly desperate. The young man raised his eyebrows, asking his comrade about post-mission plans, and starting to elaborate on himself, when his comrade abruptly interrupted, telling him to stop being unpleasant, and prepare for the dungeon entry. Inside this rank dungeon, numerous fighters gathered, holding his phone tripod. The protagonist announced their entry into its rank dungeon. He happily asked if they felt the immense energy, causing a hunter to wonder if he was Shiva and realize he was filming a ridiculous video during such a critical moment. Frowning in displeasure, the guy worried about the black wolf noticing their antics, and sweat began to run down his cheek. Suddenly, ominous red eyes materialized before the group. The young man gaped in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, back in the empty space, the girl pondered her decision to repeat the raid, questioning if she was leading everyone to their deaths. She wondered if she should have sought help from its rank hunter, ultimately concluding that accepting aid from its rank hunter was precisely what she should avoid. Gripping the hilt of her sword, the lady muttered that this raid would be challenging. She added that since this was the group's debut in the hunter industry, they had to prove themselves through sheer team strength, ensuring their power struck fear into everyone. Suddenly, the awakened woman adopted a menacing look. A moment later, the protagonist, with a slight grin, exclaimed that this was the legendary mythical beast Fenrir, otherwise known as the demon wolf. He helpfully added that Fenrir originated from Norse mythology, then smirked as he asked if they were really questioning whether this was actually Fenrir. Suddenly, a truly terrifying monster materialized. The owner of the superpower claimed he wasn't exactly sure about the plan. Shiva, surrounded by a bright aura, declared that he thought they would simply have to fight him to figure it out for sure. The main character stood before the monster, questioning aloud if he really wasn't the world conqueror, as if Fenrir needed confirmation. The undead monster frowned angrily in response. The protagonist, smiling brightly, declared that even if Fenrir was a world-eating wolf, it wasn't a problem for him personally. Turning to the side, the young man asked the skilled swordswoman if she was ready. Stretching out his palm dramatically, the young man announced this was the very first step of the Fenrir attack strategy. Moments later, the hunter launched himself forward. The girl gaped in utter astonishment. The user of superhuman strength soared high into the air. The monster abruptly swiped its massive paw. The lady, opening her mouth wide, shouted a warning to the main character about the imminent danger. The monster's blow slammed violently into the earth. Large debris fragments scattered everywhere, and then the wolf realized the target wasn't there. Wondering where he had gone, Shiva positioned himself near his opponent. The protagonist clenched his fists for the next move. The guy then fiercely assaulted the undead creature. The warrior narrowed his eyes, demanding to know what exactly was happening. A view of dense trees suddenly filled the screen. Red energy swirled ominously around the monster. The young man, beads of sweat running down his face, wondered if the beast was still fine despite taking a direct hit. Staring forward, the wielder of the superpower was utterly perplexed, muttering that Hercules had explicitly promised this plan would succeed. Suddenly, the hunter lost his footing and tumbled down. Moments later, a mighty explosion resounded across the area. Shiva's jaw tensed in disbelief. Aaron turned and announced that it was time for them to move as well, receiving immediate agreement. Suddenly, the girl launched herself from her position. The lady then shifted her focus toward the side. The wolf monster was furiously swinging its massive paw, covering his face with a hand. The main character mused that he thought it might actually work, then admitted that this Fenrir was truly real. He then remembered the past, where one of the 13 heroes had hovered midair and remarked that it would take a minute for someone to be torn to pieces by such a Fenrir. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized he couldn't even last 10 seconds against the beast. The monster's eyes glowed fiercely red, and the guy muttered to himself that Hercules' strategy was entirely useless, because obviously, It only succeeded when he used it, since he was Hercules. Suddenly, the young man spotted the shackles again and realized that as long as they were hindering Fenrir's movements, they still had a chance. Clenching his fist, the hunter noted that not winning wasn't the worst outcome, but failing to attack at all would be disastrous. A magical trail appeared as the awakened woman slashed at the enemy, her expression intensely serious. The wolf sharply turned its attention toward the skilled swordswoman. As the monster opened its mouth, the superpower owner realized he was not alone in this fight. A fireball materialized above the undead, and Shiva muttered gratefully that they now had a hunter capable of using magic. The white-mouthed soldiers shouted encouragement for their ally to land the hit. A powerful energy blast collided with the monster's body. The wolf raised its head and suddenly let out a massive howl. Moments later, the mage released another bright flame. The monster could be seen actually consuming the fire. Frowning deeply, the sorcerer asked if it truly swallowed the entire fire sphere, while his partner simultaneously wondered if it had really eaten the attack. A red aura began swirling intensely around the undead creature. Abruptly opening his mouth, the guy declared that retreat was not an option. The warrior, holding his shield steady, said he needed to prepare for the coming fight. The protagonist then turned to Karen, explaining that if she looked closely, she could see shackles tied to Fenrir's body, and asked if she had already noticed this. Frowning seriously, the protagonist suggested that if the shackles kept Fenrir from moving freely, he could launch an assault. The girl then lowered her eyebrows in contemplation. After a brief pause, the lady launched herself forward. The awakened warrior soared directly toward the enemy, closing his eyes. The guy knew he needed to calm his racing emotions and concentrate all his inner energy. The young man was then enveloped by an unusual, surging power. The monster's eyes started glowing red once more. Suddenly, the owner of the superpower swiftly closed the distance to the wolf. The hunter extended his fist to strike. The colossal monster, clearly frustrated, slammed its paw to the ground. Shiva soared gracefully above the zombie horde, a slightly ominous avian display. As the hero's hand radiated an energy so potent it could power a small city. Barely a breath later, our hero, channeling inner rage, unleashed a truly furious strike upon his unsuspecting adversary. The hulking beast, clearly unimpressed, recoiled with a disgruntled growl, perhaps muttering about fair play. Our hero, biting his lip in a moment of epiphany, gleefully realized his fancy new superpower was indeed functional, and decided it was high time to double down on the pressure. Sweat dripped from his cheek, a clear sign of exertion. Abruptly, a telltale trace of a mighty blow manifested unnervingly close to the young man. In the blink of an eye, the hunter found himself rather unceremoniously introduced to the ground, surveying the surprisingly deep gashes. The super-strong individual mumbled something about it being a tad risky, noting with a shiver that a fraction of a second more hesitation would have rendered him into a very unfortunate collection of jigsaw pieces. Shiva, quite unexpectedly, opened his mouth with an almost academic thoughtfulness, as if contemplating the universe's mysteries. Gaze lowered, our hero confessed uncertainty, pausing just a beat before making contact, while Chiron, ever the multitasker, simultaneously launched a swift slash at the wolf. Her face was a picture of stone, cold seriousness, punctuated by unfortunate, crimson splashes that could rival a modern art exhibit. Our hero, squinting in mild alarm, observed that the monster's dramatic scream of pain, as it opened its maw, meant this attack was definitely a delete all progress kind of lethal. A surprisingly deep wound, or rather unwelcome addition, materialized on his body. Pursing his lips, the fellow mentally gave himself a stern talking to. Realizing this golden opportunity wasn't going to seize itself, moments later, the young man launched himself from his previous perch, a blur past the shambling undead, only for the superpower wielder to unexpectedly deliver a powerful, perfectly timed blow to the adversary. The monster, quite rightly, furrowed its brow in utter bewilderment, probably wondering if it had missed a tutorial. A rather large, distinctly lupine paw suddenly materialized menacingly above our protagonist's head, looking suspiciously unfriendly. Shiva, in a swift motion, deftly grabbed the menacing red chain. The monster's eyes comically widened in utter, cartoonish surprise. Our protagonist sharply clenched his jaw, a picture of grim determination. The undead, quite unpleasantly, opened their mouths menacingly. His pupils abruptly turned stark white, an unnerving, sudden change. Then, the young man bravely pushed back the adversary. The talented swordswoman swiftly moved her legs. A blur of motion, the superpower wielder redirected his gaze, and with a flash, the girl's striking blue katana materialized, followed by an abruptly powerful explosion. The battle-weary warriors, dripping with honest sweat, stood utterly dumbfounded, staring slack-jawed at the enormous, fresh crater that now dominated the landscape. Taryn, her eyebrows descending in mild disbelief, then heard Shiva bellow, rather unnecessarily, that he was indeed alive, and well, thanks you very much. Suddenly, ominous red lines appeared, quite mysteriously. Our main character soared quickly through the air, a rather unceremonious flight. The assembled guys opened their mouths in utter surprise. collectively proclaiming that such an impossibility simply could not be. Abruptly, a sinister surge of dark energy appeared, and the monster, clearly quite mythic, curiously opened its massive mouth, squinting. The fighter, with a grim and knowing look, pronounced this a battle they simply couldn't win. The monster's eyes burned with an intense, fiery glow. Our hero, unceremoniously introduced to the ground, lay there utterly baffled, pondering the existential why. He reasoned that Fenrir, despite being shackled like a particularly naughty puppy, was clearly operating under some form of limitation. Yet, observing the sharp, glistening fangs of malevolent spirits nearby, the young man mumbled, mostly to himself, that regardless of the restraints, this was still the demon wolf, the world ender, the divine slaughter, beast that had consumed a god. He further added, with a sigh, that attacking Fenrir at his current skill level was a fool's errand, concluding his internal monologue with a profound observation that everything, absolutely everything, felt incredibly odd. Sharon, mouth wide open in utter panic, bellowed for everyone to run for their lives and, importantly, dragged Sheva along too. The warriors, acting quickly, appeared to hoist the superpower wielder like a particularly valuable, yet slightly dazed, package. He then grumbled, comparing the scene to that disastrous black troll dungeon, wondering if someone, perhaps she or the entire crew from the last raid, had somehow slept through critical planning. Despite their best efforts, Fenrir remained stubbornly undefeated, a baffling enigma to him. Abruptly, our hero clenched his jaw, brushing sweat from his face with a dismissive flick. A sudden, blinding revelation hit him, and he couldn't believe it had taken him this long to figure out. Looking down, the young man muttered about his own foolishness, conceding it made no sense from the start. Just then, the hunter, clearly concerned, asked if he felt capable of movement, to which the young man, eyeing the superpower's owner, sharply inquired about their current strategy. Meanwhile, the awakened woman, with an expression that could curdle milk, was seen fiercely battling the monstrous entity. A moment later, the talented swordswoman, with a knowing glance, spotted Sheva, our protagonist, bravely or perhaps foolishly positioned before the colossal wolf, mused that, true to form, the beast wasn't actually attacking, but rather just staring, perhaps judging his fashion choices. Karen, her eyebrows knit in confusion, simply asked what he was up to now. The main character looked skyward, and then the young woman inquired if he'd lost his marbles, also requesting his speedy return. The fellow approached the reanimated corpse, and declared the whole thing felt utterly nonsensical from the jump, as a crimson glow pulsed around the beast, prompting the youth to state that he couldn't speak for this tier crew, but for his current bunch. Attacking immediately was pure folly, and fighting him served no purpose initially. Parting his lips slightly, the warrior mentioned this very oddity, then cleared up precisely why he hadn't expired, causing the others to gape in astonishment, while the super ability holder asked how in blazes everyone managed to get back alive. The fighting men narrowed their gazes in confusion, and Shava queried how not a single soul had perished at that juncture. The lady behind the hero asked for clarification on his meaning, leading him to ask if she hadn't grasped the situation yet, pointing toward the canyon. The lead replied that had Fenrir wished it, every one of them would be scrapped, but no soul in this location could have walked away breathing. The soldier gazed forward, puzzled how they ever emerged breathing still. Pulling his lips apart, the chap admitted he let them escape, subsequently pondering that this must be the rationale behind Chiron and her group's safe return, and why not a single casualty had occurred on his side. Knitting his brows intensely, the youngster announced he told them to bolt because he had zero desire to inflict harm upon them. Lowering his brow ridge, the combatant mumbled it was a tough pill to swallow, even for him, but upon reflection, Fenrir never initiated an attack first, and then elaborated that if he were just a mindless brute, that wouldn't compute, adding that at some point, Fenrir obliterated Asgard. In bygone days, the creature trod through fresh snow, and the power owner recounted being tossed aside right after his birth, struggling with gnawing hunger and utter solitude from day one. Yet he persevered, never surrendering, and survived, all while questioning if rumors truly circulated about Fenrir being alive. It seemed as if the divine beings of Asgard tracked down Fenrir, and one deity chirped that he'd heard the wolf was formidable, then asked if he could unfasten this knot as well. The small Finn's face lit up with delight, and Shiva remarked that he didn't even put up a fight against the god's sudden proposition, which for him, the perpetually lonely one, felt like a sweet invitation to romp together, suggesting had finally found companions. The guy clutched his skull and cried out that not even Thor could snap the restraint, and the central figure noted that even Fenrir was pleased, thinking he had befriended the pantheon. The celestial beings scowled menacingly, and then the hero clarified they viewed things differently. A verdant chain materialized, and simultaneously the youth declared they feared an energy capable of spawning ruin, so they forged Gleipnir to tether him forever, returning to him once more, and Fenrir sensed something amiss. Suspecting foul play, the war god's stripping tear formed a wry smile, remarking that if he couldn't break free and the gods refuse his release, He might just take his left arm off in retaliation. The wild thing opened its maw contentedly, prompting the hunter to relate that a hallowed figure named Tur personally visited and offered a solemn vow, which Fenrir accepted, adding that Tur was the sole deity who approached the wolf when everyone else looked the other way, providing sustenance in a desolate expanse where food was non-existent. The gent curved his lips upward, and then the ability holder reported it was because he was a genuine friend. The tiny beast was observed in shackles, and Shiv was informed it was bound by Gleipnir, and incapable of self-liberation. The gods arrayed themselves before the peculiar entity, and then the main character announced that, as anticipated, they didn't set him free. Tur glanced sideways, and the protagonist shared that he too had simply ignored the wolf's play. The owner placed his left hand inside Fenrir's mouth, and at the same time, the youngster recognized that a promise had been made. Looking downwards, the deities asserted that he had deceived the creature. Moisture beaded on the beast's visage, after which the young man explained that he deliberately chose not to nip Tur's hand, because he simply didn't wish to. A scarlet shiv appeared between the wolf's teeth, and then the hunter noticed that the gods, terrified of his might, had even jammed a blade in his mouth to ensure he couldn't shut it. The monster frowned with menace, and the superpower possessor declared that Fenrir was destined to remain tethered until Ragnarok finally arrived. Unholy chains were affixed to the beast with crimson bond, and then Shiv lamented that he remained as solitary as before, enduring endless agony. Figures were visible within the monster's jaws, and at the same time, the protagonist revealed that following Ragnarok's commencement, Fenrir was engulfed by a frenzy, ultimately swallowing the entire globe and tearing the gods limb from limb. A male figure sat slumped on the ground, and the protagonist observed that the wolf couldn't manage to dispatch Tyr after all. A buttman surge of energy enveloped the unusual brute, after which the fellow clarified that even though madness had conquered his intellect, he hadn't forgotten that one person. The master beamed happily down at the small being, and then the young man shared that this was the solitary friend who had returned to his abandoned self, offering victuals to his starving form. The monster bounded towards his companion, and the hunter stated that Fenrir still viewed Tyr as a friend, perhaps making him look foolishly trusting. The superpower wielder, standing near the maw of the wicked spirit, mumbled that Fenrir in the old tales was certainly not a wolf deserving the title of a savage demonic entity. Parting his lips, Shiva declared that the brute had no hostile intentions toward them. Through the beads of perspiration on his face, the warrior questioned if they were truly expected to credit that assertion. Karen opened her mouth and proclaimed that they absolutely had to eliminate the beast regardless of the situation. Dropping her eyebrows, the maiden explained that if they neglected this last layer and it subsequently erupted, there would be absolutely no reversing the outcome. Glancing toward the monster, the lady observed that even if the den was utterly annihilated, Fenrir would breach containment during the escape, and there was zero assurance he wouldn't bring harm to humankind. Laying her blade aside, the awakened individual declared they would retreat immediately to inform the association and secure assistance from some rank hunters. Frowning with great seriousness, the swordswoman insisted she would decline any involvement in clearing this dungeon. Biting his own lip, the protagonist reflected that the gifted swordswoman was correct, as preventing potential catastrophe necessitated slaying Fenrir. The monster's mouth became visible, and then the protagonist couldn't fathom why the beast lingered there. Quieting slightly, the youth speculated if perhaps the undead creature had been forsaken yet again. Long ago, the entity traversed the snow, and the young man muttered that in the ancient lore, the world's conclusion, known as Ragnarok, was circumvented by Gleipnir, allowing Fenrir to slip away. A terrifying monster manifested, and at the same time, the power holder appended that for some mysterious reason, he was once again secured by Gleipnir, and wondered if it was possible the wolf had been abandoned in this spot once more. Lowering his head slightly, the master asserted that this dungeon served as a containment measure, designed to lure the monster in so he couldn't flee elsewhere. Looking down, she perceived that, mirroring the legend, he had been discarded right after his birth so that he might succumb to a lonely demise here. Standing near the phantom, the protagonist revealed that this fact also explained why the dungeon's rating was pegged its rank, and then added that only the imprisoned Fenrir's internal mana was measured, not the dungeon's own latent energy. Looking up, the protagonist surmised that the power required to hold a diminished monster was calibrated its wave. Knitting his brow sternly, Chiron announced they were making a swift exit. Dropping the corners of his mouth, the young man realized that with his current abilities, there was nothing constructive he could do for Fenrir's sake. Following the hunters, the young man mumbled that the beast had absolutely no intention of harming any people, and even if he had already opted for self-destruction upon their return, he wouldn't pursue them now. In times past, Thusmur and the ability possessor noted that such an act was foolish, just as it was in the old mythologies. Looking down pensively, the master explained that everything would conclude shortly once they vacated the confines of this dungeon. Opening his jaws wide, Shiva stated that even if he were the mighty Fenrir, he still couldn't stand against a full squad of rank hunters, and all they needed to do was muster their fighters and cleanse this lair. And if the wolf was currently weakened and restrained as he was, an attack would certainly be viable, and that would suffice for their needs. And he also pondered aloud whether it was truly impossible for the creature to pose a threat to humanity. The girl's long tresses were visible, and then the central figure resolved that he simply needed to deal with the brute, and even if they departed immediately, no subsequent issues would arise. Clenching his own fists, the protagonist determined that all he truly needed to do was continue his routine life, returning to his everyday habits. The guy envisioned spending quality time with his comrades and his sibling, and then muttered that he needed to craft some gear, produce some visual content, earn some much needed cash, and diligently study Gatum so he could afford the treatment for so. The back of the young man's head came into view, and he declared that was the extent of his capability. Standing motionless, the superpower holder questioned why he couldn't take those necessary actions. Suddenly, the master spun around, and the lady sought clarification on his sudden movement. Shiva lifted his heel slightly off the floor. A moment later, the main character moved closer to the formidable monster. The protagonist's facial expression was deep in thought. Crimson fluid was apparent on the creature's forelimb. The fellow, standing before the neglected wolf, realized that the beast had never once caused injury to any living thing, nor dared to inflict harm, even when it could have easily done so to itself. Looking upward, the young man reasoned that this entity was, after all, a dungeon monster, a demonic threat to humankind, and thus they were obligated to dispose of him, adding that they absolutely could not permit him to remain alive, and regretfully, there seemed to be no alternative route. Recalling ancient lore gleaned from Gatum, the ability possessor declared that true heroes never surrender, not even when facing impossible odds, under any conceivable circumstances, nor concede defeat in any conflict, even those destined to be lost through sheer force of will. A mystical energy field encircled the youth, and the master murmured that they had conquered the insurmountable, and ultimately earned the title of heroes. Shiva abruptly tightened his fist with resolve. Smirking slightly, the protagonist announced his intent to utterly dismantle this dungeon, then whispered that if a clear path didn't exist, they would forge one themselves. With perspiration glistening on her brow, Chiron appeared utterly baffled. The protagonist was encased by an arcane perimeter that kept Fenrir bound, a dungeon that could theoretically be torn down, and he firmly resolved to shatter it. Whispers suggested this was an impossibility, as destroying the very dungeon meant destroying space itself, a feat reserved solely for a deity. And yet, the guy shut his eyes, and admitted that unleashing such a level of raw force was still fraught with peril. The young man, looking straight ahead, stated that he could not possibly halt his course now. There was the sound of water splashing from a river that offered no drain, and ripe apples dangled from trees whose fruit no one ever consumed. A sudden brilliant flash erupted on the surface, revealing it wasn't just showing off, as a beautiful floral arrangement came into view, proving their delightful aroma wasn't accidental, prompting the instructor to lean closer. With the corners of his mouth twitching upward, Shiva declared that true gentlemen focus on more than just their own needs, making the lead character grin as he admitted he sounded quite academic, believing he could only chuckle since no one would confess otherwise, and he wouldn't profit from it anyway. After introducing the dignified older gentleman, the main character pondered whether a man could truly be a gentleman if he remained unoffended when others failed to acknowledge him. Closing his eyes with deep satisfaction, the young fellow mumbled that a genuine gentleman doesn't let the world's lack of recognition ruffle his feathers. Beads of perspiration traced a path down the young man's temple, and he realized that in today's era, merely avoiding being called an imbecile was enough. Yet for some baffling reason, he genuinely aspired to be a respectable fellow. The hero's sister and sidekick showed up, and he clarified that he didn't aim to be inherently good, but rather someone pleasantly agreeable to those around him, adding thoughtfully that for some unknown reason, this revelation just popped into his head. Parting his lips slightly, Shiva whispered that such a thought struck him after watching Confucius' video and observing the injured Fenrir, as an odd energy enveloped the protagonist, who then announced he was employing Hercule's divine fighting style. The creature's eyes ignited with a fierce red glow, and the protagonist, frowning intensely, recalled that the Almighty had mentioned divine martial arts weren't solely for brawling, and that spatial principles governed the universe. Suddenly, a vivid burst of light accompanied his execution of the first technique, as the young man lashed out with a powerful kick, making the master clamp his jaws shut tightly. The power wielder left a magical streak in his wake while unleashing a downward dragon strike, visible energy patterns swirling around him, culminating in a massive detonation that briefly unveiled the nighttime heavens, only for space itself to begin tearing open, which Karen keenly observed as shards drifted across the sky. Lowering her brow in consternation, the young woman proclaimed this situation impossible, and spotting Shiva prone on the ground, she inquired about his condition, realizing upon touching the central figure that he was, thankfully, still breathing. Before the huntress turned her attention to the strange spatial phenomenon, a bead of sweat tracked down her cheek, when suddenly a wolf materialized before her, while blood trickled from the protagonist's lips. The skilled swordswoman remembered the man launching himself toward the fin, muttering that she knew he wasn't some bland awakened person when he fought the troll, causing Chiron to hang her head. wondering what terrifying force managed to wipe out an entire dungeon. Attempting to hoist the youngster up, the girl insisted that now was hardly the moment for slack, jawed wonder, and after a beat, she turned to see a surprisingly placid Fenrir nearby, shuffling her feet. The awakened woman noted they absolutely had to escape before the dungeon completely imploded. Just as Shiva roused himself, opening his eyes wide in surprise, the hero thought he'd miraculously survived, and after checking his chest, he figured he must be in a sterile hospital room, prompting the girl to cross her arms and ask if he was alright, to which the guy, looking forward, questioned Chiron's presence, and she, showing her hand, asked if her being there was an inconvenience, which made the young man smirk, wondering if she would enjoy his predicament, considering who wouldn't want to be near a beautiful woman. Confucius then strolled in to declare that after the age of 7, men and women simply couldn't share sleeping quarters, let alone be in the same vicinity, leading the man to dumbly ask for clarification on this ancient rule, as the girl, making a peculiar face, demanded he not even inquire about the preceding events. Suddenly, memories flooded back of her carrying him, confirming that Chiron had dragged him out after he blacked out when the dungeon imploded. Placing his hand on the mattress, the protagonist announced he'd awoken post medical attention and asked if his assessment was correct, which visibly surprised the lady, prompting him to look uncertainly ahead and ask if directness bothered her, while she confirmed. As he stated, the dungeon was toast and officially declared clear, just as a news report featuring her flashed up. Glancing forward, the young man asked about Fenrir's fate, and she replied she wasn't positive if he meant the wolf monster, noting she saw it depart at the very end. A figure appeared behind the beast's image, explaining that since the prison dungeon was gone, he hoped the creature could safely return to the divine realm. Whereupon the lady, seated on the bed, stated she wouldn't disclose the dungeon's inner workings yet, adding she'd sworn her comrades to secrecy since the official story credited them with the conquest. Without showing her face, she offered to fix things if he preferred, leading the guy to ask what she meant by making him the vessel who purged the place, to which the young lady nodded yes. Looking ahead, the protagonist suggested they claim a girl did the work instead, making the lady ask why he'd conceal his strength, a question that completely baffled him, as he argued that if that were true, he wouldn't have launched his own online channel. The girl held a hand to her mouth, recognizing he had no intention of hiding his power given the circumstances, so the young man cheerfully declared that the group must now take credit for clearing this rank dungeon, asserting they'd say Chiron did it, which made the girl hesitate, making Shiva muse that she must be doubtful if she thought a girl lacking this rank clearing skills could manage it, let alone having the necessary might. Gazing forward, the lady asked if he was attempting to reassure her, to which the guy replied with a firm no, and the two simply exchanged looks before the lady smiled and thanked him for everything. Smirking, the hero suggested changing the subject, asking if that was all she required, but his friend admitted she had one more thing, resting her hands on her legs and asking if he fancied collaborating, just as a screen popped up showing the man looking at his phone, and realizing upon checking the device that many of his stats had actually improved, causing him to make a surprised face and exclaim that his attributes had jumped by a full 13%, when usually they only bumped up by a measly 0.3%. The young man's eye widened, showing his martial arts proficiency had increased by a staggering 9.3%, and furthermore, his insight and wisdom had advanced by several years instantly, likely due to that downward dragon strike, which left the fellow's face a bit pale. The young man struck again, making it clear that while his videos only showed dungeon clears, this time he had actually shattered the dungeon space and dimension, resulting in its total collapse. The man stumped the floor, causing the protective field to fracture, and Shiva tumbled onto the bed, reflecting how the sequence mirrored his troll encounter, passing out after using his power, though utilizing the divine martial arts felt like a significant upgrade this time. Smiling, the hero continued contemplating when he could fully command the power, wanting just one chance to try, then held his hand before his face, wondering how the girl agreed so quickly. A car appeared, carrying a voice announcing the man was to be taken to his grandfather, and a subordinate confirmed the chairman was pleased with the raid efforts, leading the superior in the car to express her happiness looking out the window, prompting the driver to ask what Shiva had said, which caused the lady visible surprise. Holding the steering wheel, the man inquired if he had refused again, to which the lady confirmed yes, and the guy, looking ahead, asked what exactly he had stated this time, causing his companion to touch her face, and report that had said something along the lines of gentlemen only associating with individuals, not groups, where he is lesser folk form mobs but can't cooperate. The young man asked for clarification, and the lady smiled, asking why, as he replied that beyond mere colleagues or teammates, he sometimes enjoys the shared endeavor, prompting the miss to smile back and ask if that meant he'd teach her fencing, to which the man countered, asking the reason for fencing. Glancing sideways, the boy asked if that implied the protagonist would instruct her in swordsmanship, considering how he recognized the lead's exceptional talent, yet wondering if he wasn't just an awakened individual, adding he still wished to teach her. pointing at herself as a high tier awakened, and Jareen confirmed her desire to learn, making the driver ask why they were headed to the chairman now, with the lady explaining he needed to cover her instruction fees. The car sped along. A hospital came into view, and a man sat on a bench. Various heroic figures materialized above Shiva's prone form. He mused that 3 specific techniques would be perfectly suited for the young woman. Glancing at his mobile device, the guy realized that among the available options, there was surely one the lady would appreciate. He could show her all 3 techniques and let her select her favorite, remembering he also needed to settle the subscription fees, though the young man cheerfully noted it wasn't an issue since, in addition to 10 billion won, they'd earn monthly tuition payments. A channel subscription prompt popped up, and the main character checked the price, his eyes widening to realize it cost a whopping 200 million won, making a bewildered expression. The fellow announced it was 2 billion, demanding an explanation for the exorbitant costs. Flipping through his phone again, it became clear that Confucius' channel demanded 1 billion, making this one even pricier, which he couldn't fathom. Looking closely, the young man recalled checking recently when it was only 100 million, and now the fee had skyrocketed to 2 billion, causing horror to flash across the hero's face as he hypothesized that the subscription cost inflated with every new channel he joined, opening his mouth in shock to declare that this meant the next one would be 3, maybe even 4 billion, calculating that if it kept ballooning by a billion, the cumulative monthly charge alone would hit 9 billion, making him look down and suggest he could subscribe just once and then cancel, asking if that were possible post-registration and what the penalty for failure would be. Grinding his teeth, the man wondered if this meant a $9 billion monthly payment, concluding that if he missed it, the subscription would auto-terminate. Realizing that even picking just one technique for the girl meant the next selection would inflate the total, holding his head as he processed that the subscribed channels were compounding, without revealing his face, Shiva lamented that no matter how much wealth he amassed, the outflows seemed endless. Turning away, the main character sensed an energy signature that definitely didn't belong to a human presence, spun around, and spotted a pair of legs, heading to his feet. The guy demanded to know what the dog was doing in this location, his expression shifting to surprise. The tail wagged vigorously, a blush creeping onto the beast's face, confirming his name was Fenrir. Looking ahead, Shiva asked if this was genuinely him, noting he seemed significantly diminished in size, and the main character sat down just as a mouse tumbled from the dog's mouth, causing the protagonist to knit his brows and ask if he intended to eat the rodent. Extending a hand, the man realized the mouse was still alive, and gazing at the dog, he inquired about its destination, looking utterly baffled as a man appeared behind him, asking if he hadn't taught him how to win. Looking at his comrade, the man replied he was asking because he genuinely didn't know, whereupon the hero asserted he had already shown the lad how to best Fenrir, dramatically gesturing that had explained the beast's weak spot was its flanks and that it couldn't unleash full strength if its tail was held, adding that none of those pointers actually were. Pointing at his pupil, the man blamed his weakness, to which the protagonist grumbled that he should have been told that immediately, clenching his teeth and adding he'd nearly perish, only for the man to retort who'd have guessed he was so fragile. Turning away, the guy declared it was irrelevant now, stating he'd asked for a strategy suited to his current level, not a lesson on fighting, causing Hercules to burst into tears, proclaiming it was fundamentally unfair and unacceptable. Even his muscles agreed it was wrong. Looking away, the young man considered himself lucky it ended well, admitting he genuinely could have died, and began to weep as he announced that the video footage it had captured in the dungeon, which included Fenrir and Karen, was entirely white, costing him potentially 1 million views and vast profit, which was now lost, causing the onlookers to appear crestfallen, until the guy suddenly looked away, realizing someone had returned. The dog looked rather peculiar, and the unseen man continued his lament about the unfairness. Suddenly, Hercules' head snapped around, and a faint blue vapor streamed from the protagonist's phone, causing the young man to realize, as he looked forward, that Fenrir must recall the man, given their prior confrontation. A dove then fluttered into view, clearly a token from the wolf. Placing a hand gently on the bird, Shiva instructed it to stand still, which made the pigeon look utterly bewildered. The creature attempted to survey its surroundings, eventually meeting the main character's gaze. Noticing the faint blue trail left by the bird, the hero asked where Fenrir emerged from, and what sort of pigeon this was, before turning and suggesting the monster had brought it as a meal, to which the other person countered by asking why had brought a pigeon. Hercules, standing right there, asked why had done such a thing, since he wasn't even a cat, and the man admitted he had no idea. Turning away, the man then asked what he was presenting, inquiring if these animals were merely his quarry, to which the boy replied that he believed the monster didn't intend harm to other beasts. Finally, the warrior asked why he brought them then, wanting to know if he expected the young man to dispatch them, to which the man, resting his hands on the bed, stated he didn't know, prompting the hero to ask again where Fenrir came from and why the dog appeared so cheerful. Shiva recalled an image of himself standing directly in front of the monster's gaping maw, The main character pivoted around. The master delivered a powerful kick, and Hercules, clutching his mouth, suddenly grasped the implication of what had just occurred. Without showing his eyes, the man remarked that the monster's mere appearance in his dimension was odd, questioning how it could possibly materialize there. Looking ahead, the protagonist agreed, adding he wasn't the only one confused about the arrival method, and putting a hand on the other's shoulder. The LE stated their dimensions shouldn't intersect, causing the guy to ask again where Fenrir originated, to which the man smiled, confirming that yes, he was indeed the only one unaware. Pointing to his arm, Hercules declared his muscles were signaling unfairness again, and the young man played along good-naturedly, pointing a finger. The man asked how the protagonist managed to survive using the descending dragon strike, specifically questioning how the dragon maneuver was executed, making Shiva adopt an uncertain expression as he mumbled that luck had simply been on his side. The silent interlocutor questioned the luck aspect, asserting that the descending dragon strike couldn't be pulled off by mere happenstance, prompting the main character to smile and ask why he wasn't being taught the next technique, to which the hero replied it was quite simple, putting a finger in his ear. The man asked if he should offer something in return, and the colleague replied he'd share the contents of the next video. Just as a structure appeared with a staircase bathed in blue illumination, the man held a girl cradled in his arms, but a voice interjected that an order had arrived classifying the protagonist as merely a glass hunter. Squeezing a glass tightly, the man commanded the ladies to leave them alone, and once they departed, the smiling villain asked if he truly was a low-ranking hunter, to which the masked man confirmed his status. The interlocutor then inquired if he was mocking him, making a vicious face, as the head of Pandemonium posed a question about what the man found so ridiculous. Leaning in, the unknown man asserted that he was an uncharacteristic low-level hunter, but the man retorted that a D-class hunter couldn't possibly be unusual. Without revealing his eyes, the interlocutor asked if had heard the news that Chiron had conquered this rank dungeon, to which the person confirmed everyone online was discussing it. And finally, the LE mentioned that Chiron was somehow linked to this matter. Knitting his brows, the supervisor asked if that was accurate, and the customer standing centrally admitted he didn't know the specifics, but the protagonist had somehow assisted Chiron. The man then asked what this directive entailed, and the other guy stated he merely needed confirmation, adding that the method didn't concern him, to which the expressionless interlocutor replied that it was a VIP directive, concluding that he wouldn't be able to comply because Ming-chan had already made her move. Making a look of shock, the LE questioned the lady's involvement, asking if the human butcher from the inspection bureau had finally stirred into action, gritting his molars. The executive admitted ignorance about the lady's discovery, though she was definitely causing them heaps of grief, while his associate mumbled that the big boss of the whole chaotic outfit was worried sick over some pencil-pushing security drone. Ultimately, the fellow confessed that if this woman ever snagged him, even he'd escape her wrath looking worse for wear, further explaining that a fresh big cheese for the Korean division was recently installed, and he really didn't fancy stirring up unnecessary drama for the new chap straight out of the gate, expressing sheer astonishment. The mysterious individual inquired about the newly minted head honcho of that specific branch. A dismembered hand materialized, making it painfully obvious that the key players, the ones supposedly running the whole underground circus, were broken into 5 ranks, like fractures, cracks, scars, and mere bruises, and the unknown Pandemonium leader had reportedly iced one of the revered 13 heroes. The outline of a figure draped in red shimmered into view, confirming it was the notorious Red Shadow, since only someone who could handle the Red Shadow without needing stitches could attain the rank of a mere scar. Peering over his spectacles, the chap questioned whether Korea now hosted a leer matching the scar level, to which the other gentleman affirmed, cautioning him vehemently to keep this sensitive detail under wraps. Leaker splashed into a tumbler, and the boss downed it while hearing that his employer would smooth things over with the Regulatory Bureau, plus assist Pandemonium in firmly planting its roots in South Korea, which definitely sparked a fire in the listener's eyes. Waving his hands emphatically, the speaker clarified they intended to back the new branch manager's footing in that tough spot, adding this presented a golden opportunity for the man to earn serious favor. With a smirk, the scoundrel revealed this wasn't just any important directive, but one stamped super VIP, and when he pressed for the ground rules, the guy simply stipulated that Shiva was absolutely not to be permanently dispatched. Gripping his drinking glass tightly, the man demanded confirmation that this meant he was expressly permitted to go to town on the target's appendages. A hand clutching a cell phone came into sight, clarifying that coddling the sick patient significantly slowed down recovery rates, while the main character carefully noted the metrics were, at least, trending upward. Then, a bunny popped up, frowning. The hero puzzled over how to procure a rabbit in the urban jungle, questioning where one procures such a creature downtown. The dog seemed overjoyed. Glancing aside, the man signaled that several days had passed, so the beast ought to be snoozing soundly by now. A deer lay completely unconscious, indicating the next morning had dawned, and then, an eagle appeared, making a face of pure irritation. The young man demanded to know what new zoo exhibit he'd be hauling in tomorrow, betting it would be a big, grumpy bear. Just as the sun crested the sprawling hospital complex, the youngster flung the door open, staring dumbfounded. The man wanted to know what bizarre scene was unfolding, confirming the presence of a bear. Looking straight ahead, Fenrir's gaze conveyed his hope that this ursine gift would genuinely please his master. Glancing downward, the master mused that perhaps some truly specialized countermeasures were now warranted. Right as a sturdy brick structure materialized, signifying a week had elapsed, the young woman, looking straight ahead, checked in on Shiv as well, Bane, to which the protagonist cheerfully replied he was book since the injury was catastrophic, privately reflecting that if he hadn't hustled Karen to the clinic when she passed out, she'd surely have expired right there. Turning his gaze, the hero inquired about her own condition, stressing the importance of consistent medication intake, wondering if she'd skip doses simply because he was absent, a notion the lady quickly dismissed, without revealing his features. The speaker probed whether she'd religiously stuck to the prescribed herbal remedies. In response, the lady admitted that the mere thought of taking them made her stomach turn violently. Chuckling inwardly, the young man deduced she was still struggling, concluding he needed to seriously level up his divine medical application skills, adding he had another query for her. Shiv's lower limb was presented, followed by the question of whether he had a soft spot for baby canines. The girl, slightly perplexed, asked why the sudden interest in puppies, pointing out there was a creature waiting behind the door, speculating that her master had fetched her a little doggy. Holding his head in his hands, the protagonist struggled to vocalize, while the lady, observing the strange beast, declared it incredibly adorable. The protagonist promptly warned her to exercise extreme caution, prompting the lady to ask why, and the hunter explained it possessed a nasty bite, smiling knowingly. The young man listened to the notion that this little critter could actually inflict harm with its minuscule teeth, while the man internally scoffed, thinking that if the mist knew the truth, a single nip from this monster could shatter the whole world. The girl, looking forward, asked its name, adding that if it remained unnamed, she'd happily christen it, to which the guy readily agreed. The dog nestled in her arms, revealing the lady had chosen a rather unique moniker. The mist questioned his apparent distaste for the name, and the man replied that he preferred something else, silently judging the girl's naming conventions. The lady beamed, asking if the pup approved of its new title, noting it seemed content, while the young man squinted at the dog, thinking Fenrir deserved a less ridiculous title, and hoped the creature had already mastered the art of navigating human society. Hugging the dog tight, the lady announced this would henceforth be its designation, and a small smile touched Shiva's lips, thinking the monster got saddled with a decent enough name after all. A brick building appeared, revealing the Hunters Guild training center located downstairs. Clutching her phone, the girl profusely apologized for the holdup, explaining they needed to finalize his contract first, as promised, mentioning that after deducting the initial deposit, the total came to 9 billion, asking for confirmation that the figures were right, and the funds should have already landed. Glancing at his phone, the main character confirmed the deposit hit his account, verifying the transfer. The resulting balance displayed a figure amounting to 10.6 of a billion currency units. With a grin, the hero calculated that such a sum could comfortably support a family of 4 for 277 years straight. Looking on, she suggested that, if he was agreeable, they could hash out the fee for the demonstration lecture had mentioned once she'd witnessed his swordsmanship firsthand. Rising from his seat, the guy retorted that the cost could only be truly appreciated by viewing the lecture live, privately admitting he was totally clueless about what to charge and hadn't a hint what she intended to offer, concluding she should just set the price. Raising one finger aloft, the man requested the loan of a single practice blade, and without showing his face, Chava declared there were precisely 3 sword forms he would now unveil. Remaining perfectly impassive, the lady inquired about those 3 forms, and the mentor explained had selected ones tailored to her aptitude, though picking just one was proving quite taxing. Gripping a sword, the master instructed her to declare which style appealed most, reflecting that joining their membership scheme was prohibitively expensive, especially as the duration increased the cost, noting had only shown up after confirming if he could give her a proper demonstration. With a flourish, the protagonist announced the premier style would be called the Divine Sword that rends the heavens, followed by the appearance of a foot and a brilliant blue radiance emanating from the weapon. Furrowing her brow, the girl pondered the impossibility of tracking the sword's trajectory. A shimmering blade appeared, now firmly gripped by the young man, and a powerful wave of kinetic energy burst forth. Looking ahead, the lady mentally noted her inability to react, realizing that although his movements were slow compared to previous exhibitions, the sheer force impacting her body was undeniable. Standing upright, the protagonist announced the next demonstration would feature the Dragon Slayer sword style, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. His face appeared, accompanied by a silhouette of a decidedly pink dragon, and a gaping maw formed directly in front of the student's face. Pointing his hand, the master indicated the final display would showcase the Tagak steel technique. The girl's expression froze in utter astonishment. A verdant mist enveloped Shiva, who suddenly found himself surrounded by various swirling elements. Just as a sharp, black fissure sliced the air, the lady remained expressionless, Hearing the pronouncement that the demonstration was concluded, the main character smirked, stating these were the 3 techniques he could impart, asking for her favorite, right as a car screeched to a halt before the Hunters Guild headquarters. Frowning deeply, the man expressed uncertainty about confirming their origin, questioning their sudden appearance there. Holding his head, the supervisor speculated that the protagonist had offered Shire some sort of deal or service, adding that while he looked intimidating outwardly, he likely behaved quite differently behind closed doors. In turn, the subordinate asked if they should maintain their current surveillance posture. Gazing forward, the man lapsed into thoughtful contemplation. Licking his lips, the villain brought up the detail mentioned earlier about Shiva possessing a younger sibling, and the guy, turning around, cautioned that engaging outsiders risked attracting serious heat, especially if the regulatory bureau caught wind of it and Mingjong decided to interfere. That would be disastrous. The leader retorted that he shouldn't fuss, then adopted a wildly unhinged expression, asserting that the shadowy figures pulling the strings behind the council would handle everything perfectly, particularly if they just paid a smidgen of attention to the guy's sister. Throwing his hands up dramatically, the manager declared that rather than wasting effort on the protagonist, he'd be groveling to them on his knees after they just glanced sideways at the sister. He finished with a satisfied grin. The boss declared that capturing the main character's sister ASAP was now their top priority, just as the protagonist broke into a huge smile, and a training facility materialized nearby. The lass looked like she'd seen a ghost when a voice called out, prompting her to nervously inquire about the commotion. Our hero countered by asking for her favorite fighting style, causing the lady to shyly avert her gaze. Thrusting the sword forward, the lead guy suggested she take a stab at it if she was so indecisive, which made the damsel wonder if she even could. The pupa let it rip, middle clanging loudly, while the dude noted her form was a carbon copy of his, but lacked that special spicy seasoning. Staring at her palms, the girl wondered if she was missing some vital spark, while the smiling mentor told them to keep practicing since he was really just there to collect his allowance. A buzz rolled up as folks gossiped about how an ordinary human could never compete with their supernatural strength, though the master checked his phone and countered that he actually could, especially with the guy's help to learn the divine martial arts. Hercules chimed in that this was only possible because he was tapping into their specific powers, but Shiva wondered what the big difference was in the end. Hiding his face with his hand, the man asked if he remembered the first time he begged for godly lessons, and why he was turned down. Knitting his eyebrows, the hero replied that he was probably just being lazy. Looking at the screen, our protagonist noted that one could only master divine combat by understanding how to wield superpower, adding that she was currently doing a worse job than ever, which happened to be the cold truth. Hercules hung his head, and clarified he didn't mean to be a jerk, explaining that just as the kid learns the foundations of divine arts, he must also absorb the rest of the gods' techniques. Without showing his mud, the hero mentioned that since this girl doesn't know the basics, she can replicate them even if she can keep up with his movements, which was actually quite a feat in itself. The speaker noted the reason he could use these skills without a premium channel membership was exactly because of this unique situation. His colleague suggested that the guy was a total anomaly among humans. Pointing a finger, the man noted the kid had no special traits but still awakened, prompting the youngster to ask why this interrogation was happening so suddenly. Hercules pointed forward and theorized that having no traits was actually a trait in its own right, reminding him that you can just download divine power from a channel or overwrite a soul with a new existence. 2 shadows appeared to show that a person's unique existence prevents overwriting, since that would basically be denying his own life, but he was like a blank canvas where other gods' traits could be easily drawn. A green silhouette appeared to show he could easily mirror other deities, leading Shiva to realize that God's secrets must stay hidden from the world. His colleague agreed it was a possibility, while the lead guy thought about how he could still potentially tutor Chiron. Grinning, the man suggested that if he taught her his own custom moves rather than the gods' versions, it might not be a problem. He then asked if they had reached the protagonist's house while reaching for the door lock. A pen was in the villain's hand as he snuck inside, where the girl lay in bed and a dog glared at the intruder. Looking down, the guy asked if his self-taught moves would bypass the restrictions, and Hercules confirmed that while humans can't master god moves directly, if he masters them first and then teaches a human version, it would be fine. The hero smiled because this power wasn't officially teachable, yet the master realized he was still trying to tutor her despite the inevitable failure. The hero noted that Master Taiji's story was a bit different from the other techniques. Hiding his face, the man explained that Taiji was a martial arts legend who helped him early on, suggesting that subscribing to his channel might unlock the potential to master his style and build a new foundation on it. Since you can teach divine arts directly to mortals, he could just invent a new style based on them, and teach her that instead. Grinning, the man realized he could master Taiji's ways, while still using divine power, and his partner confirmed that was the case. Stroking his chin, Shifu admitted creating a new style wasn't easy but felt the kid wouldn't have any trouble. The lead guy thanked him for the Hercules info, but the man said no thanks were needed, instead asking for that video he was promised earlier while covering his mouth with a fist. Glancing down, The dude promised to handle it and send it over once it was ready, mentioning he had a little situation to handle as the bus doors hissed open. A leg stepped out, highlighting the struggle of inventing a new combat style or practicing godly moves right now, leaving everyone wondering how on earth he planned to school the girl. The boss eyed the handle while Shufu looked like he wanted to punch a mountain. Just as the hero burst through the door, the girl was sawing logs peacefully, making the protagonist sigh in relief that she missed the drama. Staring at the intruder, the guy wondered who this unconscious random was and why he was napping on his floor. Patting the pup, the master questioned if the beastly guard had done its job, while the lad frowned because the intruder was a total stranger. Checking the guy's vibes, the hero realized he was an awakened type with nasty motives, though how he bypassed the security remained a complete mystery. Swooping up the little monster, the man gave Fenrir a pat and told him to keep an eye on the place for a bit. The pet looked like a proud little soldier, but Shuffy looked like he was about to explode with anger. A pair of boots came into view as the man woke up in a daze, wondering about his location until a strange voice echoed. The baddie recognized our hero and scowled, while the protagonist realized he knew this face, and promised to play nice if he answered some questions honestly. The villain just laughed and tossed out a few insults, breaking his bonds and asking if the kid really thought he was a threat. Resting a hand on the intruder's shoulder, the guy noted the man's obvious ill will as blue sparks began to dance around his fingers. A palm quickly silenced the guy's yapping mouth. The kid unleashed a flashy move and told the guy to put a sock in it, threatening to end him if his sister Snap was interrupted. A heavy thud echoed through the room, grabbing the loser by the collar. Shufu mentioned he doesn't usually trust people who still have all their bones in the correct positions. The dark city alleyways came into focus. A sudden movement grabbed everyone's eyes as a shoe stepped out and Knuckles turned white. The dude kept his mug hidden in the shadows, glaring forward. The hero demanded to know Jaguan's location while standing tall against the mob. He looked absolutely livid as he barked orders for the leader's whereabouts. But one confused guy just asked what his deal was. The thug shoved a hand on his shoulder and suggested he go home before things got messy for him. The bully snarled and asked if the kid knew who he was messing with, advising him to run if he valued his heartbeat. Hiding his expression, the youngster just asked the same thing again, making the thug ask if he was looking for a hospital trip. Staring the creep down, the master insisted on knowing his location, grabbing the guy's wrist. The adversary demanded to be released immediately. The fellow looked like he just saw his bank balance hit zero. Shiva caught a nasty blow, leaving the local thugs scratching their heads in confusion. The guy took a swing and asked what the hell he was doing, while his buddy asked if he realized who they represented. Pulling his blade, the man bragged about his elite skills right before a leg flew in and a massive kick landed. Rocky armor coated the fist as a sapphire blast wave erupted through the air. Everyone stood there with their jaws on the floor, while the hero grabbed the bad guy by his noggin. The villain's expression started vibrating with pure terror. Glancing sideways, the main man repeated his demand for Jaguan's whereabouts. The sole headquarters of the Hunter's Oversight Office came into view, without revealing his face. The subordinate reported that Pandemonium had made his move, which led the lady to ask if he had uncovered their hideout. With a worried frown, the staffer said not yet, though their breadcrumbs were obvious enough to follow, making an eventual discovery inevitable. Gesturing ahead, the woman demanded that the 4th squad assemble and every available guard be called in for backup. She insisted that even the injured who couldn't walk should be dragged along. Her face twisted in annoyance as she realized her own presence was required. A man interrupted her service with an apology, noting an urgent mission needed her expertise immediately. The girl apologized back, claiming she wasn't in the right headspace to help, but the guy clarified this was a direct command from the big boss himself. Frowning, the manager confirmed if it was truly a high-level order, and the smiling staffer mentioned a glass dungeon had popped up in Sandukan. He urged her to hurry, but she asked if someone else could handle it, only to be told her own request for more troops made her the prime candidate. The guy warned that refusing a direct order from the chief would probably end her career very quickly. He kept going, warning her that her choices were her own funeral and she better be ready for the fallout. Grinding her teeth, she fumed about how such a jerk could run a Hunter's Bureau division, declaring she didn't give a damn about losing her job. The men shouted after her with a clenched fist, but the leader told him to let her do whatever she wanted as the troops geared up for war. Snarling, Shiva noted there were at least 100 super-powered freaks in the crowd, signaling that things were about to get very messy and complicated. With a tight fist, our hero realized that if he didn't squash these bugs, they'd just keep coming back to target the girl. He decided he had to wipe them out, viewing them as immoral beasts driven by primal urges rather than logic, so he figured scaring them senseless was better than a polite chat. He wanted his very name to make them wet their pants so they'd never bother him again. A hidden voice asked if he knew their reputation, just before a scope centered on a target and a massive blast sent an enemy flying. The goon realized this wasn't just some random kid, warning the others not to charge blindly but to surround him like a pack of wolves. The hero noted that even in a group, only a few could attack at once to avoid tripping over each other. Knowing that mass chaos usually works against the attackers, the complex art of construction manifested. proving that dozens of individuals could coordinate perfectly, attacking as one enormous, drilled unit without a single misstep or communication lag. Holding up 2 fingers, the man explained that breaking this technique was simple, though first one had to discern the door of life from the door of death. He added that despite numerous variations, all construction arts followed a single blueprint, each culminating in 16 heavenly arrays and 12 earthly ones at the core. The master launched his assault. A surge of blue energy erupted, frowning deeply. The opponent realized he couldn't recall a single detail from the sage's verbose explanation, though the general idea felt familiar. A small gap opened in the formation, revealing a massive energy bundle, a clear indicator of the enormous door to lie. A massive explosion ensued. The villain looked up in disbelief, screaming that this was impossible. Shava's face contorted with rage. The hero, pointing at a nearby mannequin, explained that every human possesses multiple vital points. A sudden ray of light shot from the hero's finger. The protagonist gnashed his teeth, thinking the door of death was everywhere, but the door of life was completely hidden from view. He was completely surrounded by enemies. Closing his eyes, the young man mused that no matter how skilled you are, tackling 100 charging opponents at the same time is always a truly awful experience. Smiling, Hercules declared that no one could possibly withstand this group attack, explaining that even when you gather up a bunch of small fry, they form a solid defense. He advised that if you find yourself surrounded with no visible escape, the answer is always brute force to break through. A tremendous burst of energy erupted. Horror painted the man's face as he whispered, "This can be." Looking at the master, the guy declared he was a monster. As the hero pontificated on how defeating all the weaker enemies would inevitably summon the strongest ones, Shava suddenly struck. A leader, scowling, demanded to know where all the noise was coming from. With a furious expression, the man asked what in the world was happening here, demanding to know the identity of the intruder. A flash of light appeared. The villain's expression was stunned, clearly realizing that the big bad boss always shows up last for the big showdown. The supervisor spun around abruptly. The protagonist swung hard for a devastating blow. The enemy took a solid hit to the face, and his body was sent flying far into the distance. Staring forward, the guy listened as the man was presumably taken out. The victim was engulfed by blue energy. The villain's face contorted in horror as he demanded how this was even possible. A comrade, in arms, in turn, called for the leader. The opponent sat slumped against the wall, keeping his eyes carefully hidden from view. The young man furrowed his brow intently. A trickle of blood emerged from the man's mouth. The enemy remained standing, propped up against the wall, looking forward. The boss thought the guy looked weak, but considered that if the attack had truly been sudden, he might actually have died. Shava clenched his hands into fists, rubbing the painful spot where he was hit. The man asked what exactly the hero wanted. The leader kept his gaze low, hiding his eyes, frowning. The chief listened as he admitted to ordering the kidnapping of the protagonist's sister. He began gesticulating wildly. The man recognized the main character. The protagonist, in turn, asked again if he had ordered the girl's abduction, to which the man finally replied yes, making an angry expression. The opponent recognized the face from a website he had seen earlier. He scoffed, noting the guy had a durang, and reiterated that nobody around here could be trusted. Looking ahead from under his brow, the young man declared he was asking for the last time if he had given the order for the kidnapping. Smirking, the man asked what would happen if it were true, musing that he knew the hero's level was higher than advertised, but nothing more significant than that. The hero moved with rapid acceleration, appearing instantly right in front of the boss. Outside, the building began to vibrate, catching the interlocutor's fist. The enemy remarked that he was indeed incredibly fast. Continuing to stare ahead, the manager stated he had strained all his senses and nearly missed the blow entirely, but insisted that even if he wasn't terrible, he still wouldn't be able to win. The guy started to glow red, admitting that he still felt like he lacked sufficient strength. A nearby building suddenly materialized. The smiling villain observed that, based on what he had seen, he assumed the hero's power was directly tied to his willpower. The hero then grew taller, utilizing a skill called enhancement. The man, having struck his opponent, declared that this meant the stronger he became, the more vulnerable Shava actually was. The main character was enveloped in blue energy as he casually wiped the blood from his mouth. A new mark appeared on the villain's abdomen from the blow, proving the hero had managed to land a hit, which should have been utterly impossible for anyone with a mere durang. A memory of the powerful strike flashed through his mind. Grinning widely, the man addressed the young man by his full name. Standing before the hero, the opponent announced that he had done enough damage already and insisted it was time for him to wake up and see the reality of the situation. The subordinate looked up, startled, pointing his finger. The leader greeted the hero in this chaotic pandemonium. Glancing to the side, the superior abruptly told the subordinate to shut up. A stunned look appeared on the faces of the onlookers. Raising his hand, the opponent began to monologue about his immense power, asking why anyone would live an ordinary, boring life. He declared they were special and fundamentally different from ordinary people, but were no better than garbage. He asked if it was fair that they had to live by rules created by those insects, insisting they should live by laws designed for their own safety. A backdrop of the night city appeared. Smiling, the leader declared that super beings like them wouldn't live ordinary lives, as there was no point in sacrificing for the weak. Frowning deeply, Shiva listened to the leader's sermon about how the weak shouldn't offer sacrifices to supermen, but instead should be oppressed by the strong. Spreading his arms dramatically, the man announced they would create a new world where might alone defined justice. He envisioned a place without laws or rules, where if you wanted something, you simply took it, where you could get drunk or commit robbery without consequences. Without revealing his face, the protagonist asked what he was talking about, admitting he wasn't truly listening, but guessing the leader just needed to get it all off his chest. He asked if the nonsense lecture was finally over, causing anger to flare across the villain's face. Raising his hand to dismissal, the leader asked if all this commotion was truly just about his sister, adding that such feelings were beneath them and completely stupid. Looking up, the hero demanded to know why it was stupid to care. The head smiled, saying that being ruled by personal affection made him a weakling. Pointing his finger, the hero retorted that this proved he was a human being, not an animal like the leader. Smirking, the opponent dismissed this as nonsense, continuing that while he admired the hero's abilities and offered him a chance, if he insisted on sacrificing his life for sentimentality, he shouldn't regret it later. Suddenly, the gold chain snapped. Swinging wildly, the villain announced he wouldn't be defeated. A powerful blow landed. The giant's face went blank in stunned realization. Looking ahead, the man couldn't figure out what had thrown him back, nor when it had happened. Shiva appeared directly in front of him. The leader frowned deeply and declared that the hero had managed to evade his attacks twice already. An exchange of furious attacks began. The opponent waved his hand, dismissing the threat. Staring ahead, the chief began to question what he had missed, realizing this simply could not be happening. A sudden blow landed squarely in his torso. The enemy's mouth began to drool as he processed that this was a completely different level of power, absolutely nothing like what had transpired before. The enemy tumbled to the ground, pointing with his finger. The man insisted he would not give up, asking what made the hero think he would leave them alone after this. Frowning, the main character warned that he could take a risk if he wanted to, but in that case, he would destroy the entire pandemonium. Sitting on the ground, the man asked if the hero truly intended to fight them all by himself, without showing his eyes. The protagonist told him to take a closer look. The guy clenched his hands into fists. Hopelessness spread across the faces of the onlookers. The young man began to deploy his secret technique. Staring ahead, the man pondered how unattainable this superpower truly was, realizing no one had ever successfully harnessed it before. Closing his eyes, the master prepared to unleash the divine art of Hercules. First form, a foot appeared, enveloped in brilliant, blue light. The villain was struck by the falling dragon technique. Mingjong approached her squad and demanded a situation report. One of the hunters gloomily replied that everything was already finished, noting it would be easier for her to just see for herself rather than hear the explanation. When they arrived, the entire crowd was unconscious. The commander quickly stepped forward when informed that some had begun to wake up. When asked for direction, she demanded they first find out who these people were. With a grim expression, the woman ordered the identification process for everyone, including those still knocked out. Upon regaining awareness, these poor souls immediately started committing grand theft, assault, and apparently jaywalking, necessitating a background check on everyone for any prior offenses. And if they had one, the instruction was sadly to terminate. The female operative contacted Shua, desperately needing assistance, and Ningxiang halted her investigation at the sight of one particular casualty. Higuem, who was basically management at Pandemonium, was currently knocked out colder than a penguin's backside. The captain grimaced, calculating that even if her entire 4th platoon had attacked this fellow simultaneously, victory would have been a statistical improbability, a feat beyond even her capability, prompting her to stare around, baffled about the perpetrator. Meanwhile, Shava flinched, quickly inserting a specialized acupuncture spike into his forearm, activating his amazing gut tear recuperation ability. The young man exhaled deeply, tilting his skull back, dramatically questioning when his life would finally calm down. Our hero snickered inwardly, recognizing he possessed specific abilities that were strictly non-human appropriate, explaining why he held back significantly during the Femur layer escapade, noting aloud that maximum effort there would have created an unfortunate scenario involving excessive collateral damage. The combatant lifted his limb, utterly thrilled to finally harness the full mystical potential of Hercules, then checked his phone screen, confirming this was much more than just a magical showdown. Although his peripheral attributes had received a massive boost, he realized his training regime needed significantly more polish. Thinking back on that absolute cat, the hunter confessed that the man was spectacularly potent, making his own child look like a beginner by comparison. The youngster sported a cynical grin, acknowledging that he was permanently positioned on the front lines of an eternal skirmish between the police and the underworld's finest. Shava's gaze hardened, resolving he absolutely could not let this transgression stand. Primarily, because they had dared to involve Little So. Initially, the champions suspected the criminals were ordered to eliminate him directly, and simply snatched his sister as bait. But fortunately, the feline complication totally threw off their playbook. The young man yawned, openly declaring he would now need to maintain a state of paranoid readiness indefinitely. While pondering his next moves, Doan questioned his subordinate about the individual responsible for Jaegoon's injuries, who immediately supplied the main character's identity. The boss jawed tight, demanding an explanation of how any measly rank hunter could possibly take down one of their high-level executives. The executive assistant immediately looked downward, clearly radiating an aura of total cluelessness. The boss intensified his scrutiny of the informant, furious that he was being provided with information that was fundamentally unvetted data. Receiving the baffling reply that this whole mess involved the intervention of some inspection bureau, the villain took a deep breath, backing off slightly so he could absorb the incoming details. The helper stood up straighter, clarifying that bureau personnel instantly sealed the location. There were indeed people who survived, but they were currently exhibiting symptoms of extreme madness. The executive lifted an eyebrow inquisitively, pressing for the motive behind the attack. Learning that the casualty had actually received a professional hit assignment shortly before, the messenger adjusted his posture and specified the assignment was directed toward Shiva himself, noting the unfortunate event transpired during the mission's deployment, and that Shiva had not been detained. The ringleader made a face, musing that without knowing the specific instructions within the contract, this entire fiasco might just have been a colossal coincidence. The fellow interlaced his digits, concluding internally that the inspection bureau could be operating this entire carrot, especially considering the known history of that particular commanding officer. Chuan craned his neck closer as the helper revealed that even the mentally incapacitated survivors shook like leaf blowers, experiencing utter terror simply upon hearing the assailant's designation. The executive rhythmically tapped the desk, utterly perplexed as to how the hero maintained such a low rank hunter classification. He continued his drumming, deciding this young man was a major headache for Pandemonium and the whole shady network. But surely, there was a manipulative way to weaponize the current circumstances. Flashing a look that suggested he really needed a nap, the supervisor declared they were going to deliver a truly terrifying message to the opposition. The executive aimed his digit squarely at the staffer, commanding him to locate this peculiar youth immediately. Sporting a morose expression, Juan mused that in previous times they would have simply assassinated him, but the presence of the inspection bureau was bad publicity, even if Ming Yong couldn't fully implicate them, prompting him to inquire about the bureau's investigative depth. The boss pupils dilated when he heard the chief inspector was allegedly strapping on her fighting gear. Gibble dramatically swiped the documents clear from his desk, bellowing at the squad commander that she had lost her mind instigating a bloodbath. The superior was absolutely livid, outrageously demanding why his subordinate disregarded direct instruction and wiped out scores of individuals. The young woman dropped her eyes apologetically, quickly pointing out that every single person terminated was a known repeat offender, basically career criminals. The supervisor jabbed his finger at the captain, screaming that she better not contradict him, given that the targets were totally neutralized, meaning her team wasn't engaged in protection, but outright homicide. The huntress dipped her chin low, groveling for pardon once more, while simultaneously they demanded she surrender her official vestments. A loyal member of the unit then yelled out, insisting their commanding officer was simply executing her required duties professionally. Jibble quickly targeted the speaker, ordering immediate silence, asserting that minimal deference was expected since he was the chief executive, and he absolutely possessed the authority to critique the inspector's operational choices. Therefore the apparel was expected forthwith. Ningzhong was mentally prepared to comply, yet her dedicated soldiers refused to muzzle themselves. The captain made a sharp motion with her hand as a different guardsman chimed in, protesting the injustice, suggesting the executive was merely terrified that the public would discover his shocking allegiance to the actual lawbreakers. The superior shot out of his chair, sputtering that the insult must be immediately restated. The young woman strode directly toward him, challenging the executive to stop harassing her squad, and in exchange, she would happily hand over her badge and coat. Chipil paused to loudly hack up a luigi before consenting, only to be interrupted when a new figure walked through the doorway, suggesting emphatically that he might want to stop bothering the department's top officer. Everyone swung around instantly, faces registering genuine shock, like they'd just seen a talking squirrel. When asked why he was present, Xianji explained that he felt compelled to appear since his specialized operatives had been running into serious trouble with Pandemonium. The director then fixed a truly menacing glare upon the manager, wondering aloud if the incompetent fool genuinely believed the director was oblivious to the current danger assessment. Jibble went pale when the general insinuated he might be complicit in sheltering lawbreakers, quickly dismissing the accusation as a catastrophic failure of communication. However, several additional security personnel had already entered the room, and the senior authority stated that an inquiry would determine the truth. Following this, he glanced toward Ningzhong with a pleasant grin, verifying her current employment standing. Xianji's smile expanded, and he proposed they continue their chat without an audience. Once situated in his private space, The man asked if the execution order had truly originated with her. The captain compressed her mouth tightly, recalling that this individual had effectively asphyxiated countless illicit syndicates throughout Korea. His mere presence generated panic among anyone operating outside legal bounds. Plus, he was the celebrated offspring of Sun Pain, humanity's official rescuer. Maintaining that unsettlingly cheerful expression, the high-ranking official directed his attention to the huntress, demanding confirmation that wholesale slaughter had been the only viable option. The young woman averted her gaze, whispering softly that following the initial demonic invasion, humanity's entire future was pinned on the backs of the awakened individuals. Seonji strolled over to the panoramic glass, elaborating that the minute the world achieved some modicum of stability, everyone immediately started obsessing over financial portfolios. He mentioned his own father considered this greedy behavior totally standard, adding that the old man had battled relentlessly for years because he genuinely desired typical, boring tranquility more than anyone. Yet tragically, some individuals, specifically Pandemonium, chose to misuse their abilities. This behavior deeply troubled his dad. However, Seonji stressed that they absolutely couldn't sink to the level of common villains. If the good guys resorted to settling every dispute with brute force, then the moral distinction between the two groups would vanish instantly. The officer settled into the chair facing the commander, reciting his father's old saying that true justice always stares you in the face, admitting immediately afterwards that he personally held a rather contrasting philosophy. The investigator maintained his bright demeanor, volunteering that while one must recognize necessary limits, operating constantly within criminal filth makes maintaining immaculate moral standards virtually impossible. Consequently, he felt the regrettable lethal action taken during the syndicate's destruction was simply unavoidable. Ningzong dipped her head submissively. Acknowledging the point, she glanced toward the senior official, admitting she definitely wasn't the one who committed the deed, explaining that she had meticulously reviewed all local surveillance footage but the true villain remained totally elusive. Seonji raised a skeptical eyebrow upon hearing that all the conscious witnesses had completely lost their marbles. The girls scowled, elaborating that the terrified individuals were incapable of coherent speech, yet a few managed to repeatedly whisper the identity of one specific hunter. The investigator leaned in, speculating they must be referencing an elite's rank hunter, only for the commander to correct him sharply, stating the alleged culprit was a bottom-tiered wing. Meanwhile, So wandered out of her room, finding her brother dispensing kibble to Fenrir, and wondered why he was up before the sun. Shiva eyed his sister nervously, concluding mentally that she likely harbored suspicions, but reassured himself that he had patched up the broken door handle perfectly using his mystical metallic abilities, which permitted unrestricted repairing, advising himself to remain perpetually prepared for chaos. At that precise instant, the young man paused mid-breath as a brilliant plan materialized. Constructing an entirely new residence utilizing his god-level fabrication skill would provide an impenetrable fortress against any assault, guaranteeing his sister's perpetual safety. As So affectionately scratched the cat, the champion considered the logistics of where this new mansion should be erected, complicated by her continued need for local medical attention, preventing a permanent move. The fighter's face morphed into a cartoonish stare when he suddenly recalled possessing over 10 billion in assets, meaning they could simply purchase the property they currently rented. The hunter informed his sibling he was stepping out briefly, but found his path immediately obstructed at the exit. The inspector smiled chillingly, inquiring if the young fellow before him answered to the name Shiva. Our hero froze solid, recognizing he instantly recognized this man from nightly television broadcasts. Seonji's smile was bordering on actively passive-aggressive. Beads of perspiration tracked their way down the youth's cheekbones, confirming his suspicion that the bureau director's sudden presence was entirely attributable to the unfortunate events that occurred the previous night. The warrior ground his molars together, reflecting that he should have known the governmental body would eventually discover his actions, but his worry for his sibling had caused him to completely abandon his self-control. The hunter observed the investigator's pleasant expression, questioning why this bit would bother making a house call, although he instantly warned himself that this was purely conjecture and unnecessary assumptions were forbidden. The fellow narrowed his eyes, affirmed his identity as Shiva, and was immediately interrogated about whether he was conducting shady underground business the day before. The director loomed dramatically above the main character, mentioning that he had perpetrated some truly nasty stuff on actual human beings and was now acting like he was totally guilt-free. The youth gazed at Seonji with mounting terror, instantly understanding that victory was unobtainable and his only logical course of action was a swift escape. The champion closed his hand tightly, remembering his duty to So, knowing abandoning her was never an option. Then, completely out of the blue, the man gently placed his hand upon Shiva's shoulder and actually proposed that he join the Federal Security Force as an operative. The hunter's expression immediately shifted into utter confusion, like he'd been asked to solve quantum physics while juggling chainsaws. Moments later, the young man found himself planted awkwardly at a public transit station, internally analyzing the unexpected employment package from a government worker's perspective. Shiva gave a shaky, uncertain smile, confessing that while he wasn't about to reject that kind of paycheck, he mumbled under his breath that the entire situation seemed absolutely unbelievable. The investigator vanished like a ghost before our hero could even open his mouth, probably because yesterday's mess was still haunting him, and our young guy pouted like he'd lost a bet, deciding this drama was his own burden to carry while the soldier sat down to talk real estate with the homeowner. The lady looked at the hunter like he was crazy when he asked to buy her place, but she laughed and told him not to worry because housing prices were currently in the gutter, and she babbled some excuses about not selling until she had a few kids. Looking completely shocked when Shiva offered to buy the dump himself, he flashed a grin, reminding her that being an elite monster hunter meant he was swimming in cash, even if the house looked like it was held together by tape and hope. The lad looked away, admitting he was strangely fond of the old pile of bricks, even after being told it was only worth a measly 150 million, and the woman cackled when the warrior complained that the price was a total steal, explaining that she knew his struggle, but the hunter wouldn't take a discount for anything. He gave his savior a look that could melt butter, confessing that without her kindness, he and his sister would be chilling on the sidewalk, so he insisted on paying a cool billion for the place. The lady of the house looked like she'd just seen a ghost who owed her money, and once the guy hopped on the bus, he realized architectural planning was harder than slaying dragons. Shiva ground his teeth into dust, seeing the mountain of red tape and permits that would take months of wandering through government offices to resolve, and the hero let out a heavy sigh, realizing he couldn't even manage a YouTube upload without getting roasted by trolls in the comments section. His paws were shaking like a leaf as he remembered he had to prep for a sword dance with Karen, and his jaw hit the floor when he saw the price of a Sandon subscription, and after earmarking funds for his new mansion, he only had 6.5 billion left, and the monthly fees were draining him faster than a vampire at a blood bank. The fighter rolled his eyes, grumbling about his dwindling fortune before the sword mistress waltzed in, asking if he'd been waiting long enough to grow a beard. He gave a bashful smirk, thinking she was leveling up in beauty daily, and when she asked about the bill, he nervously suggested 10 billion a month for 2 lessons a week, which she accepted without blinking. Our hero's face did a perfect impression of a confused pug, wondering if 10 billion was just pocket change for the big shots at the corporation, and he buried his mug in his hands, debating if he should have sold his soul for more cash. Right before Chiron mentioned that was exactly the budget she'd planned for, then the hunter looked away, explaining that her grumpy grandpa probably wouldn't let her blow more on a monthly payment anyway, and the fighter chuckled as the deal was sealed, privately noting that 120 billion a year was still a massive pile of loot, even for the richest snubs in town. The girl tilted her head like a confused kitten when the hunter mentioned he had a burning question for her, and the guy fidgeted with his fingers, admitting that his dream of building a fortress was getting buried under a mountain of boring paperwork and bureaucratic nonsense. The Sword Queen paused for a second, leaving Shiva looking like a lost puppy until she promised to fix his legal headaches, which he found suspiciously efficient, and the hero glared at his phone screen, trying to figure out why his new toy was a one-hit wonder made of trashy materials. Meanwhile Paljuan stared at the blade in disbelief, shocked that the kid had been grinding this whole time without even breaking a sweat, and the soldier wondered what he was supposed to do with his free time now that his student was handling all the boring housing documents like a professional secretary. Suddenly, Soyeon popped up like a jack-in-the-box, claiming she was just wandering around, and happened to remember her old pal, and when she spotted the hunter, she beamed and asked how life was treating him, but he avoided eye contact, admitting things were messy while she fished for the juicy details. Soyeon squinted at her buddy with extreme suspicion when he tried to claim that nothing exciting or weird was happening in his life. The girl wiped a finger, reminding him that she was his personal superhero if he ever got into a jam, and with a face as red as a tomato, Shiva leaned in and whispered to the business mogul if he could cash in a favor. The hero scratched his skull, awkwardly asking for some help sourcing the magical materials needed to build his dream shack. Soyeon rubbed her chin like a tiny philosopher, saying it wasn't a big deal, but wondering why on earth he needed a mountain of bricks, and the guy told her it was for a new house. The superpowered lady took a moment to process the request, asking if he was actually serious about playing architect, and he gave a dorky smile, remembering that she was basically a grandmaster at crafting things from scratch. The businesswoman scratched her head in confusion, trying to wrap her brain around the request before he shoved a massive shopping list of necessary materials into her hands. Soyeon blinked at the list, quickly noticing that these items were definitely not meant for a standard construction project. The girl's face went pale as she realized Shiva was trying to build a house out of dead monster parts, and he just nodded like it was perfectly normal. Meanwhile, Sunji was chugging drinks on a park bench, asking the boss who walked up what the hell was going on with the enemy, and Minpek muttered that the bad guy did absolutely nothing while he figured out who the real puppet master was, though they were clearly scrubbing the crime scene, and the inspector took a long swig from his can, declaring the whole situation a complete and total dumpster fire. With a wicked grin, the man asked why his sidekick looked so grumpy, since humans were as easy to read as a toddler's blow, and he offered him a drink, but the guy wanted to know why they hadn't cuffed the protagonist yet, especially since Min Peg brought up the kid, and the director explained that Min John was the reason they were playing nice for now. Then Sunji chuckled, explaining that the boss thought the guy was more human than the rest of the freaks, then asked how many years his employee had been wasting at the bureau. The director sighed, noting it had been 7 years, then shared his own life story about training with his dad for 8 years and wandering the world for 5 more before serving 2 decades in the office. And the old-timer looked at his weathered hand, reminiscing about all the thugs had taken down to keep the body count from reaching the moon. Otherwise there would be graves for miles. The detective scowled, admitting he was sick of the human race since they were often way nastier than the actual monsters they hunted. And Minpek looked deep in thought when the boss confessed he didn't trust anyone as far as he could throw them. Then Sunji hung his head, admitting that everyone looked like a crook to him. Yet some people still had the guts to believe in his grumpy old soul. And the leader raised an eyebrow, and when the old man asked who would be that crazy, he replied that it was probably just the folks trying to put bread on the table. The inspector rested his hands on his lap, noting that life was a series of painful sacrifices, which made every parent a freaking hero in his book. But Shiva was a special case, and the director stood up, explaining that Shiva was just a guy trying to keep his sister safe from the world. Then Minpek stared intensely at his superior, noting that hiding his real power level after wrecking the criminal underworld made the kid look super sketchy, though his boss thought it was just a case of bad bookkeeping. The man's brows shot up as he asked what Sunji was implying, remembering how the public labeled them as cold-blooded butchers, and the old man tossed his empty can into the bin, reminding him that their blades were meant for the bad guys, so that normal folks could live in a society that wasn't a total nightmare. The inspector strolled off, mentioning that this was the peaceful world his father fought for, and when he asked where his lackey was going, the guy said he was heading to the group headquarters, and the supervisor stood there like a statue, while the director smirked, remembering his speech about the duty of the sword. Then Shiva beamed, declaring his intention to build his own fortress, while Paljuan looked at him like he was insane for trying to be a dye architect without any experience. Soyeon looked at the shopping list with a skeptical eye, warning him that finding this stuff would be a nightmare that only a mountain of cash could solve. She started naming things like dragon scales and golem guts, mentioning that none of these came from your average neighborhood beast, and every single item on Shiva's wish list was harvested from monsters that would eat a big rank hunter for breakfast. The lady ran a finger down the page, noting that every hunter in the city was fighting over these parts, making them harder to find than a needle in a haystack, and the fighter looked away, knowing she was right, but she teased that impossible just meant he'd have to pay a much steeper price. Then Soyeon checked her phone, and dropped the bombshell that he should be ready to fork over at least 1 billion. The hunter's face crumpled in pure terror, even though his bank account was safe thanks to Chiron covering her tuition, and the guy stroked his chin, thinking about using cheaper wood, but he wanted the place to be a fortress for Soyeon, so he couldn't cut corners on her safety. Shiva looked at his friend with the eyes of a starving orphan, asking if she could actually pull off this miracle, and she promised to move mountains for him, and the protagonist rubbed his jaw, realizing the biggest hurdle was that you couldn't just buy the stuff at the local hardware store. Then he raised his eyebrows, deciding right then and there that he'd just have to go out and kill the monsters himself. The young man gave a nervous little laugh when he remembered his official hunter rank was still in the gutter, meaning no one would give him a permit for high-level raids, and the fighter squeezed his fist, deciding it was high time to level up his status through the 2 main paths of glory. The first being to grind his skills until he gained some street cred. The second option involved sitting through a examination, which used to be the only way to get ahead back in the day before things got weird. Then the big awakening happened, bringing this second method into play as a way to officially prove someone had actually gained superpowers and wasn't just faking it. The powered-up folks were split into 2 camps, those who got flashy new magic tricks, and those who just became super strong versions of themselves. The monster Slayer gripped his mobile, still clueless about why he even woke up today, though early risers usually snagged a rank boost through a second trial that got pushed back. Our hero checked his phone to see if he was finally a big deal, and after spotting a laundry list of godly powers, Shevix realized he was basically a walking cheat code. He ditched his pals and bailed. While back inside, Maya crashed the party and told a curious Karen that the end of the world was just her showing up for work. Antai smiled at the struggling girl, while the boss claimed she saved the firm, but the girl joked that the boss was the real hero, while she just drank free coffee. Mayna sipped her drink and poked fun at her friend for still acting like a goofy intern, wondering when she would actually grow up and stop doing silly stuff. Karen ducked her head and whispered that she was visiting her favorite aunt today, not the scary lady in the big office. The woman smirked, thinking her niece used to be a little angel before life turned into a tragic soap opera. Her brother had dumped her like a hot potato because family ties in the Chable clan were about as strong as a wet napkin after her parents kicked the bucket. The weight of the world was crushing the poor girl, and the director felt bad, knowing she only survived this cutthroat corporate jumble thanks to her own lucky family connections. Antai put her mug down, and figured she might actually be useful for once. so she asked the little warrior what was really on her mind. The girl stared at Maine with an intense gaze, declaring her grand plan to build a massive fort using the company's fancy reputation. The boss lady arched an eyebrow and wondered if the kid was planning a giant mansion, but the girl insisted it was just a humble shack for regular folks. Hearing her guest was living in a literal dumpster, the woman decided she had to play fairy godmother right away. The aunt let out a cheeky giggle and promised to bully the construction team into finishing the job before the paint even dried. The sort. Waver looked confused and explained the house wasn't even for her. She just needed the corporate stamp of approval. Maina almost sprayed her caffeine across the room in shock. While across town, Shiva was stuck in a waiting room at the Hunter Bureau, watching people nervously sweat before their rare exams. Our hero noticed that every rookie there was high on hope, convinced they were secret superstars destined for greatness. The lad winced, remembering when he was just as delusional, thinking a magical boon would turn him into a legendary hero with a fancy class badge. Instead, the test told him he was as special as a plain potato, ranking him even lower than the bottom of the barrel. The hunter smirked because the script had finally flipped, and he stood up when they finally yelled his name for the scan. He stepped into the glowing machine, ready to prove that he was no longer a background character in his own life. The protagonist squeezed his hands into fists to stay still as the machine hummed, counting his new hoard of skills like a dragon with a fresh pile of gold. The young guy shut his eyes, thinking about how he should have done this ages ago, but he was busy not dying. Fighting those pandemonium jerks gave him the guts to realize he could punch his way through any problem now. As the tech nerds stared at their screens like they just saw a ghost, the hunter decided it was time to stop playing hide and seek with his power. With a grin that screamed main character energy, he prepared for the world to freak out over its first troubles. Rank Titan. However, the screen showed the same pathetic numbers as before, leaving him looking like a confused puppy. Shiva blinked at the monitor, seeing the same old loser stats that had haunted him since day one. The protagonist looked like he accidentally ate a lemon, and the testers were just as baffled by the lack of any shiny new metals. The boy yelled that the machine must be broken, but security tossed him out like last night's trash while he screamed for a do-over. Soon he was moping on a park bench, wondering why his divine mojo was invisible to modern gadgets. He figured the system was too primitive to handle his godhood, or maybe he was just exceptionally good at failing tests. The guy recalled Hercules calling him a big fat zero, and it seemed that without some natural talent, the machines just saw an empty shell. Shiva checked his phone and hoped there was some logic to this mess. Even if he felt like he was reading a manual in a foreign language, he scrolled through his scales, noting they weren't even at full power yet, which meant he was still a god-tier intern in training. The lad let out a long breath, totally clueless about how to actually use these divine parlor tricks without accidentally blowing up a city. The fighter looked at the clouds, remembering the hero said he was a special kind of blank slate, which was the only reason he could borrow power from the big guys upstairs. That mysterious blonde dude was still stuck in his head, making him wonder if the guy had a secret manual for his life. The hero remembered the stranger apologizing for the mess, which was a pretty weak way to say sorry for turning his world upside down. Shiva hopped off the bench, convinced that the weirdo knew the secrets to his hidden stats. The main character glared at his screen, realizing that begging for a retest was a waste of time, and he just needed to grind dungeons until he reached rank A. The kid looked annoyed, because his social media channel was drier than a dessert. But then he got a brilliant idea for a video that would break the internet. CIG flashed a winning smile when he realized people were finally paying attention to his dramatic entrance. The inspector chuckled, remarking that the service here was top-notch even when he showed up unannounced like a surprise bill. Boingo offered a hand and a chair, trying to be a good host while probably wondering who let this guy in. The old-timer sat down and asked if this company was the only thing keeping the country's bank account from hitting zero. The man grinned at the security chief, who claimed to keep everyone safe, but the director joked that running a business was just a fancy way of pointing people in the right direction. With a smirk, the powerful guy added that you don't just need a brain for business. You need to be a really good salesman to trick people into giving you their money. Then he widened his grin, mentioning that family was great until you had to stick a toothpick in their back for a promotion. The inspector quickly clarified that he wasn't interested in their family drama and didn't care if they were playing detective with some guy named Chiron. Huangkok looked like he just bit into a raw lemon the moment the hero's name was mentioned. The man glared at Sanji, knowing the cat was out of the bag regarding their plan to kick the heiress to the curb. He was terrified the authorities were digging into his shady deals with the bad guys from Pandemonium. The director's hands were shaking as he realized he couldn't just boss around a hero who didn't care about his corporate threats. Even a giant company couldn't mess with Sun Payon, one of the legendary heroes who saved the world from becoming a parking lot for monsters. Huangkok ground his teeth, trying to figure out why the big boss was playing bodyguard for some random kid until the visitor ended the chat by saying the name sounded familiar. Sanji leaned in and told them to stop the petty bickering before someone got hurt. Deku folded her hands like a desperate mon, begging her boss not to fire her because her bank account was currently a ghost town. Shiva looked at his helper like she had two heads and asked why she was acting like a tragic lead in a movie. The hero was stunned when the girl explained they were broke until they got more clicks. Assuming he was ready to quit the internet forever, the guy blinked in confusion, wondering why she thought he was giving up until he remembered he hadn't posted anything in forever. He felt like a jerk for not paying his editor, but she insisted he was a great boss even if he was a bit of a slacker that month. The hunter laughed nervously, promising a steady paycheck while explaining he actually had a plan to make the channel go viral. The employee begged to keep her job, and the guy showed her the money transfer so she could buy some fried chicken for her siblings. The girl got misty-eyed when he mentioned how a bucket of chicken was the ultimate prize when he was a kid, acknowledging her hard work as a surrogate parent. The shy editor suddenly asked if she could drop the formalities and just use her name. Shava looked confused, but the girl was just tired of acting like she was talking to a scary, ancient deity. Deku was freaking out inside, because her boss was actually a pretty cool guy. The main character laughed and said it was fine, as long as she called him her cool older brother. The boy rubbed his neck awkwardly after her bashful reply, but then the girl wanted to know what kind of crazy stunt he was planning for the next video. A few days later, the Hunter Bureau called the next person in line, and the clerk recognized the familiar face immediately. He gave her a friendly wave, and she remembered his name, because he was the D-rank guy who never gave up. She asked what he needed today, and he mentioned wanting to check the rules for getting a promotion. She noted his D-rank status and assumed he had hit his ceiling since he didn't have any flashy superpowers. The clerk checked her screen, and told him he needed to clear 200 dungeons to level up, which would take about a year at his current lazy pace. The lady smiled and said once he hit the magic number, he could take a test for the big leagues, asking if he had any more questions. The guy grinned and asked for his current score, and she told him he had about 184 more to go. She offered to book him a slot for today, and Shava jumped at the chance to get back to work. The woman typed away and found a dungeon just around the corner, though she felt bad because it was a bit tougher than his usual workouts. The young man stood up and thanked her, and the secretary gave him a cheery goodbye before he vanished. She was about to call the next victim when the same hunter popped back up in front of her. The guy was beaming with confidence, and the lady wondered if he had forgotten his lunch or just got scared of the monsters. She looked horrified, thinking he had quit already, but then he dropped a bombshell about finishing all his raids at once. Deku asked about his new plan, and he gave a thumbs up, declaring he would become an rank hero in just 30 days. The girl stared at him like he was speaking Martian, but he was already posing for his own imaginary thumbnail. Meanwhile, a frantic worker burst into the main office, screaming that a crazy hunter was clearing dungeons faster than a speedrunner. The boss yelled at him for making a scene, but the guy reported that one man was literally raiding everything in sight. The manager was stunned to hear that this lunatic had already cleared 150 dungeons in a heartbeat. The worker was gasping for air, insisting this wasn't a prank, and that they needed to tell the big bosses immediately. Another staffer ran in, assuming the guy was a cheer, but instead reported that he was already asking for a rank promotion. The boss looked like his brain had short-circuited because he knew the 200 raid rule was supposed to take months, not minutes. He wanted to send a quick email, but his team insisted this was a call the president kind of emergency. Over at the main office, Minjin was buried in paperwork when she heard the news. Azui looked pale, reporting that some guy jumped from A to C in 3 days flat, and the higher-ups wanted an investigation. The commander's jaw dropped when she heard it was Sheva again. The girl wondered if he was trying to break the system on purpose, since normally people just took a retest instead of grinding like a maniac. The investigator gave Arn a suspicious glance, hinting that the main character was definitely using some illegal performance-enhancing cheat codes. The response team lady glanced at her superior and confirmed that she had indeed bumped into a superpowered person who took the edgy shortcut through dark sorcery, looking like she would rather be watching paint dry. The staff member droned on with a technical speech that went completely over the confused commander's head. Minjin let out a wary groan and begged for the dummy version. So the scientist wagged a finger and clarified that spooky magic feeds on bad vibes and spicy human drama, growing more potent as people get grumpier. However, the spirit toasts itself fast, meaning those who chase dark power usually face a very predictable and messy end. Those miserable individuals eventually abandon their mortal shapes to transform into vile creatures that exist solely for carnage. The boss scrunched up his face and wondered how to spot these weirdos, only to be told that identifying them is as easy as spotting a clown at a funeral. Erin wagged her head and mentioned that even a regular person could tell they were bad news, because they looked like they fell out of a horror movie. The official twiddled her thumbs, recalling how the big boss had hung out with Sheva lately, and even suggested giving the guy some special treatment. Sporting a cheeky grin, Minjin told them to inform the higher-ups that he would handle the mess without accidentally blowing anything up. The female leader glared at her documents, pondering the enigma of the man, while Shiva squinted at his mobile device, baffled by why his latest craft was absolute hot garbage. He exhaled a sad puff of air, realizing he was accidentally making junk instead of legendary gear, though he hoped his crafting skills would eventually suck less. Our hero poked at a metallic tube, noting it was less pathetic than his first try but still belonged in a bin. So he tossed the scrap onto the furniture, and decided to grind for some experience points. Since his associate hadn't delivered the bricks yet, he figured he should buff his stats enough to actually construct a decent mansion without it collapsing. Just then, a familiar voice chirped from behind him, catching his grumpy attention exactly when he was doubting his own survival skills. The lady he was thinking about strolled in, claiming she had a hunch he'd be hiding in this exact spot. The fighter pivoted toward the powered female to check on his shopping list, but she admitted that finding that specific quantity of items was a total nightmare. She had even bothered her little brother about it, which shocked our guy because he had no clue she even had a sibling hiding in the wings. The business lady gave an enthusiastic gesture and introduced her 20-year-old brother named Liz Hong, who was apparently also a hunter she had roped into the job. While the girl looked proud of herself, Sheva recalled he needed high-tier monster guts and found out the brother was actually a formidable B-rank warrior. The main character dropped his jaw upon learning the kid was merely an A-rank prodigy, which seemed pretty impressive for a newbie. The woman waved off his praise, admitting she still fussed over the boy even though his mutant healing powers meant he could basically survive being turned into a smoothie. When her buddy poked for details, the businesswoman clarified that it was like a video game respawn trick similar to how trolls grow back legs, meaning a missing arm is just a temporary inconvenience. She flashed a peace sign and told him to chill out, promising that her super-powered brother would scavenge those crafting parts in no time. Bald One wandered over and saw the girl, who bragged about her recent trip to a global metal nerd convention and asked for a status report on the gear. As they chatted, the high-rank fighter decided her help wasn't quite cutting it and he'd have to go shopping for monster bits himself, so he waved goodbye and vanished. Elsewhere, Deka let out a joyful scream because she finally finished her chores, even though she felt like a zombie after editing nearly an entire day's worth of footage. She stared at the screen and marveled at how her boss climbed the social ladder from loser to legend in 3 days, while others take years to even find their shoes. Her joy died instantly when Shiva dumped 300 more clips on her desk, making her realize the madman had already hit the next power tier. Her jaw hit the floor at the thought of more work, but her eyes turned into dollar signs when a massive fat paycheck suddenly hit her bank account. Deka was floored to see a massive payment for her editing, plus a bonus if the internet liked her work. She looked at her snoring siblings and vowed to work hard so they could eat more than just instant noodles, looking quite pleased with himself. The warrior watched the view count skyrocket and gave a mental high five to his talented editor for her hard work. They managed to snag nearly 1 million views in 24 hours, which was way more successful than his attempt at making a sandwich. The fighter gave a weak grin, confessing that his camera handling skills were basically destructive, though he felt bad asking a normal human to follow him into monster pits. He got a little spooked at the thought of hiring a super-powered cameraman who might accidentally vaporize the lens, so he gnawed on her nails and mumbled about being ghosted. Looking like she might melt down, she told Shiva that her brother was missing, which sent her anxiety through the roof. The businesswoman looked terrified since Lishon entered the turtle dungeon yesterday and went silent. Our hero wondered if the authorities knew, but she confirmed the kid officially signed into the danger zone. The powered lady kept checking her screen for life while her pal tried to tell her that monster hunting is basically a chaotic game of tag. The guy grinned and joked that the kid was probably just getting wasted with his team to celebrate not dying, which is standard behavior for 20-year-olds. She clutched her arms and insisted her brother was a good boy, but the fighter argued that silence is golden, especially for a guy who can grow back his own head. He tapped his screen and promised to alert the authorities as a backup plan, earning a quick thanks before she sprinted off to keep calling. He watched her go, realizing her panic was fair, but he figured waiting was the only play left until the brother finally woke up from his nap. The fighter woke up to find himself tethered to a chair, and had no clue why he was being treated so rudely. The kid started sweating bullets, but he managed to recall that he had recruited a team to go punch some giant turtles just to help his sibling out. They finished hunting. Then the guys invited him for a few cold drinks. The kid's eyes went wide as he realized he was snatched away like a lost umbrella. He looked up as a creep entered the dungeon and told him to stop squirming, claiming that even the strongest hero on Earth couldn't snap those heavy shackles. Lishon fearfully asked what kind of weird plans the kidnapper had for him. Instead of answering, the weirdo got uncomfortably close and asked if the boy knew about the shady criminals with unlicensed superpowers. The madman hid his face and bragged that all the chaos in the world was basically his own personal achievement. The nutcase got angry and ranted about his test subjects being ungrateful by dying, even though he was just trying to turn them into Superman. He complained that people are too fragile because they insist on expiring just because they leak blood or lose a few toes. The villain squeezed the kid's cheeks and whispered that this specific prisoner was built different from the previous failures. Iyaka glared with crazy eyes while the girl named Chiron suddenly sprang into action with sweat pouring down her forehead. The teacher started a deep monologue about how her technique relied on cosmic balance, comparing it to the way the dirt and the clouds interact. The hero realized that even though these forces seem like enemies, they are actually best friends who can live without each other. He then contemplated his grand plan to invent a fancy new way to swing a sword while coaching the exhausted girl, grinning like a fool. The superpowered guy admitted to himself that he was just winging it and barely understood his own confusing metaphors. He gripped his blade, and set a goal to master a fancy slow motion sword style that would make a simple poke look like a masterpiece. Since he was technically a blade expert, he figured he could invent a unique combat style for the girl, even if it didn't look like traditional martial arts. He balanced on his toes, and decided he'd become a top-tier swordsman. So he told his people to feel the magic vibes, and let them flow into her weapon. The rich girl's sword whirled through the air and landed, showing Shiva that he could easily block any incoming slap with that move. Heron looked away and complained that this spiritual stuff was exhausting, but her coach told her to relax because she was doing great. The hero secretly thought that he was just as clueless as she was, but figured as long as she followed his instructions, they'd both look like geniuses. Twinkling his eyes, the hero promised to keep repeating the same boring advice until it finally stuck in her brain, which made her feel much better. He stretched his arms and called it a day, but the girl suddenly chimed in and mentioned that the problem would probably be fixed in about 4 weeks. The main guy looked totally lost until she clarified that she was actually referring to that specific favor he had asked for earlier. His jaw dropped as he asked if she was talking about the paperwork for his new house, and even though he thanked her, she reminded him that nothing was official yet. That woman dabbed her brow with a claw, making the young fellow muse if even the Korean rulebook didn't exempt this organization. As Shiva smirked, certain the construction supplies would materialize within a moon's cycle, only for Sua to storm in, announcing Lee Jong's vanishing act, which prompted the commanding officer to demand a full accounting of the incident. Presenting a slip of paper, the aide suggested she take a peek, adding that this list contained the names of everyone who shared a sword with that chap during that particular scuffle. Gazing upon the printed matter, Min Jong raised an eyebrow, surprised to see that a few of them were indeed unregistered superhumans. Tilting her head down slightly, the security officer clarified that, to be perfectly exact, they were operatives labeled as hunters who were suspected of aiding the unregistered foe, though Lee Jong himself wasn't on that roster. Locking eyes with the speaker, the squad leader queried if they had intentionally set a trap for him, and if there was a motive. When the secretary piped up, suggesting perhaps his unique talent was the catalyst, the elegant woman screwed up her face in a fearsome manner, revealing that his special power involved super rapid mending, boasting that he could regrow a severed limb. No sweat, clutching her arms closed, Dawn mumbled with some doubt that he might have been nabbed for some gruesome human testing project. A sheer face of jagged rock materialized before them, and a voice drifted over her, noting that she remained silent, perched on a boulder. The main guy pondered if his acquaintance was tied up, despite his strong desire to chew the fat about the video footage. Then concluded the fellow must be slammed if he hadn't managed a quick call. Holding his telephone, Shifu recalled the irritated Hercules and pondered having blown off several crucial calls, crossing his fingers that the brute wasn't harboring a grudge. Clapping a hand to his thigh, the central character resolved to start their next conversation by discussing the content first thing. Suddenly, jagged fragments of stone erupted right in front of his visor. The apertures belonging to the B-class Earth, shaking behemoth were brimming with molten rock, clenching his jaw hard. The superpowered chat mused that Teichi Sanfin was an aptitude directly opposed to Hercules' Smaiga, tightly balling his hands into fists, and thinking that 3 pillars supported the martial arts, namely spirit, or inner core, plus vital force, or physical form. Confucius made an appearance, and it turned out his mental refinement perfectly mirrored the inner core. The burly figure grasped his forearm with his digits, clearly showing that incredible might suited him. Closing his peepers, the hero deduced that the vital force corresponded precisely with the strength of Teichi. Without warning, ropes of mystical energy coiled around his open hand, and simultaneously, the expert thrust his limb out straight ahead. The resulting outward blast hammered the airborne volcanic automatons straight back down. Shutting his eyes, the youngster contemplated how the super-gifted utilized forces pulled straight from the world around them, the inherent stuff present in all things, as waves of energy washed through Shiva's frame, making him grasp that to wield this energy, a process of purification was essential, and the cleaner the process, the better the magical power performed. Frowning intensely, the protagonist decided that without successfully cleaning himself, mana simply wouldn't build up, and a moment later, a blinding streak of light zipped through the dense woods. Gritting his teeth fiercely, the wielder of immense strength bellowed aloud, resolutely aiming his vision skyward. Yellow orbs littered the earth around him, and spreading his arms wide, the hero was startled by the sheer quantity. Just as the system announced that his Teichi lore had nudged upward a tiny bit, along with his gentlemanly heart, human decency, integrity, and acumen. A wide smile spread across the master's face as he recalled Hercules mentioning this would assist, prompting him to cheer that it wasn't half bad. Examining his slightly vibrating hand, the young man surmised the impact was rather fierce, meaning blending it with his supernatural muscle power was currently just a fanciful wish in his present condition. In his mounting fervor, Shiva's eyes bulged as he remarked that Teichi was never intended to be beyond human capacity. so he counted himself fortunate. A bead of perspiration traced a path down the protagonist's cheek, leading him to realize he'd never expected Wada's odd potions to prove useful, especially considering the legend claimed that mastering godly abilities meant achieving apotheosis. A small butterfly rested upon a fiery chrysalis, which turned out to be the creature's body transformation, pricking his arm skin with fine needles. The superpower holder reflected that he could only tap into this ability slightly so far, but it would allow him to precisely tune his Taichi power. Green sparks of energy danced around his head, making him realize he'd only signed up for this service to heal so. But this particular venue was proving far more beneficial than anticipated, leading him to declare it much superior. The protagonist being, noting his skill had jumped to 30%, then wondered if his sister might already be enrolled in university, suddenly questioning if a complete recovery was plausible. Abruptly, the master swiveled his head to the side. The camera, lying on the ground and glimmering, made the young man understand he needed someone to film the footage, though he couldn't fathom why divine metalworking couldn't conjure up a camera, presenting a scene of apartments beneath a dark night canopy. The operative tallied that he had successfully run 15D tier secret lair excursions that day, drooping the corners of his mouth. Java pondered that hitting it rank would require 500 runs, but at this pace, it would take longer than expected, since navigating level dungeons wasn't a brisk walk in the park, making speed improvements tricky. The moon cast a bright glow above, and the super gifted individual resolved he'd wrap things up by month's end. Given how swiftly he was progressing thanks to Fenrir snagging the parcel, the fellow mentally noted had purchased some quality beef, and owed thanks, although the 700,000 price tag still felt a smidge steep. With his wary jaw drooping, the protagonist grasped that his simple daily meal allowance hit 2 million, equating to 60 million monthly, and that wasn't even the cost for the near the threshold. The master mused whether those expenditures for a furry companion were truly necessary. The dwelling's entrance began to creak open slowly when suddenly his sister and the beast erupted in happy shouts. The young man immediately inquired about So's condition, prompting her to wrap both arms around Fenrir and confirm she was tough, adding that furthermore, they had a visitor waiting for him. Shava raised his eyebrows in confusion, unsure who this late caller was. Peeking out from behind the refrigerator, the main character quizzed the identity of the guest, and turning her head back, Mingzhong declared she'd been anticipating his arrival, much to his utter astonishment. Right as chunks of meat seemed to rocket into the magical creature's gaping maw, the guard SWAT commander's pupils contracted sharply from sudden terror. The superpower holder sneered cunningly, mentally remarking that this was quite amusing since he'd always assumed she possessed absolutely zero feeling, yet here was such a distinct expression on her face. The young woman swiftly shifted her body sideways as the man pressed for an explanation for her visit, seeming perplexed if she was taken aback, hiding a smirk with a dainty palm. An elegant dame offered flimsy excuses regarding her fashionably delayed arrival, squinting like she had just socked a layman. The security guard grumpily spilled the beans regarding fresh gossip about that lissom fellow, so suddenly got fascinated by her big bro's jawline, while Shiva squeezed his hand until his knuckles turned white. Sensing the tea was about to be bitter, Daring at his boots, the lad signaled for a private chat, dropping his face in pure shock when the guest hinted at some mad scientist kidnapping shenanigans. Shiva wondered aloud if he had been snatched like a lab rat, which Ming Zhang figured was the winning bet, making the hero recall his days as a dud who flirted with shady tests just to get some powers. Our dude looked like he was hugging a commode while complaining that every die product ends in a disaster and a bruised ego, though that's just lie. Frowning, the gifted guy worried that illegal human testing could snap even a self-healing person's mind, making the rescue mission a race against insanity. Staring her down, the hero demanded to know her business, and the grubby girl barked back that it was all due to the Chaos Syndicate. While the streetlights watched with their glass eyes, the head of security mentioned that the bad guys used a brain-scrambling gadget to wipe any digital fingerprints from the tapes. Looking down, the lady pointed out that those chaos makers used the same tech to trick top-tier hunters, leaving the investigators totally clueless about where the Chaos Syndicate was hiding. The captain pulled a scary face, claiming the underworld was throwing a party over a recent mystery event, which left the young guy scratching his head in total silence. John leaned in to explain the ticking clock for missing folks, noting that if they miss the magic window, the victim is basically toast. Java drifted off thinking of Sun's shape, while the guard captain realized grieving families were blissfully ignorant, clinging to false hope like a life raft. Leaning over her, the girl confessed her bruised ego as the leader of the pack, while the hero saw her panic and realized she was pouring her heart out for a total stranger, likely due to his own weird emotional radar. Brushing his fingers together, the super-powered dude saw her humility as she swallowed her ego up, feeling a wave of pity since she was just being a decent human for once. The guy stood there with his mouth hanging open like a broken mailbox, then eventually asked the lady to babysit So while he went out. The pooch wagged his tail happily, as the owner gave him a new job, sniffing around the pavement to find a scent from the Dragon Turtle dungeon raid 3 nights back. Wearing a sour expression, The lad pieced together that the missing guy went for drinks after the mission, making the local pub the final sighting and the best spot to start playing detective. It was a faint trail, but Fenrir recalled panting happily while his master praised his nose, betting that the dog could sniff out trouble just like he did at the infirmary. The mutt shook his head around, and the guy gambled that the dungeon's high energy would make tracking easier than searching a smelly tavern. Suddenly, the beast caught a whiff of something, and barked a warning, prompting our hero to ball his fists and march straight into the fray. Fresh red splatters decorated the drab concrete. Right before a bone-chilling shriek pierced the heavy air, covered in grime and misery. The prisoner pleaded for mercy, but Yapol just smirked and called him the perfect lab rat. As Lyson leaked blood and spit, he prayed for the sweet release of death, or at least a very long nap to escape the agony. His vision blurred from the torture, and just as he was about to check out for good, the bad guy screamed that dying was strictly forbidden. With eyes popping like he had seen a ghost, the scientist yelled that if the brother crowed, the sister would be next on the operating table. The broken hunter lifted his shaky head to beg for his sibling's safety, but the villain just laughed, wondering if their shared genes meant she would be just as fun to poke with needles. Bound tightly to a seat by heavy chains, the lad whimpered that his poor sibling didn't have a single drop of magic in her, grinning like a maniac. The chaos cultist cackled that he would have to verify that lack of power personally, laughing at his own cruel joke. The warrior ground his teeth in fury, knowing he had to stay alive to keep that creep away from his kin. Just as Yapal leveled a stry, a collection of bizarre knickknacks sat on a nearby shelf as Lysom lost all track of the hours in his hazy, tortured mind. Squinting through the pain, the fellow decided that kicking the bucket in such a pathetic way was simply not on his schedule. Hidden in the dark, the gore-covered hunter vowed to shield his sister even if it was the last thing he did. Right as the wall behind him exploded into 1,000 rocky shards, our hero squeezed his fist like he was crushing a soda can, looked at the hostage, and told him that his sister was worried sick back home. Staring in horror, the main guy noted that the victim looked like he had been through a meat grinder, which shouldn't happen to a guy who heals like a lizard. Checking out the guy tied to the seat, the super dude thought that even a troll would struggle to heal from this level of extreme makeover. While Lyson kept mumbling about his sibling, our hero grabbed a needle from a tin, hoping he still had enough time to fix this mess before the guy tapped out, poking the hunter with a pointy metal tool. Sheva told him to hang tough for a bit longer if he ever wanted to see his sibling again. The poor sap's face was basically a roadmap of scratches and bruises from his recent unplanned and very violent spa day. Out of nowhere, the fighter blinked his eyes open and immediately asked about his sister, earning a big grin from the hero, who noted he was looking much less like a zombie, crawling out of the rock pile. Yapal looked totally lost, pointing a shaky finger, and demanding to know how the intruder bypassed his security. The mad scientist hung his head and whined about his private sanctuary, eventually clutching his skull, and shrieking about his ruined man cave. Glittering specks of enchanted powder unexpectedly drifted down onto the grimy floorboards. The gifted dude ground his molars together, looking like he just sniffed a dirty diaper. Right then, his eyes turned into tiny pinpricks of pure annoyance. Glancing down, the lad saw a mismatched collection of anatomy, and realized Lyson wasn't the only guest at this horror show. A bead of sweat rolled down the hero's face, as he questioned if the weirdo was responsible for all this carnage, asking him what on earth he was thinking, keeping like a fish out of water. Yapal looked genuinely baffled by the question. The bad guy looked like he'd lost a spaghetti eating contest, except that sauce was unfortunately human blood. The scientist, gesturing wildly like he was directing air traffic, questioned if he was genuinely observing a standard human specimen. The brave lad shielded the captive, prompting the hunter nearby to urgently whisper, "You really need to bolt pronto." Hazing upon the bizarre goo, the pandemonium operative observed that this material was profoundly unique, boasting fantastic powers. The deranged maniac grinned like a fin, pondered skeptically if the claims held water, and then declared, "Yeek, totally legit." Yapal abruptly shifted into a grotesque monstrosity cobbled together from various unfortunate people, immediately demanding to know his specific talent set, and exactly what kind of testing they planned to inflict upon him. Subterranean root systems became visible, revealing the legendary lore that hybridizing disparate flora was meant to yield a singular, superior botanical entity, and someone actually possessed this peculiar skill. The fellow clutched his skull in sheer despair, realizing the person capable of plant hybridization utterly despised his own ridiculously underwhelming gift. The kid's eyes shrank down to tiny dots, signaling a spectacular mental meltdown, causing him to commit an act that strongly violated the rule. Do not do that. The dude in the lab coat sat comfortably, starting his sinister research by breeding the superpowered individuals like mismatched socks. Yet shockingly, that still didn't satisfy his twisted requirements. The nutjobe's eyeballs started shining with the intensity of 1,000 suns as he launched into a flurry of utterly bizarre tests. The strange goo that used to be Yapal asked what terrible thing they had planned for Sheva, while Lyshon, grinding his teeth until they nearly shattered from the agony, pleaded for his friend to book it immediately. Some exceedingly creepy appendages crept closer toward the unfortunate protagonist's torso. Unexpectedly, The gifted individual finally decided to open his mouth, cocking his arm for a punch. The fellow muttered that the whole situation felt deeply unsettling. Following the strike, an enormous shockwave violently rippled through the atmosphere. The bewildered hunter's mouth hung open so wide you could land a plane in it. Failing completely to grasp the mechanics of what just occurred, the nefarious beast developed a brand new ventilation shaft right through its midsection. Thanks to the recent assault, globs of peculiar Aizkizku started splattering onto the floor. Simultaneously, a terrifying jet of crimson fluid shot out from the back of the reanimated corpse. Squinting slightly, the hero mentally questioned whether the creature was healing itself, immediately concluding, "Hold on, that cannot possibly be standard regenerative biology." The researcher dropped his jaw dramatically. The lunatic stuck out his tongue, like a kid taunting a sibling, and chirped gleefully. This is going to be a fantastically insightful data point. Looming oppressively above his helpless adversary, the agent of chaos wanted confirmation on whether the guy was ridiculously muscular, but fundamentally still limited to being merely a basic fleshy person. Yapal threw his arms out wide, announcing proudly that he was actually something else entirely. Specifically, a life form that had completely left humanity in the dust. The insane doctor smiled like he had just won the lottery, asserting that regular folks would remain permanently stuck far beneath his evolutionary tier. Suddenly, the beast's enormous fist barreled straight towards Shiva's skull. The captive, utterly horrified, yelled with his chin practically touching his chest, "Dude, seriously, you need to scram now." The lunatic put a creepy hand right on the pulsating monster flesh, realizing instantly that the clock had expired. Simultaneously, jagged fragments of the stone flooring exploded outwards, flying everywhere like startled pigeons. The fellow squeezed his eyes shut tight, and unleashed a piercing shriek. Yet, using just one hand, the hero managed to halt the gigantic incoming blow, prompting the stunned attacker to remark, "Now you're just pulling my leg." The confused chaos operative knitted his brow intensely, questioning whether the young man had just forcefully repelled him, wondering aloud if his sheer power somehow incorporated actual ogre abilities. Yakbal flung his arms out in disbelief, screaming at the top of his lungs that such a scenario was simply impossible. The super strong individual unleashed a tremendous beam of pure kinetic energy straight from his open palm. The grotesque creature's attention snapped violently sideways. Meanwhile, the young man's entire form began radiating an eerie, cerulean luminescence. The bewildered experimenter slowly lowered his arm, completely unable to determine exactly what this mysterious person truly was. Using a stupendously large, shimmering magic fist, the protagonist neatly cleaved off a piece of the opponent. The skilled combatant zipped back and forth rapidly, landing a relentless series of devastating hits upon his confused adversary. Blobs of strange goo splattered onto the ground, causing the zombie-like creature to weakly complain, "No way. This cannot be happening." A severed piece of the hideous beast lay there, clearly unable to process how a simple human could pull off such a spectacular stunt, or possess such ridiculous levels of strength. Peering at the young man's back, his foe initially wondered aloud if his skills were innate before quickly devolving into a frantic declaration of hatred and a desperate desire to end his life. Shiva flashed a confident, slightly dismissive smirk, suggesting his opponent cut off the monologue about how unfair it was that strong people existed. Dropping his jaw in confusion, the protagonist asked for clarification on the villain's motives, specifically questioning if he actually desired to improve himself. Akbal extended a tangle of limbs, dramatically lamenting that he possessed no inherent talent, and was thus forced to resort to desperate measures, then asked if anyone could comprehend his deep-seated misery. With blood still dripping from his fangs, the monster sneered that the young man could never grasp what it meant to be weak, since he had been born with strength, declaring a life of misery and servitude beyond the hero's understanding. The super-powered hero pursed his lips tightly in response to the experimenter's rant, which claimed that those born with natural abilities simply received strength rather than working hard to achieve it. As grotesque new heads burst from the monster's form, he shrieked that people only gained power through genetics, before having the audacity to tell others they were weak because they weren't trying hard enough. The creature opened its cavernous mouth wide and lamented how utterly disgusting and infuriating it was that everyone fawned over these naturally gifted individuals. The eyes embedded in the faces of the undead suddenly began to gleam with an eerie brilliance. Dark magic streamed menacingly over the young man's head as his opponent screamed a final vow to eliminate everyone with innate abilities. Shiva suddenly lifted his heel, poised for an immediate attack, placing the back of his hand on his forehead. The protagonist confessed that he had once shared the same mindset. Sitting on the floor, he pondered Hercules and his 12 labors, wondering if the hero had ever felt fear while facing those legendary monsters that solidified his status as a legend. The deity dropped his jaw in utter bewilderment, resting his fist on his chin. The servant revealed that he had once attempted suicide, leaving his interlocutor completely stunned and questioning whether it was a dark joke. The surrounding vision showed bloody figures lying scattered. As one of the 13 heroes recounted his past, he explained that in a fit of madness, he had killed his own family, and the resulting guilt made every day feel like torment, leading him to believe life was no longer worth living. The muscular fighter remembered clutching a noose with both hands before Theseus intervened, asking if suicide truly atoned for guilt. He clarified that his legendary feats were for redemption, not grand glory or courage. Lifting a heavy, reflective sphere, Hercules admitted the tasks were immensely difficult and often threatened his life, constantly making him feel like giving up. The other man, thinking Hercules always won easily, lifted his chin in disbelief. Hercules, raising his fist to his face, remarked that while results were important, they weren't the main point, and emphasized that how those results were achieved was truly paramount. Hercules grinned, observing how people claimed he succeeded at the 12 labors simply because his name meant greatness, completely disregarding the sheer effort required to achieve those results. Taking off his beast mask, one of the 13 heroes explained that greatness isn't something you were born with, but rather something forged by facing challenges head on. Stretching out his hand, he added that success wasn't always the goal, noting that certain circumstances make victory absolutely impossible. He then pointed at Shiva and stated that achieving greatness wasn't about overcoming the impossible, but rather asking why you seek greatness in the first place. Hercules lowered his chin, explaining that one single reason, however simple or even childish, must be remembered because 1,000 reasons will always exist to tell you it cannot be done. With a broad smile, he concluded that this single driving motivation is what makes achieving goals possible, which is why he was having this conversation about greatness right now. The main character frowned fiercely, thinking to himself that innate strength wasn't the real divider between strong and weak. He then told his enemy to stop pretending to be so knowledgeable, because he was clearly just trying to justify his actions to himself. Shielding his face from a sudden blast of bizarre energy, the superpower user began to scream at the top of his lungs, causing the other guy to part his lips in confusion. Within the residual traces of the previous blows, the ghostly silhouettes of divine mentors suddenly appeared. The protagonist called upon the wisdom of Confucius, the inner balance of Taichi Sanfin, and the brute strength of Hercules. He closed his eyes, centering on the harmony between his strength, energy, and physical body, surrounding himself and the kidnapped victim with a magical protective sphere. He ignored Yapal's loud, high-pitched screaming. The powerful hero furrowed his brow, speaking of the art of God as he prepared to attack, extending his fist forward. Shiva activated the second skill of the magic martial technique, unleashing a heavenly crushing blow. The monster's body instantly shattered into 1,000 black splashes. A bright flash illuminated the distance, leaving behind ugly stains across the room's walls. Dropping his jaw, Lishon wondered why his vein was completely white. Tightly clenching his hand, the hero realized the pain was very real, definitely not a joke. He squeezed his eyes shut, remembering Yapal's speech, and internally groaned that the technique recall was too strong. He hadn't intended to use such a powerful martial art, but the opponent's incessant nonsense had simply annoyed him into it. Examining his trembling hand, he realized he usually lost consciousness after this move. The kidnapped man called out to him, and the rescuer turned his head, clarifying if the man was able to move. Staring back at the interlocutor in confusion, the hunter replied that his body seemed to have recovered slightly. The missing man then lowered his chin, realizing he was currently constrained by heavy chains. Looking down at the restraints, Brother Song noted that legends claimed even an class hunter would be unable to break these specific shackles through sheer physical force. The protagonist suddenly tore the chains completely from his body in the middle of a discussion about how he wouldn't succeed. Rubbing his palms together, the master asked if the other man could now move, to which he replied in utter confusion that, yes, he couldn't. Leaning, Lishun leaned forward, offering an apology before asking the identity of his rescuer. Grinning slowly, the young man decided to reveal himself quickly, stating he was merely a friend of the sister. Standing opposite his interlocutor, the hunter was taken aback by this claim and asked for confirmation, to which the rescuer insisted he was just a friend and had no reason to lie. Raising his eyebrows in distress, Lishun asked about the well-being of his relative. Receiving a negative response, the kidnapped man dropped his jaw in confusion when the rescuer revealed that his sister had been worrying about him constantly. Stretching out a trembling paw, Shibu invited him to return immediately and calm her down. He added that although Lishun appeared normal, Shibu himself could barely speak, because his regeneration was nowhere near as good as Lishun's. Lishun looked at his interlocutor and requested forgiveness. The man bowed deeply, offering a heartfelt expression of immense gratitude for the heroic rescue. A look of profound satisfaction spread across the protagonist's features. Glancing over his shoulder, the powerful hero extended a casual invitation for the freshly rescued individual to head back home. Our heroes found themselves planted squarely in a messy, crumbling dungeon. Jiwoo was absolutely fuming, grinding his teeth loud enough to shake the dust loose. The assistant looked like he was about to cry, staring at the floor, as he reported that the enemy had clearly made contact, but the victim's body, along with any useful research data, had vanished entirely. The boss, facing a way to maintain his dramatic mystique, demanded confirmation that vital key materials were missing, which the assistant verified with a frantic search summary. This catastrophic failure was especially infuriating, because the organization's grand scheme, breeding hybrid human monsters by splicing personalities and abilities, had been in development for years, only to completely fall apart faster than a cheap suit. The steward stared at the blood-spattered concrete walls, realizing that the sword had mysteriously vanished into thin air. Jiwoo scowled fiercely, demanding to know the name of the scoundrel responsible for this mess. The secretary, standing behind the boss, advised him to make a swift exit, since the inspection bureau was about to show up and spoil everything. Jiwoo, still seething, ordered his assistant to dig up every piece of information they could find. He then asked, with genuine panic, if his younger sister knew about this whole catastrophe. Minjam, looking confused by his sudden concern, explained that she assumed he knew about her profession because he even had a popular internet channel, though she hadn't revealed every single detail to her. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she added that she had only hinted at what happened, believing that as someone working in the inspection bureau, she should make sure her brother was blamed for anything. The guard squad commander noted that even though she was his little sister, Jiwoo clearly had his reasons for keeping secrets from her. Jiwoo then drooped his head in a display of dramatic sadness, thinking he had kept her in the dark to protect her from worry, only to realize she knew everything anyway. Staring at the floor in contemplation, the main character realized he had always believed he was the one protecting his sister from the truth, when in reality, she had been covering for and protecting him all along. The woman smiled, noting what a clever and good sister he had, though she conceded he was a decent brother too, to which he simply agreed that so. I was quite remarkable. The guard leader confessed she felt a pang of jealousy for not having one herself, which prompted the superpower owner to widen his eyes, and ask if she had an older brother, leading to her reply that he was 14 years old. She explained to the surprised listener that he wasn't physically present, and didn't age, since he existed purely in her memory. As the scene shifted to show electric wires, Nin Jung suddenly dropped a bombshell, explaining that Yak Pal had awakened a terrifying new ability, the power to interbreed special talents. Scowling fiercely, she explained that he could merge the powers of other awakened individuals, adding that she suspected he had incorporated monster abilities into himself. The guy's jaw dropped as he questioned if this was even possible, remembering Hercule's teaching that abilities were unique and non-transferable. Staring straight ahead, the commander of the guard squad stated flatly that he knew for a fact it was possible, as the process resulted in the person losing their identity entirely. The lady looked down in confusion, imagining the terrifying creature this created, and confessed she shuddered to think of the countless victims if Pandemonium's monstrous plan hadn't been stopped. The team leader, lowering her chin slightly, made sure to clarify that she was absolutely not authorized to speak for the inspection bureau. Bowing politely, the lady offered her personal thanks. Don, he pressed his hand against the document, confirming that following the failure of Pandemonium's mass production scheme, the inspection bureau had initiated a full-scale investigation. The details displayed on the massive screen were considered far too terrifying for public consumption, so the entire investigation was carefully hidden from both the media and the wider world. So, he embraced her younger brother tightly when he returned safely, marking a wholesome end to the ordeal. Shiva stood with his fist outstretched, hearing the system report that 7 types of his skills had suddenly increased. He held his phone, confirming that his skill levels and abilities were otherwise unaffected. Seeing the wreckage of his camera on the ground, the hero realized he had completely annihilated all his recording equipment, which cost far more than he'd earned from video content. Tears welled up as he despaired over finding a new cameraman, though he mentally cheered that at least the memory card survived, ensuring the video itself wasn't damaged. Bagging the large pieces of shell, the protagonist noted that he had expected the competition for dungeon armor to be more challenging, and having finally cleared it, he knew he'd need these fragments for construction, even if they were just glorified dragon turtle skills. Walking toward the magic portal, the master concluded he'd need a bit more time to gather materials, confidently predicting he would soon become an A-class hunter. Stepping onto the city street, Shiva was immediately greeted by someone asking if he had just returned. The main character saw Lishong standing before him in a black suit, looking very surprised. The superpower wielder, jaw slack with confusion, asked how Lishong knew where he was and how he recovered so quickly, to which Lishong simply replied that the administration had informed him. The guy, holding a piece of paper, clarified that the administration hadn't exactly told him where to find the MC. Instead, he was given a list of all the clear dungeons, since there were no more available to book. The protagonist asked if Lishong had been searching for him in all those locations, prompting Lishong to close his eyes and dramatically exclaim that he nearly died from exhaustion. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, the master asked why Lishong hadn't simply called him, to which he replied he didn't have the number. Shiva then questioned why he hadn't asked his sister for the contact information. Lishong's eyes widened in alarm, declaring Shiva to be a genius, before suddenly asking why Shiva was looking for him. The hunter, smiling broadly, revealed that Shiva's sister had told him everything, confirming he knew Shiva was collecting monster byproducts. He then explained that Shiva had saved his life, and he had come to offer help as repayment. Shifting his gaze to the side, the main character insisted he didn't need assistance, adding that Lishong was a A-class hunter, and he couldn't possibly exploit his significant talent for free. Bright stars suddenly appeared in the eyes of the superpower owner, who asked if Lishong truly wanted to help for free. Lishong clarified he heard Shiva helped his older sister. The protagonist turned away, saying his sister had helped him too, so there was no need for Lishong to worry. Lishong stopped him, proposing they try one raid together before making a final decision. Then sharply announced that he had already booked the Dragon Turtle dungeon. Turning his head back, the master was completely taken aback by Lishong's words, thinking that the Dragon Turtle was so ridiculously popular that getting access was practically impossible. He genuinely wondered if Lishong had resorted to violence just to acquire the armor. Lishong brought his fist up to his face in a gesture of determination, inviting Shiva to go along so he could prove his worth, and added that Shiva could have everything they acquire. Looking up at the insistent hunter, Shiva realized rejection wasn't going to deter him, and figured he would lose nothing if he took all the drops. The main character clutched the broken lens of his camera in his hand. The guy's eyes widened in alarm, as he recalled that this person, though only a D-level hunter, possessed a level plus regeneration. Lishong's silhouette was suddenly enveloped in swirling flames, and the owner of super strength realized that even if Lishong was injured severely, he would recover even from divine arts, meaning there was absolutely no reason to worry about him during the fight. Without warning, the protagonist reached out and put his hand firmly on Lishong's shoulder. With a sly grin, the young man asked if Lishong knew how to operate camera. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the dungeon. Shiva clenched his fist tightly. The monster opened its mouth in pain. A moment later, the creature collapsed, leading the main character to think it should have been much harder. Looking at his palm, the protagonist muttered that instead of shattering, the armor seemed to simply vanish, leaving him confused. The guy recalled that the last time he used the destructive super fist on a dragon turtle, he had stretched his hand forward. Smirking, the young man realized that the true purpose of Tai Chi was to make power dissolve into nothingness. Taking a strange artifact, the superpower owner announced that Tai Chi essentially nullified the hardness of the dragon turtle's armor, perfectly complementing his skills. He noted that Hercules recommended it for a very good reason. Suddenly, the object in the master's palm began to crumble into dust, prompting him to realize he needed to adjust his power level. Glancing over to the side, the hunter asked if the filming session was proceeding smoothly. Receiving a confident positive response, Lishong wiped the sweat from his face, trying to comprehend if Shiva had truly managed to eliminate 20 dragon turtles in less than a single minute. Shiva snatched the video camera back, stating that Lishong's salary would be 10 million won, but without any viewing incentives. He added that there would also be extra payment for working in such dangerous conditions, telling Lishong not to worry. Soyeon's younger brother looked completely bewildered by the proposition. The main character lifted the corners of his lips when he heard Lishong confirm he would try. A single light burned in the window of a nearby building. Daeku, staring intently at the screen, asked if the boss had finally recruited a cameraman. Terrible monsters gathered behind this glass hunter, who confidently told the protagonist to leave everything to him, promising he would handle the situation easily. Suddenly, a malicious wolf casually waved its paw. A moment later, the guy found himself flat on the ground, narrowing his eyes. The young man asked if someone thought he was a complete pushover, then proudly exclaimed that this camera was a gift from Shiva. The teenager opened his mouth wide, and shouted that he would protect her, even if he had to sacrifice his own life. The girl's eyes went pure white in shock, as she stood there completely unable to understand what was happening. Holding out his palm, Lishong told the protagonist not to worry, pausing the protagonist to ask what exactly he was doing. Sitting at the computer desk, the lady said being a cameraman was a great honor, but also noted that she thought the video could have been better. Suddenly, the door opened with a groan, and the protagonist smiled, greeting Soyeon and asking if she was also attending the seminar. The trading company representative lowered her gaze and revealed that Lishong had explained everything, adding that he taught him a lot. The guy, slightly embarrassed, closed his eyes and clarified that he wasn't teaching, merely helping, then thought to himself that he no longer had to stress about his camera failing. Twinting, the young man muttered that even though he was new to dungeons and material gathering, all his worries had mysteriously vanished. The girl blushed fiercely as she said he had saved her brother, and she honestly didn't know how to possibly thank him enough. The lady's eyebrows practically disappeared into her hairline in surprise when she heard that he was part of her family. Looking at her directly, the master insisted there was no need to offer thanks. Standing in front of Soyeon, the wielder of superpowers asked if the younger brother claim was true. Shiva asked if she had any worries, and the trading company representative, sweating profusely, said no. Covering her mouth, the girl whispered that Lishong was already calling him son-in-law, which was strange. Before the protagonist asked again, and she exclaimed that it was okay, the lady suddenly ran away, declaring it didn't matter, and that she needed to leave, telling him to forget about everything. The protagonist, holding his phone, wondered what her problem was as he muttered that he'd soon become a top-tier hunter, with 100,000 subscribers just around the corner. Since nearly all building materials were collected, and the permit was almost ready, a view of the daytime sky appeared, and the young man realized that all the preparations for building his house were finally finishing up. Sitting on a chair, the superpower owner asked what he was doing. Right before the system notified him that Hercules wanted to video chat, a drop of sweat streamed dramatically down the master's cheek. Gritting his teeth, the hunter realized that he had been so busy lately that he had completely ignored several of Hercules' calls. Touching his smartphone, Shiva muttered that Hercules must be furious, and he would be incredibly lucky if things didn't go terribly wrong. The protagonist's face looked confused, as he realized he was about to be in deep trouble. A notification popped up on the screen asking if he wanted to accept a video call from Hercules. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought he had absolutely no idea what to do. The guy abruptly closed his eyes, and then one of the 13 heroes asked if he was there. Noting that it had been ages since they last spoke, magical particles shimmered near the young man as he muttered that the voice seemed calm, wondering if Hercules simply didn't care, before Hercules immediately asked if he could even imagine how worried he had been. Crossing his arms, the master demanded why he was behaving like this, making the superpower owner realize he was absolutely livid. Smiling, the master replied that he had important things to do, at which point God said he was offended, asking if he didn't care at all. The hunter lowered his head, explaining it wasn't on purpose, just that things were falling apart. Hercules sarcastically agreed that the great master was very busy, and his affairs were surely much more important than his own. One of the 13 heroes then reported that the channel only had 90 subscribers, demanding to know what happened to the goal of reaching 100 since the last video, and why the follower count had tanked so much. Grinning, the man declared that rest time was long gone. Stretching his hands, the master announced that they would train the entire body today. God asked if he was ready, then exclaimed that they would start, causing the main character to look completely bewildered. The protagonist was seen doing push-ups as Hercules corrected his form, demanding he straighten his back. One of the 13 characters told the guy not to be lazy and repeat the exercise, causing him to clench his jaw and mutter that this was pure madness. The young man abruptly closed his eyes, and the man immediately stated that idling was impossible, declaring the previous attempt didn't count toward the total. Blinking, the gentleman remarked there was no need to fool around all this time, adding that he needed 10 more repetitions. The night sky appeared as God counted from 1 to 3. The superpower owner, holding his phone, noticed his skill level had increased, sweat dripping from his face. The hunter wondered if it really only increased by 3, but said he felt a different level of strength, as if something was rising within him. A strange and unusual aura began to manifest. His pupils went pure white as he realized he couldn't take it anymore and would die right there. Thinking about using Tai Chi, before deciding death was better, Hercules leaned over, demanding to know who gave him permission to rest, asking if he could even hold a sword, and exclaiming that this training would definitely kill him. Looking up, the protagonist muttered that he no longer felt his body, convinced this crazy bastard was actually trying to murder him. Crossing his palms, one of the 13 heroes announced that the genuine training was merely beginning, before adding that he now needed to do 3,000 burpees. Holding out his palm, the guy clarified if he couldn't possibly just go film some content instead. Suddenly, impossible pyramids materialized in the desert. A bizarre creature was soaring through the sky. A fellow was planted right before a colossal monument, looking rather small in comparison. That Sphinx, mouth a guy, quizzed who dared approach, what their purpose was, and the reason for their visit. But the chap just winked and declared it was irrelevant, as he was there for riddle off contest. With a furrowed brow, the deity inquired once more, yet Hercules just flashed a grin and confirmed his intentions, then casually mentioned that simply trading brain teasers wasn't his jam, pointing a single finger to declare an exciting new clause for their competition. The composed gentleman sought confirmation about the Sphinx showdown, prompting the swift young man to take a swig from his flask and clarify that this was indeed a high-stakes guessing game challenge. The deity chuckled, scribbling that the first sharp mind to crack the puzzle would earn a date with Egypt's top beauty, Cleopatra, followed by the super-powered guy noting, as far as he recalled, a recording of this exact scenario existed on the Sphinx's digital platform. The smooth operator boasted that nobody had cracked the chestnut yet, while Hercules chimed in, saying he'd seen it and wanted to know if guessing was permitted, prompting the hunter to pivot with a counter, query about something seemingly impossible for him, suggesting that might be the secret source, which one of the 13 heroes admitted he hadn't quite grasped it. So the man gestured broadly, asking if they knew Thoth, the brainiac god, explaining even he failed against the Sphinx, and despite Oedipus beating him ages ago, she remained undefeated, leading Shiva, wiping his brow, to say that losing was actually better, because beating the Sphinx would instantly skyrocket their viewership. So the pleased gentleman asked for the winning strategy, only for the lead character to admit he had absolutely no clue. Then the protagonist waved his hand, mentioning that even all knowing wisdom lost to her, and then asked how they could possibly triumph. To which Hercules announced he was immediately going to crush out another 5,000 burpees. The observant chap pointed out that their ultimate aim wasn't actually securing a victory, which prompted one of the 13 heroes to part his lips and detail his specific meaning, adding that he remained entirely perplexed by the situation. With a knowing smirk, the youthful chap explained they didn't actually need to win the whole duel since they were currently broadcasting live on YouTube, extending his pointing digit. The possessor of extraordinary abilities declared their sole task was presenting the whole thing in the most flattering possible manner. The man's face lit up with glee as he announced they were adding a fresh stipulation, causing the Sphinx to scowl and demand a repeat clarification, but the master just rubbed his head, stating that every wrong guess resulted in a slap, making the god ask if he preferred oblivion or cheating, to which a grinning Hercules countered why she proposed 2 options initially when he only asked 1, suggesting it was unfair, then added that if his opponent answered correctly, he got a free hit, and cheekily inquired if the Sphinx dreaded being stomached, to which the creature perched atop the pyramid confirmed with a nod, causing the cat, taking off abruptly, to mumble that this was a fantastic opportunity to finally vanquish that muscle-bound brute, after which one of the 13 characters held up a finger, stating this was the case, and simultaneously requesting she pose 2 distinct questions, prompting the Sphinx to lift her gaze, and deliver the first query. Born in water, dies returning to water, lives emerging from it. Whereupon the man stroked his chin, and guessed a whale, only for the god to reveal the correct answer was salt, leading the gentleman to ask with a wave if she was going to strike, causing the creature to sweat profusely, wondering if he could land a blow and rip her to shreds, until Hercules interjected to confirm they had an agreement. Clenching his jaw firmly, the feline decided to give it a shot, just as the Sphinx unleashed a massive smack upon one of the 13 heroes, who brought his fist to his mouth, noticing some blood, and immediately voiced his sensation, prompting the god to jump back, exclaiming they had an accord and everything followed the established protocol, before the master knew no one was arguing, and requested the subsequent conundrum, leading the massive cat to ponder with lowered brows if returning the strike was an option, realizing that sounded excellent, and then posed the next puzzle. I lie upon the ground, yet cannot be painted, scratched, or knocked down. Hercules guessed sand, but the odd creature smirked, explaining the right answer was merely a shadow. Then the Sphinx swiped a paw, and declared she was about to deliver a hefty wallop, just as a brilliant radiance enveloped the assembled deities. Patches of crimson stained the dirt, and simultaneously, one of the 13 heroes sought confirmation that it was indeed his turn to respond. Sweating heavily, the cat affirmed the turn was his, musing that whatever riddle she offered, he had a response ready. Then, balling his fists, the man inquired if she knew about centaurs, adding that when a centaur was expecting an offspring, the sun shone brilliantly on which of its 2 halves possessed the belly. The peculiar being stared blankly ahead, completely bewildered, while the composed fellow prompted her for an answer. The Sphinx extended a paw, requesting just 60 seconds to deliberate. Lowering his eyes, the deity grumbled that the upper portion was human, and the lower was equine, yet both possessed reproductive capabilities, leaving her utterly stumped, causing the cat's eyes to narrow sharply as she wondered if this was a question beyond her knowledge base, prompting Hercules to scratch his head, remarking he wanted to capture this precise instant, and asserted it was now his chance to land a blow, leading the unusual creature to spring up, yelling that she was done for, and he would certainly finish her off. Opening her mouth, the Sphinx considered the answer was both sections. Suddenly, one of the 13 heroes requested to be struck instead, making the god narrow his eyes in confusion. The man spread his arms wide, explaining the consequence of not knowing the answer was receiving a physical impact. Looking downward, the cat firmly stated that simply wasn't an option. The gentleman curled his lips upward, reminding everyone that he had explicitly called that riddle an enigma, holding his mobile device. Shiva added that he never claimed to know the solution to that one. The strange being zipped away from Hercules, shrieking for external assistance and screaming that he had no desire to perish. One of the 13 heroes flashed a mischievous grin. A powerful energy field suddenly encased him as he declared that if he didn't strike her first, he'd strike himself. Then he deployed Hercules' specialized magic. A brilliant light burst forth. The man's eyes glowed sapphire blue, and the master unleashed devastating energy toward the Sphinx using the divine martial art known as the Super Mega Strong Annihilation Fist. The digital entity reported witnessing Hercules' flawless sorcery, noting a slight increase in divine sword mastery and magic skill. After which the lead character glanced at his phone, exclaiming how marvelous it was, and expressing shock that his skill level even improved just by observing this spectacle. Then, scrolling across the screen, the protagonist murmured that the view count was decent, having jumped from 90 subscribers to 783, concluding that the video promotion had successfully taken hold. The interior of the center building materialized, and a question arose about whether they had gleaned the information she had sought. Mana was holding a legal document while her aide reported that a gentleman named Chevex had made a request, which she had relayed to the director. A photograph of the super-powered individual appeared, leading the girl to ask if her niece had requested a favor for this specific person and what their relationship entailed, to which the secretary looked down and replied that while she couldn't state it as absolute fact, Karen spent about 2 or 3 days every week with him, suggesting they were likely romantically involved, causing the lady to gasp dramatically and press the guy again, who clarified that they were alone at the Hunters Guild headquarters. Maya scrutinized the file, checking if the awakened woman had actually landed a boyfriend. She then wondered aloud if this was the same fellow known for snubbing A-list celebrities and second-generation socialites. As the high-rise view became clear, Maya confided that her niece was indeed dating, and as her aunt, she absolutely couldn't just let things unfold naturally. Elsewhere, Hercules sprawled on his phone, claiming credit for 1,000 new subscribers, before quickly offering a half-hearted apology for his recent harsh words. The protagonist's eyebrows shot up. Another 300 subscribers had magically appeared overnight. He told the hero to stop thanking him and just get on his feet already. The hero, however, bowed deeply, feeling rather sad about the whole thing, and asked how on earth he devised such a brilliant strategy. The protagonist closed his eyes in satisfaction, recalling his promise to deliver a solution. Even though it took a significant delay, he acknowledged that the wait probably disappointed everyone, then reiterated his request for the hero to stop bowing. The hero dramatically slammed his forehead against the screen, shouting that he completely understood. It was only natural for the teacher, who was busy constructing a house, to be occupied, and he blamed himself for being too impatient and unable to wait. The guy, sweating profusely, asked if the Sphinx was dead. The master quickly confirmed he absolutely was not. Hercules smiled broadly, explaining that the Sphinx had pleaded for help so desperately that he took pity, deciding not to use his full strength and delivering only a gentle tap. The young man squinted intensely, pressing for clarification. One of the 13 heroes finally remarked that the Sphinx had slipped away from right under his nose, but not before leaving a little thank you get. The system noted that Hercules had given him a subscription, causing the recipient's eyes to narrow in surprise. The man scratched his head, explaining that this subscription to the Sphinx channel was a gift, and he wanted to know how to use it, adding that it reminded him of his teacher. The artificial intelligence confirmed that 3 out of 4 channels were now available by subscription. The master grinned, realizing he had just earned one free subscription, which, considering the fee, saved him hundreds of billions. He wondered aloud if this wasn't a complete victory. His companions celebrated with fist bumps, with the hunter declaring it the greatest gift ever, and the gentleman added that if he liked that, he would love the other gift the Sphinx left as well. The system then reported that Hercules had bestowed a one-time ticket for dinner with Cleopatra, causing Shiva to look down in absolute disbelief. One of the 13 heroes scratched his nose, mentioning he'd heard rumors about her great beauty. Sweat beaded on the protagonist's face as he tried to convince himself not to be shy about having dinner with her. Groceries now covered the table. The waitress looked at the protagonist, announced that his order was ready, and he thanked her, staring blankly ahead. The guy wondered how on earth this situation had come about. The girl smiled brightly and greeted him enthusiastically. Her joyful expression confirmed to the young man that this was, in fact, his date with Cleopatra. The superpower owner raised his eyebrows, wondering if people would think he was absolutely crazy. Sitting across from the elegant lady, the master mumbled to himself that she really was quite beautiful. Closing his eyes, the hunter recalled that Confucius, a true gentleman, valued wisdom and ignored mere appearances. As he raised the glass to his mouth, Shiva couldn't quite determine if the situation was professional or purely personal. Blushing faintly, Cleopatra asked if they should get married right now. The main character's expression was utter confusion. Wiping his mouth, the protagonist genuinely wondered if she was in her right mind. The queen noticed his thoughts, observing that he seemed to think she was crazy, to which he replied he wouldn't deny it. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she asked if he wasn't overreacting, clenching his fist. The young man insisted that, judging by her suggestion, she was clearly the one going overboard. He had Kipkean ruler smart, explaining she had just suddenly thought about it, then asked if he was trying to act tough. The young man frowned seriously, stating he was merely telling the truth. Stretching out her hand, the girl pointed out he was the first man who had behaved like this, since most men, upon seeing her, were ready to give her everything, including their liver and gallbladder. Twitching slightly, the owner of super strength muttered that this was hardly surprising, as such beauty really did inspire men to give everything away. He added that he could easily take everything, including intestines, heart, and pancreas. Moving closer to the master, the lady abruptly asked if they would get married, leaving him bewildered about how she had returned to that conclusion so quickly. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter asked if she was joking, but she insisted she was serious. He then declared that he resolutely refused the offer, staring at him intensely. Cleopatra asked if he didn't like her, or if he thought she was ugly. She then mused that they couldn't be together, before asking if love required physical interaction. Averting his gaze, the main character noted that while physical interaction wasn't strictly required for affection, It was definitely necessary to some degree. He thought to himself that it was truly necessary. Hovering in the air, the queen stated that this meant he felt nothing for her, and the protagonist replied that he would not succumb to temptation. He added that if he ever sacrificed his liver and gallbladder, it would only be for someone he genuinely loved. The ruler of Egypt's eyes widened sharply, touching her chin. The girl claimed she had genuinely fallen in love with him, then asked if he thought she was joking. The guy muttered that she was talking nonsense. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window, and the lady wondered why he couldn't just tell a white lie. The young man replied that he couldn't do that. Noticing a flurry of system notification, the superpower owner wondered if his skill level was increasing. Realizing his gentleman's heart skill was growing incredibly slowly, he thought about what might happen if he succumbed. The master remarked that he was human, and therefore couldn't be with Cleopatra, but she raised her hand, arguing that he didn't look human, especially since he hadn't succumbed to her temptation. Blushing once more, the queen asked if he had any problems downstairs. The hunter responded by asking if they could please finish dinner immediately. Let's begin. The queen, beaming brightly, offered an apology and confessed she had only been pulling his leg. Egypt's ruler, looking quite serious now, pondered a scenario where he became a deity. Sweating nervously, Shivu insisted he had already clarified his status as a mere mortal. The woman acknowledged his position, mentioning she, too, was once human. She suggested that if the protagonist ascended to godhood, they could be together. Then, with a mischievous twist, she revealed a shortcut for dating, one that didn't require divine transformation. He, raising a skeptical brow, demanded to know exactly what nonsense she was spewing. Noticing his disbelief, the woman explained her plan. They could absolutely go out, even with him being mortal, as she possessed the ability to visit him in his reality. The hero's jaw dropped in confusion as he questioned how this was even remotely feasible. To his knowledge, there was zero intersection between their respective dimensions. Simultaneously, Cleopatra began explaining the genesis of their predicament. Confusion clouded the young man's face as he mused whether a passage between worlds truly existed, while the queen, in turn, speculated if he already possessed some prior knowledge. The queen, sitting opposite the youth, mentioned a fellow who had recently broken free from Gatab. The superpower wielding hero pressed her for more details. With a playful wink, she declared it classified information, explaining that if he knew everything, she wouldn't have any fun secrets left to share later. The scene then shifted to a striking skyscraper, where a voice inquired if Shiva was currently present in the restaurant. The secretary glanced aside, confirming Shiva's presence and noting he'd ordered enough food for a pair. They appeared to be dining now. He then asked what Maino wanted. Sweating slightly, the director of Sh Group murmured her concerns that Shiva might be interested in Chiron, hoping her niece had found someone decent. Biting her nails, she worried about the girl's potential naivety in love, resolving that she must intervene personally rather than letting him treat her beloved relative poorly. The car sped down the road, prompting the director to demand they move immediately. Meanwhile, the chief squinted in thought. Cleopatra observed that she couldn't even reveal the truth to her own husband. She then placed a hand on her chest, offering a truly important piece of information instead: the number of moles on her body. The hero clenched his fist in frustration, insisting it was time to quit joking around. The queen looked up, remarking that he was unusual, as most men found such details appealing. He then repeated his question about entering another dimension, tapping her chin. Egypt's ruler declined to reveal the full secret, stating that if she told him everything, she might lose the chance to see him again. The young man questioned whether she would actually keep her word. Smiling broadly, the girl asked him to guess if she would speak or not, calling him straightforward for asking. The lady closed her eyes, seemingly contentedly, then asked if he truly had no interest in marrying her. The superpower wielding hero noted mentally that a marriage proposal was absolutely off the table. He abruptly rose to his feet, declaring that their dinner engagement was officially over. Sweat dripped from the hunter's brow as he realized that if this continued, people might assume he was talking to himself, since they only saw a disconnected smartphone. Extending her index finger, the lady expressed her strong desire to meet him again, then casually asked if he would subscribe to her online channel. Shiva furrowed his brow, questioning if subscribing was actually her ultimate goal. He also muttered to himself about why she had initially pushed so hard for marriage. Blushing slightly, Cleopatra admitted she initially had marriage on her mind, but now genuinely only wanted to see him again. The protagonist looked at her quizzically, asking how a channel subscription tied into their meeting. The queen explained that it was literally the single method she had for contacting him. Placing a finger on her lips, Egypt's ruler announced that to demonstrate her sincerity, she would disclose a great secret to him. Extending her palm, she revealed that every single deity maintains an active online channel. The view shifted to a room window. Staring blankly, the protagonist pondered the absurdity of the situation, especially the marriage suggestion. He looked down at his phone, realizing that despite how bizarre the meeting was, it proved beneficial, boosting his skill level by 7. He figured even if it felt awkward, a few days now, and then wouldn't hurt. and he had a subscription anyway. Walking down the street, the young man considered how many dungeons were left to reach level I, deciding he needed to jump right into a raid. Suddenly surprised, the superpower wielder asked what had happened to Sova. A message popped up on the phone screen, asking if her older brother would return home sooner, as it was her birthday. He suddenly realized he had been so busy that the date had completely slipped his mind. A speed limit sign flashed by, as the hunter cursed himself for forgetting such an important occasion, noting aloud that this was far more than just a regular birthday. Standing near the vehicle, Lena declared that the location was certainly not a restaurant. It looked more like a mausoleum. The secretary questioned if she was positive. The group director looked at her assistant, asking what exactly he meant. He countered by asking why she had come in person. Understanding her interest in Shiva but wondering about her sudden personal appearance, the girl's expression turned pensive as she explained it concerned Karen. The assistant agreed to wait there for her. The lady turned, instructing him to quickly decide where they should go next, stating she absolutely refused to have a conversation inside a mausoleum. Frowning seriously, she warned him to choose his words carefully, avoiding any semblance of rudeness. Suddenly, Maya stretched out her arms, and a voice announced a dungeon break detected within a 30-meter radius. The group's director looked skyward, utterly astonished by the sudden dungeon breakthrough just a stone's throw away. A magical portal ripped open, and the girl exclaimed in disbelief. Sweat began to pour down the lady's face as an announcement confirmed this wasn't a drill. It was a pay-class dungeon breakthrough, meaning everyone needed to seek refuge in nearby buildings immediately. The scene shifted to a rooftop, where Sauda told her pet to wait for them. Turning to the creature, she commented on how intelligent he was, understanding every command. She suggested it might be nice if he joined them. Grinning, she added that he could meet their parents. Shibu agreed that since he was now part of their family, he should absolutely come along. They decided to leave together. 2 containers sat on a shelf as the children announced their arrival to their mom and dad. The younger sister placed her hand on the shelf. Her older brother's thoughts drifted, noting today was both her birthday and the anniversary of their mother's passing. He couldn't shake the memory of that day when the entire family set out to celebrate her birthday. The protagonist's brow furrowed in concentration as he recalled the exact moment of the dungeon breakthrough, right before the young woman interrupted, saying she had a question for him. Sawa turned her head back to him, asking if he recalled the details of their mother's death, which caught the superpower wielder completely off guard. She added that she remembered her mother hugging them immediately following the dungeon's explosion. Standing by the funeral urns, the girl pressed him on whether he remembered what their mother had said at that moment. She confessed she didn't remember the exact words herself, but felt their mother had intended to share something truly vital. The young man lowered his chin, lost in thought about what he remembered, something he would carry with him for the rest of his life. The protagonist closed his eyes, admitting he was afraid he couldn't recall either. Abruptly, both heroes looked up as a loudspeaker announcement declared this was not a training drill, but an actual B-rank dungeon breach had been detected. A brilliant flash of light announced the dungeon's breakthrough, a specific phenomenon where the magical energy ruptures its boundaries, leading to 2 distinct results. The initial consequence, dubbed monsters, emerged from the breach. While certainly problematic, these weren't the main issue. The true danger was the explosion itself, where the dungeon's magical energy burst forth. Citizens scrambled to escape the chaotic scene unfolding behind them, even ignoring the physical damage from the blast. People could succumb to the effects of the raw magical power. Sao's hospital bed was shown, and it was explained that survivors often fell ill, even if they were lucky enough to escape death. Shiva studied his own hand carefully, realizing that sometimes this magical energy resonated with individuals, leading to rare cases of awakening. Looking around, the panicked citizens struggled to grasp what was happening, unsure if the underground had just detonated. Bright flashes of energy pulsed through the structure's windows. The loudspeaker blared a message urging all citizens to seek refuge in the nearest building immediately. People's mouths gaped open in terror. Suddenly, everyone panicked, rushing toward the exit and yelling at the top of their lungs. A lamp on the ceiling provided light, as heavy sighs of relief could be heard from the victims. Anna leaned forward, exhausted by the stress. In that exact instant, the girl turned her head. Looking behind her, the man scowled deeply in frustration, attempting to vocalize something important. Whirls of dark, swirling magic materialized directly in his path. Within seconds, the ordinary citizen crumpled onto the pavement. That grown man lifted a shaky limb while begging for a rescue, but the boss lady just looked away, figuring his expiration date had already passed. Out of nowhere, some dude zoomed by, and Shiva sprinted to play hero, which totally shocked the boss. With eyes wide like dinner plates, she yelled for him to get back since he was totes, but our protagonist just grabbed the man's hand, whispered some drama, and his fancy super-powered leg started glowing like a neon sign. Heavy chunks of rock decided to take a dive from the roof of the structure, clenching his pearly whites hard. Our main man figured he couldn't just ditch the guy now, though he was basically clueless about his next move. Spacey dark magic rivers flooded the area. Shiva punched forward with some serious energy, With the civilian safely tucked behind his back, the grumpy hero scowled while pondering how his Tai Chi moves were basically the universe's way of hitting the refresh button. His digits dove deep into the rules of shifting shapes, realizing that while trees are real, the whole cosmos is just a giant mood ring powered by a couple of secret batteries. The hero swiped his hand downward like he was clearing a browser tab, thinking that reality is just fancy nothingness glued together with dungeon spice and world building leftovers, stopping the evil sludge with just one palm. The pro realized that even this nasty stuff was just Mother Nature having a little temper tantrum in perfect rhythm. The crowd looked more confused than a cat in a dog park, wondering if he actually stopped the big boom or if they should start running for their lives. Squeezing his jaw shut from the strain, the kid realized his Tai Chi shield stopped the bang, but didn't delete it. So as he watched the energy leak out like a broken faucet, he panicked and whistled for Fenrir, who came zooming over like a furry rocket. That doggo sprinted over to the guy who was currently imitating a floor rug. The beast spread its limbs like a fuzzy hug. That wolf looked grumpy, glancing behind him. The hero figured that with Fenrir on the job, he could finally stop sweating about that impending boom. Still wrestling with the massive glow, the kid realized things were going south, so he growled that he was maxed out and would have to eat that rank explosion for lunch while wondering if he would even be in one piece afterward. Peering through narrow eyes, the super lady focused her brain, worrying that this massive hit might actually be the thing that finally kicks her bucket for good. When the master saw the fluff ball wagging its tail like a happy propeller, he decided that dying today would be a real bummer for both of them. His hands started leaking red juice as he blurted out his random thoughts, and then the hunter opened his trap to let out a scream that probably woke the neighbors. A boring view of gray clouds appeared overhead. Mina looked shocked, while her sidekick asked if this was even legal. Right before Sao launched herself like a human catapult to land right by her brother, and as she sobbed her heart out, the girl demanded to know why he did that while baiting him not to kick the bucket. But Sivu just gave a cheeky grin and brought up their mother's death, asking if Sao still remembered those final words. Turning bright red, the girl yelled at him to shut up about that and wondered why he was such a bad listener, while he just kept smiling. And the hero then quoted their old lady, remembering how she used to squeeze them tight and lie about being totally okay. With salt water leaking from his eyes, the woman mentioned it was Sao's big cake day, which meant they should probably stick to happy vibes only. Speaking up, the lady suggested they just forget what today really was, and kept insisting that everything was sunshine and rainbows despite the chaos. With a peaceful look, the lady cheered for her daughter's big day, but the scene shifted to a hospital where the guy remembered his mom acting as a human shield against a bomb just to die the day after the party, and under the glowing sun, he grumbled about how his sister's birthday always gets ruined by the morning ritual they perform on the eve of the day one. Staring at the floor, the hero explained that their mom's only wish was to avoid turning the birthday bash into a funeral anniversary, and she was pretty vocal about that specific goal. Without warning, the pro pointed his finger at him. The guy yelled at the top of his lungs that since his little girl was having a birthday, he absolutely refused to croak right now, while sobbing like a baby. The older dude blubbered about how sorry he was for being a terrible father. The hunter offered a sly grin, noting this turn of events reminded him distinctly of their mother. Shiva, hanging his head low, simply confessed he was helpless to resist lending aid. Like a moth to a flame, he blinked awake when a voice inquired if he was finally conscious. Pushing himself upright, the guy deduced he'd returned to the dreaded corporate hospital, having apparently checked out mentally at the columbarium. A young woman stood before him, and he craned his neck, noting the strange ward, particularly the lavish VIP suite he somehow merited. She introduced herself, pointing dramatically, explaining her columbarium visit was specifically to chat with him. With a close eye flourish, she offered to spill the details about what transpired and how he ended up in this swanky room. The fighter looked away, remarking that this wasn't exactly his first rodeo in this situation. Looking up again, he then immediately asked where his sister had disappeared to, crossing her arms. The woman explained his sister had been so shocked by his collapse that she promptly passed out too. Leaning forward, the protagonist urgently inquired about her specific location. Smiling, the woman assured him everything was fine. She was in the adjacent ward, and recovered quickly. Looking up from his bed, the protagonist finally asked what exactly she wanted to discuss with him. Staring straight ahead, she simply stated that she agreed. The young man stared at her in utter bewilderment and asked for clarification. Closing her eyes, she clarified that she was consenting to his agreement to meet with her niece, and asked if he hadn't agreed to it in the first place. The hero, recalling their twice weekly fencing training, realized they were already meeting, and wondered why this conversation was necessary. With a smile, she simply reiterated her agreement. The protagonist's jaw dropped in shock as he realized this person was related to the group owners, recalling the outrageous 10 billion won monthly fee requested for the niece's education, which he suspected might have raised some eyebrows. Rubbing the back of his head, the fighter offered thanks, realizing her consent meant he could train Karen. She closed her eyes and added that while he had her approval, her brothers might object. The hero, smiling wryly, responded that he understood family dynamics and differing opinions perfectly. The woman, standing before him, warned that securing the chairman's permission would be especially challenging. When the protagonist mentioned the niece had already obtained approval, Lena's eyes flew wide open in disbelief, asking how they managed that so quickly. The young man explained that the niece had told him she already received her grandfather's permission. Leaving the girl blushing at the news, she turned away, adding that if everything was already approved, her visit had been completely pointless. Raising her hands in a gesture of magnanimity, Lena noted she'd heard he was building a new house, and explained she possessed the resources to help. All he had to do was ask. The protagonist's eyes widened further as he asked again, while she replied casually that she ranch constructions. After all, the interlocutor put a finger to her cheek, inquiring if he had purchased all the required building supplies. He explained he needed more than anticipated, because some items were hard to acquire, and the constant raids left him no time for shopping. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise as she asked why exactly he needed to go on raids just to build a house. The fighter raised a single finger, explaining his plan to construct the entire house from monster remains, prompting the girl to ask if such a thing was even remotely possible. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that while possible in theory, he wasn't certain it would work in practice. He simply wanted to try, and if it failed, he would find another solution. His eyes snapped open when she promised he would be given all the necessary construction materials. A smile spread across her face. Pointing her finger, the director declared that she liked his idea and would cover all expenses. The protagonist's eyes went wide as he realized this wasn't mere pocket change. The total cost was estimated at 3 billion won, although perhaps that was just spare change for someone of her standing. He looked at her and asked why she wanted to help, to which she simply responded that it was, after all, a house for newlyweds. The guy's eyes grew even wider as he asked again in disbelief. She suddenly exclaimed that she must have looked quite far into the future. Taking the document, Mena explained she would handle everything regardless, believing the sooner, the better. She shoved the paper into his hand, explaining it contained her personal number, adding she usually provided a business card, but she oversaw so many branches she didn't have separate ones. As she departed, she repeated that he should call her for help if needed. The hero raised his hand, still trying to ask about the newlyweds house comment. Suddenly, they were sitting in a par, smiling. The young man realized Chiron and her aunt were treating him quite oddly, and he needed to clear up some serious misunderstandings. Looking at his sister, the fighter also considered that she was much better off in this hospital, as her condition was visibly improving. Squinting, the protagonist tried to figure out how to explain everything to her without causing alarm. He smiled, remembering that Mingtom had already shared details about his life as a hunter on the channel, but he still didn't know how to start explaining all this to his sister. The young man suddenly spun around as someone called to him. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked if he had attended the columbarium event. Rising to his feet, the fighter inquired about the man's health. The man rubbed the back of his head and replied that thanks to him, his condition was normal, as confirmed by the hospital. A smile touched the guy's face as someone suddenly asked about his identity. The interlocutor bowed his head, explaining to his daughter that this man had saved his life, causing her eyes to widen dramatically. Smiling broadly, the girl thanked him profusely for saving her father. She immediately spun around when she caught sight of the dog, rushing over to beg for a game. The man, watching his daughter, explained that her mother had passed away during childbirth. Bowing his head, he tearfully stated that if death had taken him as well, she would truly have no one left. Tears dripped onto the ground as the man admitted he had absolutely no idea how to express his gratitude to the savior. The fighter looked toward him as the man continued to thank him for the rescue. The girl, waving her hand, said goodbye to the dog. The dog watched her depart. My sister, smiling, started describing a dream she had yesterday, one I had constantly since our mother passed away, where her face was typically very sad. Looking up, so said their mother in the dream looked like she wanted to say something, but couldn't, which explained her usual sadness. Turning her head, so exclaimed that this time was different. The woman actually thanked them. The guy looked down when his sister mentioned she only thanked her, without giving any specific reasons. Looking back up, his relative noted the dream probably wouldn't return now. Smiling, the protagonist expressed his wish that their mother would visit them occasionally in pleasant dreams, and she replied that was exactly what she hoped for. Closing her eyes, So explained that despite the sadness, she still had an older brother. Stroking the dog, she added that she also had Fenrir. The young man looked up, his gaze fixed on the sky. Smiling, he knew that starting next year, So's birthday celebration would be drastically different. Laying there on the bed, the hero realized that if he had only been slightly faster then, he could have saved the man, while simultaneously avoiding the explosion entirely. Smiling, the protagonist knew Hercules could easily handle this situation, possibly by simply destroying the explosion itself. Getting up, the fighter realized he was no Hercules, and even its rank hunter would probably struggle to endure such a blast. He remembered receiving a new free subscription and decided it might be worthwhile to sign up for someone specializing in speed. The young man looked thoughtfully at the screen, considering his options. Typing a message, The guy figured it was best to ask Hercules first. The god appeared instantly, asking if he was being called. The protagonist lifted his head, inquiring if he had been training, and the interlocutor replied that today was tried day, and the call interrupted one of his exercises. Smiling, the fighter asked how many attempts he had made, internally thinking that Hercules had probably just forgotten his exercises and run off, bowing his head. The interlocutor also mentioned he'd lost a little strength because he focused on the video, only managing to lift 34 megatons. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise as he recalled that 1 megaton equaled the energy released by 1 million tons of it, meaning Hercules' deadlift was equivalent to the force of 34 10 bombs exploding simultaneously. Looking at him, the hero quickly apologized for the distraction. Hercules replied that his own teacher had called, and he needed to leave, then requested the hero stop addressing him so formally. The deity, looking away, insisted that he was the hero's teacher, and he would not allow such behavior, stretching out his hand. The interlocutor then asked why he had made the call in the first place, bringing his hand to his face. The student explained that trying to study movement speed and combat technique separately was a poor idea, and highly ill-advised, pointing his finger. Hercules added that a person studying Tai Chi, which involves the entire body, cannot separate a strike from the movement. If he began mastering another technique, his overall fighting style would become distorted. The young man put his hand to his face, realizing he couldn't give up this technique, and suggested perhaps he should just subscribe to someone exceptionally quick. Smiling, the disciple figured everything would be perfectly fine if he just managed to increase his speed. The guy looked up and asked for clarification, and Hercules replied that clenching a fist didn't just utilize arm muscles. Raising a finger, the god explained that a full body strike starts from the lower body and engages all muscle groups, including the lower back and shoulders. Coordinated skeletal movement is essential, which Tai Chi specifically systematizes. Clenching his own hand into a fist, Hercules explained that learning to move faster would improve his fighting technique, thereby upgrading the effectiveness of divine martial arts even further. Lowering his gaze, the hero pondered that adding speed would certainly solve all his problems, while the interlocutor commented that if he succeeded, his magic power would become incredible as well. The young man smiled, responding that this seemed unlikely, but the interlocutor reminded him he was learning the best qualities from the gods, guaranteeing success. Immediately after, the protagonist imagined himself lifting a barbell. Just as Hercules said, he looked forward to it. Taking the phone, the protagonist thought hard about a god of speed, unable to recall anyone with specific skills in that area. Looking down, the fighter understood he wouldn't know the god's full power until he subscribed to the channel, but once he did, he wouldn't be able to cancel. Raising his finger, the interlocutor suggested Hermes' channel. The hero looked up and asked for clarification, to which the student replied that if Hermes decided to flee, not even he could catch him. The protagonist immediately recognized the deity, recalling he was the Greek and Roman guy of thieves from the 12 Olympians, known for his speed and role as a messenger for the other gods. Twainting, the guy recalled that this particular creature wasn't just extremely fast, but possessed another peculiar trait as well. Raising both hands, the interlocutor confessed that Hermes occasionally tried to trick him, admitting he'd had a strong desire to kill him but could never manage to catch up. Hermes, smiling sweetly, claimed he never lied, he just sometimes withheld the complete truth. The deity once dodged countless lightning bolts when the hero remembered Zeus attacking him, but never connecting. Stretching out his hand, Hercules explained Hermes' speed was incredible, but advised the hero to carefully think things through. Taking the phone, the guy realized his interlocutor had said quite enough, and he shouldn't fret too much. Looking straight ahead, the young man remembered that Hermes was associated not just with incredible speed, but also with outright fraud. Tapping the display, the brawler saw a referral from another divine entity and figured a backup subscription could not hurt, leading to an instant alert confirming his new follower status. His pupils dilated once he peeked at the text, confirming the guy actually had some integrity instead of being a common digital crook. A hospital menu popped up while someone asked about the clip, so the warrior checked his mobile only to find silly cartoons. Face-palming, he understood that slapstick comedy wanted to boost his combat stats and decided that hands-on training was the only way to level up his hidden talents. Stretching his limbs, the combatant felt his health bar refill, so he checked his device to witness the impact of his new channel sub. A pop-up showed his dash mastery at 0%, but as he focused, blue sparks twirled around his calf like a caffeinated lightning bolt. Suddenly, he lunged off the clinic floor like a sapphire rocket, landing elsewhere while gasping for air. Wiping his brow, the grunt muttered that moving faster than sound really puts a massive dent in one's physical durability. His lids flew open as he gazed at a massive P, realizing with a shock that he had zipped to Mount Quantic in mere heartbeats, which was quite a feat for someone still in their pajamas. Seeing the city far behind, he laughed nervously about how insane this velocity felt, though he knew he was barely scratching the surface of his potential. If he ground his stats higher, he might become a literal blur or at least stop tripping over his own toes every time he tried to run. Stashing his gadget, He vowed to train harder to avoid being a one-hit wonder who accidentally obliterates local real estate. He envisioned the mess of lawsuits if he smashed a skyscraper, so he figured a dungeon workout would be safer for everyone's insurance premiums. Shortly after, he ditched the infirmary and headed straight into a monster-filled abyss to see if he could break the sound barrier without losing his lunch. Arriving at that, vicious beast gaped and roared loudly. His buddy looked terrified, recognizing the creature as a hellish canine that had caused absolute chaos during the ancient demonic incursions. The duo launched skyward like pigeons. One predator gaped like a hungry toddler, while the warrior remained perfectly motionless, waiting for the right moment. Watching from below, the tracker knew these demonic mutts were quick enough to give any sound wave a run for its money. He gripped the beast's throat very firmly. Out of nowhere, the beast swung a jagged appendage with lethal intent. The boy ripped the limb away instantly. Perspiration rolled off his friend's forehead. His pupils glowed with bright azure fire. Moments later, he teleported beside a different beast. Liz Han filmed the chaos, noting that his partner was outrunning hellhounds like they were stuck in slow motion, weaving through the pack effortlessly, dusting his palms. The lead guy looked over and joked about whether the camera even caught that blur of action. He grinned like a lottery winner upon seeing his agility stat crawl up by a measly fraction of a percent. Peering at the screen, the brawler sensed that merging with his newfound velocity would turn him into a human bullet, eventually allowing him to outpace the mighty Hercules himself while wearing nothing but hospital slippers and a confident smirk. The cameraman muttered that the footage looked like a fever dream, prompting the warrior to offer a quick, sheepish apology. Examining the lens, the fighter saw that no amount of digital editing could fix the absolute blur he had become. Staring at the playback, the hero joked that the video looked like a smudge, realizing that modern tech couldn't track his movements. To make decent content, he would have to throttle his power so the audience didn't get motion sickness or think their screens were broken. His buddy, the lead thought he should offer some coaching, since even an rank hunter needs to learn how to handle warp speed without puking. Recalling an old myth about strong bodies protecting weak minds, he decided that a little extra sweat would solve everything. So he opened his mouth to give a pep talk that would hopefully inspire greatness in his dizzy friend. He looked down as his phone buzzed with texts from the big boss saying all those rare construction supplies were ready, which was shocking given how hard those items are to snag. He figured it was finally time to play architect, though he wondered if Mina had leaked his digits to the corporate office without permission. When he asked how they worked such magic, the staffer explained the director had put the order on turbo mode using their massive warehouse inventory. The protagonist checked if they had enough for future projects, and the guy confirmed they were stocked like a post-apocalyptic hardware store. Grinning, our hero confirmed his plans, but the president seemed baffled that he wanted to build a mansion out of literal monster corpses instead of normal wood. The warrior nodded, causing the director to remark that using monster parts would make the structure indestructible, though he questioned if it was even feasible for a human. Our guy laughed and said he'd wing it or switch to bricks if the dragon bones didn't stack right, making the boss wince at the sheer cost of such a nonchalant plan. The executive grumbled about how hard it was to source these parts, convinced the hunter was a total amateur when it came to blueprints. He sighed, thinking about how Mina actually studied the craft and took pride in the smell of wet concrete, unlike this guy who probably thought a house was just a big sword you live in. When asked about his background, the fighter admitted he'd only ever forged blades, not bedrooms, which didn't help his case at all. The president scowled, explaining that building a home isn't just swinging a heavy hammer at cold metal. It's actually a complex blend of social science, engineering, and fine art, making it much more difficult than slaying a beast. Jae-gun palmed his face, wondering how this myth had expected to build anything when his only prior tool was a smithy smala. Though he kept his insults to himself to remain professional, he couldn't fathom how a smart girl like Mayana ended up with this guy. But he recalled her asking to help him out, likely meaning he needed a tutor as much as some timber and bricks. When asked for a blueprint, the hero just gave a vague thumbs up, and when asked about the soil quality, or the terrain, he gave the same clueless shrug that suggested he had never seen a map. The boss lectured him about how construction requires extreme precision, and an understanding of the earth, plus the psychological insight to make a space feel like home rather than a fancy cage for a wild animal. He rambled on about the deep philosophy of living spaces, and the integration of modern fact systems, claiming architecture was the peak of human achievement throughout history. He pointed a finger and insisted that architecture is the absolute crown of all disciplines that humanity has ever developed, while the fighter noted that his own attitude was probably too frivolous. When the boss finally asked if he had the drawings ready, the guy rubbed his neck and said yes, reaching for the blueprint. The director noted that he would give it a quick review. The boss smirked, expecting a toddler's crayon doodle, but his jaw hit the floor once he actually saw the draft. He demanded to know where such a masterpiece came from, as in a decade of building, he had never seen anything so heavenly and technically flawless. Staring at the warrior, the manager recalled his claim of being a monster slayer, to which the guy added that he was also a content creator on the side. The boss asked if his videos were about building codes, but the hero shook his head, making the man's hands shake at the thought that these perfect plans were just a fluke. He barked that they should just start digging, knowing that a pretty picture doesn't mean the guy won't trip over a shovel and ruin everything. The lead character jumped up, shouting that the very first step was to demolish the existing shack. Debris exploded everywhere after one massive punch, leaving the spectator dusting drywall off his clothes in total disbelief as he watched the structure crumble. He couldn't wrap his head around someone leveling a building with a single fist, nor could he believe it when the kids started lifting heavy beams like they were mere toothpicks. Looking at the mess, the hero realized he skipped the excavation phase and mentioned they needed a giant hole for the foundation before they could proceed. Suddenly, an ethereal dragon spiraled around his frame, and a blinding light erupted as he struck the ground again, effectively turning the entire site into a bright, chaotic fantasy novel set piece. The boss eyes nearly popped out as he surveyed the wreckage, recalling that he had simply requested a ditch, and not a catastrophic demolition project that shattered the piece. Sweat poured down his face while he muttered about hunters possessing God like might, although seeing a guy toss steel beams like sticks was still a total shock to his system. The main character just gave a playful smirk and announced that the hole was officially ready. Then he chucked a heavy tool into the distance like a paper airplane. The local contractor decided that retiring early was a great idea, and tried to sneak away, just as a new ally arrived to help and was immediately told to go find some more lumber for the construction. Snatching a massive piece of steel, the warrior casually asked if these scraps were necessary, making his companion realize that his puny human muscles couldn't even budge the guy an inch. The supervisor started yelling as the pile of wood began to wobble, eventually collapsing right onto the boar hunter who got squashed like a pancake. Rushing over, the lead guy asked if being flattened hurt much, just as the clouds parted, and a celestial voice suggested that high-level warriors really shouldn't be defeated by a pile of sticks. Crouching down, the fighter poked the victim and asked if he needed a band-aid or a funeral. After seeing his right side turned into literal jelly, the guy insisted it was just a flesh wound. Though the sobbing victim argued that his internal organs were currently playing musical chairs, the hero told him to quit acting and just use his cheat code healing. But the broken man wailed that if he didn't go to a real doctor, his ribs might grow back as a toe. Without warning, the protagonist jabbed him with a sharp object, then casually checked if he felt less like a smashed grape while the patient wondered if he'd just been poisoned. Apparently, his magical pipes were clogged, so a quick poke to a pressure point cleared out the gunk and fixed the flow. Leaving the injured man to ponder his life choices, the hero went back to playing with heavy rocks. The warrior froze in his tracks, prompted by the hero asking if he could handle being flattened a few more times for training purposes, since time was money. Looking completely bewildered, the companion asked for a serious clarification on that terrifying suggestion. Clutching a heavy support pillar, the fighter promised to turn him into a beast, claiming this exclusive beat down school was a once-in lifetime opportunity for greatness. With a wild look in his eyes, the hero hoisted the massive weight, declaring that this training was for the man's own benefit until a magic notification popped up saying his healing skills had reached a new level. Shiva realized that instead of a long fortnight, this building project only took 3 days of hard labor. But then a pathetic groaning sound came from the dirt behind him. The hero asked if he'd accidentally broken another limb this time, while the victim pointed at his injuries and asked how he could be so reckless. The young man eventually collapsed, claiming that he was actually at death's door and was about to meet his maker. A pointy medicinal spike was shoved into the staffer's throat area, whining like a toddler. The main guy complained about being useless, but his mentor insisted he was the star player who made this entire project possible. Shiva grinned and noted that while it wasn't obvious, the guy was beefing up, and the hunter agreed that every time he was magically put back together, he felt a bit more like a tank. Looking away, the hero mused that while the student was a bit of a slow learner and definitely didn't have Karen's looks, he was still making decent progress in the art of hitting things. A mysterious green light started leaking out of the man, and the protagonist realized that even an tier genius couldn't master this energy, proving that his rank disciple was closing the gap on that girl and doing the impossible anyway. Pulling out a needle, the mentor admitted he never expected the guy to succeed through sheer healing hacks, though it was a shame he couldn't just download the combat skills directly into the kid's brain. Watching his pupil, the hunter noted that a feeble body usually leads to a stupid mind, but in just 3 days, the boy had actually managed to mature into a real warrior. Staring at his screen, Shiva realized he was completely mistaken about his progress because his magic healing stats had actually skyrocketed, meaning he could finally stop his sister's suffering and maybe even buff her up with some experimental tonics. A muffled voice from under a pile of debris begged for rescue, which led the master to decide that they'd done enough damage for one afternoon and should definitely call it a day. Reaching out a hand, the teacher told the exhausted guy to go take a nap while he finished the shack himself, which apparently looked pretty cozy according to the god of smithing. The student stared in disbelief at the finished home, wondering if his mentor was actually a professional architect, and Shiva was equally shocked at how fast his own building skills had leveled up. Staying perfectly still, the hero calculated that if he just kept building and nuking houses, he'd be a master builder in no time, though the thought of shopping for more lumber was enough to make him quit while he was ahead. The manager grinned and wondered exactly when the big residential bash was scheduled to begin. Spinning around, the guy questioned the need for a party, but his friend insisted that a new roof over your head required a serious celebration with lots of snacks. The young man agreed that inviting the construction crew and some pals was a solid plan, so they scheduled the event for 3 days from now to give everyone time to get ready. As the comrade prepared to head out to inform his sister, the hero offered to buy him a burger, but the guy declined, saying he needed to save his appetite for the massive feast he was going to prepare later. Looking confused, the master wondered why the guy bolted so fast, probably because he was tired of being hit by falling masonry, and then he decided that just his sister and his dog would make for a perfect guest list. A sturdy new house made of brick stood there looking all fancy. The young lady materialized while swinging the main entrance wide. The girl checked in on the progress, but the employee just stared at his boots because he didn't want to explain the magical madness that had occurred on site. Her jaw dropped when she heard the house was already finished, asking how on earth they'd finished it in the time it takes most people to do laundry. The man admitted they basically just watched the hero do everything, leaving the lady wondering how a 3-day-old project was already completed. With sweat dripping down his nose, the staffer confirmed it was true, explaining that the hero had basically wrestled the house into existence with his bare palms, waving his arms wildly. The guy described how the hero sliced through the earth like it was a warm birthday cake, while the girl looked at him like he'd finally lost his mind, hanging his head. The fellow admitted he had no clue what was happening. The woman looked completely baffled by his antics, but then the hero asked her for her honest opinion on the new crit, causing her to turn bright red and ask if this castle was actually theirs, waving her hands around. The sister gushed about how high the ceilings were and how the living room felt like a palace, noting that there were so many rooms it didn't even resemble their old shack. She asked the dog if he liked the new place, and the guy felt happy seeing her so excited, though he was surprised when she grabbed his hand and told him they had to go shopping for the party. He asked where they were going, and she explained they needed to buy a mountain of food for the guests, which made him wonder if she was really healthy enough to be cooking for a crowd. The girl insisted she was totally fine and knew her way around a kitchen, and the man had to agree that her time in the hospital had really cleared up her complexion and made her look fantastic. The big boss sat there brooding about Shiva, noting that the kid had single-handedly wrecked their local office and ruined a multi-year plan to turn random citizens into illegal super soldiers. Staring into the distance, he demanded to know the current location of this annoying troublemaker. The assistant furrowed his brow and asked what there was to learn, appearing totally stunned that the boss actually wanted to go meet the guy in person. He held out a hand, warning that if the chief moved, the authorities would certainly notice and the whole situation would become far too dangerous. The bad guy declared that the hero had officially annoyed him for the last time and demanded his coordinates, even though his assistant offered to take care of the problem himself. The boss just smirked and asked why they should use a new Kanamosido, but his rival snapped back that he should stay out of it because he could handle the brat without any more guessing game. Grinning, the fellow claimed he would happily quit his job if commanded, but the antagonist simply signaled for silence and noted that a serious issue had just cropped up. Eyes hidden, the big boss demanded an explanation, while the manager asked if he caught that whiff, claiming it was just the stinky breath of those pesky inspection department dogs. The roof loomed overhead, blowing with a violet vide. The leader barked that he hated repeating himself, causing the lackey to beg for mercy instantly, peeking out from beneath his grumpy forehead. The dude suggested they find some unlucky sap to sacrifice for a revival, noting those inspectors were getting way too hyper, a fact even young Jay could grasp. Frowning hard, the fellow mentioned the audit blocked his path since he was hands-on, explaining he showed up because only a true captain can halt a rampaging male. The head honcho looked absolutely livid, pondering how their scheme to manufacture a law-abiding super-powered freak was merely a small hurdle for their grander evil masterpiece. Some guy popped up against a crimson backdrop, making it clear those nosy audit folks probably already knew their secrets. Placing a paw on a shoulder, the fellow mentioned he got jumped by this dude too. Staring forward, the higher-up wondered if he could take the heat, while the youngster scoffed about being compared to that loser Jiguan. With a crazy grin, the man promised to fix everything, leaving the master looking shocked. Spotting the spread on the furniture, the hero asked if his sibling truly prepared a feast this massive, and she replied she was prepping for a crowd. Grinning, the star wondered if she went overboard, but she insisted that having piles of leftovers beat running out of snacks. Eyeing the pooch, the fellow asked if he was starving as well. Wearing a pouting expression, the youth decided against sharing his lunch, fearing the visitors would starve, while whispering a quick apology to the beast. Beaming, the dude said they would cook for the monster. Spinning about, the woman wondered about the arrival time of their pals. Checking his gadget, the pro stated he set a dinner date, remarking they ought to be knocking by now. A notification suddenly flashed on the screen about a mysterious entity closing in fast. Smirking, the tracker announced that a visitor was pulling up. The buddies arrived with huge grins, announcing their presence. Peering forward, Sheva questioned what was inside the box. So the student explained it was a celebration for the new pet, noting showing up without gifts is a total party foul, peeking all around. The young lady asked if they constructed the whole place solo, while the tracker said sorry for the delay. Ultimately, the fellow remarked they arrived at the perfect moment, lifting a palm. The film guy noted the timing was sweet since his sis had been procrastinating forever, thinking they would be the ultimate stragglers. The girl then snapped back, asking what exactly he meant by her wasting time, hitting a sharp elbow to his ribs. The fellow claimed she insisted on looking gorgeous because they were visiting the hero's mansion. The woman called it a total lie, demanding to know when she ever uttered such rubbish, waving her hand. The lady said to ignore his rambling. The youth chuckled awkwardly, rubbing her arms. The sister said she was happy to see them. Introducing herself as Sheva's sibling, Jock hit the guest's face, asking if she truly was the baby sister. The young woman confirmed it with a confident nod, grinning. The woman said she was delighted to meet her, mentioning her name was Soyeon. Then the brother cut in, saying he was thrilled to see the girl, flashing a thumbs up. The fellow claimed he was another main star. The lady responded she was also very excited to meet her. Looking down, the lady noticed a small puppy. The dusty footprints of a retreating beast appeared, smirking. The hero pondered how Fenrir acted so weirdly once the guest spotted him. Spinning round, the girl mentioned the guy was a no-show, assuming he was swamped with his big project for the upcoming workshop. Grinning, the dude said he reached out, wondering if that fancy meeting was really worth blowing them off for. Glancing up, the girl explained the workshop was actually a massive forge battle for world-class smiths, mentioning there was a hefty reward for the champ. With a shocked look, the youth asked what the loot looked like. The woman confirmed the details, noting the guy wanted to show off the moves he picked up from Sheva. Raising a finger, she declared the reward was massive this year, because the legendary master Aurelian would personally hand it over. Stroking his chin, the fellow felt giddy at the update, thinking the guy would lose his mind over it. Turning back, the expert told his pal to hold on a sec as a doorway manifested. Looking stunned, Ayan wondered how he tracked her down. Surveying the area, the fellow hinted at a secret method, questioning if she arrived solo. When he asked about her mom, the girl explained her mother was stuck at the office, making her a lone traveler. With a grin, the hero expressed regret, noting it would have been awesome if she joined the party. The lady then said he to her pal, mentioning it had been forever since their last hangout, asking for a life update. Hiding her expression, the sister said she was doing great, wondering about the date of their previous meeting. The guest noted it had been nearly 12 months since their last encounter. Finally, the woman wondered why they had been apart for such an eternity. Looking flabbergasted, the buddy asked if he seriously scheduled every single guest for the same housewarming slot. Turning about, the fellow agreed, wondering if that was some kind of social blunder, admitting he was a total newbie to parties, and had no clue about etiquette. Clinging to her skull, the lady was speechless. Surveying the bodies, the man identified them as members of the Chaos Cult. Looking down, the guy wondered what went down in this specific spot, questioning the state of the whole town. The lackey, frowning, announced the investigation was finished, while the boss asked if anyone managed to stay breathing. Scowling, the commander threw some heavy shade at those chaos losers. Crossing his arms, the guy inquired about their findings, asking for anything weird, and the youth noted a bizarre detail, explaining he was baffled why only the dudes were dead, while the ladies were left completely unharmed. The sun began to dip below the horizon. Glancing away, the chief remarked it was a miracle anyone walked away from that bloodbath. Inquiring about the boss's location, the minion said the director was currently hunting down some scoundrel. Squeezing his knuckles, the fellow declared his arrival. Peering forward, the man wondered about Yuon's condition. The captain admitted he missed his target, noting the opponent was much tougher than anticipated. Just as the director started tumbling down, grabbing the falling man, the underling checked on his health, while the boss simply muttered that his head was just spinning. Some fresh red liquid stained the fellow's hand, collapsing onto the dirt. The pro insisted he was fine, commanding the others to keep the staff in the dark about it. Smirking, the dude wondered if the head of the audit team should really be acting the shaky after a thug attack, noting the public would start freaking out, shaking like a leaf. The fellow claimed he was just fine, while the baddie clung to a trunk for dear life. The lackey gazed down and checked on his health, but the big boss demanded to know what happened. Looking away, the lad insisted that thanks to his help, the ritual stayed on track. Meanwhile, the rival wondered if the nosy inspectors had sniffed him out. Hiding his face, the worker bragged that thanks to him, they successfully buried every trace of the ceremony. Clasping his leaking peeper, the villain mused that he had never bumped into such a powerhouse before, admitting he totally botched the power scale. Chuckling, the man noted how moronic it was to trade a left eyeball for a bit of fun. Beaming, Sheva announced the arrival of the stew, and the lady gave the chief a proper hello. Looking aside, the Kel ordered the crew to salute our main man. Smirking, the hero declared it was time to trespass, while the kid in the center of the room praised the fancy mansion. Peering forward, the youth asked about moving in, and the sister inquired about the heavy price tag of such a palace. Wearing a shucked mask, the dude asked for the total cost, while the girl guessed the price was roughly $1 million or so. Tallying on his digits, the fellow remarked that 1 million smackers could buy enough fried chicken to feed a small nation. Glancing away in total disbelief, the guy claimed the hero was swimming in gold, making his sister wonder what kind of nonsense he was babbling. Dropping into a deep bow, the woman begged for mercy because the boy was still a sprout, and the hero replied that no harm was done. Scanning the crowd, the lad thought it seemed like a full house, though the landlord and the old man were unfortunately missing the party. With a grin, the young man ushered them in since the gang was all here, secretly doubting the guest would appear despite the polite invite. Entering the room, the girl noted he hadn't fully furnished the place, so the host explained he just finished building and rushed the carpentry for the chairs and table. The lady was shocked to learn he crafted them with his own hands, while the boss stared at his phone. Looking ahead, the buddy asked if everyone was present, to which Eva replied with a nod while admitting he had no clue who was actually visiting. A chieftain from the Chaos Realm knit his brows and demanded to know his location. He peered at the ceiling, and another guy explained that the young fellow had invited a bunch of pals over for a housewarming. Thatchin gave a snide chuckle and grinned, amused by the fact that our hero was completely oblivious to the deep mess he had landed in. The sidekick furrowed his brow and asked what the boss intended to do, fearing things might get messy. The chief squeezed his fist and gave a twisted smile, vowing to end them all right there. He grinned broadly as blurry shadows danced right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, a mountain of delicious food materialized on the dining table. The visitors were sweating buckets from the sudden tension, and the girls froze with worried looks. So cleared her throat loudly, and her sibling whispered that he needed to fix the awkward vibes immediately. He plastered on a giant grin and started introducing the random crowd to each other. Shava shared his name with a face full of joy, and his sister followed suit with her own greeting. Ayan shut her eyes and confessed she was actually the daughter of the folks who owned the property. Soyeon and Lishong introduced themselves with bright smiles, while Deku rubbed her cheek sheepishly and mentioned she was a video editor for a living. Then she gestured toward her two younger siblings to let them speak for themselves. Menyoung gave a stern look and identified herself as the big boss of the inspection squad at the city branch office. Chaeyoung stared straight ahead and revealed that she was the powerful leader of the prestigious Hunter Guild. The hero started sweating and realized he only invited them to be nice and never expected them to actually show up. So shook her head and laughed, telling everyone to stop talking and start stuffing their faces. Deku dropped her jaw in shock as the younger kids eyed the snacks like they were staring at pure gold. The guy smiled and said that all this effort was specifically for their hungry bellies. Bright lights shone throughout the entire house. Soyeon raised her hands and mentioned they had a surprise, so her brother turned around to bring it out. These were actual ogre tendons. The young man beamed at the offering, noting it was perfect since he just finished the house and was about to forge some gear. He shut his eyes and wondered if this housewarming present was over the top, since every single strand was worth nearly 100 million won. The girl gave a playful wink and mentioned that the gift came with a few strings attached. He reached out, and Lishong reminded him that Shiva had saved his hide before, so a payback was definitely in order. Soyeon winked and worried her gift paled in comparison, so she handed over a stack of boring workbooks and exam papers. So accepted the gift with a grin and thanked her visitor for the materials. Deku ground her teeth shyly and passed over her camera as a gift. The hero looked at her with wide eyes, thinking she was being way too kind, and that she actually remembered his casual comment from the video. Afterward, the fellow smirked toward the lass. That fellow squeezed a hand while smirking, but our hero begged him to spare the gear. Minjong stared at the floor shyly, admitting this was a debut housewarming, so the girl forgot a present, hoping only to see the lad, while he offered a positive signal, saying it was totally fine, and he felt happy she arrived. The maiden sadly dropped her gaze and offered another apology. The lady rubbed her jawline. She scowled and mentioned that people usually bring tribute for the house. The guy looked shocked when the girl passed him the mobile. He scanned the vicinity, wondering if that fancy seat was a curvin couch. Soyeon's jaw dropped in disbelief when she heard those startling words. A thunderous shriek shook the walls. The girl hovered near Shibuya and shrieked at the $1 billion couch and closet, whispering to the hero that these treasures are rarer than a humble politician, and she sweated, explaining that only 10 sofas are made each year, and only 1,000 of those cabinets exist on Earth. Karen glanced aside, noting Director Main marketed tiny decor and personally selected these prizes. Soyeon pointed at the screen and whispered that he should just take the bride, urging him to choose, and the huntress stared in awe and asked if the boy liked the loot. The group turned into stone, and Ming Song scowled. The lead guy's eyes rolled back as he asked if this was all free. He ground his teeth and named the furniture pieces, but she just nodded and confirmed it was all part of the package. Every single visitor gasped in absolute horror. Shava touched the glass ridge, picking snacks while noting that lifestyles were from a completely different planet. He perspired, realizing it looked like a wedding dowry and fearing Aunt Karen thought they were a couple, and the lad smiled, thinking things would get worse. Then a light made him feel he was tripping, until suddenly, his phone buzzed with a warning that a weird object was flying toward them. His pupils popped when the system detected hostile mana and forced him into a state of emergency. Shiva scrunched up a snout. Suddenly, a massive boom occurred. A mob of hunters waited outside, where Butchins worked at the nice house, and with a blade on his back, he told his goons to wreck it. While tightening his grip, he started shaking, and the boss palmed his face, moaning about the idiots in their evil group. So he grabbed his spear, which glowed red, and said they could all head in. The guy looked sideways, worrying they were being too loud and might invite the government agents to the party. With a crazy grin, he waved and decided to finish before help arrived, and as the blast kicked up dust, Butchun closed his eyes, telling the team to be fast, while his lackey turned around looking spooked, making the boss grind his teeth and ask what was wrong, and the bald Method pointed, begging him to look at the strange sight. The dude perspired while panicking, and wondered who were right, while Ming Tom unsheathed a steel edge, claiming only ruffians pillage residences so publicly. The punk sniffed, and told his boss he was the Soul Guard's leader, and the girl looked away, saying normal crooks aren't this brave, so the group had a dark purpose, and she scowled, asking if they were Pandemonium members, while Li Zhong's eyes popped out as he panicked about the situation. But Chun was soaked in perspiration, while Chiron balled some knuckles, and the villain spotted her, scowling and wondering why she was there. So the Method requested guidance, and the lead guy realized Poking's group was like hugging a prickly cactus. He ground his teeth and decided not to retreat, ordering everyone killed except for Chiron. And then the thugs charged while Li Zhong stood there confused as a goat, and Ming Zhong sliced an enemy and explained these were Pandemonium goons before leaping away, her shadow dancing against the moon, while the leader stabbed another guy, who wailed in pain, and the hero watched in horror as Ming Zhong fought the mob, with blood flying everywhere, and the hunter turned as Chiron also attacked with purple rays that wounded the criminals, and Bukchun fumed, seeing his entire squad lose to just 2 ladies. A small giggle escaped his lips as he realized that life finally stopped being a boring documentary about wet paint. Out of nowhere, a spicy laser zoomed toward the boss. She parried the heat with her trusty metal stick, sending the flames packing while the atmosphere turned into a barbecue pit. Glaring at the jerk, she listened as he admitted he had no idea these guys were actually internet famous. He threw a little temper tantrum with his boots, causing crimson disco lights to erupt, as he hollered for the captain to block this new flavor of disaster. Cackling like a drain, he poked fun at her struggle, while the lady clenched her jaw so hard she could have crushed diamonds, and the creep asked if this tiny bird was her pet. Grinning about his plans for a playdate, Li Zhong realized this was a 5-star emergency. Watching Chiron and wondering why these burglars were crashing Shiva's private party, he regretted not packing a bulletproof umbrella and knew he had to act fast before things got even weirder. His peepers popped open wide, the entrance swung wide, revealing the boy mid-chore as he grabbed a wooden slab and realized it made a decent improvised barricade. Turning toward the voices, he saw Swain and the squad asking for the tea on the current chaos. He snapped that they needed to hide under the bed indefinitely, while Chiron went full ninja on the bad guys. Out of nowhere, Li Zhong sprinted by like a madman carrying the dining room furniture and screaming. Bachun spun around, only to get floored by a punch that tasted like iron and regret. Blinking through the pain, he admitted the other guy wasn't just a gimrat. A spear whistled through the air, catching the youth off guard as the distance vanished instantly, drenched in salty liquid. The tracker realized the villain was moving like he had a cheat code for speed. The boss suddenly introduced him to the dirt using his stick, making him 1 limb lighter in the process. Ming Zhong pivoted at the noise, while Bakchun delivered a knee to the gut and commented on his many life issues. The guy with the lens went airborne immediately. The lowlife lifted his palm, and politely requested that he stop breathing permanently. He conjured a spicy fireball, and just like that, someone hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. Sharp toys smashed together. Karen faced the jerk, looking like she just finished a marathon, while he complimented her gear and fancy moves. Bachun wore a nasty grin, pointing out that she was still basically playing dress up in a playground. Colors flipped the scene as he activated his zoomies, turning the world into a vintage noir film. His internal batteries glowed intensely, making his brain process data faster than a supercomputer on caffeine. The girl held back a scream, watching the universe turn into a frozen molasses pond. The captain gripped his pointy stick, confident that he was outrunning sound itself in this custom-made reality. In his eyes, everyone else was a statue, leaving him as the only sentient being capable of a brisk walk. He smiled like a lunatic, feeling like the supreme manager of time and space. All of a sudden, his forehead crinkled in total shock, and he started vibrating like a phone on silent mode. A terrifying beastly mug loomed behind the crook, giving him the distinct impression that staying put was a recipe for a funeral. A bright snowy glow erupted from his rear. He looked back, just in time for a spicy boom to send him sailing through the air like a discarded toy. Fei-Chun made some very unhappy noises, while leaking red juice. Wondering how he failed the dodging tutorial, he gave a disgusted sniff, convinced this was a glitch in the Matrix since he was supposed to be the local deity. Slumped on the pavement, he stared at his spilled snacks while a figure pointed out the tragic loss of the frozen dessert. Shiva glared at the antagonist, blaming him for the melted mess. then asked for a summary of the current dumpster fire. Lishong tightened his face muscles and shouted for his buddy to pay attention. The hero glanced at the ground and wondered why the guy with the camera was clutching furniture and missing a limb. Standing in the garden, the landlord realized the situation was messy and asked the intruders for their names. Manhwa identified the creeps as the Pandemonium Fan Club, while the good guys started glowing blue to show they were done playing nice. Bachun stared with pure dread. As Shiva decided he needed to explain one more time why picking a fight was a terrible life choice, a sapphire fog swirled around him, and he turned his back while mentioning their massive blunder. The hero's peepers turned a nasty shade of crimson, leaving the boss looking completely baffled. He recalled the warning about avoiding Shiva since the other guy had already learned that lesson the hard way. A sketch of a hungry beast flickered before the youth, as the villain scrambled up and gasped about the rumors of Shiva's past victories. With a cocky grin, he claimed he was built different, flipping the bird and bragging that the hero's failed finishing move was a big mistake. The head honcho started glowing like a broken neon sign. Time decided to take a nap, and the ticking hands became incredibly lazy. The villain smirked, thinking he was the only one allowed to move in this frozen moment, until a fist introduced itself to his ribs. He gasped for air and stumbled back, coughing up a crimson cocktail, while Shiva zoomed around him like a blur. Bachun was leaking sweat and looking totally lost, unable to process how the hero broke the rules of time. The kid lifted his arm, ready to deliver a final smackdown. The bad guy's vision turned bloody, and he dismissed the entire situation as total nonsense. He slammed his heel down and refused to believe his eyes, grabbing his stick and shrieking like a banshee. Crimson and azure energies crashed together, causing the jerk to go cross-eyed while his nose started leaking. He thought he scored a hit, but reality was behaving very strangely, especially when the hero started a slow, menacing stroll. Bachun was dripping with anxiety, failing to comprehend why he was being outpaced. As Shiva's gaze burned with a terrifying fire, the boss scrunched his face, figuring out that raw power was the real problem here, not just the fast legs. The hero's hands were twinkling with aggression, carrying a weight that felt like getting hit by a freight train. Visualizing his employer's grumpy mug, the guy accepted that our hero was essentially an unkillable cheat code. A beastly shadow loomed over his pathetic existence, signaling his imminent retirement from life. Crimson fluid leaked past his pearly whites, illuminated by weird red laser beams. Meanwhile Bachun hollered like a banshee, leaving Chiron totally flabbergasted and looking elsewhere. Minjin mashed her molars together in utter confusion, while Lishong clung to the furniture, complaining that everything was just a blurry mess. Sparkles danced in the atmosphere, making the brawl impossible to follow for mere mortals. The villain hit the ground with a screech, realizing Shiva was basically a biological sports car with no brakes. Despite the red rashes of stress on his cheeks and the shock of such velocity, he refused to throw in the towel, squishing his fingers into a tight ball. The fellow tried to summon every ounce of juice left in his system. His jaw dropped for a massive roar, but then a sudden beam of sunshine decided to violently punch the bad guy. Our protagonist balled up his paws, looking like a low-resolution ghost in the shadows. He gave his eyebrows a villainous workout before letting out a long, dramatic exhale of disappointment. A spicy red fog filled the room as the hero put on his serious face. Lishong's squad huddled behind the dinner table like scared kittens. Minjong glared and yelled that they actually needed Bachun alive, preferably not in pieces. The hero didn't even turn his head, merely stating he was aware of the no-kill rule. With a slightly crazed expression, he mentioned he couldn't guarantee safety since his mojo had a mind of its own. Trapped in a cherry-flavored haze, he realized he had been playing a silly game of tag instead of unleashing his full potential. Analyzing the bad guy's full-body turbo mode, he decided to mirror the trick. Suddenly glowing like a radioactive pickle, he realized he had accidentally unlocked a god-tier superpower. A loud snap echoed as he shattered the speed limit of his own brain, finally deleting the mental software that held him back. Closing his lids, the landlord opted to upgrade his super speed to a premium subscription. His internal batteries hummed to life while the moon acted as a giant street light over the neighborhood. Clouds drifted lazily through the dark as he pondered how the entire cosmos was basically a slave to the clock. He visualized a reality where every millisecond mattered, knowing a tiny boost in temporal pace would flip the script entirely. Enveloped in an emerald glow, he felt the universe hit the slow motion button, even silencing the background noise. Smirking at the thought, he pushed his acceleration even further into a realm where nobody else was invited. Opening his eyes, he saw the blurry ghost of the god of speed standing right there. He was officially rocking a divine upgrade, focusing entirely on the here and now. He caught a glimpse of the coward fleeing in a window reflection, then blasted him with a magic laser. The guy spun around, wheezing like an old vacuum cleaner. Our hero was already haunting his personal space, knuckles ready for impact. Deokshin stared with his mouth hanging open, deciding that the guy was definitely some kind of freakish anomaly. A spicy energy wave collided with the perp, sending him flying like a kicked football. The youth tightened his grip while checking his notifications, noting a 9% level, up in just a heartbeat. He figured this new power was the missing puzzle piece for his other moves, allowing him to go fast without wrecking the furniture. Thinking of his mentor, he joked that even a gem rat like Hercules couldn't catch a speedster, and he was only at 10% power. Raising a paw, he admitted he nearly sent the guy to the afterlife. She stared at the defeated villain, sweating slightly as he offered his thanks. Looking at the mountain of losers, he acknowledged she had a rough shift, and thanked her for babysitting the group. Glancing aside, the warrior assumed that a professional bodyguard would be used to the circus by now. He checked on his buddy, noticing the guy's arm had miraculously regenerated like a lizard's tail. He then turned his attention to the girl standing nearby. While she didn't have a scratch on her, he realized she was likely experiencing a major case of first-timer trauma. Staring at the floor, the brawler sensed she was in total shock, seeing her fingers twitch. He reflected on how hitting people is way weirder than hitting monsters for a rookie. She acted like a cold-hearted machine most of the time, but he knew she was just a sensitive kid hiding behind a fancy corporate resume. He recalled this was her first time at a party, and gave her a warm thank you. Chiron snapped her head up instantly. She looked down again as the coach mentioned that without her help, the others would be in the hospital. He grabbed her hand, warning that if she joined this chaotic life, more blood would spill, so she should just quit if she wasn't feeling it. Her eyes remained glued to a random spot on the horizon. Still holding her hand, the lad realized that while winning is cool, knowing when to run away is actually a pro gamer move. The ghostly image of old Confucius popped into his head as he recalled the sage words about how choosing to stay out of a fight isn't cowardice, but rather a strategic decision for a better opportunity. With a wide grin, the guy explained that spiritual growth shouldn't be some impossible mountain, so she shouldn't obsess over winning every single time. He told her the real trick was not letting her feelings take the wheel, making her eyes go wide when he said her well-being was the top priority. The warrior didn't let go of her hand just yet. Chiron gave a little smirk and said thanks. Standing there, our hero figured she was just a level 1 player who needed more XP to become a global superstar. Grinning back, he decided he'd keep her out of trouble while she leveled up her stats under his supervision. Dreaming of swimming in piles of cash, he remembered his 10 billion salary, and thanked her for keeping his investment safe. The investigators showed up surprisingly fast, right as the soldier was finishing his internal monologue. He recalled the chaotic farewells, noting that although the housewarming party turned into a combat zone, everyone managed to leave with all their limbs intact, striking a hero pose. He knew the villains never stood a chance with his team on the door and Fenrir ready to bite. He felt bad for dragging them into this mess, but he was glad they had his back. The boss walked up and asked for a status report, getting a confirmation that the goons were indeed part of the local evil club. Clutching some paperwork, she noted they were all on the most wanted list, though another agent pointed out one guy was still breathing. Face palming, the guard asked for worse, while some dude in the back suggested they just end the guy's subscription to life. The protagonist's eyes went wide as he double-checked what he just heard. Folding his arms, the official explained that keeping such a snake alive would only lead to more funerals, so they might as well do the dirty work now. Our hero smirked, thinking these guys definitely earned their reputation as professional butchers. The leader mentioned Bakshin was just a low-tier minion, and suggested a little chat with him. The fighter agreed with a grin, finally seeing the logic in keeping the loser around for a bit. Walking off, the guy complained that murder made him hungry, so the girl suggested a nice pork cutlet for lunch. Meanwhile, the hero was already planning his own private session with a prisoner. He glanced back, and asked them to drop a pin if they ever found the enemy's secret clubhouse. She tilted her head like a confused puppy, wondering why he needed that info so badly. He gave her a wide-eyed look, explaining that since they blew off his first warning, he needed to go give them a more permanent reminder. He squeezed his knuckles into a ball of pure frustration. The officer lingered nearby, announcing that her squad would be babysitting his humble abode 24/7 from now on. The whole group pivoted around instantly, staring those folks down. Our protagonist wondered if they actually signed up for such a jig, suspecting that Lady Boss basically exploited her rank for private favors. Then structures flickered into view as she explained how patrolling this specific zone remained their job, plus his shack happened to be in their territory. Finally Ming Dong introduced that enemy leader, mentioning how the boy remains a primary target for pandemonium, so these guards were duty bound to shield him from threats just like they handled earlier. A worker escorted someone off, causing the guy to shut his eyes and joke that this was their master plan for bagging the villains. Lifting one digit, our brawler checked those assumptions, receiving a nod confirming he remained in the ballpark, while that female guard clarified this whole setup was merely a housewarming prison. Scratching his skull, the youth realized he couldn't exactly say no to some freebie, especially since it seemed quite the upgrade. A fractured doorway appeared when our hunter mused that despite such construction, the place lacked amenities, even if those riffraff couldn't break in easily. Thinking of his massive pooch true self, he felt less stressed since Fenrir remained nearby, but having professionals wandering that lawn gave him peace of mind for so plus the entire property. Right after that, they gripped hands while the lady offered a grin and some gratitude. Watching her leave, The lead guy regretted not saying thanks, surprised that she actually possessed facial muscles for smiling. Leading her troops away, the officer declared that they needed to wrap things up here. A smirk crossed the hero's lips, but then his expression shifted to total seriousness in a heartbeat. Lifting his limb, the boy admitted that his skeletal structure had definitely seen better days. After meeting his rival, the warrior acknowledged the boss's unexpected power level. He compared Jigwon, who was a pushover, to the supervisor Bakshin, who managed to break his bones and disarm Legion despite a tiny level gap. Looking at his palm, the fellow decided that punching sharp metal with naked knuckles was a peak display of idiocy. Scowling, the kid understood that only his raw strength kept his limb from becoming a detached souvenir. Visualizing his demise, our hero knew one spear strike would have definitely sent him into the afterlife. Thinking of one specific foe, the hunter expected those bad guys to seek vengeance, meaning he would soon face monsters way tougher than this pointy stick enthusiast. Squeezing his fist, that brawler admitted having peeked at punching things. Inspecting some gear, the guy decided it was time to forge himself a real tool. Images of human anatomy popped up after he noted how people possess squishy bodies, having blunt teeth plus nails that are quite pathetic compared to actual claws. Following those events, one array of ancient weaponry appeared, depicting the way primitive folks opted for items tougher than their own anatomy, like stones which outmatched their skeletons. Groups started swarming massive creatures, showing humanity bypassed its physical flaws by repurposing nature's gifts, gaining a massive edge over every beast which previously looked unbeatable. Then, some man holding a pike materialized, explaining the way they reached that pinnacle of our social pyramid in an untamed world, finally snapping those links of a food chain to stand as this world's most dangerous hunters. Symbols etched onto the masonry told a tale of historical violence, explaining why human arsenals became so incredibly varied over the eons. Folding those arms, the champion realized that having too many options was making one's brain short. Circuit. Looking at Gauntlet, the boy figured it was the most logical pick, considering those punching skills far outweighed an ability to swing a sword without hurting himself. While ascending, the combatant recalled that Greek dude Hercules saying the best protection actually boosts your power. Grabbing a glowing hunk of iron, the smith resolved to forge another hand protector. Grinning, the champion recalled having tossed in some ogre sinew during a previous attempt. Glancing at his tools, the lead man realized his god-tier blacksmithing stats had jumped sixfold, meaning even recycled junk would turn into legendary loot under his hammer. He tossed his authentic blade skyward. That heavy hammer collided with that hot slab, while our youth kept pounding away, searching for a sweet spot where metal remained both flexible and tough. Fireworks erupted as some up window announced he successfully crafted a decent tool, bumping his proficiency by one single person. Gripping the finished product, he wondered if it actually turned out well. He recalled how Chiron dropped a cool 40 million on one similar usement, thinking even that Smith God would be impressed by this one. The gauntlet vibrated as he estimated those costs would easily blow past that 100 million mark. Waggling a finger, the lad said no, clarifying that his bank account was currently suffering from success rather than poverty. Directly following those events, the combatant donned his gear, inspecting those items. Our protagonist noticed it felt lighter than oxygen plus snugger than a custom-made sock for one's hand. Without delay, the boy squeezed his fingers into a tight ball. The guy's pupils dilated. The gauntlet exploded into a million tiny shards, making him leak nervous perspiration. Gazing at those metallic remnants, the youth lamented how his potential fortune just literally crumbled into expansive debris. Looking down, the smith figured he might have goofed, but the high score he received suggested his technique was fine, leading him to blame those garbage raw materials instead. Picturing the beast, the lad understood that those ogre bits carried the monster's raw might, theoretically making them the toughest stuff on the planet for absorbing impact. Out of nowhere, some divine ghost materialized behind one's back the moment he triggered a special assessment power. His jaw dropped upon realizing even ogre parts were too flimsy for Hercules' absurd strength, requiring far more premium ingredients. Rubbing his chin, our warrior hunted for any creature which outclassed one giant green monster. His shock returned when noticing such beasts were basically non-existent around here. His vision went blank, while searching for anything capable of handling that godly pressure. Eventually considering the legendary gear used by Hercules himself, he looked toward the ceiling. A split second later, the god's visage popped up, reminding our hero about that famous Nemean lion headwear. The young hero recalled how the gods, specifically Hercules, had launched countless attacks on a certain beast, only to realize its skin was so thick and strong that it didn't even flinch. The protagonist remembered the legend where Hercules finally grabbed the Nemean lion by the neck and strangled it for 30 grueling days. The fighter reflected on the image of the deity, remembering how the beast had died and decomposed, leaving behind only the helmet-like skull. He laughed, and noted that if you truly want to make a weapon capable of resisting Hercules, you need at least a Nemean lion, which, he realized with a sigh, made finding one impossible. The thought of fighting bare-handed for the rest of his life sent a shiver down his spine, as he lamented how his increased strength brought increased responsibility. Someone behind him asked if he was making a weapon. Surprised the lights were on in the workshop, the protagonist, forcing a smile, confirmed he was but admitted his attempts had been a spectacular failure. The new arrival then asked for the reason behind his lack of success. The young man tearfully explained his current inability to use weapons at all. The master smiled kindly, and offered a simple solution. He didn't know what was wrong, but perhaps a glimpse of his own masterpiece would cheer the poor guy up. The fighter turned his gaze toward the offering, unsheathing the blade. The hero mentally acknowledged that the blacksmith had lived up to expectations. He had skillfully employed the Hephaestus technique he'd been taught. The hero complimented the blade's stunning appearance, which prompted the interlocutor to express new confidence. The young man then speculated that such a magnificent weapon must be for some important figure, perhaps even In's class hunter. The blacksmith denied this, explaining that it was for a seminar. The protagonist, still holding the sword, suddenly remembered their previous conversation about the blacksmith seminar, realizing it must be far more significant than he had originally assumed. The blacksmith confirmed this, explaining that the seminar was the world's most vital competition, and suggested that the young man could certainly win if he participated. Smiling, the hero asked if he, too, could join the competition. Looking up from his work, the blacksmith explained the extensive qualifications required: membership in the World Blacksmith Association, proper certification, mountains of paperwork, and proof of an awakened ability. The protagonist laughed, remembering he was registered as unawakened, and therefore had zero chance of participating. Crossing his arms, the fighter then asked about the prize. The blacksmith confirmed there was one, but stressed it wasn't the main draw of the event. He added, smiling, that this year the prize was completely useless anyway, because Master Orlan himself would be processing it. The hero, imagining the esteemed master, questioned why Orlan would bother with something useless and asked what the prize actually was. The master raised a finger dramatically and revealed the prize was called AWAKENS. The protagonist simply asked him to repeat the name. Utterly bewildered, the blacksmith explained that AWAKENS was a metal discovered after the Fifth Industrial Revolution, famed for its extreme strength and indestructibility, but was far more common in its raw form than its processed one. The fighter pictured the ore in a trash pile, and concluded it was indeed a useless prize, no matter how noble its origin. It was just junk that couldn't be processed, not even by Orlan. The young man asked why an unworkable rock would be given as a prize, and the blacksmith explained it was purely symbolic. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, considered how blacksmiths from around the world gathered for this seminar and decided his master deserved a chance to win. His eyes suddenly widened as he realized the metal in question was indestructible and completely unique, a metal no blacksmith had ever worked with. The hero realized he had actually seen something made of AWAKENS before. Clenching his fists, the young man thought he could process it using divine metallurgy. He recalled how Hephaestus had used this very metal to forge weapons for the gods. Sweat beaded on his face as he realized he needed this material but had no way to enter the seminar. He couldn't just give up on it. Crossing his arms again, he thought about participating under the master's name, but knew he'd never agree. He finally had an idea. He could simply help him win. Smiling, the hero activated his insight skill and called out to his interlocutor. He offered the man a deal. Standing beside him, the hunter noted that the protagonist was doing something wrong, pointing his finger. The fighter explained that he should approach the task from a different angle to maximize strength and endurance. The master picked up the hammer and asked if his last strike was correct. He then struck the metal again. The hero clutched his head in frustration, asking him to do something completely different from what he just did. Moving closer, the young man asked him to aim slightly further away and asked why he couldn't see the issue himself. The master replied that he couldn't. The ward explained he said this because the master was using only his mind, prompting the master to ask what else he should use. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he needed to use his senses. He had to feel every centimeter of the metal and understand its structure. The master then asked if he truly shouldn't use his mind at all, finding the suggestion extremely difficult. Glancing aside, the protagonist explained that the master had never focused on this aspect, and if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't even realize it was necessary. But since the blacksmith was also awakened, he should give it a try. Standing behind him, the young man asked if he felt it, and the blacksmith said he did. A burning furnace appeared, and the hero's words directed the master to hit harder at that exact point. The master questioned how much harder he needed to hit, raising his hand. The guy said he should do something just like this. Suddenly, a bright flash of light lit up the workshop. The master shut his eyes, shouting in confusion about how he could possibly repeat that feat. Raising an eyebrow, the young man noted that success was inevitable if he just kept trying. Immediately afterward, the master lifted his hammer. His tool quickly headed downward, and both of them stared intently at the metal. The young man looked up and turned to face him, placing his hand on the master's shoulder. The fighter suggested they start with physical training and put the hammer back in its place. The master questioned why physical exercises were necessary all of a sudden. The hero closed his eyes and replied that physical training was essential for the master to truly internalize the techniques he had been taught, and for this, he needed to build up his muscles. The interlocutor looked away, and began to express doubt, pointing out that there was less than a week left before the seminar, and starting training now probably wouldn't help much. Raising a finger, the hero told him not to worry, because everything would work out fine if he just drank a special potion. The master looked confused and asked about the details. As a forge appeared, the young man asked if there were doping tests at the seminar. The master began doing push-ups while the hero counted. Afterward, the man drank the potion, standing nearby. The fighter emphasized the importance of breathing, but cautioned against getting too fixated on it, suggesting a steady pace was more critical. The man was lying flat on the floor in a puddle of the potion. A montage of their training sessions appeared, accompanied by words explaining how the blacksmith had undergone special training all week. The smithy building appeared again. Taking the hammer, the man declared that everything was finally complete. He held a finished blade in his hand. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. Holding the sword, the protagonist noted that it was a true work of art, and fit his hand perfectly, as if it were made specifically for him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the master explained that this was due to the hilt of the sword being made with the added facial muscles of a doppelganger. The young man, imagining two identical fighters, remembered that a doppelganger was a monster capable of taking the form of an enemy. Looking at the sword, the hero understood why the hilt changed shape depending on who held it. As he held out the equipment, the fighter mused that introducing monster abilities into gear was previously completely inaccessible to ordinary people. That the blacksmith noted he had learned a great deal from the protagonist. Taking the blade, Hoblin spoke of how he had learned more in that single week than he had in the previous 20 years combined. Looking ahead, the hunter realized that this man had indeed made remarkable progress in just 1 week. Looking at the glove on his hand, the protagonist knew that Paladin had managed to advance so much in just a week thanks to his 20 years of experience. While not perfect, he had managed to learn the divine technique. Smiling, the fighter recalled how Confucius had once mentioned 3 essential plants: plums, chrysanthemums, and bamboo. A bamboo sprout appeared as he thought about how it takes 5 years to grow roots, during which time the plant shows no progress above ground. Foliage appeared, and it was said that in 5 years the sprouts would finally emerge. Many bamboo trunks were visible, and it was said that in 5 weeks the plant would grow toward the sky. Looking at the master, the man realized it hadn't taken 5 years, but the height of his master's character was similar to the height of a bamboo plant. Looking at the remaining weapons, the protagonist knew that the most important thing was not to give up. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy realized it was time for change. Rubbing the back of his head, the fighter noted that he had only helped a little and shouldn't exaggerate his merits. Attributing all success to the master's hard work, his gaze drifted somewhere forward. Smiling, the man thanked him. Exhaling deeply, the hunter wondered aloud if the sword would be enough for the seminar. Realizing they could only wait for fate now, many people gathered near the Garnier Palace in France, where the presenter, microphone in hand, announced they would now move on to the 51st Combat Forum and begin the main event. He explained it was a scientific forum where blacksmiths from around the world shared and debated their work. People gathered in a huge hall as the first work was presented, a sword crafted by Master Antonio. One person looking ahead asked if he was referring to Italy's best master. The facilitator, lifting the cloth, revealed the word called Dragon Breathing. The man closed his eyes, noting that the piece was very typical of Antonio's style, and certainly wouldn't disappoint. While another person began to suggest they already had a winner, they suddenly looked ahead when they heard a voice declare that the job was absolutely terrible. The man frowned, shouting a question about dared to say such a thing. Someone was sitting on a chair. The old man, hands folded on his cane, asked sarcastically if they truly called this object a work of art. The man stood up and yelled that calling it a mere object was going too far, and even if he was Master Orlean, he couldn't just insult someone else's work like that. The blade appeared as he explained that for the red color, he had added a pigment that dissolved in the metal, because simply painting it would cause the color to peel off. Glancing aside, the man explained that because of this method, the weapon had become brittle, and wouldn't last long, likely breaking after just a couple of blows. After introducing the dragon theme, the master also noted that if he wanted to make a red weapon, he should have used the bones of a red wyvern or a red dragon. Smirking, Aurelian further commented that this material wasn't inaccessible. The blacksmith just hadn't used it, apparently lacking the necessary skill, pointing to the hilt with his cane. The old man also questioned the useless shape, asking if such a hilt could possibly have any meaning when it was completely ineffective in battle. A witness looked shocked after hearing the announcement that if this item was just for flaunting at a gallery, it should just stay as a pretty decoration. While the veteran walked past several gadgets and dismissed them all as garbage. Grinning, the expert remarked that one blade actually seemed okay for once, and the host spoke into his device to announce that the upcoming anonymous steel was forged by a Korean master. While the elder kept his eyes on the metal, every single person in the crowd craned their necks to see too. Out of nowhere the old stick went tumbling down. A nervous tremor vibrated across his mug, gaping like a fish. Aurelian demanded to know which person crafted that sharp toy. The primary hub for the tracking guild finally materialized. Shangyu looked quite startled, asked why the information about the legend visiting the country was only being revealed at this late hour. Relaxing his posture, the helper noted that the man decided on a whim to head to Korea, which caused the supervisor to complain about the suddenness being too much to handle, so the employee begged for some guidance on the matter, while the commander rubbed his chin to question why he would go, and when he would arrive, until the staffer revealed the guest was already in Echian. Looking completely baffled by the news, the manager was left totally speechless. Rising from his seat, the leader demanded that his entire day be cleared, even though an assistant pointed out a scheduled talk with a lawmaker, which made the man snap that no politician mattered more than the visiting legend. So he threw on his blazer and ordered a total blackout while the master was around, reminding everyone that rankers are the elite few with only 6 in the country. Just as a powerful grade A+ white monster emerged, and a sorcerer launched a radiant sphere at the brute, the creature turned to dust, and Sion pushed up his frames while mentioning that big brutes typically succumb to sparks. Then the mage gripped his wand and wondered if it had any magic defense before he suddenly snapped his fingers. A watery orb was soon engulfed by intense heat, making it obvious that a huge detonation was on the way. The beast was frying like bacon. Staring forward, the lad observed that the thing lacked blast defense, while another hidden fellow mentioned the lack of physical armor, so the boss questioned the need for testing. But a girl reminded them that damaging the loot means less pay. Then the pupil praised her for landing perfect headshots on the naughty sea schools while he casually lifted a finger. The man started off by asking if she had heard the latest gossip, which of course prompted her to ask what juicy tidbit he was referring to. The hunter finally revealed that Master Aurelian, the big shot, was apparently visiting Korea. The woman whipped around, asking why he had made such a sudden appearance. The mage just chuckled, saying he had merely caught a whisper of it before arriving, admitting nobody truly understood the motive, but guessing it was probably related to Charon's legendary weapon. Not meeting his gaze, the woman questioned what made Charon so special, noting that all the buzz was usually centered on Miss Now. She scoffed, pointing out Charon was just a kid, certainly not high level enough for class yet. The guy closed his eyes and wisely noted that everyone starts out as a kid, reminding her that she hadn't started out as an class hunter either. His partner then accused him of becoming a fanboy, but the young man simply replied that he was only telling the honest truth. Looking down, the man provocatively asked if she felt jealous, which made the huntress demand if he actually thought she was worse than a mere child. The man challenged her denial, bringing up her previous complaint that Charon received Aurelian's unique weapon. The woman conceded that this fact did bother her a bit, wondering why she deserved it. Grinning widely, the mage announced that this proved her jealousy. The lady adopted a frightening expression, and asked why she would possibly be jealous, claiming instead that she was simply infuriated that a beginner had been given so many excessive advantages. Turning away, the lady declared her intense displeasure, which made her partner comment that he couldn't tell if her attitude was simple envy or full-blown jealousy. The miss firmly stated this was exactly why she disliked getting involved with magicians. Folding her arms, the huntress asked if he wasn't also envious of his rival, pointing out that he wasn't constantly compared to her. Closing his eyes, the guy admitted he thought Hannah was cooler than he was, questioning if that counted as a form of jealousy. The warrior ultimately decided it was pointless to argue with a magic user. Not looking at him, the young man asked where she had run off to, and the girl replied that she was leaving him behind. Looking ahead, the mage realized she had abandoned the monster she was actively hunting, deducing she was heading to meet Master Aurelian, and speculating that she wouldn't be the only one, wondering if other masters and class hunters would also flock to meet him. With a smile, the wizard mused about where he should go, adding that it would be fantastic if he could get a new staff crafted for him. Suddenly, a chaotic battle erupted in the underground training ground of the Hunters Guild. A blur of movement showed a leg lashing out, watching the girl launch her aggressive attack. Shova wondered if she was taking things too dangerously. The protagonist skillfully dodged out of the way. Mysterious blue symbols materialized in the air. The sword shot upwards. The lady initiated her attack, sending a powerful blue wave directly toward her target. The woman was catapulted through the air. The protagonist watched his friend carefully. The woman insisted she felt perfectly normal, which caused the guy to demand she come over so he could examine her wounds. Glancing at her shoulder, the young man apologized for hitting with too much force, realizing that while nothing was broken, the shoulder was incredibly swollen. He explained that her final attack was so strong that he had been forced to use his super strength. Looking ahead from beneath his brow, the man wondered why she kept insisting everything was fine, especially since he had tried to reduce the impact of the blow. Looking away, the girl insisted she was fine, because she had attempted to kill her mentor during the fight, making a strange expression. Shova internally acknowledged that Chiron had given her absolute maximum effort, yet she maintained a firm belief that she could not actually beat him. He pondered her certainty, considering her superior talent, and the large sums she paid for training, concluding that he simply had to maintain a position of superiority, a necessary part of the arrangement. The hall's roof came into focus. A pale green aura began to emanate from the nearby individuals. Looking at her shoulder, the lady declared the result incredible, making the protagonist wonder why she was behaving so strangely, and why his level had just increased by 3. Checking his phone, the man realized there were fewer lingering signs of healing than usual, concluding Chiron must be exceptionally gifted. The guy looked again at the lady's shoulder. The universe itself seemed to unfold, revealing that the human body acts as a microcosm, where every individual holds their unique inner universe and personal characteristics, known as a constitution. Among these varied constitutions, a rare few are inherently special, notably one called a celestial body. A shooting star appeared, representing the martial arts celestial body. A girl materialized, making it clear that this constitution contains the harmonious energy of thousands of universes, enabling her to easily withstand divine power. Grinning, the guy pondered why the girl coped with things so effortlessly, admitting he previously just chalked it up to luck. Smiling again, the young man realized that when he healed her, he was effectively healing thousands of universes, concluding that simply treating a simple injury in such a remarkable body was a valuable experience. Needles appeared in the mentor's hand, advising her she could now move, but not to push herself too hard. The lady confirmed she understood completely. Looking away, the master inquired about the date of her class promotion exam, and the lady replied that it would be in exactly 1 month. A photo of the miss appeared, making it clear that Chiron's class guardsman exam was currently a hot topic for discussion, similar to her housewarming party, because she had worked hard previously, but was now taking things to an extreme. Smiling, he told her to prioritize her health and avoid injuries before the exam, and the student replied with a positive affirmation. The main character internally decided that even though he gave the advice, she probably wouldn't actually listen. Turning around, the protagonist declared training was finished for today. In turn, the girl offered to go together. Making a surprised face, the guy asked where she wanted to go, and the interlocutor replied that she wanted to visit Master Aurelian. The man's eyes were wide with shock as he stated that this must explain why Aurelian had shown up so unexpectedly. Smiling faintly, the young man thought about the blacksmith seminar, and whether his uncle had truly secured a victory. A high-rise building appeared in the distance as the master recalled that the competition was scheduled for 2 months, but only a few days had passed. He deduced that Aurelian must have come personally to see Chiron, likely intending to test her weapon before the upcoming exam. Shutting his eyes, the mentor firmly stated that he believed he should avoid going there. Raising his hand, Shava insisted that she should go on her own, rationalizing that Aurelian was indeed a master of metallurgy, but he already possessed divine metallurgy, making it a complete waste of Shava's time to attend. A monitoring room filled with multiple screens appeared. The man grinned broadly as he discussed Aurelian. The leader, with a glimmer in his eye, announced that Aurelian had finally arrived. Looking ahead, the old man declared that it had been far too long since they last met. Smiling warmly, the girl responded positively, inquiring about his well-being. Closing his eyes, the man questioned why she would ask about him, claiming he was just a simple blacksmith. The lady responded that even though they hadn't seen each other in ages, he hadn't changed at all, adding that they had organized a celebratory dinner for him. Looking down, the lady suggested he must be tired after such a long journey and offered for him to rest, but the old man refused, saying he had already eaten, and told her to check something out instead. The student's eyes appeared on screen, as she asked what it was. Smiling, the man announced that he intended to meet the specific individual responsible for forging this remarkable sword. A camera view appeared, showing that after the house was built, Sheva maintained his regular routine, filming videos for his channel and creating equipment using the materials he had mined. The man swung a hammer with force. Looking up, the main character cited that training with Hercules had nearly killed him. The subscriber count on the channel displayed 177,885. Checking his phone, the protagonist noted that after uploading a video detailing his rise to a rank in a single month, viewership had sharply increased. He wondered why certain viewers still clung to the B+ title. He found it strange that the editing and uploading speed were maintained at such a pace. Realizing he needed to give the girl a reward for her stellar performance, Ducka watched the screen with interest. Warming up, the guy thought that things were running smoothly on the channel, adding that he expected to become an A-class hunter soon, as his Hercules powers were progressing steadily. Excelling, the young man realized he now needed to craft his own equipment, because his uncle absolutely had to win. The clock appeared, indicating it was already 4 o'clock, yet the man still hadn't attended the seminar. Looking ahead, the master remarked that the training seemed difficult for him, hoping nothing was broken, but reassuring him that if he came, the mentor would examine him with divine healing. Pressing the switch, the man decided maybe he should focus on improving his divine metallurgy skills first, and prepare the materials he had gathered. The corpses of monsters appeared, making it clear that raiding dungeons was much less effort than carrying and storing all the materials afterward. A bag appeared above Shift's head, making him wish for something similar to a space pocket that could hold an endless supply of items. He considered that he had no idea how to create such an item, as it was clearly not a weapon, but a form of magic. The universe appeared, explaining that subspace refers to multiple spaces linked by portals or wormholes, a general term for a space that exists outside their own universe. Subspace pockets are essentially a form of magic that grants access to the separate space. Bringing broadly, the main character stated that even Hephaestus himself couldn't create such a thing, because only wizards of the absolute highest level possess the power to utilize that specific type of magic. Downward, dazing eyes appeared, accompanied by the green silhouette of a man. It became evident that this ability was called Hermes Super Speed, which dramatically multiplies the power of divine magic several times over. Hercules also stated that it could be accurately described as a power far beyond all conceivable human strength. A telephone and a hammer appeared, suggesting that perhaps divine metallurgy could facilitate the creation of something similar to subspace pockets. Looking up, the man thought about enchanting his weapon or even creating those pockets himself. A high-rise building appeared. Looking at his phone, the guy wondered who he should choose, since strengthening is required, pairing it with an incredibly strong personality. A clever idea suddenly dawned on the guy's face. The master wore a silly expression as he announced that selecting Isis would somehow boost all existing skills. Sitting comfortably in a chair, the main character mentioned that it would be useful to understand which personality traits this power actually developed, assuming it was likely related to magic, but finding himself drawing a blank, holding the phone in his hands. The protagonist considered asking Hercules, but realized Hercules didn't know anything about magic. The doorbell suddenly rang, making him decide to watch a video from the girl's channel first. Looking to the side, the guy wondered who had arrived. The woman looked directly at the man. Glancing forward, the young man asked why she was standing there. Aurelian remained completely impassive, making a genuinely surprised face. The man questioned why the old man was present. The girl made a stunned face, and asked what he was doing here. In turn, the mentor simply replied that he worked here. The lady, still surprised, asked if it really was him. Holding her chin, the lady remembered that this was the same person who had told her about the glove from this ranked dungeon. In turn, the person confirmed that this was indeed the case. Looking ahead, the young man asked why Master Aurelian was here. The old man, completely emotionless, made it clear that he specifically wanted to meet with Paldwan. Shiva made a surprised expression, wondering why Aurelian wanted to meet him so suddenly. Presenting the blade, the girl asked if that man was truly the creator of this weapon. Looking ahead in surprise, the main character stated that Master Aurelian was a judge at a blacksmith seminar, flying to Korea just to see Paldwan and even capture his work, which must mean that the Orhankan would be theirs, because it appeared his uncle had won. The people stood together, raising the gauntlet. The guy announced that the armor would finally be capable of withstanding his true power, adding that he would now be able to craft it himself. Holding his head, the young man explained that Paldwan wasn't present at the moment. The girl translated the master's words, and finally, the old man offered his thanks. The man's face appeared, turning around. The lady explained that he was inquiring how they could possibly meet the blacksmith, making a silly expression on his face. The man thought that his uncle was currently feeling unwell, adding that it would be best not to disturb him at all. However, he decided that this qualified as an extreme situation, likely a special moment for his uncle, stating he would attempt to call him. Gesticulating, the master announced that he would come up right away. In turn, the girl translated the mentor's words once more, and finally, the old man offered his thanks. The man's face appeared. Shiva spun around, plotting to forge gear the second that rare metal landed in his palms, and figured he could pass the time by banging Isis's weird clips while waiting for his relative. A gadget materialized. That lady looked totally clueless, clasping the device. The hero mused that if things went south, this whole place was beyond salvage. While a woman stood alone in a barren wasteland, smirking, the lady remarked that anyone watching this must have a broken bedroom drive, claiming this urge is sacred since it sparks life, so there is zero reason for shame or hiding. Wearing a mask of pure confusion, the guy questioned her sanity, noting this was supposed to be ancient lore and holy history. Then the girl began wailing, crying that everyone gets depressed when the magic in the pants fails, insisting she knows this agony, because her own spouse went through it, sobbing that Isis basically turned into a massive aquatic creature, and gulped down her Palosaurus. Glancing at the screen, the dude figured Greek and Roman myths were barely sane, while Viking legends were sobbing in a corner, concluding that Egyptian tales were just absolute fever dreams. Then the lady stuck her tongue out, explaining she invented this nonsense for her husband right as the earth shook from a heavy impact. Looking startled, the lad questioned her antics, guessing it was some dusty old ritual. Then the woman started busting moves while cacti sprouted and golden light poured from the deity, leaving Shiva standing solo in the chamber, hiding his gaze. The lead asked how one stays mentally stable after witnessing such a spectacle, yet he knew for sure that Isis possessed the unique knack for amping up powers. Staring at the mobile in awe, the artisan speculated that he might even be able to slap a dimension storage feature onto his crafted gear. Clasping his smartphone, the hero mused that if she could bring Osiris back to life, then the sky was the limit. so he started checking the monthly fee. But then the door swung open, and a guy dripping with sweat asked if Orlion was around, which is when the uncle showed up, and the blacksmith silently agreed that the newcomer was a genuine antique of a human. Smirking, the fellow expressed a burning desire to meet and toast to his recent seminar triumph, but the other guy just stood there looking lobotomized, asking him to say that again, but in a language that actually makes sense. The girl waved and clarified that he wanted an audience with Master Paldwan to praise his big win at the event, which made the man ask with a shocked face if he actually came out on top. So Shiva turned away, thinking he knew his uncle had it in the bag, and wondering if he should wrap up his current task. A screen flickered to light, showing a monthly price tag of a staggering 4 billion won. The hero's face twisted in revulsion, recalling how the old fees were just 2 billion and now they had doubled the bill, so he checked his balance and saw it 8.4 billion, realizing he needed to sort his finances. Noting he gets 10 billion from Karen, 300 million from smithing, and a measly 8 million from videos, totaling about 10 billion won. A woman emerged, bathed in violet light, wearing a blank expression. The fellow mentioned the costs, noting they hit around 330 million. Rolling in cash, Juno saw he could handle the membership, but after glancing at his device, he toyed with the idea of boosting the girl's school money before deciding against it. The buy button flashed, making the master shiver as he realized it was 4 billion, not 400 million. Which prompted Shiva to realize that such a fortune could feed a family of 4 for over a century, yet it would vanish in a single click for just 30 days of service. So he gripped the device with shaky palms, calculating that with his other plans the total hit 710 million, finally closing his eyes as he imagined the notification chime, and the sound of 4 billion won evaporating into thin air, while he frowned, with a face full of disbelief. The man asked if he had lost his marbles, but the youth gripped his phone, thinking this was not some base parlor trick but the power to rewrite existence. Then a force appeared to show that his range went from tiny environmental tweaks to flipping the laws of physics itself, just by wanting it. While the expert weighed this ranking, he figured it was fair given the woman's reputation, noting that despite being forgotten, she was once the most terrifyingly potent goddess in the ancient world. Covering his mouth with his palm, the man realized he absolutely had to sharpen his abilities, seeing that he now had 2 paths to achieve this, one of which was watching the channel's content. An azure eye blinked into existence, signaling he would have to revisit that abyss of cosmic weirdness. A prospect he did not even want to consider. While standing in the middle of a garden, squeezing his hand into a fist, the hero concluded he had just one choice remaining, which meant flying solo. So he looked at his knuckles and decided a strength test was necessary, specifically creating a dimensional pocket as planned. Shutting his lids, the guy mused that a pocket dimension is just a fancy magical trick for grabbing items out of thin air so you do not have to lug them around, which requires snapping the fabric of reality to work. But as he looked at his glowing hand, he doubted he could nail it on the first try, since messing with reality brings an universal kickback that might just erase the caster from existence. And while he wondered where he would even end up, his eyes remained hidden while a forge appeared, showing that he decided to build a physical container first to keep things smooth. Clutching the mobile, the young man remarked this was his first go, wondering if he should browse other channels for help. But then he reached into his pocket and decided to go it alone, focusing on making something that was mostly just durable. Ain, the forge master, the veteran, claimed the sword was both sturdy and flexible, noting the edge had a perfectly balanced weight. Grabbing the weapon, the man declared the handle was his finest work yet because it still managed to shock him. Then he looked forward and mentioned the shape seemed to shift depending on the user, asking how such a weird thing was even possible. A geezer's face showed in the steel, proving that Palgwen's sword making had actually leveled up, though Devier was still keeping pace or doing better. And since he had traveled all this way for a morphing grip, the man held the sword high and pointed out that he had actually used the face muscles of a shapeshifter to make it work. Scanning the room, the lady interpreted the elder's words, while the senior expert inquired about the clone, and wearing a look of pure shock, the smith questioned if he truly exploited the beast's traits, wondering if physics even allowed such shenanigans. A mallet manifested, illustrating how monster corpses revolutionized metalworking by providing stuff way tougher than basic steel. Even so, using beastly traits has its quirks, since only rigid features like density stick around once they kick the bucket, while other mystical vibes just evaporate when the creature dies, like a flaming red beast turning into a spicy campfire. Furrowing his brow, the expert pondered if he was facing a literal deity of impulse, demanding to know the secret of infusing beast essence into gear, while the assistant relayed his babbling, gesturing wildly with one digit. The smith claimed the young hero provided his education. Spinning on his heel, the geezer eyed the kid, noting he looked more like a student than a legendary smith, and wondered how this rookie could school Paldwan. As the hero gripped some players, and when the elder asked if this was a prank, the girl translated with a sigh, leading the scowling man to admit his initial skepticism. While deciding to sit back and watch the show, glowing scrap sat on the workbench, and the observer assumed some invention was brewing. Since heat is the soul of the forge, and banging on hot stuff is the only way to kick out the chum, though the kid just smirked like a door, seemingly clueless about metallurgy, until the rhythm of the hammer began to echo, and I cast. The old timer wondered if the boy was actually aiming those hits, realizing that high heat smithing makes gear tougher, but turns making delicate pieces into a nightmare. The alloy sizzle, showing that cold working requires precise cooling before you whack it, because if it stays too spicy it shatters, but if it gets too chilly it turns into an immovable rock. Scowling hard, the fellow grasped that the kid had intuitively sensed the thermal sweet spot, leading the master to conclude that regular humans definitely do not have those cheat codes. A giant eyeball flickered into view, and the unseen elder muttered that this was utter nonsense, refusing to accept that a mortal could achieve what others were too scared to even imagine. The fellow gazed forward. A man swung his hammer, gripping a silver chunk. Sheva mused that turning ore into sewing thread was a real pain, though the protagonist decided that as long as they were sturdy, he did not care. Planning to bake a pocket dimension into them next, a stray chunk of iron started glowing like a forbidden cherry, looming over his desk. The hero brainstormed his next move, but a bystander grabbed his arm and declared the whole plan was completely bonkers. Incheon Airport flashed on screen with a massive jet landing, as the sweaty boss demanded to know how the cranky senior citizen ended up in the workshop. Of voting, the fellow urged everyone to keep their pants on, mentioning he had to track their next destination and locate Master Aurelian. Just as a random noggin popped into view, the bad guy grinned, looking like a total psychopath, while declaring that Juan's time in Pandemonium was officially over, promising to reclaim his lost glory. Clutching the kid's shoulder, the man called the situation total malarkey, then spun around to ask if he was finally allowed to exit the building. Waving her arms around, the maiden explained that he was so starstruck he accidentally bugged Sheva, offering a clumsy apology, which the hero dismissed by saying he was too swamped for visitors. Lowering her arms, the girl mentioned the elder wanted to chat about smithing, but the protagonist flatly refused, thinking he would rather watch day videos by Hephaestus. And when the lady pushed for a better time, the boy held up a finger, and said he would only open his mouth if the guy brought him some rare orichalcum. With a stone face, the apprentice said the boss agreed but wondered why he needed that specific John, prompting the hero to explain he wanted to forge some epic gear, and the old man looked like he had seen a ghost, asking if orichalcum could even be worth. While the girl translated the smith's ramblings as Sheva scratched his head and doubted the feasibility. Looking disgusted, the fellow called it a bunch of hogwash, while the other guy fumed silently, thinking he was absolutely sick of this dude's attitude. Hidden from view, the woman said she would head home immediately to fetch the man, leaving the hero looking like an idiot as he asked if she was really flying to France, and she confirmed it. So the protagonist suggested they catch up later, which prompted her to say she was leaving too, leaving everyone wide-eyed. And shifting his gaze, the kid apologized to his uncle for the chaos, knowing the man had been dying to meet Master Aurelian, but the uncle waved it off, saying working with the kid was a bigger blessing anyway, and grinning through the pain. The man noted his health was mostly fine despite the itches, then announced his departure, being told not to push himself, as he gave a thumbs up, until finally with a heavy sigh, the expert found some peace to focus on his craft. A crimson light leaked from his palm, forming a blob that represented the very fabric of the cosmos, basically space, time made of physical stuff. As a satchel materialized while the room turned red, and Sheva looked shocked at the sheer power of this cosmic summoning, feeling like his body might just quit on him. Gritting his teeth, the hero told himself to just man up and survive the agony. Crimson mojo manifested. The pouch slammed onto the desk, matching the hero's exhausted expression, as he shakily complained that this was way harder than those legendary Greek workouts. Furrowing his brow, the guy noted the exterior looked boringly normal, until a finger pried the bag open to reveal the glowing red essence inside, and peering into the depths, the master guessed the internal space was as big as a stadium, making all the sweating worth it. Just as some shadows popped up, and made Sheva wonder who was crashing the party now. Gazing into the distance, the tracker questioned the nature of the object. Wearing a look of pure loathing, the protagonist demanded to know the identity of the intruder. A car pulled up. Pelita, sitting calmly in an armchair, announced that Aurelian had already skipped town, having already left the country. The young woman then questioned his sudden speed departure. The protagonist looked forward, inquiring if the old man had really tailed it to France after all. Pelita immediately turned the tables, demanding to know how he possessed this information. Clasping her jacket tightly, the woman interrogated him about the workshop's inner workings, calculating whether she might finally secure a new piece of hardware from Aurelian. Glancing sideways, the young woman questioned his presence, wondering if it involved the space pocket. The mage immediately denied using any magic whatsoever. His friend, skeptical, pressed him on how he operated otherwise. The wizard's jaw dropped, demanding an explanation for his methods. The leader looked away, finding his disbelief rather theatrical. The girl simply stated it was highly irregular. The sorceress crossed her arms, firmly stating this was a flat-out impossibility. The magician then adopted a very serious look, explaining that sufficiently advanced science resembles magic, asking if the boss had caught that lecture. because magic fundamentally adheres to the laws of physics. While casting a spell, the young woman noted that most people view magic as something otherworldly. The huntress, raising an eyebrow, asked if she truly believed otherwise. As different elements merged in her hands, the woman challenged Bolita, asking why she believed this water was currently boiling. The lady made an uncertain face, speculating that the water was agitated due to interacting with fire. An eye widened in utter astonishment. Following the demonstration, the sorceress explained that she had merely concealed the fire using a transparency enchantment. Gesticulating wildly, the girl asserted that this was precisely the essence of magic, reiterating that fire emits thermal energy, causing water to reach its boiling point at 100 degrees Celsius. Bowing her head, the lady stated that these immutable laws govern everything, including atmospheric pressure, which dictates that water boils at 100 degrees, concluding that they are merely harnessing the persisting rules of the cosmos. Several elements manifested. The protagonist looked forward and declared that the subspace pocket actually alters the fundamental laws of the universe itself. The huntress glanced aside, reminding her that she had just dismissed it as impossible. The sorceress countered that even if achievable, the world itself rejects such actions, making it pointless. Surrounded by the crimson element, the girl explained that only someone transcending physical laws could accomplish this, suggesting perhaps a divine entity. The interlocutor, knitting his brows, asked what he had processed so far. The manager admitted he was still confused. The lady then thought she recognized Shiva from somewhere. The director appeared, leaning in to listen intently to Master Aurelian. As a massive high-rise building loomed in the background, the man, hiding his gaze, expressed sympathy for the director, mentioning he'd heard rumors that the damage to his right eye was irreversible. A noticeable scar marked the leader's face. The director lifted his head and asked for an update on Song Jie. The subordinate reported no significant developments, only that the capital's inquiry had been put on hold. He concluded by ordering the team to avoid anything attention-grabbing for now. Looking down, the man inquired if the director was aware of Master Aurelian's presence in Korea, which the master confirmed. The subordinate, with knitted brows, reported that the Pandemonium group in Gyeonggi do appear to have launched an assault on him. Fury flashed across the man's face upon learning that Chiron had been infected during the skirmish. Clenching his hand tightly, the man demanded an identity for these troublemaking children, adding that the organization had already endured immense financial damage, and these youngsters were now climbing all over them. Keeping his face obscured, the supervisor asked precisely what effect it implied. The worker responded that it seemed she had been kidnapped. The guy gritted his teeth, reflecting on Master Aurelian's crucial global importance. Involvement would draw international scrutiny to Korea, meaning they absolutely should have left him alone. The chief, seated in his chair, wondered how they had managed the feat, considering the old man's security detail, specifically with Chiron present, was formidable. The subordinate bowed his head, explaining that Aurelian's trip was spontaneous, leaving the French side no time to dispatch personal security. Standing behind the chair, the man revealed that Tabin herself was overseeing the operation. The supervisor closed his eyes, thinking it highly improbable that she wasn't fully aware of Pandemonium's activities right now, yet she chose to proceed regardless. A faint smile materialized. The chief grinned, suggesting Tabin planned to eliminate him. Finding the whole thing rather amusing, the worker then became serious, mentioning that Shiva also seemed to be involved alongside Master Aurelian. The leader's face clouded with rage. A large snake monster appeared, clutching another creature. Just as a rock suddenly struck the basilisk, the monster's massive eye appeared as blood began to seep from the snake's body. The man watched the chaos unfold. The trembling hunter bragged about clearing the B-level dungeon in 47 seconds, but the man snapped that Li Shang shouldn't just stand there. The basilisk then lunged at the guy. The student, wearing a look of total shock, promised never to do that again. The young man carried the monster on his shoulder, calculating that it genuinely weighed a metric ton. Looking at the small satchel, the man questioned what he had misunderstood, wondering if he seriously intended to put this monstrosity inside it. The monster approached the bag. The snake immediately vanished into the pocket without issue. The disciple, eyes obscured, asked what exactly had just transpired. Shiva responded by asking if he had finished putting everything away, suggesting he step aside. The man was burdened with numerous snakes, while the hunter questioned if he truly crafted the bag himself. The protagonist countered by asking who else possessed the skill to create such an item. More creatures squeezed themselves into the satchel. Observing his mentor, the subordinate concluded that even Master Aurelian would struggle with this feat. The young man, face obscured, inquired if the task was strenuous. The guy responded that it was slightly difficult, but due to the dimensional attachment, the actual weight wasn't overwhelming. The master offered the artifact, asking if the other wanted to take a turn, but the interlocutor immediately declined. Remembering the master hadn't mentioned struggling with building materials earlier, the man, laden with beams, pointed his finger skyward. The operator then proposed they proceed to the subsequent dungeon. Looking toward the dimensional rift, Shiva asked if 4 more remained. The student quickly corrected him, insisting only 3 were left. The main character then interjected, cautioning him to be careful with the camera. As buildings materialized in view, Ming Hong scrutinized distant horizons. Dressed like a budget superhero, our hero questioned her presence, while that lady looked grave and demanded a moment of his precious time for a secret. And meanwhile, a massive metal bird touched down at Incheon International, squeezing his fists. A boss demanded an update, learning from an underling that Aurelian vanished from a luxury bird, which prompted the stoic manager to inquire further, only to hear that a villain likely hitched a ride, furrowing his brow. The fellow wondered how such a stunt occurred, blaming an old man's personal crew. Yet a lad offered paperwork proving the flight crew was spotless. And after checking files, a sweating chief noted that Tatum and Aurelian were old pals, though Tatum's name was mysteriously absent from the payroll, and with his face hidden. A man suggested the culprit seemed utterly brainwashed, which only led a leader to ask what kind of mental voodoo he was talking about. Scanning a peaceful scene, a wizard guessed some psychic sorcery was afoot since nobody threw a punch, while a boss pointed out that Chiron, a certified class powerhouse, was lurking nearby. With a worried expression, the big boss remarked that any crook capable of dropping a high-tier hunter instantly with brain-bending spells must be a wizard of legendary proportions. Spinning on her heel, the young lady reminded them that Chiron was basically a toddler, causing a manager to wonder if blaming mind control was a bit premature. Dropping her arm, that magic user observed clear signs of a mystical leak. With a stone face, an enchantress concluded a wizard was definitely in the snatching crew, prompting a man clutching a report to accept her word and ask if they could hunt that guy down. Hooding. A spellcaster repeated his usual boast, but then tightened his grip and admitted the energy was so warped that tracking him would be a nightmare, though he promised to give it a shot. Gearing sideways, a youth admitted the target was a master wizard, maybe even more skilled than himself. Just as a drink materialized, and a grumpy antagonist grumbled about hearing that name repeatedly, wishing he could squash the pest immediately if he weren't so busy fixing his broken syndicate. All while a boss maintained a perfectly blank expression, bowing his head. A worker noted our hero's ties to both Aurelian and Karen, prompting his superior to suggest he might actually defend them, and a wave of irritation washed over the man as he realized these pests would eventually collide. Right before a massive brawl erupted among the crowd, grinning widely, the chief remarked that things were actually looking up for a change. Littered corpses proved that a clash between these two would be destructive regardless of who won, while a bad guy rested his palm on the desk and gloated that a bigger reward just meant a bigger payday. And while staring out at the night city, he received a notification demanding the execution of prisoner Bakshin to spill the beans on where Aurelian and Jaren were hiding her features. A girl mentioned the clip went live late yesterday, and then she grimly explained that the crook in custody shared ties with Pandemonium, much like the guy who did the snatching. Shiva calmly questioned why an abductor would want the spotlight or why the world needed to watch, but a friend had no clues beyond blaming Pandemonium's love for pure, unadulterated mayhem, while our protagonist just sat there sipping coffee in a local shop, looking down. The fellow noted their weird requests, wondering why they asked for a hit instead of just a prison break, which seemed totally overkill. So closing his lids and using holy perception, a youth guest Bakshin held a juicy secret, given how badly they wanted him silenced forever, keeping his face dark. A mentor asked for the boss stay, and she simply replied that they generally don't bargain with low-life thugs. Furrowing her brow, the lady remarked that the abduction of Aurelian and Jaren was now a global spectacle thanks to that viral clip, meaning the brass couldn't hide any injuries to the victims, and they would probably be forced to play along with the kidnappers' twisted requests. Shiva insisted they shouldn't do that, leaving the lady shocked and wondering why on earth not, though our hero claimed to get her logic perfectly well, and staring forward, he noted she must have seen plenty of kidnappings before, and asked what the usual playbook for these crooks was, and worriedly, she explained that most of the time they just wanted cash within a specific deadline, promising to let the captives go once the bag was delivered. A woman looked stunned as the boy mentioned that while kidnappers usually promise freedom, they never actually reveal the location, and frowning, an expert suggested the mastermind wasn't actually running the show since he only knew where they were hidden, implying the uploader and the abductor were different people. And curious, she asked why someone would even post the clip, to which the guy simply said it was for personal gain. A glowing blue eye flickered as Shiva warned that yielding to this mystery person would just turn them into playthings, and slapping the table, a hero agreed they couldn't sit idly by, then stood up and suggested they turn the tables on the culprits. Just as the Soul Hunter Inspection Bureau came into view, that damsel peered forward. Every staffer looked completely shocked. Shiva popped up, and a woman robotically asked where they were keeping Bakshin, only to find out he was chilling in the questioning room. A partner told our hero it was time to move, while the woman gave him the green light to handle his business. As they entered the chamber, and crouching low, the protagonist ignored the confused villain's questions, and before anyone could blink, he snapped the guy's finger with a sickening crunch. That fellow howled like a banshee, turning her head. A staffer wondered about that noise, so the man asked if this location lacked basic soundproofing spells. and a lady assured him these walls were magic, tight, which only made him look even more furious. Unclasping those palms, this fellow mentioned how physical frames possess numerous weak spots, plus waving a clenched hand while explaining that internal parts suffer greatly when mashed, and seizing that scoundrel's cranium. A youth advised him against worrying since he wouldn't actually perish yet. Glowing crimson, Shiva promised this thug a universe of agony, making him crave a grave, though such treatment was a bargain compared with the misery he inflicted upon those innocent souls. A building suddenly came into view. The girls were staring intently at the screen, glancing away. The manager asked if a rewind was possible, and the employee immediately agreed. His hand hovered over the mouse as he heard a voice whispering about a death wish, all due to some kind of powerful taboo. The lady bent down and ordered the video to be replayed from that exact moment. Without revealing his eyes, the protagonist asked about the nature of the taboo. The man confirmed that a taboo existed, putting her hands on her belt. The lady realized this was why he hadn't spoken during the interrogation. The villain, in response, insisted he truly couldn't say anything, even if he wanted to. An image of a man in chains appeared, making it clear that the taboo could only be undone by the one who originally cast it. The spell was a magical handcuff, suppressing specific actions and completely blocking certain thoughts. A hand with chains appeared, illustrating that breaking the magical oath would instantly result in the spell taking a life. The protagonist's hand instinctively rose to his head. The colleague made a surprised face and asked what on earth he intended to do. A bright red energy began to pulse from the guy's head. A stunned expression crossed the man's face. The subordinate, staring forward, asked the manager if she had just seen that happen. Lowering her gaze, the girl concluded that he had lifted the taboo, making a surprised face. The lady asked if the master had just used magic. The worker replied that she had no idea how it was possible. Grinning, the young man announced he would tell them everything he knew. People began moving into different rooms. Looking at his captor, Shiva stated he wasn't sure how to escape from prison, but at least his legs were working. Without showing emotion, the lady thought about what he meant. She observed that the protagonist usually looked like a harmless person, but when he encountered criminals, he completely changed, as if possessed by a demon. The protagonist's head glowed red, surrounded by a crimson aura, making his true nature ambiguous. Yet, he gently stroked his sister's head, showing that in normal life, he wasn't malicious at all. Smirking, the girl thought about the protagonist's kindness, and then asked if they would release Baksha now. The news agenda appeared. The guy smiled, explaining that the villain had told them everything they needed to hear. He figured everyone believed they had simply met the kidnapper's demands, since no one would assume they actually had the power to break the taboo. He realized his reality control skill had far more applications than he initially thought. The man looked at the outstretched arm, holding his head. The guy said he felt dizzy, thinking they would soon be informed about finding the hostages. However, he cautioned that there was no guarantee they would actually be where expected, so he decided he had to operate outside of the bureau. The foreman was walking down the street, his hand clenched tightly in a fist. Shiva wore a confident look, stating he needed to act quickly, and in a way that absolutely nobody would anticipate. With his eyes still obscured, the protagonist simply commanded Fenrir to go. Looking forward, the villain muttered that things were actually proceeding better than expected. He added that the girl wasn't just talented, she was a true challenge, so he would need to exercise some patience. A hand using magic appeared, utilizing mind control. Thabon declared that there wasn't much time left. Little China appeared in a flashback, completely alone, because her parents had departed for a trip and would not be returning anytime soon. A man held a lady nearby. Looking ahead, the child asked exactly how far they had gone. A building appeared. The man folded his hands, wondering if he was even dealing with a person at all. He claimed they would raise her themselves, asking what the captor possibly thought he could do to such a rich heiress, and demanding to know who hired him. Holding her bear, the lady thought it would be nice if people would stop swearing so much. Holding the toy in one hand, Karen remembered her babysitter leaving the next day because the work was too hard. The girl dropped the bear, resolving not to complain and complicate people's lives so no one else would leave. This led to a very memorable moment from her childhood. A dumpling appeared in the memory, making it clear that the girl loved them. Small legs scurried away. Looking ahead, the lady thought back to the cook who was supposed to make dumplings that day. The child clutched her face. The woman held her throat, begging for salvation and insisting she didn't want to die like this. A doorway appeared, making it obvious the cause of death was poisoning from the dumpling she had just eaten. Sitting on the floor, the girl declared she hadn't seen the cook since that day, adding sadly that everyone she liked had left her. Silhouettes of people appeared, and the lady sat on the cold tiles. Looking up, the girl listened as she was informed that from today on, she would live with her grandfather. The man held out his hand, grinning. The villain observed that even rich families have the same issues, because it was remarkably easy to cause harm. A black wreath appeared on the girl's head. Looking ahead, the enemy announced that time was almost up, but the old man protested that she was still a child. Glancing from beneath his brow, the man demanded to know if they would release Chiron, arguing that she had nothing to do with him and they should let her go. Smiling, the supervisor questioned if he was actually just a master blacksmith, given his incredible resistance to mind control, noting that it was his only remarkable trait. Without showing emotion, the blacksmith asked if he was not their target, to which the villain, knitting his eyebrows, confirmed that he originally was. Standing in front of the girl, the enemy stated that someone far more important than Chiron had suddenly appeared, gritting his teeth. The old man pleaded that he needed money, and would give away everything he owned. Laying his hand on the man's shoulder, the manager asked about the money. Leaning closer, the man whispered that he was actually one of the leaders of the pandemonium, asking if he truly thought money was his motivation. Looking up, the man asked why he was doing it then, to which the villain replied that he didn't need to know. The employee walked forward and turned to the director, who asked what was happening. The subordinate announced that the guards had suddenly appeared, biting his lip. The guy wondered how in the world they had been found. An enemy wearing a headdress appeared, demanding to know how they discovered their location. He insisted he was absolutely certain he had erased all traces of their presence. A man appeared. A door appeared. The mage looked away, biting his nail. The villain complained that everything happened too quickly, asking how they managed to pull it off. Knitting his eyebrows, the employee theorized that information had been leaked to Juwon. Smiling, the manager agreed that this was precisely how it turned out. Gritting his teeth, the director insulted his colleague. Looking ahead, the man informed them that the Koreans, class hunters, were on their side and about to arrive. The department director would also be joining them, bringing 4 additionals, class hunters, including Heron, Anna, and Sion. Making a displeased face, the villain questioned if even they were going to show up, clenching his hand into a fist. The enemy concluded that the most challenging opponent for a mage was always another mage. There was nothing left to consider. He had to retreat immediately. Holding out his hand, the young man ordered all members of the organization to prepare for an immediate withdrawal. A ceiling lantern flickered on, followed by a huge explosion. Stones rained down to the ground. A leg appeared from the debris. Shefa stared at his opponent, knitting his eyebrows. The leader asked who this new guy was, stating he had never seen him before, and wondering if the guardsmen were acting solo. The main character stared straight ahead. The protagonist looked away briefly. The emotionless enemy then asked if he was standing there alone, smiling rarely. The guy asked if the enemy was expecting his girlfriend to show up instead. The villain flashed a confident smile, asserting his absolute fearlessness while demanding to know if his rival understood the predicament. He extended his hand, commanding the opponent to yield immediately. The scoundrel then deployed a technique known as the Crimson Needle. The boss furrowed his brow, declaring his intention to perforate the target thoroughly, turning him into Swiss cheese. The young man simply stood illuminated by a brilliant blue radiance. The master kept his eyes hidden as Ruko deflected the incoming assault with a mysterious blue barrier. The attacker stared dumbfounded, questioning what on earth had transpired, and whether the laws of physics had taken a vacation. He couldn't fathom how a simple punch could possess such overwhelming, superhuman force, wondering aloud if his opponent was even remotely human. Uncertainty washed over the villain's features as Sheva's fist glowed with an identical blue luminescence. The antagonist stared forward, declaring the entire situation impossible, while the concealed master whispered that such energy simply couldn't exist. The young man, however, recognized that immense power from somewhere else. The manager began to shake, offering some sort of proposition. The foe, utilizing mystical abilities, dismissed it as impossible, vowing to banish his opponent to the afterlife immediately. As illusory dimensions began to materialize, Hercules, crossing his arms, mused that it was best to steer clear of mages, whenever possible. A truce was always preferable. He then added with a wry smile, but if a deal isn't on the table, eliminate them quickly. A blue mist encircled the hero, as his fist appeared, ready to use the power of Hercules Type 2. The guy delivered a massive swing, revealing an image of Hercules, making it obvious that this divine strength possessed the capacity to obliterate even the fundamental laws of reality. Conversely, the reality manipulation power of Isis could completely rewrite those laws, since the ability essentially transforms any planned thoughts into tangible, existing facts. Blue and red energy, representing destruction and control respectively, materialized in the air. The hero slammed his fist, declaring that debating which force was superior missed the point entirely. Given their fundamentally opposite nature, he smiled faintly as the adversary unleashed magic, all while internally acknowledging Isis' power as truly extraordinary. Even though it only adjusted universal laws, it rendered almost everything else completely obsolete in comparison. Beads of perspiration formed on the villain's brow as he saw the enormous trench left by Shiva's previous attack. The main character shifted his weight, smiling as he asserted that everything would soon crumble and vanish, explaining that Hercules' presence here was far from coincidental. The unseen foe claimed to be the ultimate strongest, while the sweating villain clenched his jaw in frustration, shaking from the agony. The young man questioned how anyone could ever possibly cultivate such an immense power, musing that if he had been stupid enough to neglect blocking that attack, he would be dead right now. The enemy's expression finally became visible, revealing that he had begun to cough violently. a flashback materialized, showing the leader deploying magic, and a powerful blue wave sent the man hurtling backward. The guy began spitting up blood, realizing this was simply a demonstration of overwhelming strength, and concluding that if a person were naturally born wielding such force, they probably wouldn't last very long. A smug grin spread across the opponent's face. The chief extended a hand, manipulating magic, and red auras formed around nearby individuals. The protagonist, grinning, sarcastically wondered if taking hostages was a bit unsportsmanlike. The villain promptly commanded him to shut his mouth. The hero just smirked, agreeing to stay silent, reasoning it would make things much harder for the antagonist. Hercules looked over and advised avoiding magicians, if possible, prompting the guide to ask why. The man covered his face, admitting shamefully that mages were incredibly sneaky, as nobody ever knew their next move. The mythical hero shook his head, reiterating that keeping a distance or forming an alliance was the wisest path. Clenching his fist and smiling, he clarified that if a truce was off the table, immediate termination was necessary. The guy smiled confidently, realizing he couldn't afford any more delays. As his foe created a magic circle to reclaim some semblance of control, sweating profusely, he thrust his hand forward, declaring that he refused to die by himself, insisting that the hostages would perish alongside him. A bright flash began to materialize around every prisoner. Shiva brought his fist to his palm, gathering and releasing energy to strike the enemy with precision. He launched the heavenly fist of annihilation without hesitation, recognizing it was currently his best option. Though he could only deploy the heavenly fist and the attacking dragon technique one time each, his brow knitted as he considered that maybe a second use was possible, but given the severe repercussions, he knew better than to deploy these high-stakes techniques without careful consideration. A cheeky grin formed on his face. He activated Hermes' super speed, certain that even facing overwhelming force, he could rescue his friends. However, his opponent was a high-level mage capable of space manipulation, and since space and time are fundamentally interconnected, controlling space implies controlling time. His foot touched down, but even though it existed in that precise moment of space and time, there was no guarantee it would remain stable. Shiva launched himself forward in a powerful leap, determined to finally see this through. Thafam curled his lips in a malicious smile, demanding to know exactly who this hero was, and how he had acquired the knowledge to wield such powers. A fresh surge of red aura erupted around him as he announced that his opponent's time was up. Waves of crimson magic started to consume the hero's mystical energy. Thafam wore a relaxed smile, confident that his mind control ability would make anyone within his line of sight an easy target. Shiva stared in disbelief as the enemy commented on how intensely he was focusing on him. The guy moved closer, his fist nearly upon him, leading the foe to believe his mind control was inescapable, regardless of any superpower. Suddenly, Thafam found himself transported to a dark void, with strange noises echoing in the distance. The magus peered forward, bewildered, wondering if this was his rival's mental landscape. He knew the human mind was typically chaotic and disorganized, so he began searching for powerful or traumatic memories to exploit. The magus looked around, asking why there was nothing here, when a laugh erupted behind him. Thafam spun around and shocked to see a massive man wearing a beast skin on his head performing squats with a barbell. The sorcerer immediately broke out in a cold sweat, beginning to choke. The giant paused his workout and irritably questioned why the intruder couldn't tell he was in the middle of training. Thafam instinctively recoiled further as Hercules ordered him to stop distracting him. The giant turned in annoyance, commanding him to disappear. The guy trembled all over, his body releasing a violent magical pulse. He gripped his throat, coughing violently and questioning what this sensation was. Realizing he couldn't recall anything, as if his memory had been completely erased, he stared forward through his fingers, a look of sheer terror on his face. The hero sat before him, but a horrifying aura, like that of a true mythical being, emanated from him. The magician demanded to know exactly what kind of entity Shiva truly was. The entire surroundings began to tremble. Siyun and Hannah looked around in shock, completely unaware of the developing situation. The witch speculated whether someone else might have arrived before them, while Changyu frowned, pondering how the location of this pandemonium was strictly confidential, only known to those present. The corridor ahead continued to shake. However, as screams echoed through it, the man declared that he didn't understand what was happening but insisted they should investigate immediately, before confidently moving ahead. Thafam thrust his remaining hand forward, while letting out a shriek. A dimensional rift materialized right beside him. The guy glanced at the soldier with utter exhaustion. He was already hurtling toward him with a fully charged fist. Shiva landed the blow, but his hand simply passed through a shimmering magical illusion. The mage successfully emerged on the opposite side. He gazed at his foe in a mixture of shock and terror, frantically warning him to keep his distance. He unleashed a torrent of red threads from his hand, which quickly sped across the chamber. The hero observed them cautiously before instantly preparing to deliver a counter attacking strike. Thafam initiated his magical exit, mockingly labeling the man a mere freakish beast. Ducking the strike with flair, his shimmering afterimages darted toward the high rafters. The sorcerer thrust his palm skyward, mirrored perfectly by his phantasmal twins. Energy crackled in his palms as he challenged them to deflect the strike, hurling lightning at the man in the gem gear who just stood tall and used a god-tier punching style. A heavy boot crushed the dirt, signaling the debut of his first combat style. A draconic blast roared forth, but the grumpy hero just scoffed, watching the coward slip through another space hole while wondering where he went. Right then, the fellow missing an arm stepped through a dimensional rip, landing right where the captives were huddled. Shiva spat out a curse while gasping for air, glowing with emerald energy as he lunged forward, because there was no time to ponder his empty mana tank. He realized he had to go all out right now, catching a flying captive in his arms just as Tabam stepped into a portal with a girl, waving goodbye with a smug little grin. Suddenly, a fist was hovering right near his nostrils. The tracksuit wearing powerhouse zipped across the floor, sniffing out magical residue like a bloodhound hunting for lost lunch. He squeezed his eyes shut to bend the fabric of existence, but a violent cough and a spray of blood ruined his cool moment. Exhausted and annoyed, Shiva realized that chasing the wizard via reality warping might actually turn his own body into cosmic dust. He knew he was running on fumes, but letting the mage escape was not an option despite the suicidal risks. He pictured Sharon's scrambled brain and knew that even a god-tier healing spell would not be able to fix a mind that had been turned into complete mashed potatoes by mental control. Shiva committed to the gamble, twisting his limbs like a pretzel to summon a pride of glowing red lions from the void. The newcomers were totally lost, staring at the hero in amazement while wondering if he had been hiding nearby and what he was actually doing. The arrivals broke Shiva's focus, making him realize he needed a backup plan since he was basically a walking battery with 1% charge. He figured these two prodigy mages could handle the heavy lifting of opening a dimensional door for him. He shouted at them to skip the introductions and just use their teleportation tricks immediately. Hannah looked confused about why she was being recruited, but he insisted they had to hunt the wizard down by sniffing out his magical leftovers. Seung just waved his hands around, complaining that tracking a finished dump was like trying to find a specific drop of water in the ocean. He gave the guy a look of pity, feeling bad that catching the enemy seemed impossible now. However, Shiva claimed that if the two hunters cooperated, he could use his reality bending hacks to bridge the distance. Hannah was nearly catatonic with shock, yelling that spatial science did not work like a Lego set. The hero just glared at her, until the pair finally started chanting, producing a flash of blue light and a thick cloud of smoke that smelled like a pile of rotten eggs. Shiva poured every drop of juice into the spell until his heart felt like a ticking bomb and his skull started rattling. Shards of raw power sliced through the cosmic curtain, turning the roof into a high-voltage disco, all itching from the strain. The kid watched the portal pop into existence before his knees buckled from the effort. Seung looked like he had seen a ghost, while the trembling hero told the group to go ahead without him. On Yu waltzed in with a smirk, telling the magic nerds to stop dawdling and go rescue the boss lady already. The man told his minions to tidy up the mess and watch the old master before the group vanished into the glowing hole. Thabam chuckled in the main hall, relieved he had ditched his allies and escaped that absolute unit of a man who was way too terrifying to fight. Staring at the change girl, he felt like he won the lottery. The girl was one step away from a mental breakdown, while Thabam planned to turn her into his personal zombie. But then he started hacking up a lung. He stared at his stump, realizing that being one-armed was really putting a damper on his evil monologue. His internal magical plumbing was a total disaster zone, and one wrong move would leave him as powerless as a broken toaster. Thabam stood up and sighed about survival, only to have a portal materialize behind him like an uninvited guest. He spun around to see Hongyu and Heron popping out, his heart doing a frantic tap dance because he feared the protagonist was close behind. Since the hero was missing, the villain smiled smugly. He burst into a theatrical laugh, prompting Heron to ask what was so funny about 4 elite hunters crashing his little pity party. The youth sneered, calling them adorable idiots for walking into a trap without even checking the fine print. A massive wave of power surged from him as he mocked the hunters for walking straight into his trap like lambs to a very magical slaughter. He pointed at the glowing symbols on the floor, bragging that they were now standing in his ultimate playground where his mental powers were basically dialed up to 11. Hannah noticed the amplification circle while Xion realized the entire room was soaked in hostile energy. The villain cackled about being a literal god in this sphere, claiming he could control every speck of floating dust and even the flow of time itself. The hunters started collapsing like a house of cards as the man announced their scheduled time of death. A sudden beam of energy punched through the portal, making the bad guy realize that the terrifying beast was finally back for round 2. He kept his smug smile, declaring that even a legendary monster was nothing more than a squashed bug compared to a deity like him. Aiming his palm at the gateway, he gathered every drop of edgy darkness to clash with the incoming light show. The kid's eye holes shrank. He stood paralyzed like a mannequin, clueless about the supernatural mess occurring. Spotting the giant Hercules, he figured had been trapped in a mental cage for easy brainwashing. Suddenly, his magic power ghosted him, shaking like a vibrating phone. Thabin spun around to find a literal mountain of meat looming over him. The giant swung, complaining about noisy pests while a massive knuckle sandwich flew forward. Tadun gnashed his teeth just as a mana beam zapped him. Our hero appeared mid-air, leaving the defeated boy groaning. Runes shattered like cheap glass, shocking the local warriors. Onyu peered at the wreck, asking what that garbage was, while Taban wobbled up, still trembling. He scowled and yelled, begging Shiva to keep his distance. The poor fellow was vibrating with sheer terror, repeating his stay away mantra like a broken record. Our main man squeezed his hand into a ball, standing tall before simply strolling past the coward toward Tyron. The young lady sat there looking at her shoes in despair. Our hero reached out a palm and took a seat beside her, whispering that solo missions were for losers, placing a comforting grip on her arm. Shiva warned that pushing too hard would lead to a total meltdown eventually. He added that even top-tier champions need to just endure the suck sometimes. The boy embraced the youngest Tyrus of the Empire, the golden child of the hunting world who carried everyone's hopes, staring into her eyes. He pondered the crushing weight she'd been lugging around since birth. He moved his other hand to her shoulder, gently reminding her that public perception isn't the same thing as her actual identity. While putting your life's jigsaw together, don't feel forced to fit the intended picture, since you can just toss the mysterious bits into the trash. Hovering before the youngster, Shiva mentioned that a missing tile in her life's artwork was fine, since being flawed is normal, so she should stop being a martyr and prioritize her own happiness. Chiron glanced skyward, seeing Shiva grinning as he suggested she become her own #1 fan. Gripping her upper arms, he insisted that being a bit self-centered and brave was necessary to stop worrying about being a crowd pleaser. The hero smirked, noting that being a universal favorite is overrated. Before letting go, suddenly, the lass popped her eyes open and questioned why Shiva was hanging around her. Our guy let out a massive breath, flashed a huge toothy grin, and claimed he was thrilled, then stood up to announce that only one final task remained. Gramps squinted with a sour face, clearly not a fan of the kid, while our hero spawned toward the warriors and asked for a little hand. Media outlets soon exploded with news about saving Aurelian and Chiron, highlighting that the heroes didn't get a scratch. As the globe cheered, Joan winked while asking if Taebium got bruised. His lackey replied that elite warriors didn't take him down, and Shiva likely took some damage too. With a scowl, the assistant begged for a fresh probe, but Joan drummed the desk and declined. He realized Shiva was a total freak of nature, knowing exactly how to humble those arrogant bosses who think they re untouchable gods. Laughing to himself, the dude thought the kid was a peacock, yet that vanity actually paid off. Grumpily, Joan inquired about the local chaos in Jianjidhu, only to hear that losing Taebium made it nearly impossible to recruit any more muscle for the cause. Joan snickered, remarking that those two losers were just annoying thorns in his side, so their demises actually helped his plans. Out of nowhere, a flustered minion crashed the party, announcing that everything had gone south because their organization was toasted. Shaking like a wet dog, the lackey informed John that every single base in the city had been demolished by the feds and the hunters. The boss scowled, confused how their secret hideouts were leaked. The secretary suggested that maybe Taban had snitched on them, gritting his teeth. The leader wondered if the magical gag order had been bypassed. Wincing, he questioned if someone actually cracked the code to remove it. Hanging his head, the servant silently concluded that the impossible seal had been broken. He stood stunned, picturing John's mental lock shattering like a window, which would mean all their dirty secrets were now out in the open for the hero to exploit. The dude nibbled his lip nervously. John finally grasped that he was just a marionette dancing to a rival's rhythm. John's forehead veins bulged while he demanded to know who broke the seal. A trembling worker mentioned he had more bad news. When the boss barked for the update, the man revealed a fresh clip on Shiva's internet channel. John grabbed his mobile and tapped the on screen. Shiva wagged a finger at the lens, promising that John's head was on the chopping block next. That fellow strangled his smartphone tightly. He crushed the gadget and let out a furious roar. Just as the scene shifts to the headquarters penthouse where the warriors are meeting, Onyu squinted while Tyson showered the team with gratitude, deeming that his precious Karen was finally secure, and offering a blank check for their efforts. Sion got the jitters while Hana looked at the floor, admitting they couldn't take the cash since everyone remembered they mostly just shrieked and fainted like drama queens. Scowling, the fossil decided to interrogate. Leaning in, he asked the big boss for any gossip on Shiva. Minjon lingered behind the hero and offered her thanks. She whispered that his setup in the city might finally wipe out the mob, even though those criminals were still packing some serious heat. Graining, she noted that he'd really trashed their operations, something that had never happened since the gang started, leaving her speechless with gratitude. Plus, her superior sent along some extra thank you vibes too. Our hero dismissed the praise with a wave, thinking of the old geezer and smirking as he explained he only did it for his own selfish motives. Scowling, the boy thought about how he'd already promised to shield his squad. Minjon beamed and hollered for the fighter, walking over to chat just as Aurelian unexpectedly waltzed into the room. The senior citizen, flanked by a brawny bodyguard, walked toward the youngster, looking grim. Aurelian confessed he lacked words for his gratitude but insisted on apologizing for his previous sass. Our hero looked baffled, tilting his head at the old guy. Opening his mouth, he claimed he was simply a natural born prodigy, shrouding himself in magic. He bragged about his glass metalworking skills. He mastered the impossible and tackled risks that made others wet their pants. Squeezing his fist, the geezer noted he became the planet's topsmith without even trying. Yet he still hungered for more, sprinting through life like a caffeinated pony chasing a carrot. He hoarded gold medals while treating self-improvement like a full-time obsession. Then, he unexpectedly smacked into a solid barrier of celestial mastery, facing a hurdle he couldn't jump. He planted repeatedly like a clumsy toddler, realizing the distant glow was out of reach. As he once arrogantly assumed he was the undisputed king of the hill, blocking his own path, he finally understood that his biggest and most stubborn enemy was actually just his own reflection. Observing his own withered form, he saw a grumpy geezer who despised smithing. With a dry laugh, Aurelian admitted he went from obsessed fanboy to hating hot metal, declaring the blade he forged for Karen his retirement project. Our hero glanced aside while the elder recalled seeing the kid work at the inn full, noting that witnessing such freakish talent left him paralyzed like a human popsicle, while Aurelian kept pacing, his heart turning into a green-eyed monster of pure spite. Consequently, he acted like a total jerk toward the boy, letting his accidental bitterness leak out everywhere. Currently, facing our main guy, the ancient fellow confessed he really needed to say sorry for his previous nonsense. Shutting his lids, he mused that meeting sooner might have changed his sour fate. With a grin, Aurelian wished for a time machine to fix his blunders. Looking elsewhere, the senior citizen vowed to ditch his ego and reclaim his mojo. Yet he admitted his batteries were dead, and his bones felt like brittle twigs. He shuffled ahead, spinning back. Aurelian promised to ship some orichalcum once he touched down in French territory. He wanted to witness the smithing magic firsthand, urging the man to give it a shot. The project was ready. The hero laughed, claiming this wasn't even peak smithing yet. When asked about that famous philosopher guy, Aurelian wondered if he meant one of the legendary trio. Grinning, Shava noted those legends were just normal dudes who refused to quit. Back then, most people kicked the bucket at 30. Save him. But that wise man lived past 50, rocking a majestic silver beard. By today's clock, he was basically a century old. Despite the chaos and endless battles surrounding him, he chased his goals with a frail body. The whole world was in turmoil. After a quick eye-dropper session of magical juice, Sheva argued that if that ancient scholar became a top-tier boss, the old man could too. Shawed. The elder asked if success was actually a possibility for a fossil like him. The kid smirked, insisting that a fresh start is always on the menu in their crazy reality, giving Aurelian a friendly thwack on the back. He emphasized that pure effort is the secret sauce. The senior stood stunned, like he had seen a ghost. Beaming, he thanked the youngster for rescuing his soul for the second time today. Facing the boy, the elder vowed to reset his life counter, pointing a finger. Our hero suggested that reigniting his inner fire required forging a fresh killing tool. He gestured toward Manhwa, suggesting that crafting a shiny new set of protective gear for her would be a perfect starting point. Lifting a palm, the youth admitted he only managed to rescue the geezer because the lady did all the heavy lifting. Turning red as a beet, the girl insisted Shiva was the real superstar and deserved a custom-made gift instead. Fiddling with his hair, the guy noted she acted as his personal bouncer. Because she kept the riffraff away, his productivity skyrocketed, making her the true hero. Shiva disagreed, pointing out she led the local hall monitors, so a high-quality blade from a pro would definitely help her keep the peace. Grinning, Aurelian mentioned the peace-keeping squad had a decent reputation, so he would gladly forge them some gear. Minjan pumped her fists in the air and let out a joyful squeal that probably broke some glass nearby. Peeking at his companion, the elder mentioned his upcoming departure to hunt for mythical metal, then awkwardly asked if he could spectate the smithing process. With a playful wink, the youth joked that his tuition fees were astronomically high. Aurelian countered by offering 3 chunks of orichalcum, one for the contest win, one for the rescue, and one for the lessons. Clearing his throat dramatically, Shiva said it was a total rip-off, but they should toast to their fresh start anyway. Folding his arms like a stern boss, he promised to give the old man a nice buddy discount for the trouble. Waving a hand, Aurelian declared he would return in a fortnight to officially kick off their epic crafting marathon. As the door swung wide, the kid did a victory bougie, thrilled that those 3 orichalcums meant he could finally forge something cooler than just basic mittens. Gazing at Shiva, Minhyun thanked him for the chance to wield legendary gear. Shiva stepped closer and made a single request, asking her to keep acting as his personal security detail. Clutching her heart, she vowed to die for his sake before spinning around and announcing her immediate departure to get back to work. Fiddling with his gear, the boy wondered what kind of legendary trinket to craft next. A sudden, piercing scream made him jump out of his skin. Turning around, he saw Mingzong bouncing like a kangaroo on a trampoline, while shrieking with pure delight. Meanwhile, over at the boss's headquarters, a visitor entered the fancy office after a quick knock. Tae-sen turned, demanding an audience with a guy named Shiva, which made the secretary worry about whether he really wanted to deal with that headache in person. Getting no pushback, The staffer bowed low and scrambled to track him down. The big boss stared into the distance, whispering Shiva's name like a dark secret. Elsewhere, Hercules was shouting like a drill sergeant, barking that this was the final set, and that the trainee better keep his back straight and his butt from sagging. Shiva was currently acting as a human construction crane, balancing a massive pillar while a legendary hero screamed that this was Sparta and quitters weren't allowed to whine. Poking his tongue out, our hero complained that his muscles were literally screaming for mercy. Tightening his grip, the instructor asked if he wanted a weak neck, then told him to shut his trap and get back to the grind. Furrowing his brow, the kid wondered why lifting heavy rocks felt way more painful than fighting that group of super-powered thugs earlier. He eventually collapsed in a heap, earning a nod of approval from the big guy who thought he did a decent job. Hercules raised his massive arms, reminding the boy he was still a total weakling compared to the greats. Another hero chimed in, glad for the peace and quiet, while the trainee just looked completely lost. The muscular trainer mentioned how some annoying insect tried to interrupt their session earlier, so he just kicked the pest out of his sight. The former enemy was now sprawled on the pavement like a discarded candy wrapper while the master warned against snooping in other people's brains. Easing his special vision through a mask of sweat, the hunter visualized the unconscious villain, and wondered if his brain was officially turned into mush. Smirking, Shiva muttered that the situation was even weirder than he imagined. A giant Hercules loomed nearby as our hero explained that the villain's mind control mojo had been supercharged by magic circle, possibly tapping into a cosmic world beyond normal human thoughts. Resting on one knee, the protagonist figured out the enemy leader's secret plan. He recalled the former psychic standing there, explaining he surrendered easily because he was the only one who knew the hideout. The legendary hero doubted the guy was truly that soft. Maybe his magic just sucked. Looking ahead, the youth realized Hercules had basically nuked the villain's brain, wondering if the ability itself was incinerated. Dripping with sweat, the master pondered if mind and magic were glued together, and if a broken brain meant a broken power. Leaning forward, the hunter marveled that a guy he couldn't beat was erased by just one divine sentence. Shiva decided he wouldn't quit. Not today. Not ever. The phone dinged, announcing the end of the workout, and a tiny stat boost on the screen. The kid's eyes went wide with shock. When the big man asked what was up, the boy replied that his growth rate was slower than a snail on a treadmill. Hercules checked the numbers and saw a pathetic increase of only 0.2%. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, pointing a finger, the hero suggested the boy had hit a plateau. Confused, the youth wondered what that meant for his future. The master explained that even fast learners eventually stop growing. Despite his lack of natural talent, the boy hadn't progressed like a rocket, but since he was the first human on the divine channel, nobody knew the rules. Floating mid-air, Hercules warned that he might have reached the peak of his mortal shell. Wiping his face, the hero said the kid needed a reality check because if his soul didn't evolve, his stats would stay stuck at 30%. The master bluntly stated that this might be the end of the line for him. Staring at his phone, the hero worried if all his skills were hitting a dead end soon. The big guy laughed, telling him to chill because persistence might eventually break through that invisible ceiling. Visualizing a scrawny dude, the protagonist hoped hard work would eventually pay off. Glancing away, he asked how long this agonizing process would take. Scratching his head, he realized his lack of talent was the real bottleneck. As a golden glow surrounded a human silhouette, the superpowered youth wondered if the jump to godhood was more than just a fairy tale about physical limits. Placing a hand over his mouth, the teacher suggested that extreme measures might be the only way forward. Looking down, the hunter sighed, noting that in their era, even high-tech medicine and holy magic had hit a brick wall. Shiva's eyes narrowed, recalling some crazy potion recipes he saw on the internet. Thinking about a gardener among the blossoms, the hero realized that healing herbs and deadly toxins are basically cousins. Nature gives plants thorns and poison for a reason, and by stealing that life force, one can master the art of survival. Glancing to the side, he felt a bit weird about the idea of eating venomous weeds, especially since he could not tell the difference between a salad and a death sentence. But he had a hunch this specific plant was a total killer. A bloated blowfish popped up, leading the fellow to contemplate a lethal snack involving toxic metals, basically deciding that consuming it would be a tasty way to kick the bucket. With a frown plastered across his face, the lad grumbled that throwing in the towel simply wasn't on his agenda for today. While sprawled out on the dusty tiles, the gifted individual clarified that, despite appearances, he had a strong preference for staying among the living. Stroking his jaw, the expert suggested that nibbling tiny bits might build immunity, yet he lamented that such a slow process would take forever. Serpent imagery adorned the beast's frame while revealing the immortal Hydra's business secrets, prompting the tracker to consider a premium subscription. Meanwhile, Hercules wondered why the multi-headed snake became the topic, presenting the legendary nine-headed monster. Shiva mentioned that her gimmick was never dying, as she just sprouted fresh noggins whenever one got sliced away. Smirking broadly, a member of the elite baker's dozen recalled the good old days, noting rumors that she funded her lifestyle by selling her own decapitated steaks, which supposedly tasted delicious. After a lunch invitation, The nervous hero grunted about the lunatics lurking on the video site, and when asked why he even followed such a weirdo, he gripped his mobile and confessed he needed toxic immunity. Glancing away, the boy detailed how the Hydra's most terrifying trait was a venom capable of slaying deities. Meanwhile, the powerhouse noted that poor Chiron suffered immensely from this god-killing sludge, which lacked any cure. Furthermore, as the weird monster showed, it was revealed that Chiron perished in misery before Zeus, leading Shiva to realize this liquid was basically a divine death warrant that made gods beg for an exit as their immortality turned into a curse. Green serpent noggins surfaced as the lead explained that the Hydra's slimy scales were lethal, yet the beast itself enjoyed a divine level of immunity that even high heavens lacked, and with a sly grin, the superpowered guy mused that healing wasn't the only trick, thinking a paid membership might finally grant him so much. Needed chemical shields. Hercules rubbed his stubble in a pensive manner, asking if such a wild plan was actually grounded in reality. Peering at his display, the fellow reasoned that surviving the snake's venom would mean he could finally gulp down those nasty healing potions without any side effects. Scowling with annoyance, the hero hit a major snag. His screen revealed that a single month of Hydra content would set him back a staggering 8 billion. Frowning deeply, the expert voiced his absolute outrage that anyone would charge such an astronomical fee just for a digital fan club. In his workshop, the boy looked up and let out a massive sigh, gripping his hair in despair. Jovet ranted that even pawning his future rare ingots wouldn't cover the bill, especially with armor costs looming, so he wondered how to conjure 8 billion monthly. As the main character stood frozen at his death, something happened. The gifted man spun around, dropping his arms. The confused youth searched for the intruder, only to be startled by a voice asking for Shiva's identity. Instantly, the hero's size shrunk into tiny dots of terror as Tyson walked in, leaving him baffled as to why a corporate titan was visiting. So resting his hands on his lap, Shiva inquired about the chairman's presence, getting a polite apology for the unannounced draw. Tyson gave a very quick nod, looking away nervously. The lead made the older man wonder how such a green rookie could have rescued those high-profile targets without breaking a sweat. Keeping quiet, the elder mused that looks were usually liars, a lesson he had learned many times during his long career of meeting diverse characters. Gear sat atop some barrels while the CEO realized that unassuming folks often achieve the impossible, proving that judging a book by its cover is a rookie mistake. And shutting his eyes, the man expressed deep gratitude for his granddaughter's safety, though the hero awkwardly brushed it off by mentioning his team, despite the offer of a reward. So sweating bullets, the boy asked for clarification, only for Tyson to offer anything within his vast reach, though he privately doubted that a top-tier hunter would care much for cash. Shadowy figures of elite warriors came to mind as the boss remembered that true legends usually prioritized personal growth over having a fat bank account. Staring forward with a focused gaze, the gentleman acknowledged that the most vital necessities in their world weren't available for purchase with mere currency. Rubbing his jaw, the hero started calculating, while the curious elder prompted him to state his price. Curious about the request, so tapping his face, the kid asked if he might get a bit more duff for the coaching he provided to the girl. Suddenly, the listener's pupils contracted into tiny slits. Leaning forward, Tyson questioned if cold hard cash was really the request, to which Shiva casually suggested 5 billion, then nervously dropped to 4 or 3 billion. So the bewildered chairman felt like he was at a flea market until the boy laughed it off, claiming 2 billion would actually do the trick. Raising his eyes, the protagonist argued that a single billion felt like pocket change, asking if they could bump the payment up to at least 1.5. Waving his brow, the corporate leader admitted he couldn't figure this guy out, while elsewhere, Sharon swung her blade in the guild's subterranean gem, letting out a wary moan. That drained female seemed like a dying blossom. That warrior gripped the handle for her blade with white knuckles, while some male hovered nearby, observing that practice session. Dropping his mouth in shock, the fellow realized she had been grinding for 20 hours straight without even a snack break. Balling his hand into a tight knot, the companion figured he really should intervene before she collapsed. Lurking behind his lady friend, the boy remembered their playground days, and how she used to be much more chill, concluding that recent disasters had messed with her head. The powered-up girl stood frozen before the game here, while her observer worried she was blaming her own perceived uselessness for everything. Being the baby of the Shkrup dynasty meant she was carrying the weight of the world on her tiny shoulders. With a sudden flourish, the woman swung her blade in a vicious arc that probably scared the air itself. Her poor digits were covered in nasty cuts and scrapes. A salty bead of perspiration rolled down the man's face while he gawked at the intense scene. Across the mobile display, a private profile for his financial software appeared, staring down with wide eyes. The boss realized he was sitting on 14 billion credits, noting that the ferryman's teaching price spiked though he got 10 billion instantly. Previously, the hero had frozen in shock when they said yes, wondering if transferring such a massive sum at once was even legal or possible. With a cheeky smirk, our protagonist admitted that those corporate gents clearly did not play around, mentioning their big boss and some video platform. Grabbing his device, the powered-up dude declared he was finally hitting that subscribe button for the Serpent channel. Since pulling in 20 billion monthly meant he could blow 15 billion plus change on fees without crying, he felt like a total whale in a sea of brokers, ready to buy the whole internet if he felt like it, arching his brows in annoyance. That fellow grumbled regarding burning through such massive piles of cash every lunar cycle, gnawing his mouth nervously. Our hero figured there was no turning back, so he needed to conquer his own fear. The serpent subscription icon popped up just as a notification about lethal toxins flashed on the display. Glancing at his device, the expert realized the process was surprisingly simple, though he secretly expected some kind of holy venom to manifest. Fiddling with his digits, the boy pondered if any actual transformation occurred, since he felt exactly the same as before. Tucking his chin, the master noted that mythical goo was mostly bile and gore, theorizing that his own veins were now poisonous, and deciding a field test was necessary. His partner stood near him inside the dangerous B+ dungeon where a hellhound had recently met its end. Our protagonist took a seat by the beast's carcass, prompting his confused buddy to ask what on earth he was up to. Looking over his shoulder, the gifted individual replied that he just needed to run a quick diagnostic. The dude then poked his finger right into the creature's gaping maw. All at once, a crimson droplet hit the monster's tongue, and the smiling hero saw that he was indeed toxic. Frowning in total confusion, the tracker confessed he had no clue what his friend was thinking. Right before the partner asked about their missing plant stash, reaching out his hand, the warrior pointed to the spot where he had placed them, but when asked why they were moved, he bluntly stated they weren't being saved, just tossed into the trash like yesterday's leftovers. Screwing his eyes tight, the specialist shouted that toxins were his only weakness, which is why he became a total nerd regarding every dangerous weed in existence. The expert grabbed the mystical foliage, but his companion warned that swallowing them would turn his internal organs into soup within 60 minutes. Right then, the partner's eyes nearly popped from their sockets as he yelled, gaping like a fish. The hunter inquired if he felt sick, and the guy simply noted he had a slightly nasty aftertaste. Checking his mobile, the protagonist felt relieved about that themed subscription. Since munching on a toxic weed only lowered its power by a tiny fraction, it appeared that the mythical venom was basically acting like a supernatural filter for other nasties. Some green slime mixed with his blood, while the hero mused about how the plant tried to kill him, wondering if the divine stuff would win the fight. Staring at his hands, the gifted guy pondered if this was a case of fighting fire where the poisons just cancelled each other out. Realizing he needed true immunity for a real power-up, overlooking some barren cliffs, our lead asked if his buddy could get that girl to hook him up with more toxins, and the guy agreed to make the request. Approaching the glowing gateway, the tracker finally asked if the rumors about him rescuing the legendary masters and the others were actually legit or just tall tales. Glancing over, the protagonist questioned how he heard that rumor, and the other guy yelled that every news outlet was obsessed with it. Closing his eyes tight, the partner mentioned the suspect was likely In's Rancor since even the mighty warrior got hurt. Tilting his head, our hero asked why he used such a casual tone and if he was the junior, but the friend said she was actually a year his senior. Poking his chest, the dude clarified he was only 20, while the lady warrior was 20, which totally shocked the guy he was talking to. Holding up a hand, the brawler asked if he was aware of the age gap, but the hero just wondered why it even mattered, though his buddy thought it was a big deal for a girlfriend. Twisting his mouth in annoyance, the lead asked what kind of garbage he was spouting. The expert was baffled about when the lady became his lover, so the boy closed his eyes and brought up them holding hands at the party, which led to a debate about whether hand holding equals dating. Chuckling, the friend questioned if platonic friendships even exist, and the guy pointed out he was friends with his own sister. Lifting a brow, the hero asked if he had any female friends at all, and after hearing a no, he asked if he just assumed every woman was a potential date. The hunter just grinned and admitted he was completely single and probably hopeless. Looking up, the hero asked if he was really dateless, and the friend acted shocked because he had no reason to make up such a sad story. Peering at his companion, the fellow inquired if he was truly single and not seeing that Karen lady. The gifted man gave a weird grin when the topic of batch romances came up. They stood quietly before the shimmering rift, pumping his fists. The youth yelled that they were going to conquer every single soul dungeon today, and his buddy cheered as they headed for the next challenge. Chewing on some foliage, the hero questioned if the toxin was truly worth 200 million, noting the taste test worked well since his stats were climbing, especially after the system announced his poison resistance just leveled up. Previously, that other fellow held up a pair of digits and shouted that one venom vial costs a cool 200 million. Smirking nervously, the lead realized that grinding stats this way would burn 500 million monthly just for shopping. Staring at the display in shock, the powered-up dude saw a message saying he had brewed a rookie potion and unlocked the alchemy skill. Gripping his phone, the fella pictured a glowing flask and recalled legends of normal people becoming rank legends using this stuff, wondering if this concoction was his ticket to greatness. Since mastering deadly plants was basically a divine talent, our hero chewed his lip anxiously, wondering if he should actually gulp it down after the system said his godly skills improve. The pot was bubbling with some questionable fluid while the boss questioned if the brew was even fit for human consumption. Raising the cup, the lad chose to chug the liquid regardless of the risk, receiving alerts that the rookie elixir was boosting his physical stats. Suddenly, the warrior spat the stuff out, convinced by the horrific flavor that he had just swallowed pure death, asking his face with a hand. The gifted guy wondered why such a helpful drink tasted like a dumpster, and why it couldn't be a pill instead. Clutching his device, he was stunned to see his power levels skyrocketing past his previous records. The hero's eyes narrowed as the system flagged an increase in his perception, making him think the trauma of the taste actually enlightened his brain. Glancing down, our lead sighed, realizing that breaking his limits meant he was stuck drinking this garbage forever. Stroking his chin, the super-powered felon mused about why healthy things always taste like feet, questioning if that was just some universal praying. Out of nowhere, the dude's eyes popped open, grinning. The hero thought of a red-headed girl and wondered if reality warping could fix the flavor, because altering the potion's taste would solve his palate problem while also leveling up his reality. Bending powers, hovering his hand over the cup, the expert yelled that he was a genius and had to test this theory immediately. Frowning, the boy gave a shout as the screen confirmed he had tapped into the reality, bending magic of the ancient goddess. Sticking a hand in his pocket, the hero suddenly tasted sugary soda instead of sludge. Right as the eye mentioned his abilities had ticked up a bit, rubbing his mouth with his sleeve. The protagonist was confused why he got such a nice power boost just for making his medicine taste like a treat. Screwing his eyelids tight, the man gifted with unique abilities prayed for a flavor upgrade, even if it was just a minor improvement. Syrupy liquid trickled down his chin, and he realized in his head that the bitterness remained because they just dumped sugar in it. Biting his lip, the lead guy admitted he lacked the power for a culinary miracle, but noted that at least it contained some sweetener. Within a heartbeat, the expert clamped his hand over his mouth because his stomach suddenly decided to stage a violent protest. Glancing sideways, the youth invited Soa to swallow the blood-cleansing tonic that his system had just finalized. The little sister peeked around the door frame, while Shiva set the mug down, saying it was cool enough to gulp without burning. The girl plopped down on her heels and started chatting, pausing her brother to interrupt, and asked what on earth she was doing. Squeezing her eyes shut, the young lady hollered how much she appreciated him, though she then stuck her tongue out, and complained that it tasted like a sneaker after a grueling gym session. The older brother asked if she actually snacked on athletic laundry, which led her to shake her head while admitting the flavors were probably identical. Smirking, the powerful lead knew his sister felt better, because she clutched her tummy, confirming his magic skills had peaked past the halfway mark. Watching his sister with hope, the boy decided that even if blood clots were still a problem, he could probably fix her within a year. Fenrir started yapping up a storm, prompting the hero to look over and see his miserable pet closing his eyes after licking the medicinal leftovers. Clinging to his mobile, the hero felt confused about the visitor until the computer warned him that an uninvited guest was looming. Standing by the buzzer, a guy dressed in shadows begged for some forgiveness, using a finger to shove his glasses up. Chai admitted he was employed as the office assistant for Che Rin. A clock made of marble ticked away on the wall, and the fellow at the table mentioned that Master Aurelian was supposedly back in France. Rubbing his jaw, the head honcho remembered the man promised a 2-week trip, but he guessed the return would happen much sooner. Then looked at a bewildered Min Jed and asked why he had come. The boy's eyes caught the gleaming light, and then he started to explain the whole dramatic situation. Staring directly at his companion, the huntress helper wondered if there was anything he could do to assist his lay boss. Back in the day, the fellow's pupils mirrored the sparkling radiance as he started to narrate his legendary experiences. Curled up tightly on the chair, the girl's secretary shared that she had always felt burdened by responsibility, carrying the weight of the world since childhood. The young man realized she grew up facing constant attacks. The guest's jaw dropped in shock, while Shava simply closed his mouth in confusion at the revelation. With a heavy hand on the table, Minjai explained her obsession with strength, confessing that only true power could guarantee no one would leave her behind. The protagonist nodded, understanding Charon's emotional scarcity. The secretary, sweating nervously, deduced that the recent kidnapping pushed her training past 20 hours daily. The superpower user declared this excessive, calling it physical sabotage rather than actual training, noting it hinders growth and damages the body more than helping. The protagonist sat and thought, then called out to Soha, smirking like he knew something, announced he was going to see Charon. The little girl, holding finger, excitedly asked him to deliver a message, promising Charon she would cook something delicious if she came to visit again. Facing his companion, the young man suggested they make a field trip out of it, and head over together. A shimmering torrent of blades materialized in the air, as the huntress gripped her weapon at this Hunter's Guild training facility. Her jaw dropped slightly, and she let out a long, weary sigh, utterly drained from exertion. Blood stained the awakened woman's hand, yet she told herself she couldn't possibly quit. Bending over, the skilled swordswoman pondered her desperate need for strength. thinking that only through power could she make things right. Turin swung hard, reasoning that this was how she would protect others, ensuring they wouldn't leave her. Sweat dripped from her face as she leaned back, certain this was the sole method to guarantee her non-abandonment status. Looking up at the metal rafters, she saw Sheva lift her exhausted form into his arms. The awakened woman weakly whispered his name, and the main character stared at her in obvious frustration. Tae Sang, hands casually tucked into his pockets, announced that starting tomorrow, she would be living on her own. Adjusting his spectacles, the guy suggested she might be biting off more than she could chew, pointing out that she was still young enough to need supervision. Standing by the window, the chairman stated that as long as Chiron maintained the group's family line, a constant barrage of dangers would continue to hound her. The awakened woman's face took on a pensive look as the man challenged her, asking how she intended to survive if she couldn't conquer this adversity. Behind the lord, a girl stood listening as he announced her departure from the mansion tomorrow. Sheva intervened, noting she was only 13, a naive teenager with little worldly experience. Sweat beaded on the huntress' cheek as someone asked if she was conscious. Rising to her feet, she questioned the main character's presence, to which he responded with a counter query about her condition and recovery. Biting her lip, the gifted swordswoman offered a positive response. Clenching her fist, Turin insisted that everything was fine. The protagonist grinned, apparently thrilled by her recovery, then immediately asked if they could get the training session underway. The awakened woman looked away, clearly confused, and repeated her question, staring at the huntress. The guy explained that since she claimed to feel better, he wanted to know if they could begin practicing immediately, and specifically asked if she was still feeling unwell. The young man suggested postponing until another day, but the talented swordswoman, wiping sweat from her brow, insisted everything was fine, thinking she had no time for mere rest. Leaping from the bed, the girl declared herself ready and eager to begin immediately. Looking around, the lady questioned his presence, wondering if she was in a workshop. Simultaneously, the owner of super strength, hands in his pockets, announced this was where they would train today. As she followed Sheva, the awakened woman clarified if they were actually training, to which he calmly responded that today's activity involved blacksmithing. The huntress questioned the main character, who glanced back to emphasize that forging was part of the training regimen. As a strong fire blazed, the protagonist explained that creating a weapon first required melting the necessary materials. This meant heating the metal and purifying it by removing impurities. The gifted swordswoman quickly pulled on some gloves, and the guy identified this as part of the forging process, asking if she wanted to try. The girl waved the hammer enthusiastically and answered yes. The lady then brought the sledgehammer down on the metal and got. Perspiration streamed down her face. Looking at the metal, Tyron admitted failure, prompting the young man to point out that the metal's temperature was incorrect. A piece of iron materialized as the super strength owner explained that forging insufficiently heated metal would prevent it from taking the desired shape, rendering it useless. The awakened woman focused on the ingots, and the craftsman asked if she'd try again. Moments later, the huntress lifted her hammer. The skilled swordswoman abruptly brought the hammer down on the metal. The girl gasped in genuine surprise. Sheva shot his eyes suddenly, standing beside the lady. The main character explained that in weapon making, the quality of the final product hinges entirely on the metal use, drawing a parallel to human talent. Smiling slightly, he noted that a good weapon requires high-quality metal, suggesting people are essentially just a bunch of fancy metal themselves. Looking at the awakened woman, the guy concluded that by that logic, Turin was certainly high-grade metal. Another piece of iron appeared as the young man explained that even quality metal, if improperly heated and hammered hastily, would become worthless scrap. The superpower owner picked up the metal piece, stating that building personal endurance and effort was great. He then smiled, explaining that if she pushed herself to the brink for something she wasn't ready for, she would only destroy her talent, just like this damaged metal. The huntress gaped in surprise. Sheva smirked, stating that the Chiron he knew was absolutely the world's finest metal, a fire ward in the forge. And the main character observed that even the best, hardest metal needed time to endure the hottest flames. The talented swordswoman's expression grew pensive, frowning in genuine seriousness. The protagonist asked what truly motivated her, admitting he couldn't grasp it. He noted the secretary's anxiety about Chiron's well-being, realizing it stemmed from support, not doubt. As an unusual aura appeared, the young man pondered what fueled this girl's inner fire and self-abuse, cautioning against extinguishing it. The super strength wielder smiled faintly, suggesting she use her inner flames to warm herself effectively. The lady listened closely as he advised that hitting herself with a hammer would suffice for now. Standing before Chiron, the master advised her to relax and stop worrying so much, claiming that even if everyone around her vanished, leaving her utterly alone in the world, he would remain by her side. A bead of sweat trickled down her awakened cheek. With a slight upward curl of his lips, Sheva clarified he'd definitely be there, then mumbled under his breath that it was because he received 20 billion won monthly for their training sessions. The huntress, nonetheless, beamed with joy and thanked the main character profusely, grabbing the talented swordswoman's wrist. The protagonist suddenly recalled an item. The guy requested a minute's delay, causing the girl to blush intensely. A view of the stone building appeared, holding a bracelet. The young man noted it was a special gift. A moment later, the lady accepted the jewelry from the master. As she put it on, Chiron thanked the super power owner, smiling as she promised to wear it constantly. Squinting, Sheva grinned in confusion, thinking it was probably the worst looking gift ever. Looking down, the main character muttered there was no time to change its appearance. Scratching his head, he asked for the bracelet back for a minute, receiving an affirmative answer. Suddenly, a red aura flared up, and the guy used his skill, explaining the potential outcome. A blinding glow erupted at the kid's back, as he realized that channeling blacksmith deity powers basically made him go zoom like a caffeinated cheetah. An eldritch gateway shimmered nearby, while the hero bragged that Tab's glowing geometry boosted his stats into the stratosphere. Strange vibes poured from his hand, and the digital overlay confirmed that he was currently cranking the volume up to 11. Arching a brow, the warrior mentioned sensing a weird vibe, right as her computer brain announced that her ability to ignore physics just got a massive upgrade. Shava wiped his soggy forehead, pondering his own power creep, while the lethal lady smiled, promising to remember his advice before heading to the clinic for a much-needed nap. A rocking monument loomed as Arlete promised to be her eternal shadow, earning him a sweet thank you. Glancing at his workstation, the dude spotted some heavy-duty carving tools and wondered if he was allowed to play with them. Once the Gatub squad stepped out, the fellow questioned if this meant they were finally eligible for some sweet performance-enhancing magic. Squinting into the distance, Shanju queried if the big boss Aurelian was back in town, which the clerk confirmed. The elite fighter looked grumpy, mentioning his recent French trip while demanding to know why he was back for round 2. The stressed intern mopped his brow, explaining the boss wanted an audience with Shava. From his comfy seat, the hero noted that even the paparazzi were obsessed with his mysterious personality. Jaw-dropping, Yijuan asked if the legend himself was visiting his humble workshop. Inside the lab, the protagonist watched his crafting stats climb while contemplating if he should keep grinding. He stroked his stubble, weighing 2 choices after mass, producing enough junk to fill a warehouse. Staring at his jewelry, the Philad decided that spamming the same enchantment was his best bet, since better skills meant shinier loot. Hovering over his bench, he realized his talents were evolving, allowing him to turn his garage sale items into relics. Looking down, Sheva questioned why his buffs weren't stacking like pancakes. Surrounded by gear, the leader decided to dump his inventory on Soyan for a quick buck while he waited for the premium space metal to arrive. He toyed with a band, hoping the new material would make his smithing less of a disaster. After checking his phone for a tutorial video, things got tense when a grumpy smith god noted that if he didn't arm Thor immediately, the thunder deity would turn his workshop into a parking lot. Electric bolts crackled as someone accused the hero of swiping the famous hammer. Rubbing his skull, the legend apologized for the confusion, and asked if the god thought he just misplaced it, then offered to forge a shiny new toy as a peace offering. The sweaty dude asked if he was being serious right now. Thor loomed over the forge, demanding a new stick to hit things with. The smith blinked, agreeing to the job on the condition that he could borrow the legendary hammer for a quick test drive. Turning a lovely shade of pink, the thunder god agreed, as long as the blacksmith didn't flake on the deal. Some rocks sat on the desk, prompting the hero to fire up the grill for some immediate crafting. Shiva observed that the material looked suspiciously like the magic space metal he used to find back home. Grabbing his mallet, the crafter explained that this metal was too stubborn for a simple fire, needing a good old-fashioned beating first. He checked his gear, noting that cleaning the gunk out required hitting the ore like it owed him money. Thor looked furious, but the smith told him to chill because he would get his hammer back eventually. Under the bright sun, the creator shouted that the process was about to begin. An instant later, the muscle-bound smith brought the heavy hammer down. A massive boom shook the entire neighborhood. Smoke danced around the guy as the ore shimmered, though the workshop was currently a pile of rubble. Wiping his face, the hero muttered his disbelief, questioning if he had actually broken the indestructible rock. A dense fog rolled in, making him squint while doubting if his plan was actually working. The kid spun around to find Aurelian acting like an old friend, while the protagonist realized the guy had brought the good metal. Eventually, the metal working expert ended up in a monster hole, looking very confused about the location. The hunter looked away, sensing the man's silent scream about why he was stuck in a basement. Shava glanced at the grumpy security team, acknowledging that being snatched in soul probably made them a bit paranoid about creepy caves. Itching his face, the lead explained they were just there to give the space or a much-needed bath. Pacing the beast, the boy complained that life without a translator was a headache, praying for no misunderstandings. Glowing vibes filled the air, making explanations unnecessary. He recalled that old smithing tutorial as a giant serpent emerged, reminding him that the legendary hammer once squashed the snake in a single hit. He pondered how to scrub the dirt off his shiny rocks using that same violence, glowing like a light bulb. The expert realized that cleaning this metal required a slap even harder than what the Thunder God could deliver. Thinking of the famous mallet, the fighter knew he needed pure impact, since that heavy weapon was legendary for wrecking everything except the literal end of the world. A scary deity materialized, prompting Shiva to mention that in those other myths, only the Gem Rat Hercules could end the big giant war. The hero squeezed his hands into rocks before launching himself, deciding to basically turn his own body into a wrecking ball. He scowled, announcing the start of his divine wrestling match before stumping the floor like a temperamental toddler. The beast's limb exploded into confetti, while the group's shadows stretched across the green field. Aurelian stood there with his mouth agape, looking completely stunned by the display. The bodyguards ground their teeth, looking completely lost and confused. Mist circled the power-up guide while the metal began to splinter, leading the expert to claim that the Dragon Lake's power was even punchier than the god's mallet. He worried that he might have accidentally smashed it a bit too hard. Grinning, the fighter admitted his form was trash, and he needed to stop hitting things with maximum effort. Deku was shocked to see a fresh video in her inbox while she was still struggling to finish that hunter training tutorial. She glanced at his massive fan base of over 2 million people, noting that their growth was absolutely insane for a channel that wasn't even half a year old yet. The girl started sweating as she realized the boss kidnapping was big news. Fearing the media would have a field day with the details, she hugged herself, shaking as she recalled rumors of scary villains, and wondered if she was next on the list of people to be snatched from the party. She delivered these terrifying thoughts with the blank expression of a retail worker on a Monday morning. Deku paused, wondering if Shiva would actually come to her rescue like a knight in shining armor if she got grabbed. Mentioning his name out loud before turning bright red, and shouting at herself for even thinking such a cheesy and embarrassing thought, she grabbed her skull and lunged for her mouse, claiming she was way too busy for delusions, while a giant magical boom echoed from the screen. Deku adjusted her glasses, wondering if that huge bang was an explosion, while the main character admired his handiwork from a single kick. Holding a shiny Orichalcum, he casually declared the cleaning process complete, leaving Aurelian gaping in astonishment. Deku crossed her arms, musing over the video's content and why the master was involved, before spotting a surprised girl in the frame. Is that YouTuber Clement? She wondered, recognizing the French class hunter known as Monster Cooking. With 33.9 million subscribers, she's famous for her peculiar gourmet recipes, like Minotaur rib, eye steak and Cyclops eyeball dishes, using her hunted monsters as raw ingredients. Deku, adjusting her glasses, couldn't figure out why this footage was attracting so many high-profile personalities. Meanwhile, the main character simply suggested returning to the workshop. The editor's eyes went wide with shock at his words, whispering to herself in a shaky voice, "What in the world is he doing?" A bright fire crackled in the stove nearby. The poor guy's face was dripping with sweat from all the chaos. A short time later, black smoke billowed from the glowing red Orichalcum, and Shiva grinned, declaring triumphantly that this was precisely the result he wanted. Wiping the sweat away, he muttered that he had to wipe out the 31st dungeon just to get this far, but at least he secured footage for the channel. He glanced at his phone and noticed a significant jump in skill levels. Hercules Magic Mastery by 2.6 and Super Strength Mastery by 4.7. He wondered aloud if the reality manipulation skill was behind this sudden, significant increase. Aurelian suddenly crept up behind him and asked what the next step was. The guy grinned smugly, replying that he was about to start forging, adding to himself that making a weapon from this material was the only thing left. He raised his fist, which immediately crackled with powerful magical energy, declaring it was showtime. The other man saw this and simply pointed aside, helpfully stating that the blacksmith's hammer was located over there. With a wide grin, the main character glanced at the magister out of the corner of his eye, agreeing that he knew about the normal hammer, but he'd rather use Mjolnir. Hearing this, Aurelian furrowed his brow tightly and asked what exactly this Mjolnir was supposed to mean. No sooner had Aurelian asked than Shiva struck with eyes glowing fiercely. An incredibly powerful explosion echoed through the area. The man's mouth dropped open in complete shock as he watched the main character rapidly hammer the anvil with his own burning hand. Just steps away, a cold drop of sweat appeared on the boy's face as he wondered if his current mood was causing this nervous reaction. A burning piece of Orichalcum lay before him, prompting Shiva to wonder why it wasn't working. He pondered if it could be forged at all, or perhaps if his current level of strength just wasn't enough to handle it. The sun shone brightly through a new hole in the ceiling, a testament to his previous actions. The main character suddenly frowned, exclaiming that there likely wasn't enough heat, and the Orichalcum wasn't getting properly warm. Following this brilliant conclusion, both his eyes lit up in different colors, and the system screen flashed with the activation of quality insights and divine metallurgy skills. Fire continued to engulf the piece of Orichalcum, making the guy wonder if the heat was penetrating at all. He stared at the furnace, considering that ordinary furnaces might not be powerful enough, even though its maximum temperature was 3,500 degrees, which was already incredibly hot. He stopped using his powers, surmising that it likely required 2 or 3 times that heat level to penetrate the inside. explaining that this metal possessed God tier heat resistance on top of its strength. After a brief pause, Shiva stroked his chin, musing that if he successfully forged armor from orichalcone, it would definitely turn out to be divine. Suddenly, his expression soured as he realized he couldn't personally withstand such extreme temperatures. He reconsidered. Mjolnir was great, but now he needed to find an external source for that immense heat. A cold drop of sweat trickled down his cheek as he considered using magic, but realized reality manipulation wasn't quite right for generating heat without risking his life. Aurelian watched him, confused about what to do next, as nothing seemed to go smoothly. Suddenly, the main character raised a hand, having remembered something important. Meanwhile, in another place, a red dragon lay on the ground, facing a team of 3 hunters. Perrin abruptly turned to her comrades and demanded to know what they were thinking. She asked if they realized how many days had passed, curious why they were still acting so shocked. Sion and Hannah immediately looked away, avoiding her intense questions. Seeing their reactions, the girl brandished her sword, and explained that some guy named Tabum simply vanished without a trace, making it obvious to everyone he wasn't a low-level hunter. Anna frowned in confusion, stating that it wasn't just teleportation, but a genuine passage through space itself. Her interlocutor mentally pictured a portal, and then clarified that this wasn't necessarily a great magic, but rather high magic. Hannah stood before Heron, arguing that it shouldn't even be called magic when the guy stepped closer, adding that connecting spaces was only a theoretical wormhole concept. He claimed it was impossible in reality, citing an example where a giant, old tree vanished overnight as if giving up its life. He asked Karine for her opinion, to which she simply looked away and said calmly that while strange, it could still happen. Diane then asked what would happen if the sun suddenly stopped shining, and Karine replied that it made absolutely no sense. The guy frowned, explaining that he was trying to say it was absolutely impossible and unrealistic, just like the things Hunter Shiva was doing. After listening to her interlocutor, Karine scratched her cheek, declaring the whole argument unconvincing regardless. The 3 comrades looked at each other in silence, until Hannah suddenly pulled out her phone and urged everyone to look at what she found. But unexpectedly, pure shock registered in her eyes from whatever she had just seen on the screen. Karine saw this, and looked up at her, asking in exasperation, "Now what?" Hannah put her hand to her chin and announced she received a message from Shiva, the owner of the Rancor channel, asking if he was actually Hunter Shiva. Cold sweat beaded on her face at the implication. Hannah, this Flash Hunter known as the Fire Witch, has a massive channel herself with 41 million subscribers, all mesmerized by hers level fire magic. Her abilities create breathtaking spectacles that multiply her cunning and attract her massive fan base. Karine placed a hand on her hip, and demanded to know what on earth this Shiva guy was thinking by making such a random offer for cooperation. Looking at Hannah, she pointed out that if it was really a cooperation proposal, why was he calling them to one's class dungeon? And what business did the dungeon have with it? She then asked if Hannah was really planning to go. Lowering her head, the girl firmly replied that if Karine didn't want to come, she certainly didn't have to. She glanced behind her and added that the request for cooperation was addressed to her specifically. She then told Sion he didn't need to follow either, but he just smiled, and replied that he was merely curious about Hunter Shiva, so everything was fine. Hearing this, Karine gritted her teeth, and asked if she would accompany him. Closing her eyes, the girl confessed she didn't know, and a portal opened immediately. A few minutes later, the main character smiled, noting that they were pretty quick to arrive. The guys shuddered in response to what they saw upon arrival. Just ahead stood Master Aurelian and Clement, the French glass hunter. Hannah looked at Shiva with an expressionless face, demanding to know what he was planning to shoot and why he had offered this cooperation in the first place. The guy closed his eyes, put his hand behind his head, and simply asked if she could light a flame for him. A bee of cold sweat rolled down the girl's face when she realized what was happening, asking if he literally summoned her just to be a lighter. 2 chunks of orichalcone sat on the floor, and the hero explained he was trying to melt them down, but the heat wasn't quite right. Grinning widely, he boasted his heat resistance allowed him to endure 10.0 degrees Celsius without breaking a sweat, suggesting Hannah could surely produce that much heat. Karine stomped over, demanding to know what they were discussing, specifically about orichalcone smelting, asking if he understood the number 10.0. She excitedly argued the sun's surface temperature was only 5,800 degrees, so creating 10.0 degrees easily was utterly impossible. Without opening his eyes, Shiva simply replied that of course it wasn't easy, which is why he asked Hannah, promising that if she succeeded, he would return the favor by appearing in any of her videos on her channel. The girl, frowning angrily at the proposal, scoffed, and asked who in their right mind would agree to that kind of request. Much to Karine's surprise, Hannah crossed her arms decisively over her chest, and firmly stated that she would attempt it. Heron ground her teeth in disbelief, approaching Hannah, and raising her hand in exasperation, questioning if she truly possessed the power to create 10.0 degree flames, and even if she did, why she would bother with such a ridiculous task. The girl simply smiled, replying that the guy promised to make a guest appearance in her next video. Stepping forward, she declared it was time to begin, closing her eyes and extending her hand in preparation. Seconds later, she snapped her eyes open, using advanced flame magic and an inferno technique, unleashing glass flames. A brilliant light erupted from her hands as the ground beneath them started to crack, and suddenly, the brightest possible flames burst forth, powered by the inferno technique. Heron and Cian stared, their eyes wide with disbelief, while Shiva simply wore a satisfied smile. Contemplating whether the spectacle would actually accomplish his goal, he suddenly darted past Hannah, yelling at her to clear out of the way immediately. Simultaneously, the man launched himself high into the air. He unleashed Hercule's first round divine battle technique, executing the dragon's blow as he kicked the ground, realizing as he did so that the AWAKENS shape was beginning to change. Right afterward, gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and slammed his fist onto the AWAKEN, inwardly praying that the treatment would be successful. After deploying Hercule's second divine fight technique, the immense power of the heavenly fist generated a wildly powerful shockwave that echoed all around them. Hannah frowned in complete surprise as Aurelian's jaw dropped in shock, while Kirin's face went completely white at the sight. After a moment, the hero stood up and asked if he had succeeded, only for a system screen to appear before him, confirming he had accomplished the unbelievable. Picking up his phone, the guy smiled in confusion, exclaiming he had finally succeeded. As a glowing, modified AWAKEN lay on the ground, system screens reported his divine metallurgy skill level was now 22, or, having exceeded expectations, meaning weapons crafted with it would gain special properties. Shiva stroked his chin, pondering what special qualities entail, and imagining powerful artifacts. He realized Hephaestus weapons always had special properties, and he simply lacked the skill previously. The hero put on a glove, clenching his fist, recalling how his old artifact shattered, wondering if this one could withstand his current strength. He activated his class superpower, causing a bright glow. Seeing the artifact remained intact, Shiva smiled, relieved it hadn't broken. Staring excitedly at the gauntlet, he used his plus insight ability, internally commenting that it was probably not truly indestructible, but impossible to destroy. A bright light appeared around the artifact, confirming it had a special ability, indestructible, meaning it couldn't be destroyed under any circumstances. The hero then picked up the second glove, wondering if even an indestructible object could resist the full power of Hercules. Putting on the second glove, Shiva decided to start with an easier test first. He then delivered a rapid punch into the air, causing a wildly powerful magical shockwave to explode outward. The dungeon's sky actually started cracking, and seeing this, the main character asked himself in a trembling voice what exactly was happening. As the blue ceiling eroded rapidly, he realized the gloves weren't just indestructible, their baseline abilities were also incredible. Anna and Aurelian stared at Shiva with identically shocked expressions. Turning to them, the hero offered a confused smile, thanked the girl for her help, and suggested they exit immediately. Meanwhile, back in her room, Deku awoke to moonlight streaming through the window, turning sharply to see her younger sibling sleeping soundly. Exhaling heavily, she pushed back her chair, and decided she must return to work. Less than a minute later, tears welled up as the hero sent her even more video material with a do well message. She lamented having just finished editing the last batch, hoping for at least a small break. Right after saying that, her phone buzzed with a notification confirming a 20 million won transfer from Shiva had just been credited to her account. Seeing the amount, Deku's whole body trembled as she asked in a shaking voice if that was really a 20 million won bonus. In the accompanying message, the hero explained it was her bonus because the new content had dramatically increased subscribers, and since he felt they still had plenty of work ahead, he sent a large amount of money, and asked her to keep working. Reading to the end, the girl threw her hands high, and yelled that she would now work like a woman possessed. A short while later, the very air itself began to shudder from a powerful force. The hero held an incredible, newly created weapon in his hand, stating it was already amazing because of the AWAKEN material, and only possible because his skill level had increased. System screens confirmed his class divine metallurgy mastery had increased by 5. Without a second thought, the guy put the bracelet on his arm, remarking it was easier to deal with purified AWAKEN now that he didn't have to go through all the prior difficulties. He immediately wondered what benefits the AWAKEN bracelet would provide. A powerful magical aura enveloped him as he used his plus insight ability, commenting that although he wasn't certain, it seemed to be assisting in controlling magical power. Shiva suddenly smiled in confusion, frowning and adding that while he could control his physical powers through class Tai Chi, he actually had no clue how to manage magic itself, so he didn't know if this change was good or bad. In his head, as a man completely shrouded in intense magical energy, the hero mused that magic usage could be divided into 5 distinct stages, starting with the initial accumulation of magical power within the body. He then introduced stage 2, the circulation of magical power, and stage 3, gaining effective control over that power for practical use. After demonstrating a powerful magical seal, Sheva explained that stage 4 involves strengthening the magical power to maximize its future effect. Finally, the guy described the magician using magic, explaining that the ultimate expression of this power was its use in the real world, imagining the colossal energy in the human chest. The main character considered that Taiki embodies Mother Nature's energy, accumulated through full acceptance. Stopping his thoughts, he looked at the bracelet and realized that while they knew how to use magic, this bracelet effectively replaced stage 2, helping the circulation of magical power. Grinning contentedly, Sheva declared the bracelet incredible, feeling full of energy, and seemingly twice as strong. After a pause, he suggested that perhaps the abilities were granted randomly, but even so, it seemed possible to replace all stages with specially crafted equipment. Enough pondering, he decided it was better to test it right now. He activated Isis's class reality manipulation ability, wondering what would happen if he enhanced the bracelet Chiron gave him, which released powerful magical energy in every direction. Less than a minute later, the guy ground his teeth in frustration, muttering that he still couldn't get used to all the changes. He rationalized that since the bracelet was Orikaken, it should add at least a 5 skill increase. The system screens appeared reporting that the power boost had been successfully engraved, resulting in a 1/2 increase in reality control mastery. Once it finished, the hero checked his phone, frowning and questioning himself if it was really a 10 boost to every skill. Thinking that couldn't possibly be right, his eyes widened in shock, and he screamed at the top of his lungs that this would drive him completely insane. System screens continued to appear on his phone, stating his maximum proficiency level had increased to 110. Reacting to the finish, Sheva grinned contentedly, thinking to himself that a higher skill level was always better, meaning he could potentially become 10 stronger than Hercules himself. With tears welling up, he looked heavenward, and admitted that all the trouble with Orikaken had definitely been worth it. After a brief pause, the hero turned around as he heard a familiar voice mention the process of formation through processing. Aurelian had been chatting with the metal bastard this whole time, while Sheva suddenly recalled his jaw hitting the floor in total disbelief, realizing that witnessing the refinement of that legendary metal left him so dazed he could barely utter a few silly questions, though he now considered Paldwan a buddy instead of just a competitor. Squeezing his knuckles into a tight ball, the lad contemplated what sort of magical doodle to scratch onto his gauntlet, especially since his original plan involved stuffing eternal life into a suit of mail, so he stroked his chin while debating if a simple power buff would suffice. Even though he remembered his arm vibrating like a caffeinated jackhammer earlier, proving that some universal laws simply refuse to budge unless hit with a godlike cosmic mallet, our hero thought back to that intense glow wrapping around him like a warm blanket of doom, noting that all those energies were basically as stable as a toddler on a sugar rush. Rubbing his jaw, he pictured his fancy glove shattering into a million pieces once his skills leveled up, which meant he needed to beef up the gear now to survive his own inevitable future awesomeness. Stepping away from his little show, he gripped his hand tight and wondered if slapping a growth sticker on his equipment was actually a smart move or just a recipe for disaster. While envisioning a neon bright blade, he muttered that a growth seal allows for crazy upgrades that normally spit in the face of logic, essentially pushing gear past the breaking point that boring old reality usually allows. Following those deep thoughts, the protagonist plopped his mitt on the wooden surface and fired up his ridiculous triple reality, bending Aces Bertacle, letting magical juice leak from his palm while telling himself that his upgraded powers would definitely make this work. He squeezed his eyelids shut and gritted his teeth until they squeaked, feeling a massive pushback as if the entire universe was personally offended by his existence and trying to stop him from flipping the world like a pancake. As he spoke these words, the young man felt a tidal wave of raw power crashing directly into his chest. Minutes later, he doubled over in a heap while system windows popped up to brag about a shiny new growth imprint. Mentioning his reality skills grew by 3.3%. And his heart got 1.6% sturdier, causing him to pant and shake like a wet dog while realizing that even with higher levels, this process was a total nightmare. So he peeked with his super sight and celebrated that the glowing rune was finally stuck onto the leather, even if he still needed more magic metal to finish the job. While the three dudes gossiped nearby, Sheva puzzled over where to scavenge more materials, since the shiny rocks Aurelian gave him were already gone, used up for his suit and a fancy wristband. And then he nearly choked remembering that the stuff costs more than a private island, implying the master had just dropped 300 billion on a whim. After processing that massive price tag, the main guy peeked at the old man out of the corner of his eye and figured he owed him a few secret god tier smithing tips as a thank you. Chuckling nervously, he dreamed of the scary pits where that metal hides, and decided that since he was aiming for the top rank anyway, he might as well find a dungeon filled with loot. So he sighed and checked his phone, realizing he had a date with Karen for training, while wondering if any gods knew how to make a body double to handle his busy schedule under the bright morning sun. As the light hit the Jidyuan Guild headquarters, the big boss of the local guild sat there staring at his mobile screen with a very serious face. He scrolled through Sheva's video channel and noticed the kid had over 2.5 million fans, wondering how on earth he saved Aurelian from a kidnapping all by his lonesome. which clearly meant the boy was some kind of freakish prodigy, lounging at his desk. The executive watched a clip, and admitted that the protagonist didn't actually look like a totaljer. He suddenly cocked an eyebrow in genuine shock at the footage, asking himself if this brat really believed he could conquer a dungeon using nothing but raw human muscle and grit. Smirking at the sight of Shiva's gear, he mocked the idea that some hidden gimmick in the gloves would matter, assuming the kid only got the armor as a pity gift for playing hero with the old magister. Setting the device aside, the man let out an nasty little giggle and questioned the audacity of a nobody wearing Orleans high and fashion choices. He stood up from his leather chair and spat that the whole look was absolutely repulsive and didn't fit the kid's vibe at all. Shoving his hands into his pockets, the guild leader strutted toward the exit while muttering that he needed to find a more worthy person to wear those shiny clothes. A bit later, our protagonist was training with Chiron, noting with a frown that the sessions were clearly helping her, as he watched the girl brandish her weapon and used that martial excellence requires mind, energy, and body. But even with her strong Tai Chi flow and tough physique, her mental game just couldn't keep pace. Picturing a bronze pot wobbling on only 2 legs, he realized her internal balance was previously a total mess, but now her focus was finally getting as hard as a raw, making everything click together at last. Visualizing that same kitchenware now standing perfectly steady on 3 sturdy supports, the guy felt pretty proud of the progress. Suddenly, the girl lunged with a blistering sword strike that forced Shiva to jump back and gnash his teeth. Realizing her blade skills were getting dangerous, so he plotted to let her win just to inflate her ego a little bit. He wore a sneaky grin, while thinking about how this sweet rich girl would soon be a terrifying warrior. But then he quickly changed his mind because throwing a fight would be a slap in the face to anyone actually trying to master the art of the sword. The girl's eyes widened when she saw his next move, but she managed to smack his blade away so hard it went skittering across the floorboards. However, in that same heartbeat, he had already teleported his face right next to hers, sending a small ripple of wind dancing through the room. Lowering her weapon, Erin muttered that she had no idea he was a professional sword flinger, to which Shiva replied that a warrior must always expect the unexpected because real monsters don't play by the rules. Looking at her feet, the girl gave a small smile and admitted she thought she finally had him, but clearly she still needed to sweat a lot more to catch up to his level. The protagonist closed his eyes, declaring the training session finished for the day. He mused internally that things were different now. His charge seemed to be finally mastering her powers. Just then, a frantic man scurried over, beads of sweat on his face. He announced with a shaky voice that a guest had arrived, not for the lady, but for Lord Shiva. The protagonist, clearly bewildered, arched a skeptical eyebrow. For me, he said. Yejuan entered, sizing him up, and simply asked if he was Shiva. Shiva squinted, a frown crossing his face as he realized he recognized this guy from somewhere. Chiron quickly whispered that he was a famous class hunter. The guild master grinned slyly, suggesting they skip the small talk, and immediately demanded to see Shiva's current weapon. Shiva rubbed his chin thoughtfully, asking what specific weapon he was referring to, while internally wondering why this rude person had come to bother him. After a brief moment of consideration, Shiva lowered his hand, seemingly understanding the request. A second later, a combat glove materialized on his hand, and he presented it, asking if this was the weapon his guest was so curious about. Yejuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden appearance, and he quickly asked if Shiva had just used a space pocket. When questioned, Shiva gritted his teeth in annoyance, confirming the device, and internally wondering why this guy was prying into his affairs. To his surprise, the guildmaster abruptly extended his hand and announced he wanted to buy both the glove and the subspace pocket, demanding to know the price. Shiva stared blankly, asking if he was actually serious about buying everything. This question made Yejuan's face twitch with irritation, and he angrily wondered internally why this upstart dared to address him so informally. Shiva brought his hand to his chin, and explained that if Yejuan truly insisted on a price, he needed to consider all the variables. He mentioned the high cost of the 2 aura components and the extensive time and effort required, concluding that 300 billion was a fair price. The moment Shiva declared the cost, Yejuan angrily gritted his teeth and hissed, asking if he was joking with that astronomical figure. After a short, tense silence, he held up 3 fingers and offered a meager 30 billion. Shiva internally questioned who this guy thought he was, bargaining so casually for such valuable items. After a pause, Shiva frowned and asked what would happen if he simply refused to sell. Yejuan replied that in that scenario, Shiva would have no choice but to comply. Yejuan silently released a wave of powerful magical energy, clenching his fist tightly as he declared that a treasure's value exists only if the owner can protect it. Possessing weak treasure, he explained, was merely inviting disaster. A drop of cold sweat ran down Shiva's face as he stared, asking what in the world Yejuan was doing. He wondered if this lunatic was truly trying to steal his possessions by force. The guild master, hands casually in his pockets, then ordered Shiva to prove he was worthy of owning the weapon. Otherwise, he would simply seize it. Shiva responded by revealing his aura, internally questioning if Yejuan truly understood what kind of opponent he was facing. Unexpectedly, Chiron stepped forward and told the guest that his behavior was highly rude. Yejun raised his fist and smiled broadly, smugly replying that strong men were allowed to be rude because might makes right. Sheva looked away, internally confirming that this guy was indeed a psycho with a criminal mentality. Suddenly, Chiron drew her sword and aimed it at Yejun, demanding that he prove his strength. The main character quickly raised his hands to intervene, insisting that she didn't need to get involved. But Chiron calmly replied that Yejun had disrespected her master. Shiva looked at his student, surprised by the anger in her eyes, wondering what had provoked her so much. Chiron took a few steps forward and proposed a deal. If she won, Yejun must apologize to Lord Shiva. Hearing this, Yejun lowered his head slightly and laughed mockingly, asking if she honestly thought that outcome was possible. The two rivals faced each other. The protagonist watched the spectacle with pure bewilderment, asking himself internally how things had escalated to this point. After a brief silence, the girl tilted her head slightly and announced that as N's rank hunter, she would fight with everything she had. Her opponent smiled maniacally upon hearing this, calling it completely laughable. He questioned if she truly believed she could defeat him even by giving her best effort. With his hands still in his pockets, he added that people called her a genius, which he found hard to believe, especially since recent rumors claimed she had been easily kidnapped without being able to resist. The second he uttered those words, visible veins of anger pulsed on Chiron's face. Seeing her reaction, Yejun's smile widened even further as he continued to provoke her, calling her cute. He inwardly scoffed, deeming it foolish to lose composure over such a simple jab. Spreading his arms wide, he patronizingly told her that he would demonstrate real power, allowing her to take the first strike. Yejun closed his eyes and added that she should just approach him, but before he could finish his thought, the tip of her blade was already resting against his throat. At the absolute last second, the guildmaster just barely managed to dodge, immediately leaping a safe distance away. Because of this situation, Yejun gritted his teeth, internally asking when she had managed to get close enough, claiming he hadn't even noticed her movement. He wondered what kind of sorcery this was. The girl stared back at him with intensely glowing eyes. Cold sweat beaded on her opponent's face as he realized he urgently needed to distance himself further. He jumped back again and again, but unexpectedly, the blade reappeared against his throat, this time from behind him. Chiron stood directly behind her rival, her face devoid of expression, as she ordered him to admit defeat and immediately apologized to the protagonist. Yejun shoved the blade away with his hand, refusing to yield because he considered the attack too sudden and cowardly. Chiron lowered her sword and replied that he had started the challenge in the first place. Yejun tried to wave her off, insisting he wasn't backing out of the fight, but he just hadn't anticipated such a sudden attack. The girl raised her hand and explained that in the real world, one rarely receives a convenient warning before an attack. She suddenly frowned and loudly asked if he, as rank hunter, truly didn't grasp such a fundamental concept. She then ordered him to kneel down and apologize to Lord Shiva. Suddenly, the guildmaster smiled and mockingly refuted, declaring he would absolutely not apologize. He then once again allowed her to attack first. The protagonist looked on with a raised hand, internally questioning if he should finally stop this bizarre spectacle. The opponent squared off again. Shiva suddenly slapped his fist into his open palm and wondered if he should film this whole ridiculous event and upload it to YouTube. Just moments later, a full-blown brawl had erupted between the two combatants. She unleashed a flurry of swift blows, yet he skillfully maintained his defense against them, with hands clasped before him. Sharon's guard inquired if the protagonist believed it was time to intervene, but the hero inwardly concluded that the young woman was clearly facing significant challenges. He watched his student struggling for breath, acknowledging that even with her progress in class Taichi, she still couldn't truly command her abilities. Sivu then directed his gaze toward her opponent, who was broadly smiling, thinking that Sharon had only 6 rivals in South Korea, including Yaju, and class hunter whose deceptive personality and skills allowed him to copy his foe's weapons, attitudes, and habits. Sharon leaped backward following another intense exchange, and her opponent immediately copied the movement. The girl furrowed her brow, as the guildmaster fixed her with a contemptuous smirk before suddenly admitting she was pretty powerful. The protagonist watched, arms crossed, and thought about the opponent's class mimicry ability, recognizing it wasn't omnipotent because anything outside the skill's parameters remained unreplicated, meaning he probably desired her sword and gauntlet. As he considered this, and brushed his hand through his hair, keeping his stare locked on Sharon, while questioning why she possessed such an abnormal skill, concluding that everyone else in South Korea was nothing but a nuisance. Those words instantly sparked fury in Sharon's eyes. She charged forward, screaming at him to close his incessant mouth, as Siv realized that if she kept up this reckless momentum, she would certainly lose control and fail. Sharon launched her attack, but to her astonishment, her rival suddenly flew into the air. A genuine look of shock registered in the girl's eyes from the sight, yet she managed to barely raise her arms in time to block the powerful kick. Immediately following the impact, Sharon rapidly disengaged once again. In that moment, the edge, and slipped one hand into his pocket, and jeeringly inquired if that pathetic attempt was genuinely everything she had to offer. Beads of sweat trickled down the girl's face. The main character suddenly raised his hand, proclaiming he felt heavy at heart, then quizzed her on the 3 vital principles of Tai Chi he had previously named. Sharon looked toward her master, pondering the meaning of his unusual words. Her eyes widened in sudden understanding as she realized she had completely fallen for her opponent's provocation, meaning she desperately needed to regain her composure. Closing her eyes, she pressed her hand against her chest, and whispered the core concepts of Tai Chi to herself: energy, physical form, and inner spirit. Following this quiet reflection, she abruptly opened her eyes, sensing a shift in her aura. The guild leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sharon adopted a determined stance, and announced she would now reveal her full potential, launching herself at high speed. Her rival reached out a hand, claiming she had a hidden power, but promised that once he replicated it, she would be utterly defeated. But to his utter astonishment, all his magical blasts were instantly reflected, prompting him to question whether his mimicry abilities had failed this time. The girl reached him instantly, declaring that the battle was now finished. The guy scowled furiously and roared at the top of his lungs that he was an A-class hunter with plenty of strength in reserve. Sharon clenched her jaw in determination. A blinding burst of energy immediately appeared following the intense collision of their weapons. Even the protagonist put up his hands, attempting to withstand the shockwave, and noted aloud that the situation had become truly perilous. With every passing second, the brilliant glow grew stronger, as a swirling dome of mystical energy started forming around the combatants. The entire venue quickly became engulfed in a haze of thick smoke. Several days later, bright shafts of sunlight were streaming into the interior of the building. The protagonist's online channel published a new video titled Sharon vs. HA1, accumulating nearly 2.5 million views in no time. The protagonist reached out, mentioning that the guy unexpectedly insisted on taking his equipment, which confirmed the hero's initial thought that he was completely unhinged. As he continued speaking, the chair he occupied began to violently tremble. In the subsequent moment, the man suddenly toppled over onto the floor. After picking himself up, he grimaced and commented that he was slightly taken aback by what had just occurred. The comments were predominantly favorable, with the majority of viewers expressing the opinion that Sharon had ultimately triumphed. Reading through the comments, Shiva knitted his eyebrows together, realizing his disciple had actually blacked out during that previous fight. He recalled scoping her up once the smoke cleared. Without hesitation, he used divine healing on her, shuddering as he thought about how badly things could have ended if he hadn't treated her immediately. Hideo, meanwhile, was sprawled unconscious on the floor nearby. The defeated opponent had blood on his face, and was completely unconscious, leading the main character to realize his student had used the power of Tai Chi, even if imperfectly. His gaze shifted when his phone buzzed nearby, and he wondered who was interrupting him with a text message. He picked up the phone, seeing he had received a text from Sharon's aunt. Then, a while later, the office was brightly lit by the sun, and a woman's voice inside expressed sincere gratitude for his response to her sudden request. The main character raised his hand behind his head, smiling widely as he explained that since she was Sharon's aunt, he couldn't help but answer. Aya paused briefly, then extended her finger, revealing she had recently watched a video he posted on his channel where her niece fought Yejiwon. She wanted to use it as a promotional video for their corporation. A cold sweat drop slid down his face as he realized Sharon and Manhwa were exactly alike, getting straight down to business. He wondered if this direct approach was a special feature of their family. He eventually asked if she wanted to advertise using the fight footage, to which she firmly replied yes. She raised her eyebrows slightly, adding that Sharon would now be working with Mao Enterprise on a huge new contract. Hearing this, the protagonist pictured a man against a Chinese flag, asking if she meant the Chinese Hunter Company, which Mina quickly confirmed is correct. Mina closed her eyes and raised a coffee cup to the card, adding that using the video would help Sharon finalize the contract, making it extremely useful in her opinion. Placing the cup back on its saucer, she added that this wasn't just a request for help, as she was prepared to provide something in return. The guy continued sitting in place, listening intently. When he suddenly asked what her definition of help was, his interlocutor pointed a finger, stating that a detailed analysis was needed first, but perhaps 20 billion would be an acceptable payment. The main character promptly spat out whatever he had been drinking. He immediately wiped his sleeve across the table as Mina picked up her phone, announcing she had an urgent call. Shiva frowned, thinking to himself that receiving 20 billion so easily was almost unbelievable. Seconds later, his interlocutor began to leave, claiming she was summoned to the chairman's office. Watching her go, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, telling her everything was fine, then asking if she would be returning. The sign clearly indicated the chairman's office. Inside, a single man sat at his workstation. Suddenly, Mina burst through the door, loudly demanding to know if he truly refused to sign the contract. The man, utterly devoid of emotion, reminded her that she was in front of the chairman, and should refrain from shouting. Boing. Whoop. The eldest son, delivered this admonishment with his hands folded across his chest. The second son, German, scowled and added that this was a management meeting, not a family gathering. Zhang, Jen, the third son, smirked and told Mina that even if she was the youngest in the family, it was past time for her to stop acting like a spoiled brat. Mina paused in the doorway, surprised to see them all there, asking what they were doing. The chairman simply ordered them to eat. Dyson stared at her, reporting that Mao Tao had contacted them to announce the termination of the contract. Hearing this, Meh held up her finger, stating that the contract was worth 11 trillion won, and demanded to know why they would refuse so abruptly. The man tapped his finger on the table, explaining they claimed to trust their own guild hunters more. The girl retorted that if that were true, they shouldn't have offered the contract to Shin in the first place. The eldest son closed his eyes, and simply said that the other party must have valid reasons for their decision. The girl sat down across from him, and asked what other reasons were, pointing out the contract would improve Karen's position. She then asked if they couldn't acquire the shares, and were trying to use this as leverage. When Wook's veins bulged with anger as he retorted with displeasure that her suggestions were ridiculous, noting the contract was vital for the company as well. He then added that she wanted to take his niece's share, arguing that Sharon wasn't the one who would actually benefit the company. Suddenly, Mia frowned, recalling a news headline about the company selling expensive apartments made of low-quality materials, and asked if he remembered whose fault they had suffered due to that scandal. The guy, still holding his hands folded, replied that she was accusing him of using cheap materials without any proof. She shot back that if he wanted to start a fight with someone, he should fight her. She stared intensely at her interlocutor, adding that he should not attempt to contact the unsuspecting child. The eldest son, hearing this, scowled furiously. Suddenly, the chairman slammed his finger on the table, declaring that he was far from finished with Mao Tao. Mayana immediately turned to the man, and apologized. Tai-san looked at everyone present, explaining that the other side didn't trust them, and would come for negotiations in person, specifically sending Jiang Pai to Korea. The three brothers reacted in various ways, but only Mina looked utterly shocked and bewildered. She pictured the guy in her head, telling herself that Jiang Pai, one of the 13 heroes, and savior of humanity, was also Viren's first disciple. Thinking of this, she also pictured another man with stubble on his face, snapping out of her daze. The girl stood up abruptly, and asked if Charon would also be participating in the negotiations. Dan, closing his eyes, firmly replied of course, to which she immediately objected, arguing that Charon was too young, still a child who needed to continue learning and growing. The man then looked at his interlocutor, and explained that she was the #1 company in Korea. He smiled, adding that the entire political and business world was watching them, meaning her supervisor would face much tougher scrutiny. Since Sharon was also part of the company, Lena needed to go and protect her. Lena listened to her father intently, her eyebrows furrowed. Some time later, the bright sun was shining outside as the main character trained in a forest clearing. His eyes showed firm determination and confidence as he advanced, delivering strike after strike. While in mid-air, the guy pulled his fist back. When he struck, he generated a powerful shockwave. Hercules watched in astonishment, asking why he had suddenly powered up so dramatically. Jiva turned around silently. He then delivered a rapid kick into the air, causing smoke and dust to rise from the impact. A while later, as the main character sat on a stone, Hercules asked if he felt the difference, to which the protagonist honestly replied that he couldn't actually tell. When Hercules insisted that it was obvious at first glance that his level had increased, the guy looked at the bracelet on his hand, and asked if that was the reason. Recalling the bracelet, the main character remembered that it boosts all skills by 10%. His class slashing below mastery now stood at 58.54%. Hercules shook his head with arms crossed, declaring that looking at this growth rate proved genius was non-existent, and if you looked closely at the nuances, you'd find no greater stupidity in the entire world. Resting his hands on his knees, the hero replied that even if his skills had improved, Hercules' level was still completely out of reach, asking if he could possibly overcome it. Hercules put his hand to his chin and replied that it wasn't so difficult, because it wasn't a formula, but rather a form. Hearing this, the guy perked up and asked what exactly this form was. Hercules explained that his fighting skills consisted of a formula and a form. Imagining someone kicking the floor, he explained that a formula is a sequence of movements that link basic techniques. He then pictured a person slamming their fists into the air and added that form as a continuous, connected flow of movement. Hercules put out his finger, and insisted that the hero now needed to learn the form, not just the formula, noting it wasn't difficult, and he would demonstrate it if the hero watched carefully. Shiva pointed his finger at his head in confusion, and the astute Hercules shook his head dismissively in return. Lifting his leg, Hercules began explaining that the first formula reflected the essence of kicks, clenching his hand into a fist. He continued that the second formula represented a fist that strikes all things, combining them yields a form. A bright light emanated from his chest as he stated that the form contained the secret that connected these two formulas. Standing in a combat stance, He added that this allows him to strike continuously. He then unleashed dozens of strikes into the air every second. Hercules moved his leg so fast it left a physical trail behind it. The hero, looking bewildered, smiled and asked if he would ever be capable of doing that as well, sticking out his index finger. Hercules answered, "Of course, probably in about 12 years. He continued that by then, the hero would likely succeed in mastering it. The guy looked stunned, asking if 12 years was truly accurate for this specific transformation. Hercules, with an air of mild amusement, informed Shiva that indeed, this grand transformation might require a solid 4-year commitment, a revelation that caused the protagonist's visage to shift dramatically, prompting him to sigh, conceding that even 4 years felt like an eternity for such a pursuit. Before he could elaborate further, Hercules, pointing a digit at himself, mused that perhaps with a truly special rank, the entire situation could have unfolded quite differently. Just as the international terminal in Incheon began to glow under the sun's bright morning caress, the gentleman advanced at a leisurely pace, an eager throng of reporters proclaiming his long-awaited arrival with gusto. A veritable forest of cameras swiveled to aim at Jianwei, who, with a distinct scowl, demanded a prompt briefing, while the young woman beside him softly mentioned an impending guild meeting scheduled for just 2 days hence. Upon hearing this, the man halted his steps, questioning the 2-day time frame with a bewildered air, his eyes reflecting clear displeasure as his diligent retinue immediately offered profuse apologies. Without warning, Jianwei's gaze sharply veered to the side, scanning something unseen. Simultaneously, the reporter's cameras erupted in a blinding cascade of flashes, following which, the enigmatic figure made his swift departure. Some time prior, Hercules had casually gestured to himself, suggesting that if the main character possessed a truly extraordinary rank, then everything might have transpired in a completely alternate fashion. At this very moment, a bus ambled down the thoroughfare, with Shiva inside, lost in contemplation about this elusive special rank, muttering to himself that even with some progress, 4 years was an unacceptably lengthy period. As he observed his own pensive reflection in the window pane, the fellow's eyes unexpectedly caught an advertisement touting an accelerated dungeon introductory course, along with bespoke classes for the elites, class hunters, which immediately sparked a thought. Could a different instructor perhaps expedite his learning process? Grabbing his phone, our hero decided he ought to locate some useful contact, only to stumble upon the astonishing fact that in a mere 11 months, his channel had raked in a mind-boggling 16 billion won, causing him to clutch his head in disbelief and bellow if that colossal sum was truly accurate. With his eyes shut tight, he calculated aloud that this equated to 311 billion a month, prompting the gentleman facing him to question if he had completely lost his marbles, before adding, with a nod to the now famous Squid Game contestants, that 31 billion was hardly pocket change, considering the game's prize fund wasn't substantially larger. Shiva stood outdoors, his face buried in his hands. Then, after a brief, contemplative silence, he let out a weighty sigh, declaring his unavoidable fate was to continue raking in cash, for what else was there to do? He exclaimed as he marched forward, boldly asserting his pursuit of wealth. A moment later, Manhwa, her hands spread wide in a gesture of confusion, interjected that she needed to discuss the advertisement she'd previously mentioned, that it would most likely need to be postponed. The protagonist's expression instantly soured upon receiving such dismal tidings, realizing had just been hit with a 20 billion won loss, after which he immediately inquired about the status of the Manhwa contract. Seated directly across from her, he pressed if she truly meant it was terminated, to which she unequivocally confirmed its demise, a touch of melancholy clouding her eyes as she lamented that securing the Manhwa contract would have immeasurably bolstered Sharon's standing. Following her statement, she introduced her siblings, noting that some individuals held less favorable opinions, prompting him to silently acknowledge his utter bewilderment regarding their complex family dynamics. At this juncture, his counterpart closed her eyes and divulged another opportunity, as Jianwei was en route to Korea specifically to meet Sharon, a revelation that brought a wide grin to the main character's face as he clarified if he correctly understood that a glimmer of hope now existed, to which she cautiously replied, merely a ghostly wisp of one. A photograph adorned the wall, and the young woman elucidated a cornerstone of Chinese culture known as guanxi, essentially a vast interpersonal web, explaining, with an expansive sweep of her hand, her own deep ties to other key figures, to which Shifu observed that if they couldn't untangle the intricate guanxi puzzle, then negotiations appeared, regrettably, to be utterly impossible. Nina then offered a knowing smile, confirming this assessment, and emphasizing that with merely 2 days until the talks, every conceivable effort must be made. Suddenly, a sharp rap echoed at the door, signaling urgent news, causing the girl to arch an eyebrow and grant entry, whereupon she inquired about the unfolding situation, to which an excited young man burst in, reporting that Jianwei had already arrived, and was, in fact, conversing with Sharon right at that very moment. The man sat facing the young woman, while a bead of nervous perspiration trickled down his subordinate's brow, a sight that caused Mina to spin around abruptly, and loudly demand confirmation of what she was hearing. Meanwhile, Konami, arms crossed defiantly, declared that the proposed joint dungeon raid contract offered no real benefit for Mao Tao, prompting his interlocutor to press for specific details. With an utterly unperturbed expression, she met the man's gaze, clarifying that they would relinquish a mere 30% of their overall earnings from the raid, a division she deemed quite advantageous for their side. Jianwei then stroked his chin, thoughtfully, asking if she referred to Chinese dungeons being open to foreign hunters, adding that he wasn't particularly fond of the idea and would require considerable effort to sway the public security bureau, which was anything but a simple task. After these exchanges, a palpable silence fell as they simply regarded each other. A few breathless seconds later, Charon, her face a mask of serene composure, recounted her knowledge of numerous untouched, fear-inspiring dungeons scattered across China, which historically had led to dire complications and unfortunate human casualties. Her mind conjuring vivid images of monstrous entities erupting from portals to assault the populace. She then mentally sketched a contract to systematically divide the dungeons, asserting that by signing with them, the damage would be significantly contained, thereby making it far simpler to sway the bureau. A proposal that brought a faint, knowing smirk to the man's lips. With eyes closed, he tipped his head back, inquiring if the Hunter Guild truly believed their capabilities were sufficient, prompting the young woman to promptly open a video on her laptop, showcasing a ferocious duel between herself and the Koreans. Class Hunter Yeju, inviting him to witness the spectacle. In the footage, their blades met with furious clangs as Charon unleashed a flurry of rapid, powerful strikes. His brow furrowed in concentration. Observe the footage, conceding it was rather impressive, until a sudden, profound shock registered in his eyes, causing him to bellow a bewildered query about the infernal source of her immense power. At that precise instant, the young woman placed a hand to her chest, her very aura shifting dramatically as she adopted a formidable fighting stance. At present, she regarded their guests, explaining that Lord Jevu himself had personally imparted this distinctive martial art to her, and just as the question of Shiva's identity hung in the air, the office door swung open, and the protagonist, overhearing his name, gestured to himself, asking if they were indeed speaking of him, adding that regrettably, he wasn't conversant in Chinese. He settled beside his student, and directly questioned their guest about the nature of his discussion. Then, the young woman leaned in, clarifying that the gentleman had inquired if he was Shifa, to which he, utterly confused, simply affirmed. Suddenly, a look of profound surprise dawned in his eyes as he asked if she, in fact, spoke Chinese, to which she confidently declared, yes, mouth agape in sheer astonishment. The main character admired his pupil, conceding to himself that she was truly remarkable. Unexpectedly, Dang Fui closed his eyes, thoughtfully stroking his chin, and then posed a pointed query, asking if he was, by any chance, the master of the Hunter Guild, actively teaching. Shiva met the man's gaze, confirming his identity, after which he promptly inquired how his interrogator had come to possess knowledge of their specific school's unique martial artistry. Such a provocative question instantly brought a look of profound surprise to the young man's face, causing him to ask what precisely their schools implied, while also silently pondering if Zhang Hu's lineage was connected to the Sanfin school. After mentally identifying the specific school and the student before him, he mused that in China, every discipline boasts its own unparalleled martial art, and since Zhang Hui was indeed a Sanfin student, it meant his lineage traced directly back to the original creator of Tai Chi. As the man considered the situation, he raised an eyebrow and asked who had taught him this technique. A wide smile quickly spread across his face when he realized that if he played this correctly, the cultural aspect of the technique would play right into their hands, prompting him to claim it was a secret passed down through his family for generations. John Wei studied his rival, specifically asking if this was a family secret related to the martial art, pressing on whether he truly meant it. The main character kept his hands clasped on the table, confidently affirming that everything was true, causing his rival to ask if he was a descendant of the Ming dynasty. Extending a finger, the protagonist agreed, confirming that his specific family lineage was the source of his martial art, and he was completely certain of it. Hearing these words, the guest from China began to visibly shake with agitation. Mina immediately saw his reaction, and cold sweat appeared on her face as she wondered what he was talking about. This was a direct insult to the Chinese martial arts school, essentially a declaration of war. The very next second, she raised her hand and attempted to clarify that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding, but before she could finish, Jian Wei slammed his hand down on the table, veins throbbing with rage, as he bellowed, demanding to know if he was deliberately insulting their school. He suddenly remembered his rank instructor Sanbin, reassuring himself that this teacher was directly connected to the art's origins. The main character smiled playfully, asking in response just how well his opponent understood the martial art. His rival ground his teeth in anger, countering by asking if the protagonist truly wanted to put that knowledge to the test. This question only broadened the protagonist's grin, and he replied that he merely wished to share his knowledge with his new friend. Evening arrived. Bathing the sky in warmth over the hunter's guild training grounds, Jiang Wei extended a sword toward the protagonist, insisting he witness the technique firsthand. He declared that the martial art was a shamanic self-defense style, founded by Sanben, and had continued its lineage to this day. Listening to his opponent's explanation, the protagonist smiled in confusion, realizing he was the one who actually taught Jiang Wei the technique. Frowning deeply, the Chinese visitor activated his magical powers, internally deciding that even if the protagonist was a descendant of the Ming dynasty, he had long since abandoned Confucian traditions, making him nothing more than a thief attempting to usurp the true power of the martial art. At this point, Shava was fully prepared for combat. Suddenly, the man brandished his sword, adopting a fighting posture, internally justifying that as the school's head, he couldn't possibly ignore this transgression. Kyron stood next to Mina, who lamented how quickly the situation escalated, realizing the entire contract had completely gone down the drain. Moments later, completely devoid of fear or doubt, Jiang Wei permitted the protagonist to strike first. Shava raised an eyebrow, replying that he would honor the request, and instantly vanished from sight. At the absolute last second, Jiang Wei just managed to block the incoming blow, internally questioning the nature of this force, and if it truly was the martial art. The protagonist then launched another attack, smiling widely, while his opponent struggled to defend himself, wondering if the assault was coming from the air itself. With no mercy in his eyes, Shava pressed the attack relentlessly, until his furious opponent finally shouted that he would demonstrate the real technique. However, in the very next second, blood spurted through the air as the protagonist landed several yards away from his opponent. Jiang Wei coughed up blood, stunning his subordinates, who immediately questioned if he was seriously hurt. Jiang Wei tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword in his hand. Kneeling on one knee, he asked himself what exactly had just occurred, and how it was possible. He sensed an immense magical beast, realizing he had been consumed by the martial art itself, specifically by the founder's power, and that this immense strength originated from the protagonist. He questioned if such a phenomenon was even physically possible. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, shouting that it was all nonsense, claiming it absolutely could not be happening in reality. Sensing trouble, Sheva immediately turned back toward him. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Wei's subordinates, and they shouted frantically, warning of a severe problem that required immediate intervention. Jiang Wei unleashed an incredibly powerful surge of magical energy, realizing to himself that the very roots of the technique residing within him had caused this state of possession. His subordinates shielded their faces with their hands, screaming that they couldn't get close, desperately pleading for him to stop. Mina also covered her face with her hands, while Chen stood perfectly still, watching. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, realizing the danger was extreme, and that if this continued, the entire building would be reduced to rubble. Jiang Wei's power escalated rapidly, and his aura grew increasingly destructive with every passing second. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited in both of the protagonist's hands. He slowly advanced toward his opponent, thinking to himself that the universe expanded after a great explosion, existing without a true beginning or end, and that the technique represented its highest form of harmony. Following these thoughts, shot the swan, unleashing the divine might of Hercules' second stage, followed by the martial art technique, and concluding with a symbiosis of both powers. The very next second, the protagonist punched the air, unleashing an extremely potent magical attack directly at his opponent. After a noticeable delay, Jiang Wei struggled to open his eyes. He found himself lying on the floor, confused and wondering exactly what transpired. His subordinate helped him stand, explaining that he had been in a state of possession, prompting Jiang Wei to ask why he had suddenly recovered. A bead of sweat trickled down the subordinate's face as he explained that Shiva had taken charge of his energy. This news shocked Jiang Wei, who questioned whether the protagonist had genuinely controlled his internal power. He scanned the hall, realizing that Shiva's strength was vastly superior to his own, and his lineage ran far deeper. The main character lay unconscious on the ground, while Mina and Chiron excitedly hovered nearby. Jiang Wei suddenly approached them, confirming that the protagonist had merely fainted. The girls immediately placed their hands on the protagonist, asking Jiang Wei to back off. As the situation was now perfectly clear, suddenly, their guest threw his mouth open and shouted loudly, declaring himself the eldest son of Yilman Zhenhui. Because that's apparently relevant now, he slammed his fist into his palm, a dramatic gesture of intensity. The individual lowered his gaze respectfully before announcing he'd encountered someone who inherited the genes of the magnificent Kiru. That evening, as the setting sun cast long shadows across the company headquarters, Zhang Jin crossed his arms impatiently, checking if he had correctly heard that the drawn-out discussions with Mao Tao were finally over. Clutching his phone, Jiming observed that Jiang Wei was likely experiencing a volcanic rage, and added that he'd also heard Mina was present, wondering what on earth possessed her to go. The second son, eyes glued to his phone, hypothesized that Mina was simply there out of concern for her niece, shrugging off any real action. The Madame, however, jabbed a finger in disagreement, noting that since Mina was there, they should definitely talk to her. Jiming looked doubtful, asking if he was serious about engaging Mina, to which the other guy grinned slyly, confirming he absolutely meant it. After a beat, the second son crossed his arms, warning that Mina, despite being the youngest, was not someone to be trifled with. On the contrary, she required extreme caution, so leaving her alone was the wisest move, especially since Chiron was set to receive the shares anyway, making Mina a non-factor for them. As the sunbeams hit a nearby plant, Jiming suddenly asked how he managed it. The eldest son, crossing his arms, asked what on earth he was talking about, and Jiming explained. The guy smiled, and closed his eyes, replying he had done nothing of the sort. Just then, a frantic man burst in, screaming that they were in huge trouble. Goenkuk looked at the subordinate, demanding an explanation. The man, dripping with cold sweat, announced that Jiang Wei wanted to sign a contract with them. The second and third sons whirled around, shouting that it was preposterous. The man admitted he didn't know the exact details, but reported that since the founders' descendants were cooperating with them, Mao Tao was ready for anything. The eldest son stared intently, asking what founders' descendants he meant, and the subordinate, still vague, suggested it was likely due to a man named Shafi. Goenkuk settled into his father's chair. The Plothicans. He clenched his teeth in a furious grimace, hissing the protagonist's name as if it were a curse word. His eyes were boiling cauldrons of hatred, and his face looked like a topographic map of veins. The scene shifts to the hospital, where Mina announced that the Mao Tao contract was secured. She explained that they initially balked at the 30 commission, then completely flipped, claiming they didn't want any profit. Mina found it baffling, suggesting it was likely due to Guangxi culture and a rule against demanding money from the great teacher. The main character abruptly woke up, clutching his head, and asked in confusion if he was in a hospital room. The girl, catching sight of the protagonist's waking moment, raised an eyebrow slightly, telling her caller she would have to get back to them later. She hung up the phone and asked if he was fully functional, checking in on his well-being. He responded with a confused smile, assuring her he was perfectly fine, no issues whatsoever. After a beat, Shiva started searching the surroundings, inquiring about Karen's location. Mina stood up and gave him a playful look, commenting on how touching it was that he had just regained consciousness and was immediately looking for Karen. She explained that Karen was currently completing the contract with Jiang Wei, and had decided to sign it. As she began to leave, Mina stopped and declared that the outcome was incredibly lucrative. She gave him a wide, beaming smile, turning back to say with great warmth that he was entirely responsible for their success. The main character continued to stare, asking what he possibly had to do with it. Mina simply waved her hand dismissively, promising to explain everything once he arrived at the office. She noted she had a business call waiting and insisted he get dressed and leave immediately since the doctors were ready to discharge him as soon as he woke up. He responded with a confused smile, protesting that he had only just opened his eyes. Looking down at his hands, he suddenly remembered the immense power of the Heavenly Fist and realized he had also used Tai Chi, wondering if combining the Heavenly Fist had caused him to black out. His phone vibrated unexpectedly, and he turned to see who was calling. Picking up the device, a system screen asked if he wanted to accept a video call from Hercules, prompting him to ponder if this was about special training. Upon accepting the video call, Hercules appeared on screen, explaining that he'd been working on a new special education program, then abruptly asked if he was back in the hospital. The protagonist gaped in surprise at the hologram as Hercules lectured him, suggesting he rely on martial arts instead of pure super strength so he wouldn't lose. Shafu closed his eye, correcting Hercules by explaining that the real problem was his inability to properly control the immense power. Hercules, noting the admission, checked his notes and asked if he genuinely couldn't control his abilities. The protagonist averted his gaze, raising a finger, as he explained that the problem occurred specifically when he tried to merge the Tai Chi technique with the Heavenly Fist. Hercules threw up his hands in disbelief, exclaiming that he had combined Tai Chi with the Celestial Fist, asking how that was even physically possible. The protagonist calmly countered that it said the true secrets of Tai Chi actually originate from Shintoism. The protagonist then stared at Hercules in surprise, asking if he hadn't actually referred to the principles of Tai Chi when he first developed his fist technique. Hercules held up a finger, clarifying that mentioning concepts didn't equate to implementing them. Comparing the individuality of styles to the uniqueness of creatures in nature, he pictured a fighter standing ready for combat, adding that a style's fundamental character couldn't be denied or changed. He then visualized a Senbon master, explaining that, in simple terms, the protagonist's skill set dictated he should only be using Tai Chi, moving away from abstract ideas. Hercules pointed to himself, explaining that his magic was exclusively available to him. He clarified that by referencing other people's approaches and interpreting them, a person could create their own style based on the original. He pictured two individuals, energy flowing from one to the other. Pausing briefly, Hercules jabbed a finger at the protagonist, exclaiming that he lacked a core style. He visualized the combination of powers, adding that the guy needed to accept his singular identity for what it was, but instead, he mixed two distinct personalities, flying directly into Shada's face. Hercules declared that this was precisely why their unique characteristics clashed, calling it unacceptable and impossible. He then asked if the protagonist was some kind of monster for accomplishing the impossible feat. The protagonist, bewildered by the accusation, pointed at himself and asked if Hercules was actually talking about him. Hercules threw up his hands in exasperation, announcing he needed to completely overhaul the special education program, then asked what kind of personality he was currently trying to study. The main character stared at his phone, asking God for a moment. He was startled by what he saw. All his skills had genuinely increased. Hercules, however, stated he saw absolutely nothing connecting them. He put a hand to his chin, adding thoughtfully that he should probably subscribe to the new channel. The protagonist closed his eyes, laughing awkwardly and bringing up the topic of money. Before he finished, Hercules cut him off, stating he would revise the curriculum first, and for now, the protagonist needed to focus on the GodTube video content. He narrowed his eyes and demanded more information, explaining that the protagonist was being used for teaching purposes and he was determined to outshine all the other gods. Shiva smiled broadly, and the god continued to promise he would do his utmost to teach him. Following Hercules' proclamation, the main character looked intently at the god and firmly stated, "Okay, fine," adding that he had something good to share. Hercules' eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, demanding to know what it was and what kind of content he had. The protagonist then leaned closer to his interlocutor and instructed him to listen closely. A short time later, the office was bathed in the bright rays of sunlight. The office door closed behind him. Chiron and John Wei instantly turned to face the protagonist, welcoming him inside. Shiva laughed with a hint of confusion, scratching the back of his head as he admitted he felt slightly embarrassed by the attention. He settled into a chair next to his apprentice, who began by explaining that the Hunters Guild intended to give Shiva the full difference in commission. She looked at him with a smile, adding that all the additional details were outlined in the contract right in front of him. The girl passed the main character the contract for the dungeon division, explaining that he would receive a personal 30 cut of all earned profits from the project. Grabbing the document, the guy stared at it in surprise, asking in disbelief if it was truly that much as 30%. However, after hearing that particular question, he continued to silently stare at the student, demanding to know the reason for 30, and she explained that the contract only came together because of his influence. Chiron then looked over at John Wei, adding that he fully concurred, and subsequently refused to take any percentage from their guild. She looked back at her master and said that was why they had decided to give all the money to him, resulting in an annual payment of approximately 540 billion won. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's brow at this news, as he whispered in disbelief, 540 billion won then. After hearing that number, he continued to stare silently at his apprentice. All at once, his expression completely changed, and he shrieked at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if the figure was genuinely 540 billion won. He started shaking uncontrollably from the shock, asking in a trembling voice if she was making this up. She closed her eyes and smiled gently, replying that everything was clearly written in the contract, but added that this payment was only from their guild, as Mao Tao had also prepared a special surprise just for him. Upon hearing this, Shifu immediately turned his gaze toward the smiling John Wei. Inside the unassuming box before him sat two glorious chunks of orichalcum, practically winking at him. With a theatrical sigh and his fist resting dramatically on his palm, the man closed his eyes, launching into an explanation. Apparently, these shiny trinkets belonged to the esteemed teacher, originally destined for Master Aurelian, currently on a holiday, or perhaps a secret mission, in Korea. However, fate intervened. He stumbled upon a descendant of said great teacher, a hero who had apparently saved his very life. So, as a humble, though admittedly priceless, taitsu, he insisted the descendant accept these gifts. Despite their seemingly minor significance, the protagonist, his jaw quite literally on the floor, stared at the unexpected present. Then, a smile so wide it threatened to unhinge his face stretched across his features, as he pondered aloud if it was perhaps New Year's Eve. After all, he'd just casually acquired 540 billion along with some incredibly rare orichalcum, making it a rather festive Tuesday. Moments later, Hercules burst onto the scene, practically bowing low enough to lick his own knees, then bellowing his presence with all the subtlety of a charging bull, declaring his unwavering determination. Head raised, he further pledged his undying loyalty as a faithful servant, and perhaps a slightly overzealous slave. As our hero calmly cooked, Hercules conjured a shimmering system screen, proudly announcing he'd uploaded some fresh, spicy content to GodTube, exactly as their esteemed teacher had instructed. Upon opening the video, provocatively titled Divine Love Triangle, a chaotic scene unfolded. Two goddesses, apparently Aphrodite and Persephone, were hilariously vying for possession of poor Adonis, or perhaps his ward, depending on who you ask. The man, Hercules, jabbed a triumphant finger at the screen, noting the epic showdown. Thanks to this divine reality show, views and subscribers had skyrocketed faster than Hermes on a caffeine rush, creating an undeniable, scandalous success. With a grin wide enough to swallow Mount Olympus, Hercules proudly declared its stellar content, adding that the best part was their husbands had now officially discovered the rampant infidelity. Shava's eyes widened in delightful surprise, perhaps realizing the gossip potential, as he declared that truly, no topic stirred more divine pot than a good old-fashioned adultery scandal or a messy love triangle. He then revealed that, naturally, this was precisely why Hephaestus and Hades had thoughtfully arranged a little present just for him. Upon hearing this intriguing development, the guy raised an eyebrow, a clear silent question hanging in the air about the nature of this mysterious offering. Just then, Hercules scratched his cheek with a sheepish grin, admitting he actually had both excellent news and some rather dreadful tidings to share. The protagonist, his brow furrowed with palpable tension, skeptically inquired whether the news truly contained both a silver lining and an impending doom. Soon, a freshly cooked dish materialized on the plate, a fragrant distraction. Hercules, bracing himself, declared he'd begin with the bad news, which, he explained with a pointed finger, was that Hades had specifically instructed him to hand over a magnificent cornucopia. The rather inconvenient snag, however, was his utter inability to actually deliver it to its intended recipient. Mid-chew, Shava paused, the spoon hovering precariously near his lip, and incredulously asked, "A cornucopia, you say?" The utensil trembled visibly, mirroring his sudden, wild hope that this wasn't some cruel joke. A delighted, expansive smile bloomed across his face, as he vividly pictured the horn of plenty, mentally cataloging its endless possibilities, food, money, and quite literally, anything his heart desired. Dropping all pretense of calm, he yelled, his eyes comically wide with shock, demanding confirmation if it was, in fact, the legendary cornucopia. The god, maintaining his composure, simply and firmly stated that every word was utterly true. He carefully lifted the artifact, musing aloud that with this magical horn, even the glorious fried rice he was currently enjoying would never require cooking again. A true culinary marvel. Hercules watched his reflection dance in the protagonist's pupils, as the hero quietly pondered that if this horn was truly his, then a mere 10 billion, or even 100, became utterly irrelevant, because he could simply acquire anything at all. At that very moment, Hercules was contemplatively eyeing the horn clutched in his powerful hands. Abruptly, the guy leaned in close, an impatient glint in his eye, and rather imperiously commanded Hercules to hand it over right then and there. Hercules, ever so patiently, reiterated that he'd already explained the logistical impossibility of delivering it to its current location. Upon hearing this, Shava's brow furrowed in consternation, and he demanded to know the precise reason for such an impediment, then suggested, quite logically, that if Hercules couldn't manage it, surely another god could serve as a celestial courier. Hercules, a finger raised in thoughtful contemplation, suddenly recalled the first person he'd met, then playfully inquired, "What about that particular blonde?" He then gestured towards a rather large, sleeping figure nearby, quipping that he even had him at home. Scratching his cheek, Hercules sheepishly admitted he knew a way existed to deliver it, but the actual how, so was currently eluding him, though he promised to wreck his divine brain for a solution. With a heavy, exasperated sigh, the protagonist finally asked about the good news. The god, beaming, immediately extended a finger, and announced that Hephaestus himself was prepared to divulge the ancient, closely guarded secrets of crafting a cornucopia. At this revelation, the guy's single eyebrow shot up in genuine surprise, as he pointed out the rather convenient fact that he was already knee-deep in metallurgy lessons with none other than Hephaestus himself. Scooping up a mouthful of fried rice, he casually wondered if he himself could forge something as magnificent as a cornucopia. Hercules, with an impossibly broad smile, promptly clarified that this was uniquely Hephaestus' special technique, a divine secret that absolutely no one else could possibly replicate, not even with a divine blueprint. Still industriously chewing his delightful meal, the guy paused his gastronomic efforts just long enough to inquire what exactly the distinction implied. The god then flexed a bicep, a truly impressive mountain of muscle, and simply explained that, thanks to his unique superpower, the protagonist could indeed master this intricate craft. He then dramatically introduced a man already poised in a formidable fighting stance, adding, almost as an afterthought, that he would also be personally tutored in the prestigious, fifth class art of the Shinto sword. Upon hearing this incredible offer, the protagonist immediately, and rather inelegantly, spat out his mouthful of food, loudly declaring that he absolutely, positively, without a doubt, wanted to learn that too. Hercules, with a knowing grin, simply confirmed, "Of course, my friend, of course." In the very next heartbeat, the guy practically launched himself to his feet, insisting they begin training immediately, if not sooner. Hercules, chuckling at the eagerness, promised he'd go inform Hephaestus of the sudden, ambitious schedule change. Soon after, the morning sun bathed a quiet hotel nestled conveniently close to Seoul. The guy, tapping a restless finger on the table, found his thoughts drifting to the utter pandemonium that had gripped the Gyeonggi district, now nothing but a memory of destruction. Jeon, the branch manager of said pandemonium, seemed to have one eye mentally checked out, a distant gaze in its depths. Suddenly, an unwelcome image of the protagonist flashed through his mind, causing his brow to furrow in a very distinct, unhappy frown. Glancing up at his subordinate, he asked for an update on Seonji, to which Sunja simply reported that he was still, inconveniently, in hiding. The man, Jaeon, knitted his eyebrows tightly. The word hiding triggered a mental slideshow of various individuals in his head. Buk-chan, he recalled grimly, was dead, and the others were simply missing in action. As these thoughts settled, he envisioned a lone figure, a man who had quite literally shattered his own chains, a truly troublesome image. Dropping his contemplative facade, the manager of the Pandemonium branch frowned deeply, then stated with chilling certainty that he knew, absolutely knew, and Seonju, that sly fox, knew everything too. He pictured the man's face in his mind, adding with a grim chuckle that Seonji was undoubtedly cooking something up, and it probably wasn't a nice casserole. Jian's frown deepened into an angry scowl as he declared, with a hint of desperation, that time was rapidly running out, thus demanding immediate, decisive action on their part. After a brief, tense silence, he cast a wary glance at his subordinate, asking if he was absolutely certain Jang, who he had cozied up to Shiva. The subordinate, without missing a beat, confirmed, absolutely. At this infuriating news, Jian slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud, his eyes blazing with a mixture of pure rage and profound hatred. He snarled that these protagonists simply wouldn't quit annoying him and couldn't just leave things be. Suddenly, a polite but firm knock echoed at the door, shifting his furious gaze. The guide barked, "Who's there?" only to receive the hurried reply that urgent news awaited him. Dion's subordinate, sensing the rising tension, quickly turned, announcing he would handle it, but before he could even complete his sentence, his impatient colleague had already unceremoniously yanked open the door now, bursting into the office like a human cannonball. The colleague excitedly informed the executive that Director Guanghuak himself had expressed a keen desire to speak with the branch manager. Upon hearing this rather important news, Jian's face broke into a contented smile, and as he pictured his eldest son in his mind, he asked, almost breathlessly, if it was truly Guanghuak in the flesh. Time for a new pair of shoes, he thought as he laced up his sneakers. Beaming, he announced his plan to hang out at Palduan's workshop, waiting for Hercules to call him back. The very second he crossed the threshold, his pocket began buzzing like an angry hornet. Seriously, that fast, he muttered to himself, pulling out the device. Shiva saw Adonis' face pop up on the screen, instantly making his mind race. He knitted his brow, remembering the controversial video, and wondered if he was about to get roped into something scandalous. After a brief hesitation, the hero decided to throw caution to the wind. A fellow instantly materialized before him, inquiring if he happened to have a moment right at that second. A deep flush colored the protagonist's cheeks. He gaped at Adonis, wondering how anyone could possess such flawless beauty. Meanwhile, the deity confirmed his gender, and offered to stay in touch. Shiva quickly slapped his own face, reminding himself, he's gorgeous, but get a grip. You must remember Adonis is a dude. Despite this overwhelming, transcendent pulchritude, Adonis stared back, clearly intrigued by the reaction. As the protagonist raised a hand, system notifications popped up, confirming he was resisting the beauty's influence, his thoughts normalizing, and his gentleman's heart skill, covering kindness, righteousness, decency, and wisdom, had just increased by 10. Sakes, as Shiva slowly blinked, he mused that staring at that face literally caused memory loss. No wonder goddesses were constantly brawling over him. He quickly inquired about the purpose of the call, prompting the god to scratch his cheek in confusion before responding. Adonis looked down sheepishly and expressed profound gratitude, explaining that Hercules had already filled him in on the details. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Adonis continued, clarifying he was referring to Persephone and Aphrodite. He clutched his face, insisting that Shiva had rescued him. The protagonist waved his hand dismissively, explaining he only suggested a course of action and that Hercules executed the plan on his own. Adonis averted his gaze, flustered, saying he knew he should have handled it alone, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. His eyes welled up, and he lamented that the goddess's reaction would have been terrifying, perhaps even lethal. Shiva blushed at the dramatic display, quietly remarking on the god's attractiveness as Adonis continued to agonize over how to repay him. Adonis admitted he had no idea what to offer. The protagonist stood there, hand raised, appearing completely unhinged to the nearby pedestrians who assumed he was arguing with thin air. Adonis suddenly zoomed in close to Shiva's face, saying he knew Shiva was learning new skills, but he had nothing tangible to offer in return. Shiva simply responded that Adonis' face was a gift in itself. Shiva extended his finger, suggesting Adonis create a GoTube channel, promising a major windfall. Adonis clutched his chest dramatically, wailing that he was utterly useless. Shiva countered by insisting he had to produce beauty-related content. Smiling with his hand still up, Shiva clarified that it didn't strictly need to be about physical looks. He could focus on acting, as incredible beauty is the greatest talent. After all, the god looked away, confessing he wasn't exactly a natural actor, to which Shiva retorted that acting was a skill that could be learned. As their conversation continued, a bus pulled up to the curb. The protagonist waited for the doors to hiss open, voicing his confidence in Adonis' potential success, but asked on a side note if he knew how to travel between dimensions. Once inside the bus, the god confessed he'd never heard of such a thing. Receiving this disappointing news, Shiva exhaled heavily, murmuring that a solution had to exist. Suddenly, Adonis clutched his heart dramatically, declaring he would find a way, no matter what. He knitted his brow tragically, blushing as he vowed to locate a path to Shiva's dimension. The protagonist, holding his phone, felt an emotional arrow strike his core. He spread his arms and legs wide, bellowing loudly about Adonis' magnificent beauty. The entire crowd immediately turned to stare at the source of the commotion. Even the bus operator glanced over his shoulder. Shiva's face instantly went pale as he remembered he was the only one capable of perceiving the deity. Everyone else simply saw a lunatic shouting at the ceiling. He closed his eyes, dropped his head, and mumbled his intense embarrassment, covering his face with his hand. He reflected that he had yelled about godlike beauty in the middle of a crowded bus, creating a memory he was sure would haunt him forever. Still walking forward with his eyes shut, the protagonist theorized that if Adonis created a beauty-focused channel, countless goddesses would subscribe instantly. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he speculated that the goddesses would begin sharing juicy gossip, potentially revealing critical, unexpected intel. He envisioned Cleopatra in his mind, feeling certain she held some key information. Just then, his hand started buzzing again. Grabbing the device, he saw an incoming video call from Hephaestus. The protagonist frowned with tension, commenting, "Well, here we go again." The workshop was still out of reach, and if he started conversing with this guy on the sidewalk, folks would immediately assume he was a certified lunatic. He peeked sideways, spotted a cat, and decided a brief pause was absolutely necessary for his sanity. Inside, the coffee machine was devouring expensive beans, probably costing more than his monthly rent. Shiva claimed an empty table and exchanged greetings with Hephaestus. The god gave himself a light tap on the head, questioning with utter surprise whether this was truly the individual Hercules had told him about in such exaggerated detail. A confused smile on his face, the protagonist confirmed the facts, mentally adding that Hephaestus looked intimidating, but perhaps everyone seemed terrifying when compared to the flawless beauty of Adonis. Hercules suddenly materialized beside Hephaestus, and the blacksmith declared that Hercules had spilled all the secrets. Thanks to their gossip, he learned about his wife's disloyalty, making him intensely grateful for the unexpected betrayal update. Shiva kept his eyes closed, still smiling, agreeing internally that everything made sense, since they were both Zeus' sons, suggesting a certain level of closeness. Hephaestus suddenly grinned wildly, claiming the incident actually benefited his wife because she'd certainly never cheat again, and as a token of gratitude, he wanted to reveal his personal secret. He then pointed to the tongs and hammers hanging on his belt, asking if Shiva truly studied his craft. The protagonist nervously scratched his cheek and looked away, admitting that this was indeed the case. Hephaestus frowned in response, stating he didn't quite believe it, then demanded to see the weapon Shiva had forged. The protagonist then pulled out a subspace pocket, responding with an easy but naturally. In the blink of an eye, the gloves emerged from the pocket. Hephaestus' eyes widened in profound shock. He demanded to know how this was possible, labeling the feat utter insanity. He leaned in, explaining that this level of divine metallurgy meant the weapon should be completely inseparable from subspace. As Shiva had extended the glove, Hephaestus zipped toward it, exclaiming in disbelief that it was forged from orichalcone, immediately asking when humans had figured out how to manipulate that material. Cold sweat beaded on his brow as he frowned, demanding confirmation that Shiva himself had created the specific weapon, the one universally praised as the pinnacle of mythical craftsmanship. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the god started drilling him for answers, demanding to know this secret and, almost immediately, begging to be taught the method himself. The guy closed his eyes, smiling vaguely as he explained that Hephaestus' metallurgy wasn't the only ingredient. He also utilized the strength of Isis. Hearing this, the blacksmith clutched his beard, asking if Isis' power meant he could potentially develop his craft even further. He envisioned the two forces combining to create something much greater, and realized instantly that this new weapon surpassed his own creations. Ditching his theatrical gestures, Hephaestus furrowed his brow and asked if he might observe the fabrication process firsthand. Immediately, he zoomed into the guy's personal space, offering to teach him everything in his possession, specifically his transcendent metallurgy. Hearing this, the protagonist raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking what this new transcendent metallurgy actually entailed. The blacksmith closed his eyes, gave a contented smile, and explained it was a secret technique, extending far beyond simple weapon production. He pictured gears and magical circles in his mind, adding that it blended technology with magic, effectively creating a form of mystical engineering. Holding up a finger for emphasis, he continued, stating that while it might appear magical, it wasn't actually magic. because truly advanced science effectively looks identical to magic. He reintroduced cosmic symbols and magical energy, explaining that the secret of his metallurgy was to interpret and utilize the laws of the world, defining this as transcendent metallurgy, distinct from divine metallurgy. He added that dealing with universal laws required a certain amount of unnecessary knowledge, but to truly alter things, one had to move beyond the universe's limits entirely. After hearing the god's explanation, the protagonist put his hand to his chest, asking, "Is it possible for me to achieve that?" Hephaestus immediately opened his eyes, pointed a finger, and declared that Sheva now needed just one thing. He struck a dramatic pose and announced muscles. The call ended instantly. A short time later, the sun's bright rays shone down on the showcase. A document covered in signatures rested on the table. Mina sat opposite Chiron, commending her work. She noted that while Chiron might deny it, she had completed her first contract as director, adding that claiming to have done nothing after securing such a massive deal with Mao Tao was completely absurd. The girls returned warm smiles, admitting they wouldn't have signed the contract without the protagonist, meaning there would have been no deal at all. Mana then pointed a finger, stating that since they were on the topic, she was interested in Chiron's personal opinion of the protagonist. The question sparked excitement in Chiron's eyes and brought a deep blush to her face. When she replied that the protagonist was just a good person, mentally agreeing, but pressed further, asking if that really summed up everything she felt. Chiron raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking what other thoughts she was supposed to have. The girls then gestured vaguely, explaining that she was talking about things like thinking about him constantly throughout the day. She described symptoms like her heart skipping a beat when he appeared, missing him terribly when he wasn't around, and wanting to get even closer when they were together. Her companion brought her hand to her chin and closed her eyes, explaining she thought about her teacher all day solely, because of their rigorous daily training sessions. Hearing this, Mina raised an eyebrow, thinking that this was absurd, but perhaps Chiron's complete lack of relationship experience was making her dense. As Mina considered this, they looked at each other in silence for a moment. After a brief pause, Mina smiled and observed that although men made up half the world's population, genuinely decent ones were incredibly scarce. Holding out her finger, she suddenly asked if Chiron knew how to ensure her chosen partner was actually the one. Diane, in turn, asked how she could possibly be sure of that. Mina crossed her arms over her chest, explaining that it required placing responsibility on him, which prompted the immediate question, place what kind of responsibility on him? Then she closed her eyes, pointed a finger, and dramatically declared its responsibility. Chiron folded her hands, replying that she could try to follow the advice. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Taking it out, she saw a text from the protagonist asking if she could visit Merso's workshop. Reading the message, she immediately leaped to her feet, announcing she had to leave. As she hurried past her aunt, she waved, saying they would finish their talk next time. Lena replied that if she was going to Sheva, she absolutely must remember her advice to make him accept responsibility. The door closed with a firm slam. So's workshop was bathed in the warm rays of the sun. Karen opened the door and entered, offering a greeting. She immediately furrowed her brows in alarm, demanding to know what exactly was wrong with him. The main character sat on the floor, smiling weakly as he replied he was fine, just slightly exhausted. Before struggling to stand, he apologized for the abrupt call, assuming it had interrupted her busy schedule. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and replied that he was mistaken, as she actually had plenty of free time now that the contract was completed. A success entirely thanks to him. Hearing her words, the guy put a hand behind his head, looking away as he explained there was no issue, since he had been promised compensation for the Mao Tao contract. He then asked if he could possibly get a refund. Karen remained near the entrance, questioning the request for a refund. A bright fire crackled in the stove, and the guy replied that was exactly what he meant, or at least a partial reimbursement if not the full amount. Approaching him, the girl spread her hand wide and asked for the exact sum he required, to which he simply replied, approximately 120 billion. This number sent a jolt of shock through his companion, and she asked again, did you really say 120 billion? She assured him that nothing was beyond her means, but she needed to understand why he required precisely that enormous amount. She imagined their training sessions, and noted that the monthly fee alone was 20 billion won. She then referenced the armor and weapons, adding that profits from artifact creation and other ventures meant he could already afford a truly luxurious lifestyle. As she said this, she pictured a huge apartment complex in her mind. The main character avoided eye contact, completely unable to formulate a response. Suddenly, Chiron decided to ask why he was trying so hard to get stronger. Chiron then closed his eyes, offering a confused smile, and replied that it was a complicated question, while internally noting he definitely couldn't tell her about his subscription to God. Turning his head away, he explained that he truly didn't know how to phrase it properly, adding that there was simply too much information he couldn't share. After a brief pause, he swiveled to face his student, announcing with an air of mild importance that he really ought to show her something first. As evening descended, the sky was putting on a fantastic show, blushing in hues of fiery orange and soft violet. Stepping inside his front door, the protagonist simply declared his presence with a triumphant "Evac." His sister, clutching Fenrir tight, immediately greeted her brother at the entrance and inquired if Chiron had joined him. The guy cast a side glance at his student, explaining they needed a serious chat, and instructed her to wait in his room. Before she left, Shava raised his hand to check if So had eaten, to which So replied she hadn't found the time, but quickly asked if he'd snagged any snacks. The main character confirmed his purchase. Pulling a veritable feast from his spatial pocket, he set down the blood sausage, declaring he'd brought some for everyone. His sister practically dove for the table, asking if he'd visited that specific black pudding soup place. He confirmed her suspicion. Fenrir sat on the floor, looking up at his master with joyful expectation, who promised a share of the spoils for the good boy. As a mountain of blood sausage was piled into a bowl, he started digging in, and so urged her brother to join the feast. Chiron watched from the sidelines, musing to herself that it looked incredibly touching. They seemed like the picture of a nice, happy family. A sudden memory from the past surfaced. Nights where her father came home incredibly late, looking like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Despite everything, he always brought a huge stack of dumplings. He'd grin at her and repeatedly ask if she wanted her favorite dumplings. Little Chiron, beaming from ear to ear, devoured the meal. Her father once said her joy was more precious than a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, yet it only cost 20.01 for the dumplings. Sitting together in the kitchen, she hadn't grasped the true meaning of those words back then. No. Thinking of the dumpling box, she wondered why this specific memory of her father walking home at dawn, exhausted and bruised under the eyes, returned to her. Shaking off the memories, the girl watched the protagonist and his sister with a faint sadness, questioning why that specific flashback had popped into her head right now. Holding a small piece of blood sausage delicately between her chopsticks, So offered a warm smile to her brother, who returned a broad grin right back. Chiron stared, mouth agape, thinking how incredible it was that they found so much joy in something as basic, blood sausage. Their daily life was so ordinary it almost felt like an exaggeration to even describe it. She wondered if he truly wanted to safeguard this simple existence, if he genuinely intended to bear the weight of responsibility for his family. Still observing from afar, she suddenly approached the main character and announced she would provide him with the funds. The protagonist beamed at the offer, asking if she truly meant it, to which she replied that she had just one little caveat. The smile instantly evaporated from the protagonist's face as he cautiously inquired about the specific terms of this deal. Chiron took a deep breath, preparing to drop the bombshell. A moment later, she placed her hand over her heart and requested that he accept full responsibility for her. Shava's eyes instantly bugged out in shock, and a trickle of drool escaped his slack jaw. His sister Soha stared at the girl, her own eyes wide with disbelief. Even Fenrir, normally calm, looked completely flabbergasted. The main character finally managed to stammer out, asking his student exactly what on earth she meant by that statement. Abruptly, his sister blushed bright red, covering her mouth as she stammered in disbelief. No, it can't be. He quickly retorted that he didn't realize she had already managed to conjure up such wild fantasies. The setting sun cast long shadows over the main character's house, and the next day, a bright morning shone on the office. The guy was absorbed in a newspaper featuring a prominent mention of the main character. A knock on the door announced a visitor's arrival, and the door opened. John Wei stepped into the office, inquiring why Guang Uck had summoned him. Sitting comfortably on the couch, Guang Uck raised his hand in a polite gesture, thanking the man for making the long trip, and then invited him to take a seat. Once John Wei settled down opposite him, Guang Uck cut straight to the chase, mentioning he'd heard about the contracts signed with the Hunter Guild, and demanding to know why John Wei had broken their previous arrangement. The incriminating newspaper lay on the table between them. John Wei frowned slightly at the accusation, replying that while he regretted the situation, he simply couldn't risk causing trouble for the great master's descendants, as that would be morally reprehensible. Guang Uck watched his guest with keen attention. Guang Uck immediately scowled, asking if John Wei hadn't made a promise to him. John Wei simply waved his hand dismissively, stating that Mount Tao was prepared to apologize and resolve things. Guang Uck closed his eyes, rubbing his chin, and admitted that the contract would indeed be beneficial for Ursh. But even as he spoke, the eldest son's patience snapped. He suddenly slammed his fist on the table, shouting that he wasn't asking about Sh's benefits, and he knew exactly what he was talking about. The newspaper crinkled under the force of his hand. A moment later, the guy demanded immediate termination of the contract, asking if John Wei could even go through with the cancellation. With noticeable displeasure, John Wei looked at him and stated flatly that it was absolutely impossible. Guang Uck then pulled a document from his pocket, declaring that nothing was impossible in Korea. He explained that Mao Tao, keen on finalizing a major business deal, had uncovered corruption, and the details of the incident had been revealed. He then placed photos of John Wei on the table, continuing to explain that John Wei had selfishly exploited his position to secure the contract. The fairness of the agreement was now highly questionable, and the entire company faced destruction. John Wei stared at the photos, while going. Buck revealed this was the exact article set to grace the front page of every newspaper tomorrow morning. John Wei's expression twisted in rage upon hearing this. He demanded to know if going. Buck was attempting blackmail. He stood up, resting his hands heavily on the table, and declared that the key difference between Guang, Buck's people, and the protagonist was that Guang, Buck turned opponents into bitter enemies, while the protagonist turned them into allies. The eldest son, Guang, just scowled back at his interlocutor. John Wei's eyes were practically glowing with concentrated fury and loathing. Abruptly, he unleashed a terrifying aura, roaring at Guang, Buck that he had just officially declared him an enemy. His explosive power instantly enveloped the entire cabinet, fixing his interlocutor with an intense stare that could light things on fire. John Wei quietly promised that next time, he wouldn't let things slide so easily. He then slammed the door on his exit, left completely alone. The eldest son looked away and murmured to himself that the situation was truly dire. Just then, a frantic subordinate dashed down the hallway and burst into the office, his face pale with worry. He asked if the director was all right, explaining that he'd heard shouting. Wing. Buck ran a hand through his hair, assuring him that it was just a minor issue, nothing serious, then inquired about the cause of the general chaos in the building. The subordinate raised his hand, reporting that there was no update yet, before receiving a new instruction to reach out to them again. Wait. Buck's veins throbbed visibly with frustration as he declared that they didn't need to talk anymore. He wanted to immediately join forces with them. Meanwhile, the main character was sprawled out on his bed, musing that he never expected Aunt Chiron to say something so dramatic as asking him to take responsibility. Raising an eyebrow, he recalled his student's earnest gesture, hand over heart, making the request. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Checking the screen, he saw a message confirming a transfer of 120 billion. A cold bead of sweat formed on his forehead as he wondered aloud if it really happened that quickly. He had anticipated waiting at least a week, but clearly, she was just ridiculously wealthy. He was interrupted by a sudden video call from Hercules. Accepting the call, the god immediately appeared, excitedly declaring that he'd created a special new program. Pointing at himself, he added that first things first, he had located an amazing channel to subscribe to, and assured him he had thoroughly researched everything beforehand. Hearing this, Chauvin's eyebrows tightened in a worried knot as he demanded to know exactly what kind of channel this was. He groaned internally, realizing that as soon as money arrived, new expenses always seemed to immediately follow suit. Hercules extended 2 fingers and declared he had discovered 2 streaming channels absolutely worth the exorbitant monthly subscription fee. His eyes shimmered with the intensity of a dedicated salesman, picturing Thor crushing a monster. Hercules announced the first necessary channel was the Thunder God's own. The protagonist asked if this was that Scandinavian mythological figure, to which Hercules flexed his bicep, and confirmed it was precisely him, for the purpose of combining forces. A wide smile spread across the protagonist's face as he inquired about exactly what forces were involved. The god grinned broadly in response, explaining he meant Hermes' super speed and skills, allowing the user to reach the speed of light. The protagonist then imagined Shiva running so fast he was leaving skid marks in the air. After listening to the god's explanation, the protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if such a feat was even physically possible, to which Hercules replied, theoretically. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the protagonist's face as he nervously asked about the second channel. Hercules conjured a mental image of a blue dragon, advising a subscription, because its abilities would prove just as useful. Grabbing his phone in disbelief, the protagonist muttered that this whole situation was pure insanity. Groaning, he asked if he could sign up immediately. The god replied that if the funds were available, he could subscribe at once. In less than a minute, Shiva shelled out 16 billion won per month for Thor's channel, acquiring this Spirit of Thunder skill. He then dropped another 32 billion won per month on the Blue Dragon channel, receiving this Grey Dragon Demon's soul ability. Following these transactions, Shiva stared morosely at his phone, lamenting that he had spent 48 billion won in less than 2 seconds. Later that night, moonlight illuminated the office building. Guangkok walked down the dimly lit corridor. A polished sign on the door identified the space as Director Guangkok's private office. But when the eldest son entered, he saw a stranger casually sitting on his desk. The interloper smiled and asked if he was indeed the eldest son of the Shoner. Stopping short in the doorway, Guangkok frowned deeply and demanded to know who he was. The stranger remained shrouded in shadow, explaining that he heard Guangkok wanted to sail with them in the same boat, then inquired about his reasons for doing so. An image of the protagonist immediately flashed through Guangkok's mind. He ran a hand over his head, replying that the whole mess was entirely Shiva's fault. Hearing this, the stranger smiled and suggested they discuss the details further. A short time later, Li Song proudly displayed his hunter's license and urged the protagonist to examine it. He bounded toward him, gleefully proclaiming that he had achieved a rank status as well. With cheeks flushed from excitement, he pointed to his height, adding that he was now officially in the top 1/10 of a percent. The protagonist acknowledged the achievement as pretty cool, then immediately pointed to himself, adding that he was heading into an rank dungeon later that day anyway. Upon hearing this, Li Shang's expression abruptly faltered, and he quietly admitted he was getting a little nervous. A few minutes later, the ground shook as massive ogres tramped through the forest. Li Shang stared in horror, explaining they were class monsters, abundant hair, and normally required a party of 30 people. He struggled to keep pace with the protagonist, who dismissed it as exaggeration. Peeking at his panicked companion, Shava smiled broadly, assuring him it wasn't as tough as it seemed, and these specific ogres displayed unusual behavior, making them perfect practice dummies. A throng of monsters gathered in the distance. Sweat poured from Li Shang's face as he confusedly asked if this was truly practice, then screamed that not even 100 lives would be enough for this mess. But as he yelled, the protagonist charged forward. An ogre raised its club, eyes glowing with aggression, delivering a mighty blow that Shiva casually deflected. While airborne, Shiva's eyes flashed as he activated his new skill, Thor's First Lightning, declaring it was time to test its functionality. Brilliant blue electricity erupted from his body, striking a colossal ore. Li Shang, recording the scene, stammered a terrified question about what he was seeing. Just then, another ogre roared in fury and lunged toward the protagonist. Noticing the incoming attack, Shiva simply smirked. The creature flew directly toward him. The protagonist charged forward as well, his cameraman noting to himself that Shiva was literally flying and channeling lightning power. The protagonist's fist instantly connected with the ogre's face. After a powerful uppercut, the monster was launched high into the air. At this point, Li Shang's jaw dropped in disbelief as he wondered aloud what exactly was happening. He questioned why Shiva was treating these plus rank ogres like low-level goblins. The protagonist found himself surrounded by more monsters, their eyes burning with intense fury. Shiva turned to them, smiling as he mentioned there were a few more left, giving him time to try a different move. Raising his fist, he activated this class Demon Dragon Soul ability. The cameraman continued filming with wide eyes full of dread, whispering in a trembling voice about the power he was witnessing. The ogres roared in unison. The protagonist lifted his hand, unleashing the Thunder God ability. Every single monster in the vicinity was instantly incinerated by a lightning strike. Li Shang buried his face in his hand, mumbling to himself that he truly believed things would be different this time. He thought becoming an A-class hunter meant he could finally be of some assistance to Shiva. His eyes reflected a mixture of profound sorrow and despair. With all the monsters vanquished, Shiva held out his hands, marveling at the newfound strength. He turned to Hercules, asking if this was the combined power of their mononuclear fusion, Thor's thunderclap, and the demonic blue dragon's soul. Hercules, gesturing to the defeated monsters scattered around the protagonist, smiled and asked if it was impressive. Shiva agreed that the god had offered genuinely good advice. Opening the system screen, Shiva pointed at it, stating he needed a lot of practice, and noting the ongoing subscription fees. Hercules snapped his fingers, suggesting a combined force technique and flexing dramatically, adding that the subscription was definitely yielding results. Shiva furrowed his brow, asking exactly what subscription and what pressure he was referring to which Hercules replied that he shouldn't rush things. Gritting his teeth, Shiva expressed frustration that Hercules hadn't mentioned this earlier. Hercules folded his arms, asking if Shiva had ever imagined unifying two unique personalities, adding that it could be executed in various ways. He brought up the superpower Fist of Destruction, describing it as an unimaginable technique. The protagonist spread his hands, asking if this was what he called true compression. Hercules stroked his chin and agreed, adding that rather than explaining further, he'd just demonstrate. Having said his piece, Hercules simply pointed a finger toward the protagonist. The scene shifted to the Inspection Bureau headquarters, where clouds drifted across the bright blue sky. A man knocked on a specific office door, calling out for the master. A man on the inside, completely devoid of emotion, granted permission to enter. The subordinate carefully opened the door, apologizing as he came in, and was asked what the trouble was. Taking a few steps inside, he reported that he had investigated everything and confirmed that Jonan was beginning to make a move. He presented records of dungeon activity from the last 3 months, showing an exponential increase in frequency across the board. The subordinate added that this situation hadn't occurred since the defeat of the Demon King, noting that Seoul was the only exception. He continued, his face unchanging, that dungeons were appearing nationwide, claiming casualties. Taemin frowned, asking why Seoul remained stable, and the subordinate mentioned the rumor that Hunter Shiva had single-handedly cleared every dungeon there. The man looked at his boss and added that they had further information, though they weren't entirely sure of its validity. Visualizing the one at Joan, the subordinate reported that it appeared someone had allied with Pandemonium. The man remained in place, stating that Minjong's claims suggested it was true. Picturing the woman again, he explained she was the head of the Seoul Department's 4th group, a former Pandemonium member, and Baekjin had provided this intelligence. Taemin placed his hand on his chin, concluding that if this information held true, Jonan would undoubtedly act decisively this time. Suddenly, a new email notification popped up on the table. The man looked down, announcing a new message from the UN. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his brow as he looked up, reporting that the message mentioned the red shadow making its move. The moment the old man processed the news, his composure instantly shattered, leaving only wide-eyed panic and sheer dread. He pictured a dark figure with crimson, burning eyes in his mind, then grimly muttered the titles, the Red Shadow and the Lord of Pandemonium. The old man completely abandoned his act, leaping to his feet. His assistant, confirming the details, assured him everything was accurate, even mentioning an involvement in tracking the target. He then skeptically asked if Taemin truly meant the Red Shadow was currently located in Korea. Taemin furrowed his brow, explaining that while it was only a possibility, the high probability suggested he was indeed present. Taemin gritted his teeth, murmuring in disbelief, the Red Shadow is active, and it's genuinely difficult to accept. As he visualized the dark shape with glowing eyes, he reminded himself that the Red Shadow, the ruler of Pandemonium, wasn't just a low-level felon but a figure of international renown. Dropping his pretense, he lifted his hand to his chin, commenting that a monster of that caliber appearing in tiny Korea seemed absolutely impossible. His subordinate raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking where exactly Taemin was headed. Taemin responded that he needed to meet his father. A short time later, their plane touched down on the tarmac. Taemin stood in the terminal, stating that they had finally reached their destination and needed to proceed. His subordinate, grinning broadly, stood beside him, mentioning that he was about to meet something known as the Immortal Sword. The old man, hearing this praise, looked away and declared that he was the one who mattered most, then wondered why his subordinate was bothering to accompany him. After all, he already had plenty of work. There was no need for him to tag along. The subordinate simply replied that his entire job was to assist the director. They entered the car, and the director joked that anyone overhearing their conversation might think his subordinate was a small child. Upon reaching their destination, the subordinate continued to follow his master, complaining that he hadn't fully recovered from the wounds Juan inflicted. The old man, walking ahead, replied that he was almost recovered, prompting the subordinate to retort that almost wasn't good enough. Swaying slightly, the man insisted he was just following orders and Taemin should quit complaining. The old man smiled wryly, observing that his subordinate, much like P, possessed infinite stubbornness. When the subordinate finally caught up, Taemin told him they must continue, asking if he wanted to take the lead. The man simply looked away in silence, gazing into the deep woods. The subordinate abruptly questioned why they were even visiting Mount Halasan to begin with. Taemin smiled, replying with a touch of sarcasm that he didn't know the exact location, since he didn't know where his father resided. Hearing this, his subordinate stepped forward, demanding to know the true reason for their visit. The old man, following his guide through the brush, explained that this mountain was where he spent his formative years, and where his father had trained him. The subordinate turned around, noting that it seemed like just a place for nostalgia, asking if that was truly the only purpose for the trip. The director closed his eyes, smiling as he replied that memories tend to grow more significant as one gets older. Frowning intensely at this vague response, the man demanded to know the precise location. Taemin confessed that it had been so long ago he genuinely couldn't recall the exact spot. The subordinate froze mid-stride, asking exactly how much time had passed since then. Taemin casually replied that it was roughly 25 years ago. The subordinate continued standing before his boss, suddenly questioning the swordsman's current status. Taemin explained his father was now just a beggar, suffering from inaction, reiterating that he had explicitly told his subordinate not to come along. Minutes later, as they proceeded forward, a distant house appeared. The old man commented they wouldn't have to wander much longer. Placing a hand on his chin, he cautioned his subordinate to be careful, warning that his father was exceedingly displeased. Just as he finished speaking, an incredibly strong surge of magical power erupted from the house in every direction. Both men recoiled from the force, hands raised to protect themselves. The director suggested it was probably best if he proceeded alone. With that, he marched toward the house, leaving his subordinate in the dust. A few moments later, he pushed the door open. Stepping inside, Taemin announced his arrival. He quickly glanced around the room, hoping his father was doing well. His father sat nearby in meditation, while putting his eyes. Something, the immortal swordsman, asked exactly why Taemin had come to visit. Taemin immediately dropped to his knees, replying that he had primarily come to pay his respects. He then bowed his head deeply before his father. After a moment, Taemin stood up and added that he specifically required assistance. The immortal swordsman simply closed his eyes again, ordering his son to depart, stating that the universe was already moving exactly as it should. Remaining seated, Sunpen elaborated that true law dictates letting things follow their course. Taemin argued back, suggesting he could guide the current differently. Frowning thoughtfully, the director pictured a fish struggling in the water, adding that it was possible to fight against the flow. Questioning if that wasn't true, his father opened his eyes, remarking that Taemin's heart seemed to have been moved by something, asking if Taemin had witnessed a change in him because of it. The old man, still focused on his father, remembered the main character, answering that he saw an inevitable shift, something he thought he could never counter. He observed how everything changed simply because of one individual. A single candle provided the only light in the chamber. The immortal swordsman replied that someone had planted a foolish, empty hope in Taemin's mind. Closing his eyes once more, Sunben declared that everything was pointless, and he had nothing further to discuss. Suddenly, Taemin gritted his teeth and blurted out the word pandemonium, explaining that they were attempting to resurrect the devil yet again. As these words hit him, the immortal swordsman abruptly opened his eyes, which were filled with complete astonishment as he remembered past events.